Yuan found himself transmigrated into a novel set in the entertainment industry, assuming the role of an inconspicuous background character. Unlike the typical canon fodder, these nameless figures lack distinct identities yet are omnipresent. Whenever the audience gasped in shock or engaged in fervent discussions, they served as mere backdrop. Conversely, during moments of tension or suspense, they bore the mantle of reactions. Yuan embodied multiple roles, spending his days perched on a small stool, indulging in the latest gossip. One day, during a heated argument between the protagonist and antagonist in a live stream, observant viewers noticed a figure in the lower right corner, savoring a watermelon while engrossed in the unfolding drama. Oh, that gentleman there. His dedication to eating watermelon is quite amusing. Truly the epitome of eating melon. I remember seeing him in Chu Han's variety show. Wasn't he part of the crew? Hold on. I've captured a screenshot. He was a background actor in my wife's drama. Yuan found himself inexplicably thrust into the limelight. The netizens affectionately dubbed him the watermelon king of the entertainment industry. When inquiries arose regarding the sordid details of a struggling starlet's experiences with unspoken rules, he nonchalantly replied, "No such thing. The director said he doesn't engage in such affairs." When questions about a first-tier actress sneaking out to meet her boyfriend emerged, he quipped, "She was merely hungry and went out for some roast chicken." And whenever more inquiries arose, Yuan would simply state, "I am merely a bystander, present at the scene. Don't ask, just know I'm here." First-hand gossip, live updates. Eventually netizens commented, "Let's not rush. I have some connections in the industry. Let me inquire in Yuan's live stream. Who knows, he might be present. Connections matter. Let's ask Yuan." Chapter 1, Transmigration. On the set of the drama Fenghua. Cut. Okay, everyone take a break. The makeup artist will touch up the actors. Crew, bring over 2 more apple boxes. Upon hearing the call for crew members, Yuan instinctively rose to his feet. After standing for 3 seconds, he realized he was no longer a crew member but a background actor, and quickly sat back down. Despite only a brief half-month tenure as crew, the term had become ingrained in his very DNA, and he found himself reacting instinctively upon hearing it. Yuan's gaze swept over the bustling crew members, and he couldn't help but sigh. This DNA is tainted. Approximately half a month ago, Yuan had transitioned from the real world into this novel, having closed his eyes to the warm ceiling of his home and awoken in a dilapidated rental apartment. It took him some time to grasp his situation, leading him to suspect he had been kidnapped. His captor was none other than the story rise film emperor. Upon waking, he took a stroll outside and discovered that this world was vastly different from the one he had known. The technology seemed to lag by about 50 years, and the geography and political landscape were entirely unfamiliar. It wasn't until he spotted a vaguely familiar name on a roadside advertisement. Chu Han. This name seemed to belong to a character from a popular novel he had once casually browsed in the library's magazine reading room. The rental apartment where he awoke, though small, was adequately equipped. On the desk sat a brand new desktop computer, boasting top-notch specifications available on the market. In order to ascertain the situation, Yuan compiled a table of all Chu Han's acting experiences he could find online, meticulously cross-referencing them with the plot he remembered. Everything matched perfectly. Having confirmed his transmigration, Yuan sifted through the computer's private space, including browsing history, in hopes of uncovering his identity. Alas, he found nothing of substance, as the computer was nearly pristine, devoid of any personal data. Yuan resolved to remain unperturbed amidst the chaos, sitting on the edge of his bed and blinking for 17 minutes until his eyelids twitched. No one came to rescue him. Isn't blinking supposed to summon help when kidnapped? Realizing that wishful thinking was futile, Yuan accepted his fate. On the second day of his resignation to this reality, his phone buzzed with a new message, notifying him to prepare for the crew. He remained Yuan, and his body was still his own with a remarkable memory. He recalled the general plot of Rise, Film Emperor, encapsulating it in a concise manuscript. The recalled content spanned a mere 50,000 words, thin and insufficient for reassurance. He meticulously retraced every detail in his mind, yet found no mention of a character named Yuan, be it as a supporting role, antagonist, or any other designation. During the past half-month of being with the crew, he had witnessed the romantic tensions between the protagonists 6 times, accidentally participated in gossip discussions 4 times, and observed background actors and crew members exchanging flirtatious glances 3 times. A revelation struck him. I am merely a bystander. The term bystander is a peculiar collective they adeptly stumble upon, analyze, and encounter various iconic moments. And Yuan's identity aligned perfectly with this group. Having spent a month and a half in the crew, Yuan discerned certain patterns, successfully transitioning from the crew position to the more relaxed role of a background actor. While various scandals frequently found their way to him, his personal life remained unencumbered. For instance, while he might currently be acting as crew, he could just as easily slip into the roles of a background actor, performer, or singer. Yuan, opting for the easiest path, long live idleness. Fenghua is a fictional ancient romantic drama, primarily revolving around the power struggles during a tumultuous era, where the female protagonist, Gongsun Daiyu, navigates through various kingdoms for revenge, ultimately toppling a dynasty and retreating with the male lead to live in seclusion. Ian Rise, Film Emperor, the protagonist Chuhan portrays a lovesick, deranged antagonist with the audience's perspective largely centered around him. Little you, aren't you up yet? The speaker, Zhou Ming, was a martial arts background actor who had just finished a scene, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he approached with a bottle of mineral water. Yuan sat in a corner, clad in the rough fabric of a background actor's costume. A small hat perched atop his head, his chin resting in his hands, causing the little pom-pom on his hat to sway. I am not sure, he replied, pressing his finger against his cheek, making his face appear chubby as he lamented. The director said a special guest hasn't arrived yet, so we must wait. Yuan's fair complexion and delicate features, with cat-like, almond-shaped eyes that appeared both youthful and deceptively charming, often elicited a sense of endearment from others. Zhou Ming, who found him quite likable, immediately took on a protective tone. What kind of special guest keeps us waiting like this? It seems their vehicle broke down on the way. Special guests are slightly more prestigious than background actors, possessing certain requirements regarding appearance and articulation, and typically have a few lines. Naturally, a special guest's absence would not warrant the director's undue patience. However, the crew was currently changing locations, having chosen a remote mountain hollow, making it difficult to find a suitable replacement on short notice. They could easily film other scenes in the meantime, so a brief wait was deemed inconsequential. The assistant director had also urgently reached out to 3 or 4 special actors, intending to utilize whoever was available. Even so, the impatient director was still in a frenzy. Where's the special guest? Where's the special guest? Where's the special guest? Will they arrive in a few hours? If we don't shoot soon, we'll lose the daylight. Are there any usable background actors? The director, surnamed Gao, easily slipped into a state of agitation once filming commenced, and Yuan often worried about his blood pressure and heart health during these outbursts. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Director Gao's sharp gaze landed on him. Yuan, is it possible to be caught for merely thinking ill thoughts? Director Gao's brows were tightly knitted, his gaze scanning the background actors with suppressed fury. The absent special guest was set to perform a single scene, portraying a young gentleman saved from bandits by the female protagonist. The only requirement for this role was to possess good looks of fair complexion, delicate skin, and an air of a pampered young master. Regrettably, the scene being filmed today revolves around the female protagonist's solitary endeavor to eradicate a bandit stronghold, replete with an abundance of action sequences, thus necessitating the prior recruitment of martial arts extras. It is a rarity to find individuals with delicate features among the ordinary extras, let alone in a setting dominated by seasoned fighters. Director Gao traversed the crowd and unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of round, glistening orbs, a pearl lost to the vast ocean. You come here. You won. Director Gao's gaze was intense, akin to a famished ghost starved for 3 days. Yuan, albeit reluctantly, approached. Director Gao felt a sense of familiarity about him but dismissed it, surveying him up and down. Half a minute later, he revealed a look of satisfaction and inquired, "Have you ever studied acting?" Yuan shook his head. Director Gao, how is your Mandarin? Yuan, it's passable. After prompting him to utter a few phrases and detecting no discernible accent, Director Gao nodded appreciatively. Would you like some lines? To be frank, Yuan had no desire for them. Initially, he merely intended to loaf about in the background. Uttering lines would waste saliva and require a modicum of performance, all without any monetary gain. I'll compensate you at the highest rate for a special role. Just deliver a couple of lines. Yuan began to comprehend the director wished for him to assume a special role in the production. He recalled the pricing spectrum for special roles. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would not desire lines? It was inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable. The makeup and hair team hurriedly adorned him in resplendent garments, smudging his face with dirt to simulate the disheveled appearance of a young master who had been held captive by mountain bandits for 2 days. This scene featured 3 special actors, one of whom was an experienced veteran, adeptly performing alongside the female lead, while Yuan was relegated to the role of a supportive character, primarily uttering affirmations like exactly, and that's right. The heroine, armed with her sword, bravely infiltrated the bandit lair, rescuing countless elderly, women, and children, leaving everyone in tears of gratitude. The three wealthy young masters served as a contrasting group, embodying treachery and ingratitude. Special actor, what manner of underlings are you? Why have you arrived so late? It took you 2 days to assault a mere mountain stronghold. I shall certainly report you to the king. Yuan, exactly? Special actor A. What are you dawdling for? Do you not see my garments are tattered? Quickly, dispatch me down the mountain. Do not sully yourself by mingling with these lowly commoners. Yuan. That's right. With a resounding clang, the heroine unsheathed her sword, directing it towards the throat of the insolent individual. Yuan Wo. He hailed from a well-to-do family, having led a smooth and fortuitous life, swiftly advancing through academia and seamlessly entering a research institute under the tutelage of his mentor, currently pursuing his doctorate. Such cold, gleaming blades were a novelty to him, prompting an involuntary woe. Most of the prop swords in the production were dulled, but occasionally meticulous directors would request actors to wield sharpened weapons for close-ups. Yuan, wary of director Gao's mental state and uncertain of the actress's steadiness, discreetly maneuvered behind Special Actor B, witnessing the entire scene. Yuan's subtle movements did not detract from the filming. Apart from the nearby Special Actor B, no one else noticed him. Once the scene concluded, the assistant director called him aside, remarking, "You performed admirably. When you mentioned pursuing your dreams with courage, I thought you were jesting." Recently, the crew had been pressed for time, splitting into 2 groups for simultaneous shooting. Yuan was part of Group B, and the assistant director, having interacted with him before, had grown somewhat familiar with him. When Yuan resigned from his role as a production assistant, he claimed to have harbored a dream of becoming a star since childhood. His youthful appearance and earnest demeanor often led to his serious jokes being taken at face value. The assistant director had even extended an audition invitation, but regrettably Yuan had declined, choosing instead to blend in with the extras. "Go take some acting classes, hone your skills, and in the future, he'll reach out to you for roles," the assistant director suggested, retrieving a business card from his pocket. "You haven't signed with an agency yet, have you? In this industry, relying solely on freelance work offers little opportunity. You must depend on professionals. A friend of mine is currently signing new talent. If you have the time, you might want to reach out. Their agency is still in its nascent stages, not that they have an abundance of resources, but they certainly won't mistreat you. I assure you, based on my reputation in this industry." Yuan pondered over the business card for a moment, a sweet smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he expressed his gratitude to the assistant director. The subsequent scenes did not involve Yuan. Director Gao was meticulous, and actors who had appeared on screen could not reprise their roles as extras, allowing Yuan to leave work early. After bidding farewell to Zhoming, he walked to the nearest bus stop. Recently, the weather had been persistently gloomy, with rain clouds looming overhead, casting a somber atmosphere devoid of any sunset hues. As he meandered along the roadside, Yuan plucked a banana leaf to shield his head, hastening to the bus stop just as a torrential downpour commenced, drenching him in mere minutes, transforming him into a bedraggled little chicken. The bus stop featured only 2 rows of benches, one of which was occupied by a young man in a hooded sweatshirt. As Yuan passed by, he inadvertently met the gaze of the young man, whose striking almond-shaped eyes were a beautiful contrast to his pale eyelids, framed by dark lashes. "A cool guy," Yuan mused. Chapter 2. The Company. Cool guy cast a fleeting glance at him before lowering his head, typing rapidly on his laptop. The rain poured down tumultuously, pattering against the world, filling the air with the sound of precious droplets, while the ground, awnings, grass, and leaves resonated in a continuous symphony. Yuan settled into his seat, stretching his legs amidst the cacophony of rain, staring vacantly at the soaked tips of his shoes. He harbored little interest in becoming a major star. However, compared to the stage crew and extras, being a formal actor would undoubtedly be more enjoyable. Yuan had always been somewhat indolent. If a goal could be achieved with 7 parts effort, he would certainly not exert himself for the remaining 3 in pursuit of an elusive perfection. This laziness had persisted even in a foreign land, much to the consternation of his mentor, who often poked his forehead in frustration. The role of passerby came with no apparent restrictions, but he found himself in the same production as the main characters from the outset. To be cautious, he chose to stay closer to them, aware that in a narrative set in the entertainment industry, the main characters' entourages consisted predominantly of colleagues and staff. Compared to the stage crew, the life of an actor seemed remarkably more pleasant. If he could strive to become a third-tier actor, living a modest and leisurely life, earning just enough to cover his expenses without drawing undue attention, then that would be ideal. Now, the pressing question arose, how could he become a third-tier actor? He was aware of the assistant director's invitation, but it was not due to any pretentiousness on his part. Rather, he lacked an identification card, to the point where he almost believed himself to be an illegal resident. It was only yesterday that he received a notification on his phone from an official public account, reminding him that his identification card was in production. Rough estimates suggested it would take another half-month to arrive. Thankfully, he was not an illegal resident. Lost in thought, Yuan failed to notice the rain gradually easing. As the sound of the rain subsided, the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard beside him became particularly crisp. The screen of Cool Guy's laptop displayed a PowerPoint presentation, with bold headings regarding the company's prospects. Yuan's gaze swept over to the slender, pale hands dancing across the glossy black keyboard. Cool Guy typed with such speed that it seemed as though shadows were dancing in his wake. During the occasional pauses, his hands would languidly rest on the keyboard's edge, lightly tapping as though in a trance. The delicate joints of his fingers were slightly pronounced, with visible veins running along the cold white skin of his hands, tightening as he brought his palms together, exuding a silent tension. Observing someone with such exquisite hands at work was a pleasure in itself. Yuan found himself captivated for a moment, reminiscing about the upright piano back home. Hands such as these must create beautiful music. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his thoughts soared to distant realms. When he returned to reality, he heard a sudden rustle. A black umbrella was held aloft above him. Yuan's gaze lifted to see Cool Guy, who had somehow stowed away his laptop, standing before him, gripping the strap of his backpack with one hand. "Do you need an umbrella?" he asked, his look striking. Yuan blinked, feeling no embarrassment. Rather, he instinctively thought that Cool Guy had approached him to confront him for his lingering gaze, leading him to inadvertently voice his thoughts. Cool Guy tilted his head slightly, not engaging in conversation, his expression impassive as he angled the umbrella towards Yuan. This was an invitation for Yuan to take the umbrella, and he understood, feeling a pang of embarrassment. "What about you?" Yuan inquired. Cool Guy succinctly responded, "I am nearby." Yuan noticed a geometric earring nestled in the cartilage of Cool Guy's right ear, subtle yet reflective, casting a cool sheen that complemented his striking features, enhancing his allure. Yuan found it exceedingly cool. He reached out to accept the umbrella, offering a smile in return. "Thank you." However, as he took the umbrella, he fumbled, causing it to tilt backward, only to have Cool Guy deftly catch it once more. Raindrops arced gracefully before Yuan's eyes. A pale hand held the edge of the umbrella, and as he glanced up, he beheld the sharp line of Cool Guy's jaw in profile. "Steady now." As he released his grip, Yuan noticed droplets cascading down Cool Guy's slender wrist, disappearing into the sleeve of his shirt. Once he boarded the bus, Yuan suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask the name of this kind-hearted individual. The spring rain was capricious. Just moments ago, it seemed to be easing, yet now it intensified, pelting the bus windows like a barrage of beans. From the rear window, he caught sight of Cool Guy, who had not ventured far, his tall, lean figure shrouded in the misty rain, glancing down at his phone as he walked. Yuan couldn't help but admire his boldness in not wearing a hat amidst such torrential rain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Cool Guy looked up to assess the weather, then promptly donned a hat. Okay then, being adaptable is also quite cool. Upon returning to his rented room, Yuan first indulged in a hot shower before powering on his high-spec desktop computer. He retrieved the information about the company from the business card provided by the assistant director and submitted a resume to their official email. Yuan was well aware of his own limitations. He knew nothing about acting, was inept at singing and dancing, and could only rely on his appearance. While a phone call might afford him an opportunity due to the assistant director's recommendation, he feared his lack of skills would only complicate matters for the assistant director. He meticulously sifted through and compiled the information of 5 or 6 reputable entertainment companies, submitting his resume in hopes that one of them might be willing to overlook his inexperience. Outside, the relentless rain continued to fall, and the dim lighting of his rented room only added to the gloom. The glow of the computer screen illuminated Yuan's fair complexion, which bore a solemnity that belied his youthful appearance. He was deliberating over which performance training institution offered the best value for money, aware that he needed to be prudent in his spending. Having lived a carefree life for the first 20 years without experiencing financial strain, he found himself momentarily bewildered when he arrived in this new place with only 50 yuan left in his pocket. Fortunately, he was adaptable and quickly immersed himself in the pursuit of a sustainable livelihood, even teaching himself the art of frugality. After comparing various options, he ultimately chose a mid-priced performance training institution with an excellent reputation and enrolled in a vocal class that allowed for monthly installment payments. As the saying goes, having multiple skills is never a burden. If he turned out to be unsuitable for acting, he could always become a minor singing and dancing star. Yuan surveyed his dwindling balance with a quiet sigh. With a mindset akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, he submitted his resume, and within 2 days he received a response. It was from the same talent agency introduced by the assistant director. He couldn't fathom what had attracted them to him, yet he attended the meeting punctually. The interview was conducted by the owner of Starlight Media, a middle-aged man with slightly long hair and a short stubble on his chin, who possessed a certain melancholic charm when he smiled. He introduced himself as Mr. Xie and quickly got to the point. Do you have any particular skills? Yuan replied. Singing, dancing, composing, and acting. Mr. Xie's eyes brightened. You can do all of that? Yuan earnestly responded, I cannot do any of it yet. I am learning. He was somewhat oblivious to the nuances of the interview process. When asked, he answered somewhat muddled. However, it seemed that Mr. Xie shared a similar sincerity. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Xie said, rubbing his hands together. Our Starlight Media has just been established and is still in its infancy, so we may not be able to provide you with the best resources. Yuan maintained a serious expression. I am aware. You have only been established for half a month and do not yet have any artists under your management. Despite his confusion, he had done his homework, researching online and consulting familiar industry insiders. The consensus was that while Starlight Media had no remarkable achievements, it also bore no negative reputation. The owner had extensive connections and ran a legitimate company with potential. Regardless of the company's prospects, Yuan only sought a contract that would prove his capability as an actor. Moreover, Mr. Xie was indeed well connected. When Yuan inquired, many had vouched for him, saying, Old Xie may be a bit unreliable at times, but he is undoubtedly an honest person. Mr. Xie hesitated. If there are no engagements for a month or two, that's all right, Yuan interjected. Is there a base salary? Mr. Xie's gaze lingered on Yuan's striking features as he nodded emphatically. Yes, there's also full insurance. Yuan was overjoyed and leaned in to ask, what is the base salary? Does it include accommodation? Is the training fee covered by the company? 5,000, accommodation included, and the company will cover training expenses. As their conversation drew to a close, Yuan found himself overwhelmed, his heart fluttering with a tinge of trepidation, unable to suppress the question that arose within. Am I deserving of this? Have I perhaps given too much? Should I consider covering the company's sanitation costs instead? For it feels unsettling to accept this sum. After thoroughly reviewing the contract and confirming its validity, he hesitated before signing, expressing, perhaps your esteemed company should reconsider. After all, I possess no skills and would require time to learn everything from scratch. Mr. Xie, with his serious demeanor, countered firmly, you are a rough diamond, and it is our duty to refine you. If signing a contract requires one to already be adept, then what purpose do we serve? Trust me, this company will help you shine brightly. Yuan grasped his hand, replying, I too believe that one day your esteemed company will flourish magnificently. Xinguang Media is truly deserving. I aspire to dedicate my life to Xinguang Media. Both parties held each other's hands, tears glistening in their eyes, each feeling they had gained an advantageous position. Chapter 3, The Arrival. After signing the contract, they exited the company building in high spirits, engaged in lively conversation. Mr. Xie, whose full name is Xie Jimao, mentioned that the company was recently in contact with some promising directors. Yuan, having just secured a modest salary of 5,000, showered Mr. Xie with praises, acknowledging his remarkable busyness. With Mr. Xie personally involved, success was surely within reach. During their earlier discussion, Xie Jiamao had divulged some of the company's future developmental intentions. Xinguang Media's business segments not only encompassed artist management but also included planning, production, and distribution of films and television dramas. Though uncertain of the outcomes, Mr. Xie humbly stated, let us give it a try. Yuan understood why the boss had navigated through various circles. It was to explore possibilities. Xie Jiamao shook his head, his handsome face weathered by time revealing a hint of sorrow. I can assure you, they are my old friends. If they are willing to join us, the company will certainly treat them well. Unfortunately, their interest does not seem particularly strong. Yuan thought to himself, it would be strange if they were overly eager. In this narrative, the entertainment industry is largely characterized by a single dominant entity alongside many formidable competitors, with the protagonist company, the Huading Group, reigning supreme. Meanwhile, the name Xinguang Media had never crossed Yuan's radar. Moreover, Xie Jiamao perfectly embodied the reputation of being unreliable yet sincere. A leader who is both untrustworthy and excessively earnest finds it challenging to gain the confidence of others, which is understandable, unless one, like Yuan, is solely concerned about a base salary, indifferent to future prospects. Yuan could only offer comfort. Where there is a will, there is a way. As he prepared to take a taxi back to his rented accommodation, he suddenly recalled something and, fearing his eagerness might displease his boss, put on a sweet smile and inquired, "By the way, who is my agent? I would like to treat him to a meal, as we will need to foster a good working relationship moving forward." Since the crew's extra roles had yet to conclude, it was likely there would be another round. Now that he had signed with the company, he understood that he should inform his agent before accepting any side gigs. It was a matter of basic contractual ethics. Xie Jiamao lowered his head, scratching his hair in embarrassment. "You do know our company is just starting out, and we haven't hired an agent yet. I never anticipated someone would proactively submit their resume to us." Yuan was taken aback. "But rest assured, there will be an agent, albeit not particularly professional. You may have to make do for the time being." Xie Jiamao pounded his chest confidently, declaring, "Though I have never managed anyone before, I am certified and trustworthy." Yuan thought to himself, "My boss was initially just my boss, and now he has become my agent." His worries were not without merit. That evening, the assistant director sent him a new notice. It was for a special role in the Fenghua crew. Director Gao, for reasons unknown, had decided to give him additional scenes for his previous character. Although Yuan found it perplexing, the prospect of receiving a handsome remuneration prompted him to eagerly accept. That night, Yuan reviewed the relevant plot points for the script. A once-thick manuscript had been distilled into a mere 50,000 words, with essential details stripped away, leaving him in the dark about subsequent developments. He meticulously reread the thin 3 pages pertaining to the Fenghua crew, attempting to jog his memory, yet ultimately yielding no results, and placed it back in the drawer. Later, he greeted Xie Jiamao, who was currently preoccupied with a demanding director, and did not inquire further about the minor role. It had been previously mentioned that Director Gao was meticulous, having produced numerous hit dramas. His most renowned works were celebrated for their breathtaking visual aesthetics and well-rounded character development. Characters in his dramas rarely fell into caricature. Even the most common supporting roles were imbued with depth and vitality. Industry insiders often jested that even if Director Gao's work were to be abysmally poor, there would always be those curious enough to sample it, drawn in by those two compelling aspects. The filming of Fenghua was already past the halfway mark, with upcoming plotlines revolving around the protagonist Gongsun Daiyu's advocacy for a people-centered ideology, clashing with the old aristocracy and other exploitative classes, of which Yuan's character was a member. To express the underlying tensions simmering beneath the calm surface more acutely, and to highlight the female lead's emotional evolution, Director Gao added an additional scene. Yuan's character, a young aristocrat, would recklessly ride through the streets, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries, only to be executed on the spot by Gongsun Daiyu. This marked the female lead's first act of violence against an unarmed individual, with the young aristocrat pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face, yet his words inadvertently betraying arrogance and a disdain for life, leading Gongsun Daiyu to realize that mere advocacy was futile. Their notions must be fundamentally shaken through bloodshed. This scene would place considerable demands on Yuan, requiring him to transition from arrogance to fear, while weeping uncontrollably in front of the female lead, delivering a barrage of lines. Yuan clutched the script, lost in contemplation. Zhao Ming, pleased that he had landed such a significant role, teased him, "What's wrong? Are you too happy? Stay calm. Look how much Director Gao favors you. There will surely be more lines in the future." Zhou Ming, in his early 20s and a few years older than Yuan, had a square jaw and an undeniable charm when he smiled, despite his unrefined accent. However, it was not because of this that Yuan pointed to several words in the script, alarmed and tearful. "How am I supposed to perform this? Do you know how?" Zhao Ming. Yuan felt overwhelmed, having not yet mastered even the basics of being an extra. Being handed so many lines right off the bat was truly daunting. He spent 10 minutes deciphering the script, feeling utterly inadequate before turning to the director to request a replacement. "Why? You're being given an opportunity, and you still refuse?" Director Gao's voice boomed with impatience, causing Yuan to wince and rub his ears. Rumor had it that Director Gao had been particularly irritable lately, primarily due to a friend wanting him to take a position at a company, though the specifics remained unclear. Each time he finished a call, his demeanor would noticeably sour. This was no friend, more like an adversary. Yuan presented the densely packed script to him. "Director, don't you want to present the best visual effects?" Director Gao retorted, "Stop the nonsense. Right now, there's a major bug." "Me," Yuan replied earnestly, "replace me, and the completion rate would increase by 50%. Director Gao was both amused and exasperated, his lips twitching in a way that presented a twisted beauty. "Didn't I inform you that you were to ensure the task was completed?" Yuan hesitated. "When I was notified, you didn't mention there would be lines." Director Gao. Yuan. Their gazes locked, silence enveloping them. This was the truth. When the assistant director had informed him of his role, he had merely indicated there would be a scene, without specifying lines, and had reassured Yu when that dialogue would come later. Thus, Yuan had arrived without worry. Director Gao's lips moved, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Can't you have a bit of ambition? Challenge yourself." He recognized his own flaw. Meticulous character portrayal was a double-edged sword. Appropriate detail could elevate a drama, yet excessive detail could lead to clutter. He had not anticipated the extent of the scene he added. The original version had been even more convoluted, and this current iteration was the result of the writer's substantial cuts. Yuan replied, "I can't do it." Director Gao insisted, "You can." You won. This narrative bears a subtle connection to the female lead's confrontation with bandits, necessitating a search among the 3 special guests who participated at that time. Among them, Yuan stands out with his striking appearance. Most importantly, Director Gao hopes that the actor's heartfelt lament directed at the female lead will sufficiently tug at the audience's heartstrings, thereby accentuating the female lead's mercilessness when she wields her sword. Yuan's visage alone is convincingly persuasive. You have your scene in the afternoon. Thus, head to the restroom, practice in front of the mirror, and if you can cry, that will suffice. It's not difficult at all. Director Gao, with no time for idle chatter, nudges him back, encouraging, "Give it your all. I believe in you." Unfortunately, Yuan returns, pouting in disappointment. He truly struggles with this. Crying on cue relies heavily on innate talent, and having seldom cried throughout his life, he finds it challenging to empathize. While he has witnessed actors eagerly pleading with directors, he has never seen a director insist on dragging a background actor into the fray. Having accepted the role, he cannot allow this scene to falter alongside him. Thus, Yuan steels himself to practice in the restroom. At noon, the crew provides boxed lunches, and those with ample leisure find a spot to rest, while others gather indoors, absorbed in their phones. Director Gao, meanwhile, is in a nearby room, fixated on the monitor as he reviews the playback. The door remains ajar, and with Gao's recent temper, most staff members tacitly avoid disturbing him. Emerging from the restroom with his eyes resembling 2 walnuts, Yuan is met with laughter from the makeup artist. "Oh dear, how did you end up looking like this? You'll probably need 10 layers of foundation to cover it up later." Yuan, who previously worked as a production assistant, is well remembered by the B Group staff for his youthful looks and charming demeanor, often receiving small favors from them, such as a little stool or cushion. The makeup team, particularly familiar with him, even brings him a cup of milk tea when they order. Feeling a bit wronged, Yuan chuckles. "I've dredged up all my lifetime sorrows." The makeup artist inquires, "So, can you perform it?" Yuan shakes his head vigorously, eliciting laughter from the entire makeup team. Though he has some experience with crying scenes, transitioning between emotions remains awkward for him, and he cannot pinpoint the issue. He prepares to seek guidance from a teacher. As he heads towards Director Gao's open door, he greets the makeup team before stepping up the stairs, only to be met with a few low, agitated shouts from within the room. "If you want to discuss the scene, then do so. What are you sticking to me for? Damn it. I don't engage in that. No, I refuse to succumb to underhanded dealings." The tone, slightly lower than Gao's usual outbursts, seems an attempt to grant the other party some dignity, but having grown accustomed to his loud voice, it remains resonant. At that moment, besides Yuan, there is another young man in costume, freshly graduated from university, with a handsome visage, clutching a script, standing frozen for a moment before his face pales upon realization. He is Chu Han, the protagonist of Rise, Film Emperor. The air thickens for about 10 seconds before the young man, flustered, hurriedly retreats from the room, awkwardly using the script to shield his face. Yuan recognizes him as a minor celebrity, playing a young guard beside the male lead in the script. His role not insignificant. It's perplexing why he would provoke director Gao's ire, perhaps due to the recent rampant rumors surrounding Gao's sexuality, which some have taken to heart. Chu Han, recalling certain rumors, turns pale and grips his script tightly, ready to leave. He has no desire for underhanded dealings. He merely panicked upon realizing the implications of discussing the script. He vaguely remembers advice from Sister Zhang. In the entertainment industry, connections rely on 2 words: performance. Engage frequently with directors, ask questions about scenes you don't understand, and maintain communication with them. Who doesn't appreciate a diligent and earnest talent? However, directors are typically busy during the day, so it's best to seek them out at night. Chu Han has committed Sister Zhang's words to memory and approaches director Gao whenever he has the chance to discuss the script. Sister Zhang, who introduced Chu Han to the industry, serves as a link between the crew and background actors. Chu Han, having received her care before his rise to fame, feels grateful. His entry into the industry was serendipitous. He never intended to pursue it as a career, thus he never signed with an agency. Now, as a third or fourth-tier actor, he still relies on Sister Zhang for roles, which he regards as his way of repaying her kindness. However, he had not anticipated that while he aimed to repay her, she was plotting to place him on the director's bed. Moments after the young man departs, Director Gao storms out, visibly irate, hands on his hips. Yuan, still lingering in place, hasn't he had time to leave? As Chu Han turns, Director Gao's gaze sweeps over them both, his expression curious. Are you two here to discuss the script as well? Chu Han, exhibiting traits of social anxiety, feels overwhelmed by the unspoken implications of the situation, his face flushing as he clutches the script tightly. Breaking the tense atmosphere is Yuan's straightforward approach. I've just spent 2 hours crying in the restroom and have come to report my progress to you. Director Gao replies, and how did it go? All emotions, greed, desire, resentment, are sins. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness should not be forced. Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy. Speak plainly. I cried until I was numb. Laughter erupts around them, with the makeup team unafraid of Director Gao's wrath, laughing the hardest. Director Gao paces back and forth, as if contemplating whether to poke Yuan's forehead, demanding, can you perform or not? If you can't, get lost. Yuan is acutely aware that if there were indeed alternatives, Director Gao would have dismissed him the moment he faltered. Clearly, of the 3 special guests, he is the only one present today. I can perform. Little Yu will certainly give it his all. However, I must forewarn you, due to my lackluster acting skills, the outcome may not meet expectations, so I hope you're mentally prepared and don't let me upset your health. Director Gao, both amused and exasperated, retorts, why such a lack of confidence in yourself? Stand tall, don't just strive for the bun. Fight for your pride. Yuan replies, competing for anything will only lead to my downfall. Laughter erupts again, this time bright and hearty, swiftly dispelling the earlier awkwardness, leaving not a trace behind. In Chapter 4, Cool Guy, although Yuan refers to his acting as subpar, the 2 hours of intensive practice yield commendable results, and coupled with his striking appearance, the outcome is quite favorable. Director Gao, who had furrowed his brow all day, finally relaxes. In front of the monitor, Yuan watches from the first second to the last, feeling relieved that he didn't falter. Director Gao, however, maintains his sharp tongue, dragging the progress bar back with a sardonic smile. What on earth was that? Your lines were slurred. Your mouth barely moved. With performances like yours, you dare to dream of stardom? Perhaps in your next life. Yuan recalls that the last time he saw Gao, he merely felt a sense of familiarity. Later, he overheard crew members discussing him, and the assistant director, eager to give Yuan a chance, frequently mentioned him in his ear, making it hard to forget. Not only does he remember this striking production assistant, but he also learns of his grand aspirations from the makeup team. Feeling a great weight lifted from his heart, Yuan's demeanor lightens, and he pays little mind to Gao's jibes. Not necessarily. Don't speak so definitively. Director Gao retorts, what do you mean? Yuan muses, what if I still can't make it in my next life? Director Gao is momentarily speechless. Several cinematographers nearby struggle to suppress their laughter. Yuan casually remarks, yet deep down he believes he possesses some talent. The emotions he struggled to convey in the restroom flowed naturally once under the lens, and after Director Gao called for a break, he felt a hint of regret that it had ended. Perhaps he is indeed destined for this profession, Yuan shamelessly contemplates. As the bell rings, Director Gao glances at his phone, and his expression shifts abruptly, a myriad of unspoken words filling the air. He seems to hesitate over whether to answer, and Yuan inadvertently catches a glimpse of the contact name. Xie Jiamiao. In a flash, the recent rumors within the crew and the mention of an old friend from the boss, a new company seeking stability, intertwine in Yuan's mind, forming a coherent narrative. 2 minutes later, Yuan, maintaining a calm facade, looks elsewhere, feigning ignorance to the suppressed and agitated voice of Director Gao nearby. What does the boss's misdeeds have to do with his employees? I shall refrain from dining, so let us dispense with the trivialities. Your claim of personally preparing a meal is laughable. How many times has it been little Xie who has done the cooking while you merely served the dishes? My nomination for Bai Yulan, is it not to dominate the cinematic realm? How dare you mention PPT? You elevate yourself to such heights. Yet you have little conscience allowing little Xie to pen such disingenuous content. Your dilapidated company would surely falter without him. Xie Jiamiao, let us not confuse play with business. Signing with a company is no trifling matter. It is inconceivable that I would simply acquiesce to your whims. Everyone is aware of your penchant for meddling, and should this merely be a fleeting fancy on your part, you must first demonstrate some tangible results before I consider signing anything. As the call ended, Director Gao noticed that Yuan had not yet departed, resting his chin on his hand while listening to his tirade. Is it pleasing to your ear? Director Gao's expression soured, his brows knitting together, a harbinger of impending ire. Yuan remarked, you speak as if I eavesdropped intentionally. To which Yuan added, you are on speakerphone. Director Gao, licking his molars, shot Yuan a glare with his lantern-like, piercing copper eyes, attempting to intimidate him. However, rather than being daunted, Yuan merely blinked with his own larger, rounder cat-like eyes. Director Gao, you dare provoke me? He bit his cheek, a sudden humorless smile breaking through. The impudent youth was blissfully unaware of the gravity of his words, yet they surprisingly resonated with him. Gao Kaiyu was known for his impatience, yet this did not imply a desire for excessive deference. Yuan deftly navigated the balance of being a provocateur without inciting irritation, thus fostering a comfortable rapport between them. Whether by sheer coincidence or astute intuition, if it is the latter, he possesses considerable emotional intelligence. Perhaps he is truly destined for this vocation. Having returned from the cast of Fenghua, Yuan found himself presently unemployed, contentedly lounging at home on a meager salary. Nonetheless, he continued attending acting and vocal classes, for he had invested in them. Upon learning that he intended to pursue both performance and dance, Xie Jimiao immediately sought to engage a dance instructor for him. An offer Yuan declined, citing his prior ballet training, which would make it challenging to alter his foundational techniques in the short term. He deemed it more efficient to focus his energies on acting and vocalization. Unless absolutely necessary, he had little inclination to learn street dance, as adjusting one's style could be a burdensome endeavor. Xie Jimiao felt a pang of regret but ultimately acquiesced, suggesting they first seek a teacher to acclimatize him to the atmosphere. Yuan readily agreed. That afternoon, he mounted his beloved electric scooter and made his way to the company. Though Starshine Media was still in its infancy, it boasted commendable facilities. The newly renovated 10th floor featured a dance studio, and upon his arrival, he discovered the door slightly ajar, faintly echoing with lively music. The studio's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows faced the adjacent building, devoid of privacy film, embracing transparency wholeheartedly. The individuals warming up inside were obliged to draw back the heavy black curtains on either side, allowing the bright daylight to be kept at bay, as the yellow lights above cast a dim and ambiguous ambience over the spacious room and its occupants. Yuan nudged the door open further, and in the shadowy light, he glimpsed the striking contours of a profile, a fleeting glimmer passing by his ear. Xie Jimiao had mentioned that today's impromptu instructor was surnamed Xie. At this moment, Yuan should have respectfully addressed him as Teacher Xie, yet he blurted out, "It's you? Cool dude." The cool dude turned around, his gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds, his raven-black lashes casting a thoughtful shadow before he replied, "It's you." The cool dude approached, casually lifting the hem of his shirt to wipe away sweat, revealing a chiseled six-pack and a lean waist, much to Yuan's envy. The truth was, he had always dreamt not of becoming a grand star, but rather of being a tall, slender, muscular cool guy. Yet, for various reasons, that dream remained unfulfilled, showing no signs of coming to fruition. "Yuan?" the cool dude inquired. Yuan nodded. "So you are the dance instructor that Mr. Xie arranged for me. What a coincidence." "Not quite." The cool dude bent to grab a water bottle, tilting his head back to take a long drink, his throat moving in a rather enticing manner. "Ah?" The cool dude lowered his gaze, pursed his lips, and after a moment of contemplation said, "I've only danced for a year. I'm not a professional dancer and hardly merit the title of teacher." Yuan offered effusive praise. "You are truly modest. I know you must be the specially appointed choreographer for the company. Am I right?" The cool dude merely shook his head, uninterested in engaging further in such discussions. After some idle chat, Yuan finally learned his name, Xiehayu, inspired by the phrase "the crane sings amidst the pines under the moon," which sounded remarkably cultured. Xie Jimiao had stated that today's class was merely to absorb the ambience, and he could sit by and observe, to which Yuan readily complied, finding a small corner for himself. While Xiehayu played music to find his rhythm, Yuan rummaged through his large backpack to retrieve half a watermelon. He even brought along 2 spoons, worried that the dance instructor might wish to enjoy some watermelon but lacked the means to do so. Teacher Xie, however, graciously declined his generous offer. Xiehayu practiced dance moves while filming himself. It appeared he had not danced in quite some time, as his movements were somewhat rusty, occasionally lacking in precision, exuding a sense of careless languor. Yet, Yuan could discern the skill within him, recognizing that he had not danced for at least 2 years. However, some individuals possess a natural aptitude ingrained in their very being. Muscle memory surpasses even that of the hippocampus. In no time, Xiaoyu showcased a dance with a completion rate of approximately 80%. Weight shifts, hip twists, and sharp beats. Common wisdom suggests that tall and slender individuals struggle with jazz dance. Yet in reality, long limbs enhance the visual appeal of dance, providing a most delightful experience for the eyes. Upon concluding his performance, Xiaoyu paused to hydrate, while Yuan applauded enthusiastically, his eyes wide with admiration, brimming with unspoken praises. Xiaoyu glanced at him, set his water cup down, lifted it again, and turned his back toward him. After dancing for 2 hours, when Yuan had nearly finished the watermelon, Xiaoyu switched off the music and sat down against the mirror to rest. They maintained a distance from each other, the air thick with warmth and humidity. Xiaoyu's hair was damp with sweat, his entire being resembling someone just emerged from water. Even his eyelashes glistened with moisture. Yuan, holding the watermelon rind, struck up a conversation, inquiring when he had begun learning jazz. After graduating high school, Xiaoyu replied, his head bowed, his dark, tousled hair concealing his ears, which sported understatedly elegant black ear studs, a departure from the previous more ostentatious adornments. My family wanted to arrange for someone to enter the entertainment industry, urging me to audition. I practiced singing and dancing for a while but did not particularly enjoy it, so I set it aside. Isn't that a touch of humble bragging? Yuan thought with a tinge of envy. Influenced by his mother, he had spent a few years practicing ballet, though he belonged to the less gifted category. His mother, with earnestness, had grasped his hand and said, "All roads lead to Rome. Why cling to a crooked tree? One must have a material foundation to thrive, don't you think?" The implication was clear. Should he continue with ballet, he would inevitably face starvation. Thus, Yuan reluctantly relinquished the thought of inheriting his mother's legacy, fully aware that he lacked the innate flair for dance, and consequently had little hope for a career centered around dance and performance. Xiaoyu was a reticent, introverted gentleman. Unless necessary, his responses were succinct, merely MMO or okay. Yuan deduced that he likely did not appreciate excessive warmth from others. However, remaining in silence was not ideal, especially as they were not yet familiar with one another. Such silence would only heighten the awkwardness. Yuan sought to bridge the conversational gap. "What does Teacher Xie do?" "I study." "Wow, Teacher Xie is quite young." After a brief pause, Yuan inquired, "Are you in high school or university?" "Probably university." He discerned from Xiaoyu's expression, nodding to himself. He caught a glimpse of Xiaoyu and suddenly remarked, "Teacher Xie, your ear studs are quite lovely." Unlike the preceding mundane pleasantries, this statement carried a note of genuine sincerity. Xiaoyu glanced over at him. Moments later, Xiaoyu's pure black ear clip was adorning Yuan's ear, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he gazed into the mirror, questioning, "Isn't this an ear stud?" "Today it's an ear clip." Xiaoyu adjusted its position for him, whispering, "It suits you well." "Does it?" Yuan scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, momentarily taken aback, before a sense of beauty enveloped him like a gentle tide. He admired himself as if he were a peacock displaying its plumage, and then turned to Xiaoyu, inquiring, "Do you not sense a hint of American street fashion in my appearance?" Xiaoyu, caught off guard by his peculiar metaphor, paused for 2 seconds in silence before resignedly nodding in agreement. "Indeed, there is." Yuan felt a surge of delight. He suddenly found Xiaoyu exceedingly endearing and, in a gesture of earnestness, exchanged contact information, requesting all the ear cuffs from Teacher Xie's shopping history, and solemnly added, "From now on, I entrust you with the matter of ear cuffs." As Xiaoyu was currently a sophomore and had classes to attend, their farewell was brief after he packed his belongings. Just as Xiaoyu was about to leave, he inexplicably hesitated at the door, gripping the handle with one hand and glancing back at Yuan. "Have we met before?" he asked. Chapter 5, The New Play. Upon returning home, Yuan discussed this incident with Xie Jiamao. "He claimed to have seen you?" the boss inquired. "It's nothing. Little Xie fell from a mountain when he was 10, suffered a concussion, and forgot some things. He finds everyone familiar," he continued. Yuan felt relieved after reading the message, thinking to himself, of course, he had no recollection at all. Is he an artist in the company? Yuan wondered. Although Xiaoyu did not resemble a professional choreographer, the fact that Xie Jiamao had temporarily enlisted him to teach singing and dancing, coupled with his striking appearance, led Yuan to believe that the boss would not easily overlook such a rare gem. "No, he isn't," came the reply from the other end of the screen, where Xie Jiamao hesitated slightly. Being the largest shareholder, was it appropriate to disclose this? "He is more like a helper for the company, part of the miscellaneous group, doing a bit of everything." "Ah, so little Xie assists him in managing the company. That certainly qualifies as a helper." Yuan fell into a long silence. After a moment, his phone chimed, and even through the screen, one could sense his confusion, shock, and speechlessness. Isn't the core philosophy of the company hidden talents? Xie Jiamao read this message twice, feeling that Yuan was perhaps paying him a compliment. Of course, the boss replied enthusiastically. Lingna Bayer holding her face JPG. Putting down his phone, Yuan felt an urgent need to elevate himself. If someone like Xie Hayu could only serve as a helper, then he, with his lack of skills, must strive diligently to carve out a place for himself in the entertainment industry. It truly was a realm of hidden talents. When signing the contract, Xie Jiamao had advised him to prepare for a couple of months without any engagements, but less than half a month after the special business of Fenghua concluded, the boss had already secured him a new role. It was a supporting role in a low-budget web drama. While it may not be prestigious, it was an invaluable opportunity for Yuan. When Xie Jiamao called him, his voice was tinged with excitement. "Little Yu, I've seen it. You are the most handsome among the lead cast. Trust me, once you finish this role, someone will undoubtedly recognize your talent, and you'll soon achieve great fame." The boss did not seem to be spinning dreams. He genuinely believed that day was imminent. What a wonderful boss, feasting on the dreams he himself had woven. Yuan did not want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he cheerfully responded, "Yes, boss. Little Yu will not disappoint your expectations. Achieve fame. Achieve great success. Achieve fame. Achieve great success." After appeasing the boss, Yuan flopped back onto the sofa to continue watching his show. The filming crew was set to commence in 2 weeks. This script was fundamentally different from previous crowd roles. Yuan was not only required to join the group but would also be immersed in it for an entire month. Before filming began, Yuan canceled all courses and training unrelated to acting, dedicating himself to improving his performance skills in a final push before exams. Xie Jiamao had also arranged for accommodation close to the company, deciding to rent him a separate apartment since he was currently the only artist under the agency. Yuan inundated the chat app with effusive compliments to express his gratitude towards the boss. Xie Jiamao generously declared, "You are the first artist I personally signed. You are a cornerstone of the company and will never be treated poorly." Once the rental contract was finalized, Yuan promptly began organizing his move. "You can't manage the move alone, right? I've arranged for someone from the company to help you," Xie Jiamao said. A subtle premonition arose within Yuan. On the moving day when he descended the stairs, his suspicions were confirmed. The weather was slightly cool, and Xie Hayu was clad in a loose black hooded jacket, the zipper hanging loosely down to his chest, revealing a slender collarbone. As Yuan reached the ground floor, he found Xie Hayu leaning against a small truck, engrossed in his phone, his right ear pristine and devoid of ear jewelry. Yuan was curious to know just how much the boss was compensating him for juggling multiple roles and running around. He was still just a college student. All set? Upon his arrival, Xie Hayu put away his phone and stood upright. Yuan silently scoffed, though his demeanor remained cheerful as he greeted him. Yuan had little to carry, for large boxes were hastily packed, with the only item requiring careful handling being his desktop computer. Worrying it might be damaged during transit, he was still rummaging for bubble wrap when Xie Hayu ascended the stairs, the high-tech device carelessly resting on the coffee table. "No worries," Xie Hayu reassured him upon hearing his concerns. "The computer's main unit is not easily movable, so it's fine in the box. For the screen, you can wrap it in a blanket and hold it close." He approached the coffee table, preparing to disassemble the desktop computer when he inadvertently caught sight of a design nearby. His expression momentarily startled. "I doodled that, haha." Yuan noticed Xie Hayu's gaze and assumed he was intrigued by the creatively designed mark. On the side of the computer was a small pattern he had drawn during the first few days of his arrival, out of sheer boredom, with a permanent marker, which he could not erase and thus had left it be. The design resembled a taiji symbol, composed of 2 fish intertwined, the original fish depicted in blue, with long tails that waved in a wavy pattern at the ends. He had once adored this pattern, as he was little Yu, and the design was also of a little fish. During his whimsical teenage years, he often drew such small fish instead of writing his name in his notebooks. Xie Hayu said nothing, his eyes lingering thoughtfully on the design for a long moment before finally expressing uncertainty. "I feel like I've seen this pattern before." He met Yuan's sympathetic gaze. Suddenly, Xie Hayu recalled something pivotal. "What did Xie Jiamao say to you?" Yuan patted his shoulder, choosing his words carefully. "Teacher Xie, the boss mentioned that you suffered a concussion at 10 and still have some after effects. Don't dwell on it. These are merely illusions." Xie Hayu stood rooted, biting his lip as if he wished to say something but ultimately remained silent, casting a deep glance at Yuan. The new script Yuan received was titled Xianmen Yaiwenlu, primarily narrating the tale of a sect that has been suppressing a magical artifact of a demonic race for generations, which has come under the scrutiny of various forces from the demonic realm due to leaks of information. The artifact was lost during the War of Immortals and Demons 10,000 years ago, subsequently concealed and sealed by the protagonist's sect, which has never faltered in maintaining its secrecy for millennia. The sect resides in seclusion, with few disciples, and when faced with the lurking demonic forces, they exhibit extraordinary wisdom and a series of chaotic yet clever strategies. The overall narrative is lighthearted and humorous, embodying the most popular comedic elements of the time, with a straightforward plot that maintains logical coherence, offering both comedic and poignant moments. If performed well, it could potentially achieve moderate success. On the day Yuan joined the crew, Xie Jiamao called him 5 times, anxiously inquiring, "Are you really not going to have an assistant? Everyone else has one. Won't you be looked down upon going alone? Shall I find someone for you?" Perhaps because Yuan was the first artist signed by the company, Xie Jiamao resembled a new father, fretting not only over Yuan's future but also worrying whether he would be bullied in kindergarten. The film set. Yuan could easily surmise that he intended to call Xie Hayu. Their bond, having exchanged ear cuffs, was akin to that of brothers from different parents in Yuan's eyes, and he could not let the boss meddle so. "Thank you, boss. No need for that," he exclaimed cheerfully. Xie Jiamao urged. "Then perform well. Strive to shine brightly." "Certainly." Yuan plays the third male lead in Tales from the Immortal Sect, a character often referred to as Old Six within the martial world. A hapless yet fortunate figure who frequently finds himself in troublesome situations yet effortlessly manages to turn peril into fortune. The female lead, the sect's eldest disciple, possesses a demeanor as frigid as the coldest winter, akin to frost-laden snow, and wields the stunningly exquisite flying blossom sword, making her the most formidable presence in the sect aside from their reclusive master, Lu Jinzi. Her passions include storytelling and theatrical performances, often moved to tears by poignant moments, leading her to retreat to the mountains to practice her swordplay whenever her emotions overwhelm her. The flying blossom sword technique is unparalleled, with its blades slicing through the air like clouds, often accompanied by a flurry of blossoms, hence its name. The eldest disciple, fond of reading tales, frequently finds her garments dampened by tears, and the once thriving peach orchard, which once flourished for miles, now stands barren after over a decade's passage. The male lead is the current king of the demon clan. As news of a sacred artifact at the Yunshao sword sect leaks, various factions stir with ambition, threatening to reignite chaos reminiscent of the feudal strife of yore, with many selfish individuals seeking to overthrow the regime. Whispers abound that the demon clan's sacred relic harbors the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Even a mere wisp of its essence could wreak havoc in a world now starved of spiritual energy. This artifact symbolizes absolute power, a coveted prize for all. As the young demon king ascends to the throne and takes hold of power, he too requires the sacred relic to solidify his position. To avoid alarming the reclusive Lu Jinzi, he, like others eyeing the artifact, conceals his identity and infiltrates the Yunshao sword sect. On his first day at the sect, he encounters the enigmatic Lucky Koi, Chu Old Six. A month later, the young demon monarch sends word to his loyal guardians. The information is erroneous. This place is peculiar. It seems cursed. Many skilled demons have perished here. My identity has been compromised, and I have lost my powers. Come quickly to my aid. Before the commencement ceremony, the cast gathers to read through the script, clarifying the narrative's flow. Yuan arrives early, greeting his colleagues with whom he will share the next month. The modestly budgeted web series naturally cannot boast a star-studded cast. The male lead is a newcomer who failed to debut during an earlier audition, possessing a merely handsome visage but remarkable physicality from his background in ethnic dance, making him quite appealing in period attire. The female lead has played several noteworthy supporting roles and serves as the dramatic anchor of the series. The remaining supporting cast, while slightly less impressive, each bring their unique flair. As the Grain Rain Festival passes, the weather grows increasingly warm. The production team sets up numerous sun umbrellas around the filming location, resembling vibrant mushrooms sprouting from the ground. Yuan's father, initially calling daily, has now transitioned to weekly video calls, confirming that his son is thriving in the crew, getting along well with the other young actors and refraining from conflicts. He has finally shed the peculiar experience of fatherhood, adopting the role of a true manager, discussing Yu Wen's future career plans, potential resources, and public image positioning. After months of collective effort, Tales from the Immortal Sect is set to launch just before the summer. Chapter 6. Filming. A few weeks into production, Yuan has become quite familiar with the crew. The actor playing the male lead, Jian Hong, is exuberant by nature and enjoys running around during breaks, taking on the role of a behind-the-scenes photographer, calling Xiao Yu, reporting location. Behind the second resting tent to the east, 20 meters into the woods, over. After listening to the voice message from his colleague, Jian Hong turns to the camera and states, Next, I'd like to introduce our crew's visual star, the actor portraying Chu Xiao, who has just graduated and is a lively, outgoing young man. Following Yu Wen's coordinates, Jian Heng finds himself pondering in front of a portable toilet. He politely knocks on the door. "Yu Bao?" A spirited, youthful voice replies from within. "Present." Jian Heng inquires, "What are you doing?" Yu Wen responds, "Using the restroom." Jian Heng retorts, "I'm filming behind the scenes." Yu Wen, with refined decorum, corrects himself, "I am in the lavatory." Jian Heng, maintaining a formal tone, asks, "Mr. Yu, may I trouble you for a brief interview?" To which Mr. Yu replies, "Not particularly convenient as I am currently occupied." "Understood, Mr. Yu," Jian Heng laments, realizing that an unplanned interview is akin to scattered sand, easily blown apart with a mere step. He continues to interview others. By the time Yu Wen emerges, filming has already commenced. His scene is next, featuring a confrontation between the male and female leads. Tales from the Immortal Sect is positioned as a light historical comedy, with a conventional storyline, yet each character is portrayed vividly and three-dimensionally within that framework. The male lead is a young demon king, while the female lead is the aloof eldest disciple. Their relationship is not one of tender revelations leading to openness but rather a cycle of love and conflict, marked by mutual admiration amidst wariness and a taste for each other's blood in their battles. With the passing of their ancestors and the decline of the sect, Zhang Qiuyue shoulders the responsibility of maintaining stability within the Yunshao sword sect for decades. This seemingly indifferent eldest disciple possesses a keen insight sharper than anyone else's. Upon first meeting Pu Yangxi, she instinctively senses his unreliability. Yu Wen believes this couple to be exceptional, often sitting on a small stool before the monitor to watch when he is not filming. "Senior sister, second senior brother sent me to inform you that there are signs of demons infiltrating the northwest cliff." The seventh junior brother, full of youthful vigor, bounds up the mountain path, his high ponytail brimming with youthful exuberance. He grins brightly at the beautiful woman leaning against a massive rock, engrossed in her reading. "Senior sister, second senior brother requests that you come down the mountain." Zhang Qiuyue doesn't lift her gaze, replying slowly, "Tell him to leave." Pu Yangxi persists. "Second senior brother says you only practice your swordsmanship and ignore worldly matters. But the signs of demons are crucial for the sect's stability." Zhang Qiuyue retorts, "You should leave too." Pu Yangxi scratches his head in frustration. He has come with a direct order from second senior brother and cannot return empty-handed. He sits on a stone platform, attempting to face Zhang Qiuyue directly. "Senior sister, the sect is isolated from the world. Have you read any of the recent popular stories? I have a few here. I simply ask you to come down the mountain with me to satisfy second senior brother." Seeing that Zhang Qiuyue remains unmoved, he tentatively reaches out to touch the corner of the storybook's page, beaming as he pleads, "Senior sister, I beg you." His youthful appearance is deceptively charming, exuding enthusiasm and vitality, making it hard to associate him with the power-holding demon king. A slender finger presses against his hand.
Puis Yangxi's expression shift dramatically.
The sound of cracking bones fills the air as his finger is gripped with tremendous pressure, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him despite the lack of significant force. With a sharp crack, his middle finger fractures. Zhang Qiuyue inquires, "What is your name?" Pu Yangxi's face shifts from shadow to light, seemingly impervious to pain, and he smiles brightly, "Yangxi." Zhang Qiuyue clarifies, "I meant your true name." With a crack, the director calls cut. Yu Wen sits before the monitor, clapping enthusiastically. "What a delightful scene. I cannot fathom the troubles our CF faces." The director, a young newcomer, displays evident modern trends in both the plot and dialogue, infusing the script with humor that is fresh and on-trend, eliciting laughter that brings pain to the belly. Outside of filming, he is unpretentious. He asks Yu Wen, "Did you find it enjoyable?" Yu Wen replies, "Delightfully entertaining. Thank you." "And how is the main storyline?" "It flows seamlessly, naturally unfolding with clarity and depth." The director praises him for his cultured insight. "Do you think our production will be a success?" Being a debut project, the director appears somewhat anxious. Yu Wen responds thoughtfully, "Based on my judgment, it will attract throngs of spectators." The director, flustered, exclaims, "That's too much for me to even imagine." Yu Wen quips, "Coward. I dare to dream." A rush of adrenaline courses through the director, who excitedly declares, "The Bai Yulan Award shall be mine." Yu Wen enthusiastically concurs, "It shall indeed be yours." After exchanging invigorating encouragements, the director grasps Yu Wen's hand, teary-eyed, saying, "If you find yourself without work in the future, just come to me. I will pay you, and you can sit beside me on your stool." Yu Wen, equally moved, feels fortunate to have found another opportunity. Indeed, his talent shines wherever he goes. During the lunch break, Yuan opens his phone to see a message from Xie Jiamao. Boss. Working for a friend. Swapping you for a new variety show. Boss. Koi spirit attached JPG. Accompanied by a photograph of himself seated in front of a monitor. Yuan felt deeply moved. It was remarkable that this boss, despite struggling to make ends meet himself, would venture out to work in order to support him. He sifted through his album and selected a quirky meme featuring the infamous koi created by Chu Laolu, sending it to Xie Jiamao. The response from Xie Jiamao came swiftly, likely due to his leisurely demeanor. The boss inquired, "How did the shoot go today? Was it smooth?" Yuan replied succinctly, "Smooth." He then sent a heart emoji. Xie Jiamao gladly accepted his affection and reciprocated with a meme of Ultraman shooting hearts. The boss noted, "I've been a bit busy these past couple of days. If you need anything, seek out Xiao Xie, who is temporarily acting as your assistant." Yuan fell silent for a couple of seconds, feeling a twinge of sympathy for teacher Xie. Xie Jiu pushed over his business card, and Yuan suddenly recalled that they had exchanged contact information but had yet to engage in conversation. The avatar of teacher Xie depicted a vague silhouette on an empty street, illuminated by the soft orange glow of streetlights, with a swiftly passing black sedan leaving only a fleeting impression. The silhouette, adorned with a hood and mask, made it difficult to discern whether it was truly teacher Xie, but the slender and sharp outline unmistakably suggested a striking figure. Yuan, known for his straightforward approach, felt compelled to ask directly. He opened the chat box and typed, Teacher Xie, are you there?" Before he could send his second message, his phone vibrated, displaying a white message in the chat. "Here." Yuan copied his prepared message, deleted it, and quickly typed, "Wow, teacher Xie, are you slacking off in class?" He then pasted his earlier question, "Is that avatar you?" Xie Jiu responded, "Not in class." "Yes," he affirmed. Yuan mused that cool individuals indeed maintained brevity in their replies, making him feel somewhat verbose in comparison. He resolved to adopt a more concise approach. "Why?" Xie Jiu replied with a confused question mark. Yuan lamented, as he was seldom inclined to change but found himself at an impasse with someone so different. However, teacher Xie exuded a sense of seriousness, and it was only natural that he would not resonate with someone eccentric. Yuan reassured himself. Yuan messaged, "The internet claims that those who use their own images as avatars are often introverted. Teacher Xie, you aren't that type, are you?" Xie Jiu replied, "I am not." Yuan pressed, "Please share your reasoning." Xie Jiu proved to be an intriguing individual. His responses were few but not dismissive, distant yet not indifferent. The typing indicator lingered for a while. The family group requested everyone to change their avatars to facilitate identification. Yuan chuckled, "But teacher Xie, this image hardly makes you recognizable." Xie Jiu replied, "That was intentional." Suddenly, Yuan grasped the humor in the situation. When Jianheng came to find him, he was holding his phone, laughing to the point of tears. Ziwei, don't cry." Jianheng switched roles dramatically, solemnly grasping his shoulder. "I will definitely restore your vision." Yuan gazed at him with heartfelt intensity. Jianheng, confused, asked, "Am I playing this character?" The scene shifted to the picturesque Daming Lake, where Summer Rain Lotus was about to metamorphose into a butterfly. Jianheng, still puzzled, was beckoned by the makeup artist to retouch his makeup, as he had important scenes in the next act. Yuan sprang from the lounge chair, gracefully waving his sleeves as he fluttered toward the makeup artist. Chapter 7. The Dinner Gathering. As evening descended, Yuan received another message from Xie Jiu. The leading roles possessed relatively high status, complete with company-provided vehicles, while the other staff and artists were uniformly arranged in a hotel not far from the shooting location. Yuan, naturally, was one of the fortunate few enjoying communal meals. With no obligations that evening, he could wrap up early. He had just purchased a bag of fruit from a street vendor when the silhouette from the chat popped up with a message. "Just finished class. On my way to pick you up. I'll be late, sorry." In just a few sentences, a multitude of information was conveyed. Standing beneath the street lamp, Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to keep pace with teacher Xie's thought process. He adamantly refused to acknowledge any generational gap with university students, firmly believing that this was merely a matter of communication disparity. Yuan replied, "Thank you, kind soul. But Xiao Yu only needs a 10-minute walk from the shooting site to the hotel." To soften his response, he followed up with 2 emojis, running cat JPG and sprinting cat JPG. Xie Jiu clarified, "Xie Jiamao asked me to pick you up for dinner. Did he not inform you?" Yuan quickly switched back to the conversation with his boss to confirm. He asserted not a word of it was leaked. The boss had a reputation for being strict. It was a wonder how one could navigate the entertainment industry with such a demeanor. Perhaps he should consider a career in espionage. After a few minutes of silence in the chat, Yuan speculated that Xie was likely on a call with the boss, his expression serious. He remained stationary, waiting. Although the boss had forgotten to notify the involved party, Xie message had arrived promptly, indicating he was indeed en route. Before long, Xie Jiamao called, "Xiao Yu, sorry, I forgot to mention it to you. You're free, right? Come join us for dinner." The boss, brimming with enthusiasm, passionately envisioned the future, stating in a few sentences that Starshine Media had already entered the ranks of the Fortune 500. He truly was one to seize the day. The dinner gathering had been arranged rather spontaneously, and it was evident from his tone that it was an internal company affair. Yet, this was a boss who offered substantial benefits, including insurance and accommodation. What could Yuan do but warmly forgive him? He waited beneath the streetlight for Xie, idly peeling an orange out of boredom. When Xie arrived, Yuan was so overwhelmed by the sourness of the orange that his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of a finely drawn character from a comic. "What's the matter?" Xie inquired. Yuan, crouched on the ground, clenched his other hand into a fist, his brows furrowed in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression. "I feel like I might perish at any moment," he lamented, looking up with tear-filled eyes. "It's so sour." Xie, just emerging from school, was clad in a simple t-shirt that revealed his delicate collarbones, his hair tousled and unruly, standing before Yuan like a cluster of pine and bamboo. The usually composed Xie seemed momentarily flustered, instinctively reaching for his pockets, only to find them empty. After a brief rummage in his car, he produced a mint candy to freshen his breath. On the way back, Yuan savored the candy, not once reopening the plastic bag of fruit. He had tasted the fruit beforehand, and the boss had assured him with great confidence that every piece would possess that level of sweetness. How infuriating. He felt compelled to report the fraud. Although generally calm, Yuan was somewhat spoiled in his daily life, having been raised in a rather indulgent environment. To illustrate his culinary preferences, he refused to eat cilantro and anything that bore its flavor. While scallions, ginger, and garlic could be present in his dishes, he preferred not to see them. Vegetables had to be fresh. He was not fond of meat, particularly pork and chicken. Fruits had to be juicy, neither overly sweet nor excessively sour, and certainly not tasteless. He was quite particular, which led to countless reprimands from his mother and sister. The limited selection of fruits he enjoyed consisted solely of non-sour oranges and the tips of strawberries. Having been deceived this time, he felt psychologically scarred and resolved to abstain from fruit for the next month. At a red light, Xie glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Yuan inadvertently met his gaze and felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a righteous being. "Are you picky with food?" Xie inquired. Yuan replied, "Absolutely not." Xie did not press further, which relieved Yuan's anxious heart. During the journey, the boss called, and Xie put the call on speaker. Xie Jiamao was shopping at the supermarket, fussing about which ingredients to purchase, accompanied by a familiar, exasperated voice. "What are your dietary restrictions?" Caught off guard by the question, Yuan paused for a moment before responding politely, "Quite a few." The other end fell silent. As they approached the intersection, the car halted before the sidewalk, and Xie picked up his phone to send a message. Yuan's phone vibrated. "Tonight's menu. Please add your favorite dishes, and any dietary restrictions can be noted at the end. The atmosphere is delightful." Yuan is moved by teacher Xie's meticulous attention to detail, elevating their friendship to an unattainable pinnacle in his mind. Yuan meticulously edits the menu, striving to satisfy his discerning palate without imposing on others. Xie scrolls through the messages, glancing at Yuan's dietary restrictions, and promptly removes 4 or 5 dishes from the menu. The boss, on the other end of the phone, expresses dissatisfaction with the omitted items. Teacher Xie succinctly states, "Teacher Yu is picky." Yuan, "What? Picky? Is it serious?" With an unusually earnest tone, Xie Jiamao cautions that it could adversely affect his health, suggesting a trip to the hospital for a checkup. Yuan slowly closes his eyes. His anxious heart ultimately hangs in despair. Being picky could lead to minor issues, but Yuan decides to inform the boss that it's not serious. However, at this moment, he seeks an explanation from Xie. He feels the need to report to my boss. The management of an artist's physique is part of the contract. Accusing him of being picky is akin to accusing him of breaching the contract. Why must workers complicate matters for fellow workers? Xie remains unfazed, the urban neon lights casting a glow on his face, accentuating his sharp and refined profile. He exudes an aura of confidence without a hint of guilt. Yuan, clutching a bag of oranges, feels miffed. Before casting unfounded accusations, he desires to discuss more mature topics with Xie Hayu, aiming for a precise emotional breakthrough. How did you discern my pickiness, Teacher Xie? Individuals with sensitive palates tend to be picky. Oh, then what is Teacher Xie's salary? Tremble. This is the harsh reality of adult social discourse. Unexpectedly, Xie Hayu glances at him with mild surprise, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, his 2 silver rings shining.
Exuding a trendy aura.
I don't have a salary. Yuwen's smile falters. He feels a surge of affection. Just before exiting the car, a flood of fondness washes away the precarious state of their brotherly bond, and Yuwen forgives him unilaterally. Xie Hayu politely accepts the fruit from his hands, and Yuwen notices the irregular geometric patterns of the decorative rings glimmering, prompting another heartfelt compliment. Teacher Xie's ring is truly beautiful. This time, no need for eye contact or silence. Xie Hayu swiftly takes off the ring and hands it to him. Here, this transcends mere friendship. It is a confluence of aesthetics and a resonance of souls. Yuwen dons the silver ring, shyly adjusting it, feeling a hint of Xie Hayu, the essence of a trendy man on American streets. Teacher Xie, his confidant, his dear friend, his sworn brother. Even as they enter the elevator, Yuwen continues to fidget with the 2 rings, reveling in his delight like a proud cat, entirely oblivious to the fact that Xie Hayu, at some point, has opened his plastic bag and has stolen a few of his oranges. Xie Jimao opens the plastic bag with a sharp pop. Xiao Xie, why have you peeled every orange? The boss of Xinguang Media loudly complains. There are only 4 of us. It's such a waste if we can't finish them. 1, 2, 33. Each of us needs to eat at least 3. What if we get heedy tomorrow? Xie Hayu, familiar with the routine, immediately dons an apron and heads to the kitchen, completely unaware that his role for this dinner gathering is that of a chef. Yuwen stands at the kitchen door, admiring him for 10 minutes, only to be informed that Teacher Xie is somehow related by blood to his boss, sharing the same household registration. They are uncle and nephew. Yuwen, the fool is me. During the company's internal gathering, all members of Xinguang Media are naturally invited. The 4 core members gather to envision their glorious future. In truth, it was Xie Jiamao who had tirelessly pursued Director Gao for months, finally securing him. Unable to contain his excitement, he organized this gathering to share his achievements with his 2 colleagues. The moment Gao Kaiyu agreed to sign with him, he genuinely felt like the most handsome man in the universe. With so few attendees, just 4, and due to the sudden nature of the event, the venue is set in Xie Jimao's own apartment, opting for a simple hot pot meal, complemented by a couple of home-style dishes prepared by Xie Hayu. As the meal unfolds, the core members speak candidly, forging bonds that will determine the future strength of the company. Director Gao had previously collaborated with Yuan and was somewhat familiar with him, having heard from Xie Jiamao that he is the only golden egg in the company. After a few casual exchanges, he snatches the plastic bag from Xie Jimao's hands, noticing the oranges have been gutted, nearly everyone missing a segment, and immediately directs his ire at Xie Jiamao. Have you been too harsh on Xiao Xie?
Impossible.
Xiao Xie is my own nephew. The 2 middle-aged men engage in a spirited argument, while Yuan quietly observes the busy Xie Hayu in the kitchen, reflecting on his own presumptions for a brief moment. In their company, those with connections have no viable path forward. Those with connections have no salary. Look at how covetous Teacher Xie is, stealing his oranges. Affectionate indeed. Yuan weaves through the battlefield of the 2 middle-aged men, selecting 2 oranges from the plastic bag, carefully tucking them into his coat pocket like a thief, and sneaks into the kitchen. Teacher, here, eat some more. He presents the oranges before Xie Hayu, his face beaming with kindness. Xie Hayu gazes at the oranges in his hands, seemingly momentarily stunned. He quickly regains composure, washes his hands, and returns to the living room amidst the shouts of Xie Jimao urging Xiao Xie to speak, and Gao Kaiyu reassuring him not to be afraid and to tell his uncle about his concerns, all while maintaining an impassive demeanor as he opens the plastic bag and retrieves 2 oranges. The 2 middle-aged men are caught in a scuffle, but he doesn't spare them a glance, exhibiting a habit of calm indifference that is rather heart-wrenching. I've tasted them. These 2 are the sweetest. He extends his hand toward Yuan, his broad palm securely cradling the 2 oranges, the peels artfully removed. Eat this. So it was that the peculiar peeling was a means of marking them. Yuan feels a sudden enlightenment. Before he can express his gratitude, a loud crash erupts from the living room. The brawling middle-aged men accidentally topple the pot of broth heating on the stove. Gao Kaiyu, quick on his feet, grabs the floor socket and, with an expression of anger, exclaims, "You!" Upon raising his eyes, he sees Xie Jiamao standing afar, pointing at him, reporting to Xie Hayu, "Xiao Xie." It was him. Gao Kaiyu. Director Gao closes his eyes, unable to envision the future of Xinguang Media. Yuan silently shuts his gaping mouth, caught in the crossfire of accusations between his boss and his superior. Chapter 8. The live broadcast. After all the commotion, dinner is finally served around 9 o'clock. Although the boss boasts that the success of signing Director Gao is entirely his doing, it is clear that Director Gao is not merely a contracted director for the company. With the scant commercial knowledge he possesses, Yuan assumes that someone who holds shares in the company cannot be considered just a colleague. He is undoubtedly one of his two superiors. At the dinner table, only Teacher Xie shares his plight, and Yuan quietly shifts his chair closer to Xie Heyu. Teacher, balancing school and helping at the company, must be quite exhausting? Unable to interject into the argument between the middle-aged men, he rests his chin on his hand, a bit bored, and turns to chat with Xie Heyu. Not too bad. You're in your second year this year, right? Your coursework must be quite demanding. Yes. Which department are you in, Teacher Xie? Computer science. Wow. Yuan claps like a seal, recognizing the stark contrast to the entertainment industry. What's the plan? Is the boss hoping to train him as a hacker to eliminate online trolls? Such a waste of talent. Really, I'm used to it. Yuan lowers his gaze to sip his drink, orange juice, smacking his lips and then returning the drink to its place. Too sweet, not good. After a moment of silence, he can't resist asking Xie Heyu. What do you mean by used to it? Xie Heyu meets his gaze, contemplative, as if weighing his words. My family often has sudden whims, and I'm usually the one to execute those whims. May I ask how many people are in your family, including aunts and uncles? The number is substantial. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Yuan sincerely praised. Impressive. Our teacher Xie has worked tirelessly to nurture an entire family. The return journey was once again accompanied by Xie Heyu. The half-drunk boss descended to see them off, grinning broadly. Hey, little Yu is here. Xie Jiamao let out a burp, waved at Yuan, and conspiratorially leaned in to whisper. The boss has some good news to share with you in secret. Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What good news? For Gao Kaiyu's next project, I've managed to negotiate a delightful supporting role tailored just for you. Oh my! Tailored just for me? Once the show airs, you're bound to become a sensation, Yuan exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. However, the boss scratched the back of his head. Looking sheepish, the next project won't commence for at least 3 or 4 months. In the meantime, I will be assisting Gao, leaving me little time to arrange your schedule. You might find yourself, spending quite a while at home picking your toes. Yuan gazed at him, embodying peace and love. He felt that the boss had a knack for delivering delightful news. Every time he spoke such words, opportunities seemed to manifest almost immediately. That very evening, Yuan received a new job offer. It was for a charity livestream aimed at supporting farmers. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Chu Han, grateful for his previous intervention, had voluntarily reduced his remuneration to allow Yuan a chance to appear in the livestream. Although it was a charitable endeavor, the platform took it seriously, and the exposure tied to this livestream was notably significant. Yuan was taken aback that his casual remarks had lingered in Chu Han's memory for so long. The protagonist seemed to have an obsession with gratitude. He obediently sent a message of thanks to Chu Han. Subsequently, his serene disposition crumbled upon glancing at the contract, as he realized the primary product for the charity livestream would be honey tangerines. He closed his eyes. My fate is sealed. The charity livestream was scheduled for the weekend, during the peak viewing hours. The location was an orchard situated in another city, with travel and accommodation expenses covered by the company, relieving Yuan of any financial burden. His only concern was whether he might inadvertently reveal a pained expression during the livestream, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the farmer. Chu Han arrived early. Though he was not adept at socializing, he was the one who had facilitated this opportunity and was now awkwardly introducing Yuan to several executives from the platform, attempting to expand his network. Yuan maintained a serene smile as they made their rounds. The question of whether he could opt out of the broadcast lodged sincerely in his throat. At that moment, shirking responsibilities felt akin to committing a crime. There were 4 individuals visible in the livestream: a host, a sidekick, and 2 background participants eating tangerines. Yuan was reluctant to consume tangerines himself but felt it inappropriate to usurp the resources of the 2 individuals in front of him. Taking a step back, he concluded that his only role could be to peel the tangerines. The second background participant, possessing an attractive and somewhat androgynous appearance, was likely another newcomer invited to make an appearance. Before the broadcast commenced, Yuan earnestly shook his hand, pleading, I'll be counting on you later. The second background participant, confused, scratched the back of his head and offered a friendly smile. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the live stream commenced. Hello everyone, Welcome to the live stream. I am actor Chu Han. He greeted the audience somewhat stiffly. Beside him, the sidekick, a staff member from the platform, was adept at enlivening the atmosphere, effortlessly engaging the audience with witty repartee, igniting excitement in the comments section. If you have any questions, feel free to type them on the screen. Are they sweet? Of course they're sweet. Trust us and trust our farmer. Any produce that doesn't meet the standard won't be sold. What you see and what will reach your hands is assuredly the finest. As he spoke, he peeled a tangerine, with Chu Han echoing his actions, slowly savoring it and nodding in agreement. Oh my darling, so adorable. Eating makes my cheeks puff up. Who understands that? Host, show us your abs. How many days to the city? Is there an insurance for sour tangerines? I'm averse to sourness. Chu Han, glancing at the comments, chuckled shyly, addressing each product-related inquiry earnestly. The host was diligently performing his duties, and the background participants remained engaged. Yuan skillfully peeled a tangerine, meticulously removing the pith, and offered it to his colleague with the reverence of presenting a royal decree. The colleague was moved, tears welling in his eyes. Before entering the industry, Yuan had heard tales of the entertainment world being treacherous, where everyone was solely driven by self-interest. It had all seemed like mere rumors. The enthusiasm of this stranger before him was heartwarming. He accepted the tangerine with an air of reverence, savoring each segment as if contemplating the profound truths of life. Ah, the two at the back, those in the know might think you're selling tangerines, and those who don't might believe you're forming a brotherhood in a peach orchard. Though not of the same surname, we are sworn brothers. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. Look who has appeared. A warm-hearted internet user. Kneel, for I consulted Mazu, and she granted her approval. Yuan paid no mind to the comments, standing in a position where he could scarcely discern the rapidly scrolling messages, catching only a few keywords. Initially attentive during the broadcast, he later felt like merely a background participant and ceased to focus on the comments. The second background participant, surnamed Li, was affectionately referred to as Xiao Li. Like Yuan, he was immersed in his own world, oblivious to the happenings around them. The platform was delighted to witness the comment section engaging in banter, the atmosphere lightening considerably, especially since Chu Han appeared unconcerned. Had it not been for the staff's intervention, he might have called Yuan to the forefront. Yuan remained focused on peeling, while Xiao Li ate with earnestness. Half an hour passed. Yuan continued to meticulously peel each tangerine. Each time their eyes met, Xiao Li's expression grew more solemn, as if he were not holding a mere tangerine, but a friendship of immense significance. To be fair, the tangerine-eating guy's face is turning yellow. Big silly spring. Stop feeding him. The newly recognized internet eldest son is attacking the newly recognized second son. Do you have any KPIs? I'll buy. Can't I buy? Damn it. I'll report you. As the comments began to veer off course, the sidekick, under the staff signal, called the two background participants to the front for self-introductions. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened. Chu Han gestured for him to look at the comments. Yuan leaned closer to the screen, his thick, curled lashes drooping with his gaze, casting a shadow beneath his lower eyelid, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye adding allure to his overly youthful visage. Innocence intertwined with desire, naive yet enchanting. The barrage of big silly springs suddenly fell silent, and amidst a flurry of comments, one stood out. Hi, wife. The reason the background participants remained in the background was due to poor lighting and unclear angles. The livestream camera could only vaguely capture that he was an exquisitely beautiful person. Yet, when this face unexpectedly appeared before the camera, the impact was striking. What is your name? I demand to know your name. Concubine. Tonight you shall serve me. Brother, you know I've never had a wife since childhood. Do you like foreign men? I made a fool of myself before. My name is Yuan, the well-known you and the unheard one. Meeting for the first time, and already serving? SNT that inappropriate, your majesty? I have no wife. I've never had one. I don't fancy foreign men. I prefer the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu are tall. Yuan propped his chin on one hand, effortlessly engaging in a light-hearted conversation, as if chatting with friends. The key was that he could respond to every remark, causing Chu Han's eyes to widen in surprise. This is my empress. This is my empress. Wan indeed possesses the essence of a refined person, well-read and knowledgeable. After watching you peel tangerines for so long, I thought you were a tangerine spirit. Little did I know you could also navigate the internet. What nonsense. Which household tangerine spirit peels for others to eat? Sister, I'll buy 10 pounds. Let us chat for a bit. I'm quite fond of your sweetheart type. Upon reading the final sentence, Yuan crossed his hands, speaking with righteous fervor. No, I shall take my leave first. This departure shall last a lifetime. Rescue. Who taught him such dreadful quips? He speaks with such earnestness. If I may be so bold, the way my son Han speaks now is a shared responsibility among everyone present. The world is but a vast Han. I shall return to peel some oranges. Thank you all for your kindness. Stealing the spotlight is a sign of low emotional intelligence. Yuan had a clear sense of self, bowing solemnly to the audience before retreating to the back, grabbing a handful of oranges from the basket and tucking them into his bosom. A handful. Little Li was half in a daze, still awaiting his feeding. The audience in the live stream grew restless. Stop him. Don't let my other wife be fed to death. Big fool, big wife, come back. Look at his face. And still feeding him. Everyone need not fear. I have already made a call. Called the platform? No, I called for an ambulance. Chapter 9, Trending Topics. The staff, through various means, shoved Yuan and company to the forefront. For figures crowded before the camera, with Yuan and Little Li sitting on either side, barely fitting into the frame, while the middle figures, Chu Han and the comic relief, were squeezed uncomfortably. The four sat stiffly, adorned with red scarves reminiscent of elementary school students.
Hu Han stays.
Little Yu and Little Li stay, the other one may leave. Little Chu is delicate, Little Yu is beautiful, Little Li is striking, and the other one is still alive. Ah, dear friends, I shall not linger here as an eyesore. The comic relief host pretended to rise to move a stool, teasing, I am not of the same ilk as these three. The barrage of comments offered perfunctory consolation, but he soon slid back into his seat. Yuan occupied a corner of the frame, his gaze vacant. He respected every profession, yet he truly did not wish to work. Rather than sitting in front hawking goods, he preferred to be a mere backdrop. After all, he was only paid as a backdrop. Consider this your home. Do not feel constrained. That should not be. My dear consort, how unexpectedly docile you are. Was your earlier vivacity merely a ruse? The child is quietly scheming. Yuan's keen eyes caught this comment. His hand resting on his knee, twitching slightly, preparing to muster some enthusiasm. In the next moment, the screen erupted with dazzling effects as someone sent a carnival gift. Beside him, Chu Han froze for a second, his expression gradually growing cold. Yuan instantly relaxed, reverting to his original demeanor. The protagonist had made his entrance. He had studied the material just the previous evening, knowing that Feng Chengzhou would shower Chu Han with gifts in the live stream, a rather clumsy attempt at courtship akin to a male peacock's display, the results being mediocre, even somewhat counterproductive. In the final act, Chu Han's narrative unfolded as follows. He struggled to endure until the end of the live stream, nearly losing his smile amidst the flattery surrounding him, almost desiring to sweep away in a huff. Rise, O Film Emperor, is a story centered around the protagonist, Chu Han, set in the entertainment industry, with an official pairing of Feng Chengzhou. It remains unclear whether the romantic subplot is enticing, yet it undeniably possesses a certain hardcore quality. Feng Chengzhou, the heir of a premier entertainment conglomerate, fortuitously met Chu Han a few months prior, their personalities meshing well, enjoying delightful conversations. Chu Han, not particularly attentive to the industry, remained unaware of Feng Chengzhou's elevated status until a fortnight ago, when he assumed this friend was merely a pitiable soul in dire straits. Upon discovering the truth, he was naturally incensed, and in a fit of anger, deleted all means of contact with Feng Chengzhou. The budding ambiguities cultivated between them dissipated instantaneously. Chu Han was sincere in his dealings and possessed a degree of pride. Acting was merely a job for him, devoid of any desire to chase after resources, and he instinctively avoided figures of high standing like Feng Chengzhou. Had Feng Chengzhou lowered his status, beginning as a friend, there might have been potential for this relationship to flourish. Yet Feng Chengzhou, in his navet, invested all his cunning in their initial meeting. This young scion, equally proud, struggled with matters of the heart, lacking finesse, and after several rejections, he lost patience, thinking that simply binding Chu Han to his side would suffice. After all, as the heir of a prominent group, how could he not keep someone around? Yuan, drawing from his limited reading experience, sensed that the later narrative bore a hint of coercive affection. Unfortunately, the writing lacked depth, preventing further analysis. In today's live stream, Yuan assumed the role of a mere passerby, astonished alongside viewers as Feng Chengzhou's identity was revealed. There was no acting complexity involved. He merely rested and observed the unfolding drama. Under the guise of a garbled ID, he frantically showered gifts in the chat, the scent of gossip palpable. Initially, the comments lavished praise, but gradually, some began to fidget, clicking into the garbled ID's profile, tracing the threads to unveil the person behind the screen. Feng Chengzhou's account was not frequently used, yet it was not a new one. Otherwise, Chu Han would not have recognized it at first glance. In an age dominated by short videos, though Feng Chengzhou was raised under the guidance of elite education, he could not entirely detach from the youth's social sphere, with a few ski videos from years past saved in his feed, though his face was not visible. However, the ski board featured a signature from a renowned athlete, which the young master had previously showcased on social media. A comparison of physique, positioning, and a small mole on his neck led to an online uproar. What gossip is this? The heir of Whiting pursuing a delicate wife? And then turned towards Kongtong Mountain. I'll compete with you, my male counterpart. Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps the heir is merely helping farmers. Heir helping farmers. Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. Helping farmers isn't something to hide. Why doesn't he acknowledge it now unless he never expected us to uncover him? The heir. My silence is deafening. Oh dear, clumsy one. How do you pursue a boyfriend this way? Has the heir been showering gifts for half an hour now? This was unraveled so quickly. This generation of netizens is all spies. So who exactly is the heir? What connection does his gift-giving have with Chu Han? Is someone upstairs offline? When Chu Han was filming Fenghua, weren't there constant paparazzi revelations about the heir pursuing him, daily sending meals like a delivery rider? I recall it even trended. It was removed in half an hour. I thought it was just paparazzi going wild, but it turns out he truly is pursuing love. Chu Han was a third-tier actor, possessing some notoriety and public favor, yet actors traditionally do not cultivate a fan base. Without a management company, he had virtually no loyal fans, and in the face of such rumors, the comments were all in jest. Some fans even began to ship the couple, placing bets on their dynamics. Another host attempted to regain some semblance of rhythm, but the comments continued to run rampant, galloping freely, leaving Chu Han unable to remain composed. He excused himself to the restroom, but once out of sight of the camera, his expression darkened. He took a phone from a staff member and began typing furiously, likely confronting Feng Chengzhou. Though he stepped away from the camera, he did not stray far, settling in a position just beside Yuwen's left. A mere glance from Yuwen allowed him to discern the content on Chu Han's screen. Chu Han. Mr. Feng, please clarify our relationship in the live stream, so as not to cause each other distress. Yuwen cast a glance, instinctively averting his gaze, only for Chu Han to shift his posture, the screen brightly illuminated before him. Yuwen found himself in the role of an astonished bystander, unwittingly witnessing the chat's content. The protagonists were indeed playing with fire. Even a casual chat required a third perspective. He could only prop his chin up to watch. He vaguely remembered this segment of the narrative. The crux being that Chu Han sought an explanation from Feng Chengzhou, who refused, leading to a disagreement, after which Feng Chengzhou directly came out during the live stream, professing his affection for Chu Han. The internet has truly erupted this time. At this moment, negotiations have not yet collapsed. The two are engaged in conversation. Why deny it? I have feelings for you. This is not something to be ashamed of.
Chu Han Ripley.
I have already rejected you numerous times. Feng Chengzhou counters, what is the reason? Is it because I am the heir to the Whiting fortune? Chu Han retorts, is that not enough? Feng Chengzhou continues, you always act on impulse. Clinging to your baseless pride and self-esteem, you keep others at bay. Clearly, our relationship has nothing to do with these things. No one is forcing you into my sphere. This is merely a romance built on mutual consent. Chu Han asserts, there is no mutual consent. Feng Chengzhou smirks, was it not you who secretly clutched my clothes in the restroom? Yuwen slowly straightens up. In broad daylight, amidst the clarity of the heavens, they are conversing so openly. Are they? No wonder the dialogues between them were omitted in the book. If placed on certain platforms, they would surely be dragged into the dark corners of censorship. The barrage of comments remains fervent, with one remark noting Yuwen's unusual demeanor. What is the guy on the right staring at with those big, doll-like eyes? This live broadcast concludes with an undeniable incident. Just after it ends, the entry about the Whiting heir coming out swiftly ascends to the top of trending searches. Yuwen has just disembarked from a flight when Xie Jiamao exuberantly sends a congratulatory message. Xiaoyu, you're trending. Yuwen responds, huh? Why? Just because he engaged in a bit of banter during the live stream? He quickly checks his social media and finds solace in the fact that Xie Jiamao's words may have been exaggerated. The viewership for this live session was substantial. Given his decent looks, a modest increase of 100 or so followers on Weibo is quite normal, hardly a sensation. Remaining true to his aspirations. His goal is to become a moderately successful actor. An overwhelming surge in fame would only lead to an excessive workload. Having just completed his account registration a few days ago, he now has slightly over 1,000 followers, and he estimates that the boss likely did not think of buying followers, thus most of these are genuine accounts. As he relaxes, he opens his private messages, only to find a myriad of diverse inquiries. On a whim, he replies with a simple thank you to each. He then screenshots the number of followers to show his boss. Yuwen, 1,000 followers group photo. Yay JPG. Xie Jiamao, Lingna Bear's face holding JPG. Xie Jiamao, you're still trending and the numbers keep rising. Who knows how much more it will grow tonight. Yuwen, trending? Yuwen opens his social media once more, diligently browsing through each trending topic, confirming that his name is absent. Until he clicks on the top trending entry. Whiting Air comes out. The highlight reads, Whiting Air publicly comes out, boldly professing love in the live stream. Yuwen is indeed the one who thinks, please be quiet, I am contemplating. Yuwen reflects on this. It is undeniably trending and certainly eye-catching. There are more than just this image. Due to their vividness and resonance with the audience's reactions, his expressions throughout the live stream have been captured and transformed into various memes populating the comments section. His notable expressions, apart from I am contemplating, include oh my gosh. It was a thoroughly exhilarating coming out moment. The screenshots are somewhat unclear, yet this only adds to the humor. In the I am contemplating image, he is seen with his arms crossed, his little mind racing to process the information, tucked away in a corner of the screen like a small creature caught in a moment of shock. Discussions in the comments center around whether the air is serious and how the two met, with occasional off-topic remarks. What a ridiculous meme, ha 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 ha. So lifelike that I feel yes right there. Haha, he really was present. The audience throughout the live stream was here. The young man is incredibly handsome. And when Feng Changzhou revealed that detail, his eyes were as wide as saucers. Even in a blurry image, his beauty shines through. He must be an actor. I haven't seen his work, but based on this reaction, I bet he'll become popular. What's his name? I want to invest. Waiting. All these comments. Yet no one is offering a tissue. I have to figure this out myself. It must be you one. Thank you, kind stranger. Having prior knowledge of the plot. Witnessing the live event is akin to transforming written words into a 3D experience, evoking greater emotional resonance. Moreover, the live version includes many details absent from the written narrative. Yuwen thinks, beautiful, I love it. The reactions during the live stream are half performance and half genuine emotion. He exits the trending list and returns to his messaging app, where Xie Jiamao has created a group, sharing the comments and amusing edits, declaring, our Xiao Yu is about to be a star. Yuwen glances at the group members, finding exactly the 4 core members of Xinguang Media. The live streaming platform has already extended an olive branch to Xie Jiamao, aiming to sign a long-term contract with the 4 from this live session. Given Feng Changzhou's involvement, this broadcast has been sufficiently captivating, and the subsequent buzz is likely to remain high. However, to maintain the original cast, much depends on Chu Han. A long-term contract? It appears this tale of love and conflict still has chapters to unfold. Yuwen nods, then recalls the crates of oranges, feeling struck by lightning as he privately conveys his reluctance to his boss. The boss does not reply but shares screenshots of negotiations with the platform in the group, appearing as if he himself is the one signing the contract. Director Gao, surprisingly idle, expresses his differing opinion in the group, asserting that Xiao Yu has yet to release any work, and such exposure may hinder future character development. He sharply critiques the memes. He looks foolish. Yuwen finds himself stifled, unable to send a simple thank you in the chat. The boss disagrees, and a verbal spar ensues among the middle-aged men in the group. Another member chimes in with 2 succinct words. Xie Yu, not foolish. Xie Jiamao, right? Xiao Xie. Clearly, he is adorable. Xie Yu, adorable. Gao Kaiyu, Xiao Xie. Don't be swayed by old Xie. Having discernment is crucial in the entertainment industry. Coddling the child 1T suffice. Director Gao forces him to remain silent for 2 minutes to reflect properly. After 2 minutes, Xie Yu bubbles up again amid the back and forth of the middle-aged men. I've made my judgment. Gao Kaiyu, well? Xie Yu, adorable. Gao Kaiyu. Yuwen finds himself inexplicably amused, bursting into laughter in the airport lobby, aware that Director Gao is about to call him out for a fair assessment, and promptly logs off to feign ignorance. Chapter 10. Challenges. By the time he returns home, it is already afternoon. Yuwen changes into a fresh outfit, preparing to head downstairs to satiate his hunger before catching up on sleep. Xie Jiamao messages him, announcing that he has secured a variety show, and some details need to be discussed in person. Yuwen alters his path, heading toward a charming CAF nearby to wait. It is a weekday afternoon, and the CAF is not overly crowded. Yuwen finds a secluded booth, places his order, and begins to peruse a magazine on the table. Shortly after, he notices someone taking a seat at the booth behind him. The sound of fabric brushing against itself is tantalizingly close. He glances sideways and catches a glimpse of a male silhouette in the glass window, wearing a fisherman's hat and mask, tall and strikingly handsome, standing out markedly. Yuan muses that this booth is quite cleverly chosen. He can see the reflection of the person behind him, while the other remains oblivious to his presence. After a while, he overhears the low voice of the person behind him. "Why are you so late?" With both booths being secluded and the music distant, he can almost hear every word spoken by the person behind him, just as he intends to make a noise to signal that there is someone else present. Another voice interjects. "I went to the hospital to collect the report. I'm a bit late. Hear us what you wanted. Did you manage to follow Feng Chengzhou? What did you capture?" Mr. Shi, the whiting heir has been accompanied by bodyguards lately. Did you get nothing?" Yes. Yuan falls silent. He subtly adjusted his position downward, allowing the booth to obscure his entire figure while casting a glance toward the glass window. The brilliantly reflective pane revealed the ordinary scene opposite him. A man of average build, in his 30s, stooped and with a sheepish grin settling into his seat. The tall man accepted a file folder, his impatience apparent as he tore off his hat, his tousled blue-gray hair now exposed to the air. Yuan found this blue-haired individual somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place him. The man's voice was melodious, even when slightly restrained, tinged with a hint of anger, yet still captivating. He bluntly remarked, "Useless." As he opened the folder, he let out an ambiguous huff. "There exists a parent-child relationship." Yuan mused. Paternity test. How dramatic. He regretted stepping into the CAF on such a fair and sunny afternoon. "You have reviewed this assessment, have you not?" replied the man, who appeared to be a private detective. "Yes, Mr. Shi. As a public figure, you cannot visit hospitals. I obtained the report." "Keep your mouth shut. That is only natural." The blue-haired man, Shisu, retorted coldly. Yuan discreetly retrieved his phone, opening a search engine and effortlessly uncovering the identity of this blue-haired man. Shisu, a talent who debuted through a talent show, a versatile performer, the main dancer of his group. The private detective resumed, "Mr. Shi, given your status, there is no need to confront Feng Chengzhou directly. It would be wiser to curry favor with Chairman Feng, as you share the same bloodline and have a claim to inheritance." "Shut up," Shisu snapped, his voice rising slightly, causing a passerby to hastily move past them. Shisu hesitated, tightening his throat, and donned his fisherman's hat once more. "Focus on your own duties and refrain from giving me unsolicited advice," he warned icily. With that, he gathered his belongings and departed the CAF without a backward glance. The private detective sighed, lowered his gaze to sip his coffee, and after a moment, also made his exit. The wind chimes at the door jingled softly. Yuan hunched down, a small bundle nestled in the booth, maintaining the posture of the two who had just left, his gaze behind dark glasses appearing vacant. He recalled his own expression pack. "Do not disturb. I am in contemplation." How fitting. He organized his thoughts. Shisu was the illegitimate son of the Feng family, most likely the half-brother of Feng Chengzhou, harboring unspoken malice toward him. Yet, this character did not seem to exist in the narrative. Indeed, there was an illegitimate child in this generation of the Feng family, who only appeared near the climax of the story, serving as a somewhat malevolent antagonist, who took the opportunity to kick Chu Han when he was down, only to be dealt with by the responsive Feng Chengzhou. However, that illegitimate child bore the surname Li, not Shi. Could it be that Shisu was a stage name? Yuan removed his sunglasses, frowning in contemplation. Suddenly, a young girl approached, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Are you an artist?" Yuan instinctively opened his mouth to deny it, but the girl burst into giggles. "I remember now. I have your expression pack. Big brother. It's hilarious that you look like this even in private." Yuan offered her a wry smile. "You're not gossiping again, are you?" the girl teased, winking mischievously. Yuan shyly shook his head, secretly thinking, "Oh my heavens. If only you had arrived a bit earlier, you could have witnessed the live version. Can we take a picture together?" The girl, vivacious and outgoing, pulled him in for a photo, and Yuan obediently posed with a peace sign. "You're so sweet and beautiful," she sincerely praised before departing. When Xie Jiamao arrived, Yuan was engrossed in editing clips of Shisu on his phone. The middle-aged handsome uncle had half his long hair tied back, his chin clean-shaven, and his finely chiseled features accentuated, the fine lines on his face lending him a rugged charm rather than aging him. "This is for you." Yuan accepted the plastic bag he handed over, discovering it contained a box of assorted fresh-cut fruits and a few bottles of multivitamins. "Wow, thank you, boss." Yuan showered the boss with compliments, inadvertently pushing the fruit aside. "Aren't you going to eat?" Xie Jiamao inquired. "Vitamins, right? Haha. I'll eat them later. Yuan replied. I meant the fruit. Yuan cautiously lifted his eyelids, inadvertently meeting the boss's serious gaze, and quickly averted his eyes in embarrassment. I'm not very hungry. I don't want to eat. Xie Jimao's expression conveyed, Are you really making excuses? Alright, I just don't like them, Yuan conceded. Xie Jimao rubbed his cheeks, sighing with a hint of melancholy. This one Tidu Xiaoyu is quite serious. Once this film wraps, we must go for a full health check. You must be lacking in many things. It's not that I can't eat. It's just that it doesn't taste good. Yuan lifted the plastic lid, forked a piece of melon, and begrudgingly consumed it in a few bites, scrunching his face in distaste. He had previously mentioned that he disliked both sweet and sour flavors, preferring a balance between the two, a nuance difficult to articulate. There were no fruits he absolutely refused to eat, but he was exceedingly picky about their taste. Even if it doesn't taste good, you must eat, Xie Jiamao insisted. Yuan reluctantly nodded, fine. Xiao Xie, keep an eye on him. Yuan turned, only to realize Xie Heyu had appeared beside him, gazing down at him. Xie Heyu responded. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Xie, he muttered, his head lowered in gratitude. Just as he was about to take a seat, Xie Heyu hesitated, standing still for a moment before reaching out, his warm palm resting on Yu Wen's head. After a brief pause, he withdrew his fingers, ruffling Yu Wen's hair, a clumsy attempt at comfort. Upon returning home, Yuan summarized Chisu's life and acting career into a document, intuitively sensing that this blue-haired character would have ample narrative significance going forward. He then recalled something and retrieved his identification card, which had been lingering at the delivery station for over 10 days. The photo on the ID was undoubtedly him, the name was correct, and even the birth date matched. The only difference was the regional code at the beginning. At least he was not an illegal resident. And Yuan temporarily set his mind at ease, enjoying a restful sleep. After a 2-day delay in the live broadcast, he hastily returned to the set of Xianmen Yaiwenlu after breakfast. As soon as Jian Heng spotted him, he crossed his arms. Yuan, sensing the mimicry, could easily discern what he was imitating. Ordinarily, he might have welcomed the interaction with Jian Heng. However, with so many people around, his social anxiety kicked in. 1, 2, 3, welcome back, you teacher. Guess what we're doing? Jian Heng exclaimed cheerfully. Zhu Xini, who portrayed Jiang Qiuming, crossed her arms with a serious expression. Shoo. Yes, thinking. 8 or so colleagues encircled Yuan, imitating his expression pack, and at the mention of this, laughter erupted. Yuan covered his face with his bag, clutching a nearby tree trunk. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Jian Heng asked. I'm being reclusive, Yuan replied. Jian Heng laughed uncontrollably, while Zhu Xini swiftly captured the moment, adding another meme to the group chat. Shoo, I'm being reclusive JPG. Chapter 11. Conclusion. The filming schedule and plot progress of the production were misaligned. To facilitate matters, the crew typically aimed to complete all scenes of a set within the expected timeframe. The Yunxiao sword sect was central to the story, and for this low-budget web drama, this particular set had consumed a significant portion of the crew's time. Today, they were to film the grand finale, which also included the last few scenes at Yunxiao Mountain. There is no demon clan holy artifact at all. The sect's fourth senior brother, idly chewing on a blade of grass, reclined to gaze at the starry sky, a carefree grin on his lips. Once the news spreads, those forces that painstakingly infiltrated will surely be enraged, having wasted so much of their time on us. Once the word was out, the demon clan would undoubtedly launch an offensive, plunging the mortal realm into a century of warfare. In the courtyard, a bonfire crackled as the group sat in a circle. The composed and steady second senior brother spoke while adding firewood. By then, we would have long perished. The third senior sister stifled a yawn, lazily leaning against a pillar, embodying the image of a beauty succumbing to the languor of spring. After all these years of concern, let us not dwell on what comes after death. There is no demon clan holy artifact at all. The news is nothing but a fabrication, a falsehood from the very beginning, yet the demon race believed it. For countless centuries, they have been constrained by the existence of the sacred artifact, granting humanity a fleeting respite. The Yunxiao sword sect is not an enigmatic sect dedicated to suppressing the sacred artifact across generations. Rather, several decades ago, when the demon race unearthed evidence of the artifact's non-existence, a modest sect emerged as a scapegoat to conceal the truth. They are merely a group of ordinary cultivators, lacking a powerful sect lineage, formidable secret techniques, or even remarkable talents. They are an assemblage of common folk. The protective mountain formation can only endure until the last watch of the night, at which point the encircling temporary army will breach the mountain gate. Once they commence a search, the truth that the sacred artifact is not in our possession will inevitably come to light. This deception has successfully misled the demon race for centuries, and our continued fortune is remarkable. What lies ahead is the fate of the common people. The third senior sister rambled on, assessing their current predicament, and finally rested her chin on her hand, letting out a couple of light, tinkling laughs. Yet, despite her mirth, there remained an unwillingness to accept their fate. After all, she had devoted herself tirelessly to become this scapegoat. The outside world has exalted the Yunshao sword sect to a mythical status, claiming that every disciple is a genius of masterful caliber. Little do they know that decades ago, this sect barely had a name, and within the mountains were only a few idle youths who dabbled in minor spells, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping, proficient in trifles such as fishing and hunting birds. At some point, their first thought upon waking shifted from pondering breakfast to considering how many enemies they might face that day. Chu Laolu rummaged through the fire for taro. The youngest among them, he acted impulsively, yet retained a hint of Na'vi optimism. Hearing the discussion, he pouted, wondering if other immortal sects might arrive in time to rescue them. Zhang Choyue sat nearby, engrossed in a curled-up book, refraining from participating in the discourse. The third senior sister urged Chu Laolu to fetch her a taro as well. He estimated the distance between them and the fire, questioning the necessity. You have good fortune. You always find the ripe ones. Chu Laolu handed the taro in his hand to his senior sister, saying, This one's cold. You take it. She patted his head. Our little koi is so understanding. Although Chu Laolu was dissatisfied with the moniker, he chose not to voice his grievances. He had an uncanny ability to turn everything into a mess, yet somehow he consistently managed to escape calamity. The title of koi encompassed not only his extraordinary luck but also his remarkable talent for mishaps. Once the two finished their playful banter, the fourth elder spoke slowly. We won't be able to outrun them. This assault on the mountain has been meticulously planned, involving not only the demon race but also evil cultivators and immortal sects, all elite forces. If we evade this time, we may not be so fortunate in the future. The power of the sacred artifact can be wielded by anyone. The covetous have long extended beyond the demon race. Since ancient times, power and authority have consistently led people astray. Moreover, there is a demon lord who is familiar with us and knows Yunshao Mountain. When the topic of the seventh elder's true identity arose, several gazes, either overt or subtle, turned towards Zhang Choyue. Don't look at me, Chu Laolu said, feeling guilty and trying to cover up. Master sister, we didn't. What are you trembling for? Zhang Choyue interjected.
Chu Laoli stam.
The fourth elder chuckled. Chu Laolu, you simply haven't descended the mountain. It's not that you lack intellect. How is it that, after all these years, you remain in such a state, with courage smaller than a sesame seed? The second elder calmly interjected. He is not cowardly. He is merely afraid of Zhang Choyue. After all, throughout his life, Chu Laolu had committed countless errors, and every time he was punished, it was Zhang Choyue who did so. The master sister did not comprehend that the child was frail, and her punishments were severe. That Chu Laolu survived was thanks to his luck. The third senior sister leaned closer to Zhang Choyue and glanced at her. Why are you still reading that book? Is it truly that captivating? Zhang Choyue replied coldly. Not captivating at all. The third senior sister fell silent for a moment. If it's not captivating, then why are you crying? Zhang Choyue calmly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and replied, This passage is somewhat tragic. I find it hard to contain my emotions. The third senior sister pressed, so is it captivating or not? Not captivating. Pu Yangshi claims it is, but I do not concur. If I meet him tomorrow, I shall inform him of my reasoning. Oh, the third senior sister smiled knowingly. Choyue, you have quite the fondness for him. Indeed, but you shall not meet again. As you are aware, we are destined to perish with the mountain, sealing the secret of the sacred artifact until our last breath. This is the Yunshao sword sect's promise for decades. Perhaps we may catch a glimpse of each other before we die. At that moment, I will tell him that this book is not captivating. Very well. The third senior sister did not wish to argue further. Zhang Choyue was always like this. Once she had made up her mind, she would not be swayed by the words of others. Resolute and stubborn, lacking flexibility, unwilling to yield. It is precisely because of this unwavering nature that she has steadfastly upheld Yunshao Mountain for decades. The third senior sister suddenly grew curious. Choyue, were you this calm when Master passed away? The night was silent, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. Master had died many years ago. To stabilize the situation, one had to conceal the truth of his passing. Every 7 days, meals were delivered to him, come rain or shine, and even we were kept in the dark, as the food boxes brought back were always empty. When you consumed the meals alone in that quiet cave, what thoughts occupied your mind? Lu Jinzi had died in an assassination by the demon race over a decade ago. After the news of the sacred artifact's disclosure, countless such trials had ensued. That assassination had only Zhang Qiuyue and Lu Jinzi present. Afterward, Master announced his seclusion and ceased to involve himself in sect affairs. Even the other disciples remained unaware until just days ago when they learned Lu Jinzi had already passed away. Without Lu Jinzi's protection, breaching Yunshao Mountain's gates would be a breeze for the demon race. Zhang Qiuyue held her book tightly, her gaze unyielding. Should anyone glance down, they would witness the sorrow in her eyes. It's unpalatable, she replied succinctly. The third senior sister chuckled. The fourth elder grumbled. I am responsible for the food within the sect. If you find it unpalatable, why don't you make an effort? You all act as if you're haunted. All right, I'll learn, Chu Laolu conceded. The second elder remarked, there will be no more opportunities. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. The fourth elder snorted ambiguously, not necessarily. Perhaps Pu Yangshi harbors deep sentiments for the eldest and will disseminate the news of the artifact's non-existence in advance, causing those demons below to cease their blockade. Without the sacred artifact, besieging the Yunshao sword sect would be utterly meaningless. By releasing the news, Zhang Qiuyue's life could be saved. Yet doing so would contradict her will. How would Pu Yangshi choose? Chu Laolu pondered for a moment and murmured, I think the seventh elder is quite good in times like these. It is often those who are deemed unworthy who prove to be the most reliable. The third senior sister interjected playfully, he won tea speak. Zhang Qiuyue closed the book and carefully placed it into her small bag, her voice still slightly choked. The third senior sister teased, do you trust him so? There is no need. As a demon lord, the sacred artifact poses a threat to him and must be kept in hand. However, the non-existence of the artifact would actually benefit him, as he too requires the news of the artifact's true and false nature to manipulate various leaders. It is not trust. It is understanding. They have always known what kind of individuals they are. The admiration and affection born from vigilance are stronger than any cold steel. The dawn approached. The second elder remained silent, polishing his sword blade to a gleam, fully aware that this journey would be one of no return. Abandoning the meticulousness he had maintained for years, he was now locking the door for the first time. The third senior sister inquired, Qiuyue, are you afraid? Zhang Qiuyue remained silent. I can never comprehend you. Your chance of survival rests in Pu Yangshi's hands, yet you refuse to grasp it. With but a simple extension of your hand, you could possess a bright and splendid future. Is it not preferable to that abrupt end? Such a future would negate my past. I am unwilling. The fish-belly white light emerged on the horizon, and the protective mountain formation revealed its form, teetering precariously. Decades ago, on a similar dawn, Lu Jinzi had asked if they were willing to become saviors. The youths, bewildered and uncertain, exchanged glances before nodding one by one. From that moment forth, peace would never return to Yunshao Mountain. At that time, several senior mentors contemporaneous with Lu Jinzi were still alive. Although dealing with those pesky inquiries was irksome, the weight of responsibility did not rest upon their shoulders. The young disciples, carefree and untroubled, perceived the savior's role as something rather easy to fulfill. Subsequently, as the predecessors dwindled, the flowers in the mountains withered by the night, with no one left to tend to them. The third sister's eyes were slightly reddened. Zhang Qiuyue recognized her fear. The third sister, vain and delicate, was, in truth, timid girl. She persistently inquired, is the first half of life truly so significant? Indeed, Zhang Qiuyue replied. Are we willing to sacrifice for the mountain just to imbue the first half of our lives with meaning? Frankly speaking, Qiuyue, it seems rather foolish. We are like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, each destined to perish, so why should we succumb to despair? It is indeed foolish. Yet why do you remain steadfast on this path of folly? Zhang Qiuyue unsheathed her long sword, her composure unwavering. Even if one were to belittle this choice 1,000 times, when the mountain gate shatters, you will still draw your sword. I shall do the same. The formation shattered into particles of light, as distant shouts of attack echoed from the mountain gate. They were a group of ordinary individuals devoid of the ability to weigh pros and cons. They merely clung to an unacknowledged promise. Do not be afraid, third sister, Zhang Qiuyue reassured her. I shall walk ahead of you, just as the director called for a cut. Jian Hong could no longer contain her tears in front of the monitor and began to sob, covering her face. Zhu Sini teased, why are you crying? It's us who are dying, not you. Jian Hong replied, I am but a weak, helpless and pitiable little boy. I cannot bear this. Yuan, astonished by his emotional outpouring, kindly consoled him. It's all right. We may all perish, but you remain alive. Jian Hong choked for a moment, looked up at him, and then burst into tears. It It was even more heart-wrenching. At that moment, the actor portraying the fifth senior brother emerged from the makeup room. He had not appeared in the previous scene, as the fifth brother had met his demise prior to the scene. His makeup was unfinished, with blood splatter still adorning his face, resembling one on the verge of death. Jian-hung glanced at him and broke down once more. I might as well die with you all. The pivotal characters' demise scenes were to be filmed separately. Yuan went to the makeup room to prepare a blood packet and, upon emerging, saw Jian-hung squatting in a corner, listlessly scrolling through videos on his phone. Jian Lauscher, aren't you coming to watch us? Jian-hung turned to look at him with his swollen eyes and replied, the director forbade me from watching, saying my eyes would swell too much to hide. He sighed heavily, adding, I wanted to watch a variety show to lighten my mood, but the latest episode is so dramatic that it only makes me more depressed. What variety show? Yuan inquired curiously, leaning in for a glance. It was a slow-paced reality show titled Mountain Cottage. The program adhered to conventional standards, lacking highlights or explosive moments, yet thrived on its comfortable rhythm and gradual unfolding. The show aimed to gather 5 guests to collaboratively create a rural homestead, starting from scratch, even lacking a proper house, and exchanging tasks for resources to gradually build a small abode. It depicted a process from nothingness to something, infused with the essence of life, appealing to certain viewers. Yuan caught sight of 2 familiar faces on the screen and, realizing it was not yet his turn, squatted down to watch for a while. Among the 5 guests, the most prominent was Chu Han, but the most popular was Shisu. Yuan could not fathom how these two could be paired together. Jian-hung pointed at the screen and explained, the earlier episodes were quite engaging, but a guest withdrew midway and Shisu took over, making these recent episodes lack the earlier charm. With flamboyant blue hair and a nonchalant smile, Shisu appeared to be there solely to stir trouble. Chapter 12, The Quick-Tongued. Yuan watched a couple of moments, beginning to comprehend the rules of Mountain Cottage. The show featured 5 regular cast members, occasionally inviting guests. Such programs are often thankless, devoid of buzz and excitement. Not every guest could be secured for each episode, and even when they were mostly forgettable. Shisu, being a flow of popularity from a talent show, was precisely what the program lacked. To demonstrate the significance of the guests, each was allowed to propose a new request the night before their arrival, which the production team would fulfill unconditionally within one day. The previous guests had primarily requested to ease their tasks, with the production team often complicating them, meaning that the true antagonists of the show had been the production team all along. Yet, although Shisu was a regular, he had joined midway and was granted the privilege of a guest request. He proposed a demand that starkly contrasted with the show's usual tone. The members would pair off, each assigned tasks, with completion time as the primary evaluation criterion. The fastest group would earn double points, while the slowest would have their points reset to 0. Points were the most crucial virtual currency in the show, redeemable for abundant resources. This arrangement not only ensured that one member would be left without a partner, but also created intense competitive tension, clashing with the show's overall atmosphere. In the released pre-episode footage, he jokingly remarked, "What's my motivation? It's just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I think it'll be fun." Jian-hung elaborated, after this episode aired, he was mercilessly criticized, trending for it, but in the following episode, he completely overturned the audience's perception. In the 6th episode, which was Shisu's second appearance, a clip aired showing him sneaking back to his room to take allergy medicine after finishing scrambled eggs made by Chu Han. It was revealed by a fan that he had a mild allergy to eggs, which he had never disclosed, coincidentally coinciding with a surplus of eggs during that period, making scrambled eggs a staple at every meal. When the production team inquired later, he sheepishly ruffled his blue hair, his rebellious features softening into a somewhat awkward smile as he said, "I just arrived and wanted to get to know my older brothers and sisters quickly. The scrambled eggs were made by brother Chu Han, and he always looks happy when someone praises him." This was hardly the demeanor of a troublemaker. Rather, it painted him as an endearingly naive puppy, lacking in social awareness. Furthermore, his previous request, which he awkwardly admitted under pressure from the production team, was, "I thought sharing joys and sorrows might help me bond quickly with my seniors. I've seen it done on other shows." A sincere yet clumsy puppy, striving to make genuine friendships but easily stumbling. In just 1 week, the public sentiment shifted dramatically. After enduring a week of criticism, he garnered a wave of collective sympathy online. Had Yuan not encountered his other side in a CAF, he too might have remained oblivious. But now, his acting is far superior to mine, he sincerely marveled. Jian-heng's eyes widened. He was acting? Was that scripted? How do you know? Yuan picked up his thermos and took a sip of water. I think you guessed correctly, Jian-heng affirmed earnestly. As fellow artists, Yuan found it challenging to critique Shisu, who had a grasp on the pulse of popularity, yet having collaborated with him, he knew that the private Shisu bore no resemblance to the naive puppy persona. I recall he debuted from a talent show. For such idol singers, maintaining a solid fan base and transitioning is crucial. Without substantial works to back him, greater popularity can invite backlash, and he seems a bit anxious. Perhaps, Yuan mused, cradling his thermos and savoring the warm water. He might be eager to achieve something to show his father and brother. Jian Heng nodded in agreement, then suddenly realized. How do you know his psychological state? She hurriedly searched online, confirming that there was no mention of Shisu's family background. Yet, Yuan did not use the vague term family, but rather specifically referred to father and brother. Jian Heng looked up at him, their eyes meeting. Xiao Yu, do you know something? Yuan blinked innocently. I don't know anything. I'm just a passerby. Jian Heng could not discern anything further, but Yuan felt a subtle tension due to Chu Han and Shisu's shared participation in the same program. During his break, he repeatedly rewound the footage, watching the interactions between Chu Han and Shisu several times, before turning to send a message to Chu Han. Be cautious of Shisu. How to put it? While the romantic elements in Rise Up were somewhat cliché, Yuan did not particularly care for them, but he could not deny that the protagonist, Chu Han, was an exceptionally sincere individual. Moreover, Chu Han had willingly reduced his own market value, splitting the livestream exposure with him, which ultimately led to the subsequent contract renewal and variety show. Regardless of circumstances, Yuan owed him a favor. Chu Han did not respond. Yuan recalled that he seldom surfed the internet, likely preoccupied with work. Upon returning from filming a scene, he noticed a reply from Chu Han from a few minutes prior. Chu Han. What? Yuan. Shisu seems a bit off, be cautious. Judging solely by Shisu's adept manipulation of public opinion, one could say that even if Chu Han were to confront Feng Chengzhou, he would be left far behind. Over the past few days, Yuan had diligently researched Shisu's debut journey, uncovering a series of tactics, promoting and dismantling relationships, leveraging sympathy, which proved to be unfailingly effective. The current direction of the program was beginning to show subtle signs. Chu Han. He seems like a good person. Do you think there's some misunderstanding? Yuan. You think he's a good person? Chu Han. Yes. Yuan. He is Feng Chengzhou's brother.
Chu Han.
A decisive blow. Chu Han was currently in a cold war with Feng Chengzhou, refusing to budge on the live broadcast contract, and anything associated with Feng Chengzhou would inevitably be labeled as insidious in his eyes. Observing the typing indicator in the chat box, Yuan surmised that it would take some time for Chu Han to warm up to Shisu again, and thus he felt relieved to put his phone away. The stage manager urged him to prepare for the next scene, and Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, unaware of the shock that led Chu Han to cautiously type out a message. How do you know? How on earth do you know? During the intermission, Jian Heng floated behind him like a specter, whispering devilishly, Tell me, tell me, tell me. Yuan, cradling a thermos, sighed in resignation as if dealing with a petulant child. Xiao Jian, focus on the performance, and stop obsessing over gossip. This isn't mere gossip. This is a shocking secret. If I remain uninformed, the world will lose a valiant warrior against evil. Then chaos will ensue, and the earth will face destruction. Jian Heng suddenly had an epiphany, bending down with gleaming eyes. Is it something you learned during the last live broadcast? You were present, so you must have overheard more secrets. Quickly tell me, does the prince truly have feelings? When did they meet? How far have they gone? Yuan. True feelings, but unfortunately, the prince is a bit dim-witted. They had a quarrel. They must have known each other for about 6 months, but I don't know the exact date. They progressed to cohabitation, even borrowing each other's clothes in the bathroom. Yuan promptly hit the brakes. Jian Heng analyzed word by word, so it's not a publicity stunt. The prince is genuinely in the contact book? Knowing each other for over half a year, and yet the prince hasn't appeared on any programs. How did they meet? Progress to cohabitation, etc. He widened his eyes, trying to appear more innocent. Jian Heng was unfazed, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to wariness, as if preparing for battle. What were they doing in the bathroom? How do you know? He regarded Yuan with the gaze of a man suspecting a voyeuristic criminal. Yuan, I don't know, you must have misheard. Jian Heng, still trying to wriggle out of it? Yuan, why are you calling the police? Jian Heng, suspecting you of installing a camera in their home. I must act justly and report you. Yuan. He offered a polite smile, intercepting Jian Heng's finger that was poised to call for justice. Mr. Jian, I merely stumbled upon some information. I did not witness anything with my own eyes. He emphasized stumbled upon twice. Jian Heng, How exactly did you stumble upon it? Yuan, I accidentally learned of a conversation between Chu Han and Feng Chengzhou. Jian Heng half believed him, calmly retracting his phone. So you're not a criminal? Yuan, do I seem like one? Jian Heng scrutinized him. After a moment, a peculiar smile slowly crept across his lips. Yuan, whoever you are, leave Mr. Jian's body at once. Jian Heng, I am not possessed. Yuan, ghosts are always reluctant to admit they are ghosts. Jian Heng slowly took hold of his hand. Yuan's expression turned blank. I'm sorry. I have a phobia. What phobia? Jian Heng patted him disapprovingly, his mouth curving upwards until it nearly touched his temple. We share a purely platonic friendship. It is entirely normal for good friends to hold hands and discuss gossip. Yuan understood. Holding hands while gossiping would indeed be somewhat ambiguous. Then let us not hold hands. Jian Heng waved his hand. Talking is sufficient. Now divulge all the gossip you know. Jian Heng's gaze was piercing, adding, You wouldn't want others to discover how much you know, would you? The stage manager called for the male lead, pulling Yuan away from the brink. Before leaving, Jian Heng winked ambiguously at Yuan, saying, Remember our agreement. Yuan sighed, settling onto a stool before the monitor to watch the scene between the male and female leads unfold. This scene depicted the last encounter between them. As Pu Yongxi rushed in, Zhang Chue leaned against a stone pillar at the mountain gate, her body bleeding profusely, yet her cheeks remained pristine and pale as ever, appearing as if she were merely asleep. You are dying, Pu Yongxi murmured. Ultimately, he had not revealed a single word about the sacred relic, unable to discern whether it was due to sufficient rationality or a preference for Zhang Chue's will over his own. Yuan always felt that Pu Yongxi and Zhang Chue represented two extremes. Pu Yongxi, warm on the exterior but cold within, initially seemed like a lush, vibrant field, exuding vitality. However, beneath the surface lay desolation. He was gloomy and obsessive, perpetually harping on the worst possible interpretations of his beloved. In contrast, Zhang Chue was his complete antithesis. The senior sister, cold on the outside yet warm within, possessed a childlike purity and sensitivity, coupled with an unwavering spirit. If Pu Yongxi was a paper tiger, all bluster and bravado, easily punctured, then Zhang Chue was a cluster of bamboo growing by the roadside, curiously observing the joys and sorrows of the world, unshaken by the winds. They were inherently compatible, destined to complement one another. I warned you that, with your temperament, you would inevitably lead yourself to ruin. Pu Yongxi tenderly wiped her fingertips, his movements meticulous, as her sword fell uselessly to the side. Its master had lost the strength to wield it again. The dawn broke gloriously, a radiant sun rising, marking a moment of hope for humanity. As the last breath of Zhang Chue dissipated in the morning breeze, Pu Yongxi adjusted her appearance, and from his small bag fell a dog-eared book. The pages, soaked in blood, blurred the ink, yet Pu Yongxi discerned from a few words that this was a trite tale he had once recommended to amuse his senior sister. It's terrible. Upon her first reading, Zhang Chue had declared. Pu Yongxi feigned a look of despair. Is that so? It appears our tastes differ. After all, how could mortal preferences compare to the moon above? Zhang Chue stared at him for a moment, reclaimed the book, and ordered him to leave. After reading it a second time, Zhang Chue firmly told him, It's terrible. Even in her usually serene voice, a hint of irritation could be detected. Pu Yongxi scratched his head, dejectedly replying, All right, if you don't like it, so be it. I must have unknowingly offended you. Perhaps it's because I haven't read many books that I find the plot to be thrilling and captivating. Zhang Chue was momentarily thrown off by the words thrilling and captivating, taking the book back and flipping through it stubbornly 2 or 3 more times. Pu Yongxi mused that if she could still speak, her final words would undoubtedly be terrible. With that thought, he flipped the book and inadvertently turned to the last page, where 2 ink characters stood out on the blank sheet. Terrible. Flipping another page, Zhang Chue's elegant handwriting leapt off the page. The plot is cliché, utterly lacking in originality. It cannot be concealed in a few words. It is horrendously terrible. Pu Yongxi chuckled in disbelief. After laughing, a wave of sorrow surged within him, and an ache spread through his limbs, finally welling up in his eyes, warm tears cascading uncontrollably. He held Zhang Chue's hand, pressing his forehead against her palm, as suppressed sobs twisted in his throat. There would be no more Zhang Chue in this world. Just the thought filled him with despair. Emotions reached their zenith, and with a single take, after the director called cut, Jian Heng found himself engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yuan, with good intentions, approached him, only to be seized by the arm, eliciting a pitiful whimper from Xiaoyu. Yuan gently patted his shoulder, asking, What is wrong? Shall you? Jian Heng lamented. I want to rewrite the script. I wish to die alongside you all. Yuan reasoned if everyone dies it would be a happy ending. Jian Heng retorted, must I bear this tragic ending? Yuan replied sagely, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon you. It must first torment your mind and shatter your spirit. Jian Heng inquired, Master, is there still hope for me? Yuan jested, scan 998, and the talisman for fortune will be delivered to your door. Jian Heng indignantly responded, you heartless merchant. Chapter 13, Wrap-Up. Jian Heng lamented his emotional and physical exhaustion, overwhelmed by the burden, finding solace only in gossip. Yuan stated bluntly that if he wanted to hear gossip, he should simply ask without any preamble. Then do speak, Jian Heng urged. Yuan cradled his chin, brows furrowed in thought, resembling a troubled dumpling. After a moment, he muttered, I can't think of anything else. Jian Heng was certain he was being dismissive. Finally, Yuan, feeling cornered, conceded, all right, I promise to tell you the next bit of gossip I hear, all right? Jian Heng, taken aback, replied, is acting merely a side gig for you? Are you an FBI agent by trade? Yuan recalled a service agreement at home and feigned profundity, saying, perhaps it is fate. I am destined to be a gossip monger. Wherever I go, gossip follows. His absurd reasoning was met with disbelief, yet surprisingly, Jian Heng bought into it. Greetings, King of Gossip. Jian Heng solemnly grasped his hand, declaring, in prosperity or adversity, let us not forget each other. Yuan pouted in response. Having grown weary of Jian Heng's antics, he turned to leave, but Yuan swiftly pulled him back, saying, wait, help me film a video. What sort of video? A vlog? Jian Heng took his phone, expertly finding the perfect lighting, and just as he began recording, Yuan retrieved several bottles of vitamins from his bag, pouring a small amount into his palm, forming a tiny mound of tablets. He faced the camera, extending his hand, and proclaimed, Teacher Xie, I haven't forgotten. He swallowed the tablets with water, concluding with a triumphant gesture towards the camera. Yuan then took back the phone. Who is Teacher Xie? Jian Heng inquired. My assistant. Yuan replied. Jian Heng leaned in to glance at the chat history, falling silent upon reading a few messages. Are you not homophobic? He asked. Indeed, Yuan affirmed. Jian Heng opened his mouth to respond but then closed it again. Yuan's messages read, Teacher Xie, does this sweatshirt look good on me? And copy link. Xie replied, I have this one. Do you want it? I'll bring it to you this weekend. Yuan responded, that might not be appropriate, haha. I've already borrowed so many of your accessories, and besides, your size might be too large for me. Xie insisted. You can wear it. Boyfriend styles are in vogue now. After 5 minutes, Xie added, not that I mean I'm your boyfriend. Yuan replied with a laughing emoji. Teacher Xie, sometimes you're really cute. Xie simply responded, 5 minutes later, Xie sent a brief acknowledgement. Thanks. Jian Heng meticulously analyzed the exchange, concluding, you are not homophobic at all. You are clearly infatuated. Yuan sent the video to Xie, typing fervently without much time to entertain Jian Heng, casually replying with a few non-committal mmhms. Today's vitamin intake. Check. Yuan texted. I'm eating well. Don't listen to the boss. I know health is important and 1 tea slack off, he added, sending an image of an angry kitten. Xie Jiamao mandated that Xie supervise Yuan daily, often video calling unannounced, treating Yuan as if he were a helpless child. Yuan found this quite exasperating. He was merely picky with food, not suicidal. Occasionally, he would pinch his nose to eat a few bites, and vitamins were an essential part of his routine. No matter how much he disliked fruit, he would still buy oranges from street vendors. Xie, in his 2nd year of university, was burdened with coursework and often had to help the fledgling Xinguang media. He hardly had the time or energy to keep a close watch on Yuan. Inconsiderate adults, he thought. When no reply came, he assumed his friend was in class. Returning to his home screen, he noticed the last message from Chu Han. How did you know? Yuan pondered that it would be difficult to explain promptly, so he replied honestly, it's absurd, but I was present when he looked at the paternity test report. Having responded to all messages, he noticed Jian Heng still eyeing him, arms crossed and scrutinizing. Yuan turned to him, asking, Mr. Jian, is there something else? Jian Heng adjusted his imaginary glasses, declaring, there is but one truth. Yuan listened intently. You are gay. Yuan's mind momentarily short-circuited. Don't be ridiculous, he retorted. All right, just a joke. Jian Heng replied, shedding his playful demeanor to inquire, is Teacher Xie handsome? Yuan's heart, which had just settled, suddenly became alert. What of it? Our teacher Xie is a pristine university student. Do not harbor any thoughts. Jian Heng insisted. I'm not into that. You encountered, who knows? Homosexuality is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Since the same-sex marriage policy was enacted, more artists have come out. While I do not discriminate against homosexuality, I do not believe teacher Xie fits that description. I cannot let him face any trouble. Jian Heng met his gaze, eventually conceding under Yu Wen's unwavering stare, abandoning the conversation. Fine, I'll change the question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate your own looks? Yu Wen contemplated 7, perhaps. He recognized his appearance was decent, yet it did not align with his own aesthetic standards. Jian Heng prodded, and what score would you give teacher Xie? Yu Wen, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, 10. Jian Heng quipped, if you two marry, can I sit at the head table? Yu Wen fell silent. While he found fleeting joy in teasing his colleague, Jian Heng soon found himself unable to relish the moment any longer. The upcoming scenes loomed like a personal hell. Pu Yangxi carried Zhang Chuya's lifeless body up the mountain to bury her. Familiar faces began to appear. Those who had once laughed, played, and caused trouble with him now lay as cold corpses, drenched in blood, resembling rigid sculptures outlined in oil paint, silently emanating the essence of death. The Yunshao sword sect had no survivors, a foregone conclusion. Yet, when that moment truly arrived, Pu Yangxi felt dizzy, the light painfully bright. In the brief 3 months of lurking on Yunshao Mountain, how much was genuine, how much feigned, only the ruler of the demon clan knew. The invaders began a frenzied assault, intent on turning the entire Yunshao Mountain upside down, digging 3 feet into the earth to find the sacred artifact. Yet, Pu Yangxi quietly gathered the bodies of his fallen comrades, arranging their features, seeking a feng shui burial site on Yunshao Mountain. Each body he recovered was akin to a dull knife slicing through memories. Ultimately, as the crowd failed to find the sacred artifact on Yunshao Mountain, Pu Yangxi naturally took command of the sect, burying the deceased and fortifying their defenses. Years passed, and the sacred artifact remained elusive. Some claimed it had been destroyed in the war between immortals and demons, merely a smokescreen all these years, while others speculated that the Demon King had infiltrated the Yunshao sword sect for months, and with heavy guards now stationed, entry was forbidden. The artifact surely lay hidden there, though its whereabouts were elusive. Thus, Yunshao Mountain once again became the target of desire, and Pu Yangxi became the new prey. Had that 7th apprentice truly departed the sect? Who could say? After completing the scene, Jian Heng requested 3 feet of white silk from the costume designer, tossing it over a tree. You Laosher, what are you doing? Yu Wen inquired. Hanging myself, Jian Heng replied. Yu Wen could only stare in disbelief. Teacher Jian's heart was as desolate as dead wood, devoid of any desire for life. Calmly, she tied the white silk ribbon, extending her neck to rest her head upon it. Yu Wen exclaimed, No, Teacher Jian. Jian Heng, in profound sorrow, lamented, You all have departed, and living in this world alone is utterly meaningless. Let us meet in hell. Meanwhile, Zhu Xini, still clad in her costume, stood to the side, savoring an ice pop while observing their dramatic exchange. Yu Wen urged and implored, yet Jian Heng would hear none of it, rebuking, What you have lost is merely your life, whereas I have lost all of you. Yu Wen replied, No. The photographer, quick-witted, captured this poignant moment, storing it among the behind-the-scenes footage. After the climactic finale, Yu Wen needed to head to the adjacent set to film several segments regarding his character's lineage, providing context for the peculiar koi persona of Chu Xiao. Having been rescued by Lu Jinzi and brought back to the mountain gate, he once enjoyed a blissful family life. However, a severe drought struck his hometown, leading to the successive demise of his relatives, leaving him a solitary orphan. In times of calamity, the populace would customarily beseech the gods, and within Chu Xiao's household, belief in deities was unwavering, with daily prayers offered. Alas, the divine seemed indifferent to their plight, never heeding their pleas. As his grandmother held his hand in her final moments, she murmured, Dear grandson, grandmother is about to leave this world. Do not be afraid. I will bless you, ensuring my dear grandson sails smoothly through life. Surrounded by family, he felt their protective gaze. Though the gods were indifferent to mortals, humanity possessed cherished kin. That night, Yu Wen completed filming. The director presented him with a bouquet, and Yu Wen lingered on set, capturing numerous wrap-up photos. It was his first experience with a crew, and he felt the enchanting allure of acting, reluctant to part ways. Although Chu Xiao's character arc was not profoundly developed, it was complete, rich in details worthy of contemplation. Yu Wen felt a deep connection to this role. Snapping selfies and impulsively posting on Weibo, Yu Wen, Little Chu, May you always be blessed with protection. Attached image. Fans gradually began to respond, some inquiring about the genre of the drama. Yuan thoughtfully replied, earnestly recommending, the script is quite excellent. Everyone can look forward to it. Having seen few productions himself, he was uncertain of the current market standards, yet he deemed this low-budget web series to be commendable for encapsulating both comedic and tragic elements. The wrap party was anticipated in 2 weeks, as Jian Heng's scenes remained unfinished. The crew was set to change locations to film the scenes in Puyangxi involving the Demon Clan. Given the evening's filming schedule, the director refrained from allowing them to drink, yet Jian Heng still clung to Yuan's leg, weeping profusely. My little Yu, you're about to leave me. Yuan suspected he had indulged in some illicit drinking, but lacked evidence to prove it. Chapter 14. Shareholders. On the weekend, with no commitments, Yuan rode his electric scooter to the company, intending to tidy up the appearance of Xinguang Media. In simpler terms, he was there to clean. He truly had too much idle time on his hands. The agricultural livestream project was temporarily shelved due to Chu Han's reluctance to cooperate. Awaiting the willingness of this principal figure, the last agreed-upon variety show was an immensely popular program, and Yuan was merely a guest for 1 episode, a feat accomplished through Xie Jiaomao's networking efforts. As a newcomer without any credits to his name, merely securing a spot felt like a stroke of divine favor. The boss was tirelessly seeking resources on his behalf, and Yuan felt a twinge of guilt for lounging at home, opting instead to assist with the company's tidiness while the headquarters was under renovation. Upon entering, he found the familiar tall figure of Xie Yu perched on a folding ladder, sleeves rolled up, exposing a slender forearm as he painted the wall. Hearing the commotion, Xie Yu turned with surprise. Yuan stood at the doorway for a minute in silence before closing the door, inhaling deeply, and courageously sent a message to his boss. Boss, you are being unreasonable. After dispatching the message, he muted his phone, pretending he had not committed such an audacious act. Meanwhile, far away on the set of Fenghua, Xie Jiaomao sneezed, his phone vibrating in his pocket. He glanced at it, puzzled. Gao Kaiyu was intently watching the playback on the monitor, and Xie Jiaomao, murmuring beside him, instinctively frowned, disturbed by the interruption. What is it? He asked, slightly annoyed. Xie Jiaomao, feeling wronged, replied, Little you scolded me. Serves you right, Gao Kaiyu chuckled, relishing the moment. That little one knows how to speak his mind. Just wait for his retaliation. That shouldn't be. Little you has always been friendly towards me. Could it be that the company's hygiene environment has exhausted him? Pondering this, Xie Jiaomao hastily bombarded Xie Yu with messages, urging him to take good care of their precious asset and not to wear him out. He completely forgot that he had never properly greeted the two when they crossed paths. At this moment, seeing Yuan at the company, Xie Yu was taken aback. What brings you here? He asked, descending from the ladder. Noticing a light sheen of sweat on Yuan's forehead, he offered him a bottle of mineral water and deftly twisted off the cap. Yuan sipped the water, moistening his lips, his dark eyes darting around the under-renovation reception area like a curious little hamster. The boss said the company is being renovated, and I have no engagements lately, so I came to help. This building, with its 21 stories, was located in a bustling area, and Xinguang Media occupied 5 of those floors, a significant presence for an obscure new company. Yuan had previously considered that the boss's ability to operate freely for so many years likely stemmed from a well-off family background, allowing him to rely on his assets while navigating the entertainment industry. However, upon seeing Xie Yu laboring, he thought, with 5 floors, surely you could hire a contractor? The moment he opened the door and saw Xie Yu, he felt the boss should not bear the surname Xie, but rather Zhou, as in Zhou the miser. What kind of good-hearted person makes their nephew toil like a machine? Yuan bit the bottle cap of the mineral water, gazing at him with pity. It's the weekend. Why aren't you resting at school? Xie Yu tilted his head, sensing he had misunderstood something, but could not pinpoint it, so he lowered his lashes and murmured, I'm here for the renovation. Yuan responded, Of course I know you are renovating. Anyone can see that. Ha ha ha. Teacher Xie can do these things too. Your interests are truly diverse. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan asked earnestly, Are you responsible for renovating all 5 floors? No. Xie Yu pulled out several design blueprints from the cluttered desk, explaining, Most of the hard renovations are complete. Only the painting remains. The workers couldn't mix the color I wanted, so after much trial, I finally established a ratio and plan to paint 1 reception room as a sample today. After speaking, he glanced at Yuan's bag, which could not conceal the cleaning tools, and after a brief silence, he asked, Are you here to sweep the floor? Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that at least the boss had not exploited his relatives to such an extent. He pulled out a folding broom from his backpack and replied earnestly, The boss said the company is quite dirty, and I was worried there wouldn't be a broom, so I brought my own. You needn't do such trivial tasks. We can hire a cleaner, Xiaoyu began, hesitating to finish, but then thought better of it. Yuan guessed that the half-sentence he had just suppressed was a rebuke towards their unreliable elder. What good self-restraint, he mused, to hold back such a comment. Oh, Yuan said regretfully, putting the broom back in his bag. In fact, he had also brought a portable mop, cloths, cleaning agents, and air freshener, eager to showcase his skills. Not being able to use them left him a bit disappointed. Do you know how to design interiors? Xiaoyu asked out of the blue. Yuan shook his head honestly, glancing at the complex blueprints in his hands, then added, but I can read blueprints. After all, I am a doctoral student in engineering. Xiaoyu, holding the blueprints, pursed his lips in contemplation for a moment. The feel of painting is somewhat similar to sweeping, isn't it? Yuan paused, understanding his implication. So, while you won't let me sweep the floor, you will let me paint the walls? A myriad of emotions surged within him, and he wondered, do I really look like someone who wants to sweep floors? Xiaoyu gazed at him silently, his calm eyes radiating warmth and assurance. Contrary to his appearance, Xiaoyu was undeniably meticulous and gentle. Though he could be earnestly amusing at times, Yuan found this clumsiness endearing. Accepting Xiaoyu's goodwill, he cheerfully went to retrieve tools for painting the walls. Xiaoyu had arrived early and had already mixed the paint to the desired ratio, achieving a hue that lay between gray and silver gray, with a subtle metallic sheen that was not overpowering. Yuan fashioned a small paper hat for himself, one hand brandishing a diminutive brush while the other grasped a small bucket of water. With an exuberant tone, he inquired, which side shall I paint? Only this side, replied Xiaoyu, for the color transformation, as this wall will display the company logo. The rest will remain white. Xiaoyu presented the design drawings for Yuan's perusal. Yuan tucked the small bucket under his elbow, flipped through a couple of pages, and soon discerned that the designs bore the mark of two different creators. Were the design drawings crafted by two individuals? He asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Xiaoyu affirmed, leaning closer to flip through the pages until he revealed a 3D rendering. This was provided by Xie Jiamiao. After my insistence, he abandoned the pale yellow color scheme, but insisted on retaining certain ingenious elements depicted in the drawing. Yuan gazed at the illustration of a pristine floor-to-ceiling window, complemented by a warm pale yellow wall and a vividly rendered logo. Does the boss not realize this is the reception room, not his personal bedroom? He questioned. I believe he is aware, yet remains unperturbed, Xiaoyu replied. Amused by his cool and incisive sarcasm, Yuan's eyes curved in delight as he remarked, it's not unattractive, but for a corporate reception area, it lacks grandeur. Was the boss ever an interior designer? Xiaoyu responded, yes, albeit briefly. Why? Yuan asked. Did he not enjoy it? He was perpetually unyielding and was ultimately let go, Xiaoyu explained. After a brief, contemplative silence, Yuan erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Upon completing the first coat of paint, Xiaoyu took a seat to rest, glancing at the barrage of messages from Xie Jiamiao sent half an hour prior. It was lengthy and he felt disinclined to read through it all, opting instead for a succinct reply. On the set of Fenghua. Xie Jiamiao scrutinized the solitary turning it over in his mind until he finally deciphered its essence. Perfunctory. He sighed in dismay, lamenting that young Xie had seemingly severed emotional ties with his uncle, now responding with only a single character. Hasn't he always been this way? Gao Kaiyu, who had shared decades of camaraderie with him, recognized that the situation was not as dire as Xie Jiamiao suggested. Young Xie had always maintained such a demeanor. Come, take a look at the composition, he urged. Xie Jiamiao, a graduate of a prestigious domestic photography school and with a foundation in painting from a young age, despite lacking notable achievements across various industries in recent years, possessed undeniable professional capabilities. One of the stipulations of Gao Kaiyu's contract with Starlight Media was for Xie Jiamiao to assist him until the completion of Fenghua. Do you not possess any sympathy? Xie Jiamiao rebuked. A lack of affection between uncle and nephew is a precursor to severed ties. If young Xie disavows me, you shall have no nephew left. Gao Kaiyu had only been bested in his lifetime by two individuals, Yuan and this longtime friend beside him. He licked his molars, feeling a mix of exasperation and irritation. How is it young Xie's fault for not recognizing you? Blame yourself for constantly pressuring him, even requiring him to assist with renovations on weekends. Xie Jiamiao protested vehemently. I did not compel him. He chose to do so of his own volition. That building belongs to him. Gao Kaiyu fell silent for a moment. What did you say? Didn't I mention? The company headquarters was generously sponsored by the shareholders. Xie Jiamiao raked his fingers through the ends of his medium-length hair, muttering in confusion. I should have mentioned it. Gao Kaiyu gestured for him to pause. Let me clarify. He pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing he had misunderstood the identity of the shareholder. His brow furrowing tightly in disbelief. Did you not say that the 50% shareholder is a relative of yours? Xie Jiamiao hesitated. SNT Young Xie my family? Gao Kaiyu replied. Expressionless. I assumed it was your brother. Xie Jiamiao exclaimed. Oh, you have misunderstood. Gao Kaiyu sighed in frustration, wishing to pry open this fellow's skull to see what thoughts lay within. The Xie family of this generation boasted many capable individuals. Xie Jiamiao had 2 elder sisters and a brother, all shining in their respective fields. Most notably Xie Jialin, who happens to be Xie Haiyu's father, is 4 years his senior. Having initially amassed wealth through mineral resources, he later transitioned to real estate during the economic upswing, subsequently thriving in the tourism sector. In recent years, he has stepped back, spending his days playing cards with his sisters and engaging in chess with elderly gentlemen in the park, living a life detached from worldly affairs. However, the wealth, connections, and reputation he accumulated over the years remain immeasurable. The Xie family is known for their good fortune. Even walking the dog could yield an abundance of cash. Xie Jiamiao, however, was an exception, having little desire for wealth. His capable relatives had indulged him, allowing him to meander through life thus far. Young Xie, good, very well, but the question remains, where does he procure such wealth? I recall he has no prior investment experience. None previously, but now that he has invested in Starlight Media, he certainly has some, Xie Jiamiao asserted, raising his chin with confidence and pride. Young Yu has proclaimed that Starlight Media is worth it. He is willing to dedicate himself to Starlight Media for life. This indirectly reflects the promising future of their company, Starlight. Gao Kaiyu replied, Oh dear, do not fret excessively. Young Xie possesses far greater wealth than either of us. That entire building belongs to him. My brother remarked that the Xie family lacks a touch of artistic flair. Fortunate to have an art student like me, yet it still falls short. Hence, during Young Xie's senior year of high school, I encouraged him to pursue a career in stardom. Xie Jiamiao leaned in conspiratorially. Do you know what the reward was? A building in the city center. Gao Kaiyu responded, implying that it is our Starlight Media. Xie Jiamiao clarified. Not merely that. The entire 21 floors belong to him. Gao Kaiyu fell silent. This is no nephew, this is a prodigal son. With his sister having passed away early and his brother preoccupied with work, young Xie had been shuffled between various aunts and uncles, his quiet demeanor often eliciting playful teasing from adults. He was raised by the imaginative and generous hands of his aunts, who were known to be extravagant. Now, at the tender age of 20, Xie Haiyu boasts an impressive arsum, replete with 20 years of work experience. He possesses a home, a car, and substantial savings. Once Starlight Media flourishes, young Xie shall no longer have to worry for the rest of his life. Xie Jiamiao reflected wistfully. Gao Kaiyu pondered for a moment. Does your brother still desire a son? Xie Jiamiao replied. Huh? I would gladly be young Xie's brother. Even without an official title, Gao Kaiyu declared earnestly. Xie Jiamiao could hardly believe it. You see me as a brother, and I am but an uncle to you? Or perhaps your sisters are in search of boyfriends. I would be willing to marry them even as a concubine. Xie Jiamiao choked momentarily, letting out a sharp laugh. You wish to become my brother-in-law? Unsettled for less than 2 minutes, the middle-aged men resumed their boisterous arguing, their voices resonating like thunder, deafening all around. The crew, accustomed to their antics, busily attended to their own tasks, indifferent to the childish squabbles of the director and his equally childish friend. Only a few resting extras were taken aback by the scene, having heard rumors that the two had even formed a company. Zhou Ming listened to their disjointed conversation, taking a swig of water and concluding that their company was destined for failure. He pondered which unfortunate soul would eventually sign with them. Chapter 15. Solitude. At the company headquarters, Yuan, having finished a layer of paint, was drenched in sweat. The sultry weather and the absence of air conditioning in the under-construction room made the atmosphere stifling and oppressive. Xie Haiyu, whose responsibilities were broader, had sweat slicking his forehead, damp strands clinging to his face. His sleeves were rolled up to his shoulders, revealing well-defined biceps. He offered you when a bottle of water, fearing he might overheat, and removed the paper hat from you when head, hesitating momentarily before placing it atop his own. Let us head downstairs to the dance studio for a break. Noticing how the paper hat sat askew on Xie Haiyu's head, with sweat cascading down his neck, glistening upon his Adamus apple, Yuan was struck by a captivating blend of vulnerability and assertiveness in his beauty. He exclaimed sincerely, Teacher Xie, you are truly alluring. Xie Haiyu locked his gaze on him for a moment, pressed his lips together, and felt the tips of his ears grow warm beneath his tousled hair. Let us go, he urged, diverting his gaze and gently poking Yuwen's shoulder, signaling him to hurry along. The dance studio was equipped with an advanced fresh air system, which soon rendered the space refreshingly cool. Yuwen lay flat on the floor, resembling a desiccated fish. Xiaoyu approached, carrying a plastic bag filled with plump, ruby-red strawberries. Yuwen remained motionless, only rotating his distinct black and white irises to scrutinize him. Strawberries? Where did they come from? I bought them. They're in the refrigerator and have already been washed. Yuwen shut his eyes, steeling himself for half a minute before finally springing up like a carp, sitting upright. He touched the plastic bag, his eyes lighting up at the realization of its chill. Xiaoyu took a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, opened the plastic bag, and casually selected the ripest strawberry, asserting that chilling it enhances its flavor, as the salesperson had claimed. Yuwen accepted the chosen strawberry, giggling with delight. In truth, there was little difference, but the coldness was undeniably refreshing. Don't you usually eat them? Xiaoyu replied occasionally. Yuwen inquired, what prompted you to buy strawberries all of a sudden? After spending a week cooped up at home, I thought I'd check on you and pick some up while passing by the supermarket. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, attempting to cover up, adding, Xie Jiamao suggested I do so. Yuwen observed the flush creeping up Xiaoyu's ears, pondering to himself that individuals with muscles were indeed different, as they seemed to dissipate heat more slowly than others. I've been a bit lazy, not particularly fond of going out. Yuwen shifted his posture, slightly hunched over, engaging in an eye-to-eye stare with the bunch of strawberries. If you were to label him diligent, he wouldn't even lift a hand. If you called him lazy, he had gone so far as to bend down just to avoid raising his hand. Were these the strawberries the boss instructed you to ensure I consume? I don't recall ever mentioning my fondness for strawberries to the boss, Yuwen mumbled. I picked them, not Xie Jiamao. At the last gathering, your list of dislikes only included sour strawberries. Xiaoyu noticed a few leftover strawberry leaves, plucked them out, and observed that Yuwen's fingertips still clutched a half-eaten strawberry, contemplating before reaching out toward the latter. Give it to me. Yuwen nudged the plastic bag in his direction, urging you eat it. I meant the one in your hand. Yuwen's gaze flickered between perplexity and a sense of misunderstanding. Seeing the conflict in his expression, Xiaoyu carefully organized his words and softly said, I can eat anything. If you don't mind, you can give me what you don't wish to consume. In truth, it was unnecessary, but Xiaoyu's demeanor was so earnest that Yuwen felt an odd illusion that the other had mustered an immense amount of courage, fearing that if rejected, he would struggle to maintain his aloof demeanor, his eyelashes drooping, as if golden droplets would fall. His mind momentarily blank, he handed it over. Xiaoyu chewed expressionlessly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed half of the bitten strawberry. Yuwen felt an electric jolt race through his scalp, an influx of overwhelming thoughts flooding his mind. This was inappropriate. He snapped back to reality. No more, no more. He abruptly sat up, pushing the plastic bag towards Xiaoyu as if it were a source of danger, exclaiming that he had eaten too many snacks beforehand and could no longer consume any more. Teacher Xie, you have it. Ah. He rarely felt flustered, his verbal system resembling one under a viral attack, stammering for a while before finally managing, Teacher Xie, I think I'd like to head home first. The reception room's paint was still drying, and Xiaoyu was puzzled by his sudden farewell, yet he responded graciously, all right. He then rose, holding the strawberries. I'll drive you back. Xiaoyu's car was parked in the basement. As they descended in the elevator, Yuwen earnestly urged him not to bother, even using the excuse that a small electric scooter couldn't be transported together. Upon exiting the elevator, Xiaoyu asked, where is your vehicle? Yuwen pointed to the shared electric scooter outside the glass door. Xiaoyu's face displayed a loading circle of confusion as he queried, you plan to take that shared bike home? Yuwen. Xiaoyu didn't comprehend, but respected Yuwen's choice, assessing the dimensions of the shared electric vehicle, concluding it should fit. Yuwen remained silent for a moment, chuckling at his own foolishness and also at Xiaoyu's understanding nature. He couldn't fathom why he felt so tense. It was merely sharing a strawberry, not a kiss. Why so much fuss? He banished those peculiar thoughts from his mind, inhaling deeply to relax. I was just joking. I suddenly wondered if the shared electric vehicle could fit in the trunk. Felt like testing it, but now I'm not interested. It's rather dull. Let us hurry home. Xiaoyu said nothing, nodded, and pressed the button for the elevator to descend. Yuwen remained quiet for less than a minute. Teacher Xie, can your car turn into a convertible? No. Oh, what a pity. Haha. Would you like to ride in it? I'll bring it next time. No. It was just a spontaneous thought. Don't mind me. Casting aside his inexplicable embarrassment, Yuan got into the car and promptly fell asleep, awakening to find Xiahayu's jacket draped over his face, presumably to shield him from the sunlight. Teacher Xia. He stretched his shoulders, yawning widely. The jacket carried a faint scent of detergent, clean and crisp, much like its owner, which Yuan found delightful as he took a deep whiff. Oh, have we arrived? He pushed the jacket aside, cradling it in his arms. A brief 10-minute nap had rejuvenated his fatigued body from the paint fumes, even altering his voice to a cheerful tone. Xiaoyu glanced at him, Eat well, remember to take your vitamins, and don't fall ill. Yes, sir. Yuan saluted him, accepting the strawberries from his hand, then dashed out of the car, lively as he entered the apartment building. Paper hat remained in the passenger seat. Xiaoyu picked it up, examining it for a moment, hesitating between discarding it and keeping it. Never mind. I'll keep it. Xiaoyu flattened the hat, wrapped it in a tissue, and carefully placed it in the storage compartment, just in case he wants it next time. Teacher Xia. After completing this task, as Xiaoyu prepared to drive away, Yuan rushed out again, his bright voice startling Xiaoyu into a momentary tremor as if he had committed a misdeed, feeling inexplicably guilty. What's wrong? Yuan, slightly out of breath, leaned against the car window, meeting Xiaoyu's eyes. He felt as though Xiaoyu's gaze was wider than usual, engendering a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. He chuckled at his own wandering thoughts, tapping on the car window. Once it rolled down, he leaned in, half his head inside, his eyes sparkling. Come up and sit. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, thanking you for all your care over the past while. Xiaoyu. Yuan proclaimed he would cook personally, but Xiaoyu appeared rather unenthusiastic, remaining silent throughout the journey. Only upon entering the elevator did Yuan notice the flush creeping up Xiaoyu's neck. Teacher Xia, are you feeling hot? Yuan pointed to his pale pink neck and then to his blood-red earlobes, murmuring softly, university students are indeed vigorous and full of life, oblivious to the fact that he had just graduated from university himself. It's fine, it'll pass shortly. Xiaoyu discreetly draped his jacket over his shoulders, attempting to conceal his physiological reaction, his hands tucked in his pockets, leaning against the elevator railing. After a while, he muttered, It might be inappropriate for me to go to your home. Huh? What's inappropriate? Didn't you initially plan to come see me? Yuan scratched the back of his head. Besides, I went to the boss's house for dinner last time. If we're being honest, that would be even more inappropriate. Xiaoyu remained silent, and as the elevator numbers ascended, the hands in his pockets tensed, veins bulging at his wrists. Noticing him staring at the elevator numbers without any intention to explain, Yuan was left to speculate. Teacher Xia, are you gay? Xiaoyu froze like a malfunctioning robot. That question might be a bit presumptuous. In any case, I'm not gay. If Teacher Xia has a boyfriend, please assure him not to worry. My relationship with you is purely that of close friends. Yuan gestured between them, his expression earnest enough to be admitted to the party. Xiaoyu took half a minute to recover, mechanically turning to look at him. Yuan's face was solemn, radiating his determination and sincerity. Xiaoyu replied. From his subdued tone, Yuan detected an inexplicable hint of disappointment. Upon opening the door to his home, Yuan rummaged for a brand new pair of slippers, squatting beside Xiaoyu's feet to compare. They seem a bit small. Xiaoyu pulled him up, assuring him that it was fine and that he could wear them. There was no other option. Yuan removed his shoes and socks, his bare feet touching the cool porcelain floor as he hurried to turn on the air conditioning, adjusting the temperature while saying, I'll buy you a pair at the supermarket tomorrow. You won't have to squeeze into these next time you come. But I don't mean to imply that you should come often, so please rest assured. No need to worry your boyfriend. Xiaoyu, holding the slippers, approached and began to tuck them onto his ankles. I don't have a boyfriend. Yuan quickly rephrased, please rest assured for your girlfriend. Xiaoyu replied, I don't have one either. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan's voice softened. I have no ulterior motives, so please rest assured, Teacher Xia. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze to meet Yuan's eyes. After a lengthy pause, the young man relaxed slightly, almost indulgently exhaling, you can rest easy as well. This indicated his straightforward nature. Yuan felt reassured. Chapter 16 Variety Show. Xiaoyu's primary task was to ensure that Yuan was not indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, living in disarray. He meticulously examined the refrigerator, the kitchen waste, the dust on the table, and the neatness of the wardrobe. Though it wasn't immaculate, it was tidy enough to indicate that Yuan had been living well during his time at home. Xiaoyu noted there was half an uneaten watermelon and a few apples in the refrigerator. Aren't you tired of sweet watermelon? Yuan was sprawled on the sofa, his rear end elevated, surfing the internet in an unusually flexible position. I don't like it, but I need to regularly replenish my vitamins. My mother insists on it. He had removed his outer garment, revealing a delicate collarbone that gleamed like jade, and an almost blindingly fair complexion. Xiaoyu averted his gaze, noticing that Yuwen's feet were still bare. He picked up the air conditioning remote and raised the temperature by 2 degrees. Yuwen pouted playfully, "Teacher Xia, it's hot." The steadfast teacher Xia found himself once again immobilized. "Put on some socks." Yuwen looked up, only seeing Xiaoyu's retreating back into the kitchen, a hint of weariness evident in his hurried demeanor. Yuwen assumed he had caused Xiaoyu undue concern and quickly rolled up to put on his socks. He was chatting with Chu Han. Mountain Courtyard was still airing, with the show expected to have 12 episodes, adopting a format of recording 1 episode for airing. The 8th episode had just aired last night, and the guests were currently recording the 9th episode. Yuwen and Chu Han were not exactly friends. Their exchanges were minimal. The longest conversation they had was when Yuwen reminded Chu Han of Shisu's identity. After that, they had no further dialogue. Today, Chu Han unexpectedly messaged him, but Yuwen, with his phone on silent, had not noticed until just now. "Chu Han, would you be willing to join the recording of Mountain?" "Chu Han, I'd like to invite you. The appearance fee is quite generous, and the show is gaining popularity, although it might be a bit tiring." "Tiring? In your opinion?" Yuwen almost replied impulsively but regained his composure before sending, puzzled as to why Chu Han had suddenly extended the invitation. He opened the video app and watched recent episodes of Mountain at double speed. His previous prediction had proven accurate. Shisu had reverted to his old ways, clearly targeting Chu Han, whether out of jealousy or a desire to steal affection. In any case, Yuwen could not discern whether Shisu was genuine or insincere. In the 5th episode, Shisu joined and was grouped with Chu Han. The episode, though bursting with intensity and conflict, received mixed reviews online. Yet, the camaraderie among group members did spark some chemistry. Following that episode, Chu Han became closer to Yuwen, and in the 6th episode, they were practically inseparable, with Shisu calling Chu Han brother Chu Han and pinching his nose to make him eat eggs. Who could resist such straightforward charm? Certainly not the online audience. From the 6th episode onward, public opinion began to shift, and the rare CP, couple pairing, emerged, with certain edits garnering over 1 million views. However, starting from the 7th episode, Chu Han began to deliberately avoid Shisu's overtures, leading to rampant speculation. Fans of the CP insisted it was to avoid misunderstandings, yet it was evident that the atmosphere between the two had become strained. The burden fell more heavily on Chu Han, as Shisu's on-screen performance was impeccable. Yuwen pondered over his phone, still perplexed by why Chu Han wanted him there. What could he contribute? To watch a performance live? Yuwen, sorry, I've been busy with the filming crew and can't take leave. Chu Han quickly replied, his response speed surprisingly swift for his usual elderly demeanor. "Can you not spare even 2 days? I can sign a contract for a live stream for farmers, as long as you're willing to be a guest in the 10th episode. Please." Given Chu Han's character, the word please was already a significant plea. Yuwen was startled and even more confused. What is special about the 10th episode? After a long silence, Chu Han finally revealed the truth upon Yuwen's prodding. "Chu Han, the 6th episode generated significant discussion. The director wants to replicate that model." Yuwen, team up. Chu Han. Yes. No wonder Chu Han was avoiding Shisu like the plague. Given the current situation, not only was Shisu's primary choice him, but the production team might also intentionally pair them together for the sake of viewership. It would be yet another CP frenzy. Yuwen, but I don't have any experience in variety shows. I might not be of help. Chu Han. That's alright. I'll do my best to choose you. Yuwen considered for a moment. What kind of unbinding do you desire? More hardcore, or a gentler approach? Chu Han. What? Yuwen, backup plan 1, aggressive takeover. Backup plan 2, triangular torment. Backup plan 3, transference of affection. Backup plan 4, subtle entanglement. Chu Han. Which one is the gentler version? Yuwen, oh, all of the above are hardcore. The gentle version I refer to as the distraction method, simply put, reducing your time alone together, leaving the CP fans without content to produce. If they starve, so will your CP. Chu Han. You seem to know a lot. Yuwen, too kind. He hadn't understood before, but after researching Shisu, he did, given that Shisu's internet speed was remarkably swift and his persona was quite classic. Yuwen, the gentle version's backup plan is as follows. Chu Han. That's enough. Chu Han. And no need to list anymore. Chu Han. I'm already very happy that you're willing to come. Yuwen read those words, lounging on the sofa in distress. Although Chu Han was earnest in his acting and indifferent to popularity and status, could such sincerity truly navigate the treacherous waters of this industry to reach the pinnacle? He offered Chu Han a final piece of advice. Consider signing with a company. After ending the chat, Yuan forwarded the conversation to Xie Jiamao. Xie Jiamao. That's good. Although the show doesn't have many big names, it has a steady audience and is a good resource. Xie Jiamao. Look at you. Little you starting to take on variety shows on your own. Xie Jiamao. Cheering you on JPG. Yuan. Time to work. Off to the job. Starshine Media S Top 500. Yuan. Little cat dashing JPG. Xie Jiamao immediately responded with enthusiasm, envisioning the future, which inspired Yuan, causing him to roll over on the sofa in excitement. Xie Hayu emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of sliced strawberries, just in time to witness him tumble from the sofa to the floor. Luckily, a carpet cushioned his fall. Xie Hayu lifted him from the ground, and Yuan, resembling a small cat, shrank his neck and blinked his bright eyes. Teacher Xie, I recognize my mistake. Xie Hayu shook his head, guiding him back to sit on the sofa. Seeing the plate he was holding, Yuan craned his neck in surprise. Teacher Xie, did you dissect the strawberries? Xie Hayu, Yuan, holding the neatly cut strawberry tops, instantly understood Xie Hayu's good intentions. Teacher, you truly are a good person. Yuan felt deeply touched. In his life, aside from his parents and sister, no one had ever helped him enjoy strawberries in such a manner. Teacher, truly a brother. The recording schedule for In the Mountains was tight, with the 9th and 10th episodes being filmed consecutively. The day after promising Chu Han, Yuan received an invitation from the production team. The recording location was in a distant city, and upon disembarking from the plane, the staff awaited him at the exit, their demeanor courteous. Hello, Teacher Yu. Thank you for making the long journey. We have prepared a light meal for you. We hope you don't mind eating in the car. The production team had evidently done their homework. Although Yuan was an obscure actor and Xinguang Media was merely a fledgling company, it seemed to have the backing of several industry moguls, likely some prominent figures dabbling in the entertainment world. It was best not to offend them. Yuan was entirely unaware of his impressive connections and merely found their politeness a bit excessive. The dilapidated house for In the Mountains was situated in a remote area, requiring a 2-hour drive from the airport. Most guests had to dine in the car while simultaneously participating in preliminary recordings. Teacher Yu, how familiar are you with our program? Yuan had just finished his meal, his mouth still uncleaned, when the cameras began rolling. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, took a sip of water, licked his lips, and responded earnestly. I have watched every episode and truly appreciate this comfortable style. I feel immensely honored to be invited to fly here. His reply was rather formulaic, and the staff member in the passenger seat, having seen his previous live stream, couldn't help but tease, Teacher Yu, you can relax a bit more. Though there are no bullet screens here to interact with you, please don't stifle your true nature. Yuan paused for a moment, blinking. Am I supposed to be an honest chatterbox? The staff member was amused by his whimsical remark. Feel free. Tomorrow is the official recording. Are you prepared, Teacher Yu? Yuan remained seated upright, yet his expression had noticeably softened. After a moment's thought, he replied, There's a lot of work to be done, right? I understand. I've seen your show. Not only do you work the artists hard, it's not just about physical labor, the scope is vast. The artists grow significantly after recording, handling construction and even farming with ease. In the Mountains is a great place to cultivate versatile talents. Yuan smiled and raised his hand to his face, giving a thumbs up. The staff member was momentarily at a loss for words. Am I being too relaxed? Yuan inquired. A bit, the staff replied. All right, I'll rein it in. He picked up his smile again. In the Mountains is indeed a wonderful place to nurture all-round talents. The staff subsequently asked a few more routine questions, to which Yuan responded with ease. However, he recalled that flying guests had the opportunity to make a request. He smiled sheepishly, knowing that a senior who had exited midway had left behind a wish, which meant he could set the rules for this episode. My opportunity is postponed, so as to set the rules for the next episode. That might complicate things and affect the experience of future guests. Could we not merge them directly? The so-called senior's wish was merely an excuse from the production team, as all guests were well aware. Upon hearing this, the staff member felt a bit awkward but was relieved that Yuan didn't cause a scene, preserving their dignity. She exhaled deeply and teased in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Oh, does Teacher you have any ideas? Let us add an insider. By physically touching fixed points, one could steal points. Touching members of the same group would double their points. At the end of the recording, if no one identifies the insider, All members would have their points halved while the insider would double theirs. The staff was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the implication, a teasing smile forming on their face. Teacher Yu, are you suggesting you want to be the insider? No need for much effort. A mere touch would earn you points. Teacher Yu is being a bit lazy, SNTE? Yuan did not deny it, shyly smiling and candidly admitting, stealing points is too exhausting. If I can't outperform others, I might end up with nothing. Why not aim for something grand? It was a rather novel concept, but unfortunately, they could not designate the insider. Otherwise, it would be a hidden agenda. The staff member slyly winked, we will draw lots to decide. Yuan feigned regret, all right. Avoiding work was one aspect, but more importantly, under such rules, any physical contact would become suspect, perfectly severing the connection between this pair of CPs. He hadn't come to join this family. He had come to dismantle it. Chapter 17. Chatterbox. Catching bugs. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, it was already nearing 9 o'clock. The recording location, a farmhouse, was situated halfway up the mountain, necessitating a 30-minute hike. Chu Han awaited him at the entrance, and Yuan was surprised to see Shisu also present. Well, he shouldn't have been surprised. He should have realized that this blue-haired lad was merely an accessory to Chu Han. At the entrance, a solitary dim yellow streetlight illuminated the area, and looking back, the mountain path appeared flat yet deep, flanked by dense forest, reminiscent of a horror film set. Yuan peered ahead, feeling a chill. You shouldn't slow down the variety show. You should transform this into a haunted house, allowing the artists to experience it and capturing their embarrassing moments. That would surely bring in a fortune. Whenever Yuan felt nervous, he would ramble on. After finishing his thought, he noticed the silence beside him. Chu Han had slightly parted his lips, unsure of how to respond, while Shisu looked at him in mild astonishment. Yuan turned to the staff who had come to pick him up, feigning calmness. I will be more restrained. The staff member stifled a laugh, finding his continuous banter quite enjoyable. It's all right, as long as you're happy, Teacher Yu. Yuan pouted, but if I'm happy, you all might not be. That's not important. No need to be so respectful towards us. Yuan acquiesced, okay then. In the mountains is truly a tolerant big family. Chu Han displayed an expression identical to the one from their last livestream, surprise mingled with a hint of respect. Yuan greeted him familiarly and turned to Shisu. An artist emerging from a talent show possessed a striking appearance, which, unlike the bone structure and fluidity sought by big-screen actors, was focused on superficial beauty. Idols thriving on stage did not need to blend with their surroundings. They needed to captivate the audience's gaze, ensuring the spotlight shone solely on them. This was Yuan's first time encountering this blue-haired lad in a private setting, and he found himself scrutinizing his features. If he had to say, there were a few similarities to Feng Chengzhou. The male lead was a traditional handsome figure with sword-like brows and piercing eyes, akin to a lion in the jungle, embodying an air of noble arrogance. In contrast, Shisu was a touch more flamboyant. A slight lift of his brow exuded pride, infused with a unique, youthful, and somewhat unruly spirit. The contrast between his appearance and personality was the key to his allure. Brother Yu Shisu, who appeared slightly shy and reserved in front of the camera, waited for Yuan to speak but found Yuan lost in thought during the recording. Shisu rubbed his nose, and as soon as these small gestures appeared, the imposing aura from his tall stature was completely diminished, making him seem adorably cute. Hello, I'm Shisu. I heard you are a friend of Brother Chu Han. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan grasped his outstretched hand, momentarily slow to react. Brother, may I ask how old you are? 22, Shisu replied. What month? January. I'm older than you. How can I call you brother? Yuan quickly bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Brother, my dear brother, I apologize. The staff could hardly contain their laughter. Where did Teacher Chu find this lively gem? He is a natural for variety shows. Shisu, likely facing someone more sincere than himself for the first time, appeared somewhat flustered. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they finally embarked on their journey up the mountain. All being artists, their physical stamina was not particularly exceptional. But Chu Han and the others had been traversing the mountain for over half a month, meaning they were at least more accustomed to it than Yuan. Yuan had no aspirations other than to be a slacker. If he managed to climb it, that would be remarkable. Teacher Chu, he called out after not even 10 minutes, seeking assistance. If you would be kind enough to support me on this uphill trek, I shall live in gratitude to you for the rest of my days. As the guest they had invited, Chu Han felt obliged to lend him a hand. Yuan leaned against Chu Han, his eyes half closed, nearly shedding tears of gratitude. With a friend like this, I'd gladly accept 100 million in winnings. As Shisu observed the arduous journey of the two individuals, he proposed, allow me to carry you. How could I dare to impose such a burden? Came the reply. Teacher Shi, you need not concern yourself with us. I, Chui Pai, possess my own sense of dignity. Even if I were to perish along this path, I would not allow another to bear me. Just 2 minutes after uttering these words, he added, Teacher Chu, if you would be willing to carry me. Chu Han retorted, Where is your dignity? Yuan interjected, How could I possibly have any dignity? That is sheer hyperbole. Chu Han did not carry him, as he was unable to do so. The two were of similar stature and height, and the fact that Teacher Chu was already supporting him was a testament to their profound camaraderie. Yuan scoured the underbrush and found 2 sticks, handing one to Chu Han. The pair, their forms hunched, trembled as they leaned upon their makeshift crutches. Yuan, unable to contain himself, recited a verse. With bamboo staff and straw sandals, I tread lightly, for my heart's intent is as vast as the Kunlun Mountains. Chu Han responded with silence. In the final 10 minutes, Yuan, utterly spent, gasped for breath and directed his gaze towards the camera operator, declaring, What follows are my last words. Upon my passing, please divide my assets into 3 portions. 1 for repaying Aunt's Huabei, 1 for settling the debt with the convenience store downstairs, and 1 for the provisions of dog goo in the community garden. The crew had never encountered anyone so loquacious. Chu Han, too, had not witnessed such a spectacle. He nudged Yuan's arm, urging him to silence, lest his words exacerbate his breathlessness. Yuan, whose once fair complexion had transformed into a rosy apple from the exertion, was oddly spirited despite the sweat pouring from his brow. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, This mere mountain path is trivial. If I must perish here, what is there to fear? Chu Han, after a moment of contemplation, could no longer suppress his laughter at Yuan's audacity. With such a mouth to shield us, the sky could fall, he quipped, extending his crutch to poke Yuan's lower back. Now let us hasten our pace. Shisu had walked alongside them throughout, akin to an outsider unable to integrate into the camaraderie of familiar faces, scarcely able to engage in conversation. Yuan's thoughts were as tumultuous as a roller coaster, and unless he chose to lower his standards, no one could keep pace with his train of thought. What was meant to be a 30-minute trek had extended to 40 minutes. Upon arriving at the courtyard, the lights within were still aglow, and several regulars emerged to greet them. Welcome, welcome, new friends. Hello Xiaoyu, I am Tongli, also an actor. Hello, hello. Among the 5 regulars in the mountain retreat, aside from Shisu and Chu Han, were 2 women and 1 man. Tongli, a female actress who had navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, had remained relatively obscure until she recently garnered attention for a guest role as a beloved character. She was often referred to as a treasure trove of seasoned talent. Song Chunglei, a variety show personality well-versed in the entertainment realm, excelled in crowd control and self-deprecation, contributing significantly to the humor of the show. Chao Lingyun, a new actress like Yuan, had yet to release any works but demonstrated commendable diligence during the program. As Yuan shook hands with each of them, he suddenly found his knees giving way and dropped to the ground. Song Chunglei, startled, rushed to assist him with a jest. Though I am of an age that could be your father, I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Yuan struggled momentarily, unable to muster the strength, and smiled sweetly at Song Chunglei. It is all right. If my knees wish to kneel, let them be. I am not a narrow-minded parent. Chu Han, recognizing that Yuan was fatigued, swiftly fashioned a makeshift VBY binding 2 sticks with a grass rope, tucking it under Yuan's arm. He assisted him into the living room, where offerings were made to the 3 pure ones, and lit 3 incense sticks. Yuan was gently escorted into the living room, where Chao Lingyun attempted to light the incense but was halted by Tongli. Following tradition, after gathering in the living room, they would draw lots to determine who would prepare breakfast the next morning. Although Yuan was unable to stand, he could crawl, and once everyone was seated, he plopped down next to Chu Han. As Shisu, the last to arrive, observed, Yuan looked up at him with his innocent, wide eyes and said, Brother Shi, please take a seat. Chu Han was seated next to Song Chunglei on one side and Yuan on the other, making it impossible for Shisu to squeeze in. Given the circumstances, it would be unkind to ask the injured Yuan to relinquish his seat, so Shisu maintained a strained smile and chose to sit directly opposite Chu Han. While Chu Han regarded him with a mix of exasperation and gratitude, he could not help but send a message under the table. Thank you. Yuan propped his chin on his hand, using one hand to type a reply. I promise you, at any time in any place, Guardian Angel, boldly take action. The production team presented the drawing box. Tongli, with keen eyes, noticed that the drawing box differed from previous ones. Is there a new task today? The production team's drawing boxes were typically rudimentary, often consisting of hastily written notes tossed into a container, but today they presented a single-sided acrylic box, transparent on one side and adorned with a black and white ghostly visage. What is this? Song Chung-lei spun the drawing box, revealing several small colored balls within. Is this for grouping? By color? Grouping by color. And they even display the colors for you? Tong Li remarked sharply. Song Chung-lei shrugged helplessly, at least in front of the cameras. Grant me a modicum of dignity as a senior. The two, of comparable experience, had known each other prior to the recording and routinely exchanged playful barbs, a dynamic that had become second nature to the group, eliciting laughter. The production team interjected, "You are correct. There is a new task tomorrow. With the wishes of former members and teacher use innovative ideas, we have combined both. Tomorrow will feature a paired team mode, but not everyone will share your intentions. Among you lurks a thief who will blend in, stealing points through specified physical contact, commonly known as an undercover agent." As the director's words echoed in the air, Song Chung-lei abruptly stood, feigning indignation as he struck the table. Turning to Tong Li, "It must be you. I sensed your targeting of me today. Does the method of stealing points not incite anger in others? I have felt inexplicable ire since earlier. You must have orchestrated this."
Tong Li, bewilderat, respunda.
"Your anger is your own concern. What does it have to do with me? Take it out elsewhere." Chao Lingyun surveyed the room, her expression growing tense. Tong Li continued, "Xiao Chu and Shisu have remained unusually silent. That raises suspicion. Xiao Yu is a newcomer. The director would hardly let him go solo, as that would be too risky. Lingyun likely isn't involved either. I have known Song for over a decade, and I can read him like a book. Based on my assessment, it is not him, and certainly I am not involved either." Tong Li's analysis prompted a brainstorming session among the others, and it seemed a debate was inevitable. Yuan, cradling his chin, cautiously scanned the expressions of those around him. Song Chung-lei asked, "Xiao Yu, what is your perspective?" All eyes turned to him, and upon being singled out, Yuan hesitated. The idea of an undercover agent was mine. I intended to take part, but the production team insisted on drawing lots. He poked the drawing box in front of him and subtly suggested, "In my humble opinion, the undercover agent remains in the box, yet to make their debut." Tong Li responded with a stunned silence. Song Chung-lei, equally taken aback, fell silent. The impending debate was momentarily stifled. The director, hidden behind the camera, stifled laughter to the point of discomfort. "All right, fine," Song Chung-lei declared, picking up his phone. Taxi. Please come to the foot of the mountain for the audience watching at home. I shall take my leave now." In Chapter 18, the drawing results would remain known only to the individuals involved, while the camera would capture the reveal. Yuan quietly observed the expressions of everyone else. Once the others had displayed their results and returned to their seats, their glances exchanged were laden with meaning. Unable to conceal his smirk, he resolved to wait until the following day. In the second round of drawing, Chu Han emerged as the fortunate soul tasked with preparing breakfast for the next morning. He chuckled resignedly as he unfolded the note in his hand, which bore a hasty scrawl of the number 1. It was a tradition in Shanjian that the individual who drew the smallest number would be responsible for the meal. As the group began to disperse, Shisu offered Yuan a hand as he stood, saying casually, "Brother Chu, I shall assist you tomorrow morning." Yuan, believing the night had come to an end, immediately felt alarm bells ringing at those words. Upholding the principle of dismantling romantic pairings to starve the fans of such pairings, he resolved to become a mere third wheel. "Need assistance? I can lend a hand as well." He earnestly turned to Chu Han, exclaiming, "To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. You, my friend, who has dragged me up from the depths, are truly a living bodhisattva." Chu Han glanced at his trembling legs and replied, "I fear you may perish before the stove." "Yuan, do not curse me," he retorted. Chu Han, feeling the fatigue in his legs, bent down to massage his ankles. "It's merely breakfast. There's no need for so many people. Yet this path is indeed arduous." Yuan seized upon the key phrase, "this path." "Is it not the one you have traversed before?" "Indeed." Chu Han straightened up, moving to assist him. "Come, our room is next door. Shisu should rest early. There is another, slightly shorter mountain path, though it takes nearly half an hour as well, but it is less steep. However, that route is riddled with mosquitoes at night, which leave large welts. Previous guests have expressed concerns about this. Hence, the production team has arranged for you to take this route." With that, he smirked and jested. "You might as well rejoice while your face remains unscathed." Yuan was aware of the mosquito problem on the mountain, having seen previous guests with swollen faces in past episodes. Yet, he would rather endure mosquito bites than face the despair of a treacherous mountain path. "I am profoundly moved," he said with an impassive expression. It warms me to the core. The following day, Yuan arose early. The grouping notice was affixed to the door, designated by the production team. Yuan was paired with Song Chunglei, and upon descending the stairs, he discovered that Chu Han was grouped with Shisu. There was a small set of steps before the kitchen, and Yuan entered with a bouncy gait akin to a little zombie. Chu Han was cracking eggs while Shisu assisted him. The two exchanged few words, yet the atmosphere was undeniably warm, at least to the observers.
Chu Han,
although not adept at masking his emotions in reality, possessed the talent of a rare, gifted actor. After a couple of episodes, he had come to a realization. Since avoidance was not an option, it was preferable to maintain basic social interactions, thereby evading any potential missteps in front of the audience. Yuan poured himself a cup of warm water, extending his tongue like a cat to lick it, squinting his eyes as he sighed. The entertainment industry is truly convoluted. He mused how he had navigated so smoothly, only to realize that previously, he had not been entangled in the undercurrents, but upon coming into contact with the main characters, the need for intellect had suddenly increased. Yuan resolved to complete this task and withdraw from the entangled grievances among the protagonists. Chu Han and Shisu worked in perfect harmony to prepare breakfast while Yuan leaned silently against the kitchen door, quietly observing the pair for about 10 minutes. "Brother Shisu, are you a thief?" he suddenly interjected, startling both of them. Chu Han nearly flung the spatula from his hand and retorted irritably, "Are you a ghost? You tread so silently." Yuan, feeling wronged, replied, "I hopped in, but your oil pan muffled my footsteps." The expression on his face vividly conveyed the sentiment. "Is this my fault?" Chu Han recognized that he was an actor but had never witnessed him perform. At that moment, he believed Yuan could undoubtedly become an exceptional leading man, simply due to his overwhelming expressiveness. "Why do you think so, teacher you?" Shisu inquired, wiping his hands, playfully retorting, "I am a good person, truly." In contrast, it was Yuan who found Shisu's curiosity peculiar. Why had he been lingering around? Did this thievery somehow relate to their interactions? Yuan raised his hand and shook his index finger. "Wrong," he declared, "you inadvertently expressed your disagreement. Brother Shisu, you have brushed against teacher Chu's arm thrice, handed him items 6 times, and accepted things from him 8 times. If both direct and indirect contact count as physical interaction, then you have pilfered 17 units of points from teacher Chu." Shisu was taken aback and chuckled. "Can't be that simple. There's only one area of physical contact, right?" "How do you know?" Yuan countered. "Have you received a task card?"
Exisu replid, I guest.
"We all live together. Mere physical contact without constraints is hardly difficult." Yuan fell silent.
Chuan, Keringa plate.
Silently distanced himself from Shisu. It was evident that throughout the day's filming, the two would maintain this distance. Shisu's expression had already stiffened as he turned to feign busyness, lamenting internally, "I should not have conversed so much with Yuan. Every word is a pitfall." He could not help but display a tearful expression toward the camera. The thief, Shisu, had been exposed. Yuan remained quiet for a moment, contemplating Shisu's retreating figure. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation. "You are right. Simply put, physical contact is rather too broad." "Do you truly believe that?" Chu Han queried. Shisu, feeling his suspicion alleviated, exhaled in relief. Yuan offered no further explanation, tightened the lid on his water cup, and bounced out. After breakfast, the director's team announced the location for today's task. Over the past half-month, the members had undergone numerous trials, laboring diligently to construct their little courtyards, shelters to shield from the wind and rain, fertile vegetable gardens, and tidy poultry coops, all of which were products of their efforts. After considerable deliberation, the production team decided to grant the members a holiday, inviting them to camp at the summit of Looming Mountain to appreciate the natural beauty. As the first part of the announcement concluded, the group prepared to cheer, but upon hearing Looming Mountain, Song Chunglei began making phone calls. "Hello? Taxi? Come pick me up. I'm not recording anymore." Yuan quietly inquired of Chu Han, "Where is Looming Mountain?" "It's a mountain a few kilometers away, steep and high. We went there to watch the sunrise during the 2nd episode, but it was never aired." Yuan nodded, somewhat understanding, and then asked, "Are you a thief?" This sudden question caused Chu Han's expression to freeze. It seemed not to be the case. Yuan scrutinized his expression, deep in thought. Chu Han exhaled a breath from his chest and replied, "Are you planning to ask each person one by one today?" "No, you were just too close to me earlier, blowing air into my ear. I feared you would steal my points." Chu Han questioned, "What points do you have?" Yuan recalled that he had not completed any tasks as he was a newcomer. "Oh right." The director's team continued outlining the game rules. Yuan abruptly raised his hand. "Director, how can I be stolen from if I have no points?" Points have no upper limit and can be negative. Yuan processed this for a couple of seconds before exclaiming, I won't end up in debt for millions after participating in this show, will I? Chu-han couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Song Chung-lei chuckled heartily, don't worry, Xiao Yu, I'll lend you 2 points. Yuan replied, that's so generous, teacher Song. You're giving me 1/200th of your points. If you find it too little, then forget it, Song Chung-lei said. Not at all. I wouldn't dare to refuse the kindness of a senior. Yuan limped over, gleefully accepting the plastic token representing 2 points from Song Chung-lei, exclaiming, even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. He struggled to stand, and naturally positioned himself beside Song Chung-lei, prompting Shisu to shift aside to grant him space. Hey, teacher Yu, Shisu suddenly pointed to the top of his head. There's a piece of yarn there. Yuan swatted at it a couple of times, while Shisu directed him, unsure if today's rules were special. He had refrained from touching it himself. Teacher Song, could you pinch it for him? Shisu suggested. After observing for a while, Song Chung-lei, seeing Shisu's reluctance to speak, felt compelled to assist. The two had become a source of frustration for him. Song Chung-lei pinched out a piece of yarn about the length of a finger joint and flicked it away. Yuan adjusted his slightly disheveled appearance, suddenly struck by an idea, casting a thoughtful glance at Shisu. The director announced through a megaphone. The production team has prepared picnic mats, tents, utensils, and barbecue grills for you, but the food must be prepared by each member. Looming Mountain is abundant with wild delicacies, such as bamboo fungus and tea tree mushrooms. Please gather them during your ascent for your lunch and dinner. Another rule stated that for every segment of the ascent completed, a challenge would be fulfilled, earning a certain number of points which could be exchanged with the production team for meat and other supplies. Song Chung-lei sensed something amiss and inquired, where does the hiking start from? The director pointed to the ground, here. Yuan felt a twitch in his legs, as if a warning had sounded. Enemies approaching. His expression turned serious, realizing, oh no, they're coming for me. Upon receiving Yuan's imploring gaze for assistance, Song Chung-lei nodded emphatically, proclaiming with righteous fervor, at the very least, allow little Yu to descend the mountain first. Otherwise, are we not condemning him to death? Those who have experienced the agony of fatigue in their lower limbs understand that descending is infinitely more arduous than ascending, a far more excruciating ordeal. The director interjected apologetically. I sincerely apologize, teacher Yu, but there is but 1 seat available in the cruise van. Should you find it intolerable, you may exchange 30 points for a seat. The moment had arrived to test the bonds of camaraderie. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan turned and sprinted in the direction of Chu-han, only to falter after a few steps, resorting to a zombie-like shuffle, extending both hands in a dramatic plea. Teacher Chu, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Tong Li quipped, are you planning to devour little Chu? To which Song Chung-lei responded, Director, do we have any black dog blood or peach with swords on hand? Chu-han, momentarily slow to react, remained oblivious even as Yuan's hands reached his shoulders, just as the latter's zombie-like grasp was about to settle on him. Seizing the opportunity, Shisu raised his hand, suggesting, shall I take over? Yuan turned to regard him, and the other MCs followed suit. I seem to have a good rapport with teacher Yu. He even called me brother last night. Shisu jested as he retrieved his points from his pocket. This is the first time I've been called brother on this show, so consider it a belated gift. Yuan blinked, instantly donning an innocent smile. Thank you, brother Shisu. Thus, Yuan was granted the privilege of a direct ride to the foot of Looming Mountain. Between the 2 mountains lay a stretch of flat terrain. Seated in the back of the truck with the gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, he felt as though he were riding in a convertible. The only discomfort was the small bench that pressed against him. He shifted slightly, brushing his tousled hair back, revealing a smooth forehead as he squinted to admire the retreating fields of wheat and scenic vistas on either side. Teacher Yu, how do you feel at this moment? Inquired the accompanying PD, camera in hand. While they toil, I luxuriate, Yuan mused, propping his chin on one hand, contemplating the joys of life. The PD could not suppress a grin. Your current enjoyment is thanks to teacher Shisu. Do you have any words for him? Yuan pondered for a moment, then replied, I hope he doesn't steal my points today. The PD raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you suspect teacher Shisu of being a thief? Yuan smiled knowingly, his lips curling upward, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Little did they know, his tone was laden with conviction. His suspicion towards Shisu was not merely due to the slip he had made that morning. It was Shisu's words that had alerted him. Based on previous episodes, the likelihood of the director's team adhering to guest suggestions was virtually non-existent. They excelled at obfuscating concepts, muddling subjects, and constructing traps. While they might fail to capture the zeitgeist, Their skill in outwitting the MCs was indeed remarkable within the confines of the show. The proposal he had made was that physical contact with a designated area could illicitly claim points, with points doubled for touching a fellow team member. This rule was relatively sound, lacking significant loopholes, yet it lacked specificity. Whose physical contact with whom could indeed lead to point theft? If given a choice, for the thief, remaining outside those brackets would pose the least suspicion and be the safest route. For instance, if Song Chunglei touched Yuwen's hair, it would be Shisu who would pilfer Yuwen's points. Yuwen gazed up at the seemingly endless stone steps of looming mountain. Is Teacher Song nearly here? The accompanying PD checked his phone and glanced at the shared map. The other teachers could opt for various routes, with the greater difficulty yielding higher points. However, Teacher Song had chosen the longest path, which would take some time. Yuwen sighed. Could you please send him a message asking for his taxi driver's phone number? The PD replied, you need the taxi's number? To return home, Yuwen clarified. I am aware your show is extreme, but I hadn't anticipated it would be this extreme. Each challenge seems meticulously designed to train special forces. The production team had prepared sunshades and supply points, with Yuwen blending in among the staff, covertly seeking shade. As 10 o'clock approached, the sun blazed fiercely, inducing a sense of dizziness. While everyone busied themselves, Yuwen found himself bored and, fearing he might disturb the workers, took a leisurely stroll around the base of the mountain. On a weekday morning, there were few climbers, nearly none at all. Approximately 300 meters from the supply point, he stumbled upon a newly constructed traditional-style restroom, which, at first glance, exuded an antique charm, with intricately carved windows on either side. The interior was also quite tidy, exuding an elegance that had yet to be tarnished, as though it had just been cleaned, with the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Most importantly, it was air-conditioned. Yuwen casually tore off 2 sheets of paper, entered a stall, wiped down the toilet seat, and settled cross-legged atop it to engage in a game. Within 10 minutes, someone entered. Yuwen, wearing one earbud, heard the rustling but paid it no mind. The newcomer occupied the stall next to his, making soft sounds and the unmistakable noise of a backpack zipper being opened. The screen displayed a vast expanse of green squares, and Yuwen focused on clearing the excess blocks on either side, attempting to connect more green squares together. Director, I have some questions regarding this scene. Will you have time this evening? The voice from next door emanated an audio recording, not too loud, seemingly captured from somewhere, accompanied by a crackling sound, occasionally cutting out. As Yuwen eliminated a red block, he heard the next line, causing his hand to jerk involuntarily, resulting in a devastating loss of green blocks.
Ooh, Huhan.
The green squares had been reduced to a mere 7 or 8, a significant setback. However, Yuwen momentarily set aside his frustration, exited the game app, and removed his earbud. The director's voice was unmistakably recognizable, even through the damaged audio, as his tone, volume, and irritable nature were uniquely distinct. Amid the crackling audio, Gao Kaiyu's voice sounded slightly hoarse, yet under the noise, there was an unusual gentleness. All right, come find me tonight. Yuwen's mind raced. First, who was next door? Second, what was the intent behind this audio? Third, why did it lead him to this moment? Was this a scene requiring a passerby? As he brainstormed these questions, the sounds of typing began to echo from next door. Yuwen could discern several audio clips being spliced together, forming an ambiguous representation of the underlying rules. He furrowed his brow and activated his phone's recording function. He had encountered a similar situation before. Chuhan, a recent graduate, was somewhat naive to the intricacies of human relations, obediently following whatever was suggested by the group leader. Before Yuwen had intervened, he had had several discussions with the director regarding the script, both maintaining a straightforward demeanor, and neither had thought much of it. Only when the male lead's intentions became evident did the director confront him, prompting Chuhan to snap back to reality. Since then, he had naturally avoided one-on-one encounters with the director, but if their previous conversations were leaked, edited, and pieced together, they could indeed serve as tantalizing material. It appeared that today, Yuwen would assume the role of a righteous bystander. He sighed to himself. He discreetly adjusted his phone's microphone to capture the sound more clearly, attempting to record the audio without drawing attention. While others engaged in malicious editing, he would capture their illicit edits. All were entitled to a bright future. Just then, another person entered the restroom. Yuwen's attention was entirely consumed by the audio next door, while the recording abruptly halted, leaving a sense of guilt in the air. The segments of audio had already been spliced together, making for intriguing content. A slight rearrangement, coupled with advanced technology, could turn it into a veritable bombshell. Before anyone entered, the stall occupant was engrossed in showcasing their edited masterpiece. Upon the new arrival, they immediately hit pause. Yuan hesitated for a moment. To avoid any suspicion of editing, he decided to record the final product as well. Thus he did not stop the recording. He silently apologized to the gentleman standing at the urinal. My apologies. It was not my intention to record the sound of your urination. Should this recording serve to bring justice against wrongdoers, he mused, perhaps Chu Han and Gao Kaiyu would present you with a banner reading, "A urine to immortality." Amen. Teacher Yu? He was disrupted from his chaotic thoughts as the individual outside finished washing their hands and called into the eerily silent restroom. Teacher Yu, are you in there? Yuan responded. My heavens. He held his breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. Clenching his lips tightly, he resolved to remain silent, come what may. The individual approached, methodically pushing open the doors of the stalls until he reached Yuan's. Finding it unyielding, he knocked and called, Hey buddy, how long have you been squatting? Yuan replied, If I could, I would squat until the heavens crumble, the seas dry up, and the mountains lose their peaks, before daring to part ways with you. Have you seen our teacher Yu? He's quite slender, with a small face, and a tear mole at the corner of his right eye. He sparkles with talent, clearly a young artist. Thanks, Yuan said. Not receiving a response, the man outside muttered, What are you shy about? Anyway, big brother, if you see teacher Yu, tell him the other MCs are almost here, and we're about to start recording. He needs to hurry back. As Yuan listened to the fading footsteps, a whirlwind of emotions churned within him. A muffled thud from the adjacent stall snapped him back to reality, prompting him to instinctively perk up his ears. Perhaps in his fluster, he had accidentally hit the play button. As the audio clip began to play again, Yuan bent down, positioning the microphone towards the adjoining stall. The segment lasted about a minute, with rapid editing and swift recording. By the time his notebook was forcefully closed, he had nearly completed the entire recording. Yuan, with remarkable speed, prepared a copy of the audio and sent it to Gao Kaiyu. As the file transfer neared completion, he sensed something and lifted his head. A blue-haired figure peeked over the top of the stall, staring at him with an eerie intensity. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this surreal, horror movie-like scene, exclaiming, What the hell? Shisu's tightly furrowed brows lifted slightly as he gritted his teeth. Teacher Yu. The two figures dashed out of the public restroom, Yuan appearing to walk but actually running, fleeing with the speed of desperation, evading Shisu's outstretched hand.
Once supersud closely.
Nearly grabbing the back of his shirt several times, yet Yuan slipped away each time like a fish from his grasp. Damn it! Shisu muttered under his breath, his voice dangerously close. Look, your true nature is revealed. Even curses are slipping out. Yuan was now convinced Shisu intended to silence him, hastening away like a writhing snake. It seemed Shisu wanted to say something. I'm not listening. Better to flee. Hey, teacher Yu, teacher Shi. Come quickly. We've been waiting for you. The keen-eyed crew members spotted their sprinting figures, their benevolent smiles shining in Yuan's eyes like the glow of the Virgin Mary. Salvation. In the final few steps, he accelerated, sprinting towards safety. Teacher Chu. Just as Chu Han settled, sweating profusely and sipping water, a small firecracker came hurtling down the mountain path. Yuan dashed to his side, still shaken. Oh, Teacher Chu. So good to see you. Chu Han nearly got knocked off his feet, the world around him swaying. He began, feeling as though he might have seen his great-grandmother. Chapter 19. Advantage. Yuan rushed back to the safe zone in a flash, his heart finally at ease, his expression relaxing. Shisu stormed over, his pace brisk and menacing, his brow furrowed, his face dark like one seeking revenge. Tongli had never seen him like this and stepped back in surprise. Why is Xiaoxi suddenly angry? Shisu recalled that they were still recording the show. He took a deep breath, his eyebrows lifting slightly, his expression softening a bit, yet a subtle irritation remained. Teacher Yu earlier in the restroom, feigning ignorance. Yuan replied, Restroom? Were you just in the restroom too? What a coincidence. Can we talk privately? Yuan interjected, Oh come on. What's there to hide about borrowing paper? Here you go. He pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and tossed it to Shisu from a distance of a meter or two, then immediately slipped behind Chu Han, a look of relief on his face. Shisu appeared ready to unleash a torrent of unrefined language. At that moment, the director raised a megaphone, calling for them to assemble, interrupting what Shisu had nearly spoken. The entire hiking route up Looming Mountain spanned approximately 5 kilometers, but there was more than one path. The mountain was abundant with treasures, and local residents often foraged for them, leaving trails trodden by feet. The production team established 4 supply points at varying altitudes, with diminishing rewards for each successive checkpoint reached. Harvesting mountain goods also garnered points. The director did not require them to act in groups, but the 6 traveling together proved inefficient. Tong Li swiftly divided the trio of members into areas rich in resources using the map they had exchanged. As Yuan was about to part ways with Chu Han, he cast a lingering, complex gaze upon him. Chu Han, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" Yuan regarded him with an expression akin to that of an unfilial son, conceding that sometimes ignorance could indeed be bliss. He patted Chu Han's shoulder and, casting a discreet glance at Shisu, stated earnestly, "Remember, I risked my life to preserve your innocence." Daring not to look at Shisu for fear of reigniting his murderous intent, he slipped away like an eel, leaving that remark hanging in the air. Song Chunglei and Yuan's assigned area lay in the mountain's shade, cool and pleasant. Yuan grabbed a large, unidentifiable leaf and playfully held it over his head, peering left and right. Tong Li had assigned them bamboo fungus, a type of edible mushroom. Yuan, lacking in both diligence and knowledge of grains, was a picky eater who could not be relied upon. However, Song Chunglei, with years of experience in variety shows, knelt down and pinched a snow-white mushroom, teaching him to identify it. "This is bamboo fungus, easy to recognize. The stem is snow-white, and the cap is dark green. When you peel it, it's also white. You can tell by the feel when you peel this." Following his instructions, Yuan took the mushroom, easily breaking the thin cap to reveal the tender flesh inside. Under Song Chinglei's guidance, he picked a couple more, gradually getting the hang of it. He carried a small bamboo basket provided by the production team, embodying a little girl foraging for mushrooms. "Xiao Yu, your shoes." Song Chunglei kindly reminded him, "They've gotten muddy." Yuan glanced down, noticing a bit of mud on the tips of his white shoes, which stood out strikingly. "It's fine," he replied. "We're in the mountains now. Dirt is dirt, no need to be fussy." Song Chunglei responded, "White shoes are difficult to clean. Just wipe them a bit. My daughter is just like you. She always comes home with her shoes filthy, and she especially loves white shoes, which drives me and her mother up the wall." His tone was that of a parent exasperated by a mischievous child, prompting Yuan to obediently pull out a tissue and squat down to clean his shoes. In less than 2 minutes of carefree fun, Yuan was called out again. "Xiao Yu, your shoes." With a furrowed brow, he squatted down to clean his shoes, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have worn white shoes. What a hassle." Song Chunglei chuckled heartily. Sorry. Us old folks tend to worry needlessly. Don't take it to heart." Yuan shook his head and resumed foraging for mushrooms. What a hassle, another thief. Why was he the only one being singled out? While locking on to Shisu, he was uncertain about the specific method of point theft. But the repeated insistence from Song Chunglei for him to wipe his shoes led him to deduce that the production team was exploiting a loophole. The complete task card should read as follows. Somebody directly contacts somebody on some body part, and somebody earns points. The specifics within the parentheses were yet unclear to him, but he was certain that the task card must be filled out before scoring began. Otherwise, if the thieves could change it at will, the other members would be left with only the fate of being robbed. What was known? Song Chunglei directly contacts Yuan on the hair. Shisu earns points. Yuan directly contacts Yuan on the shoes. Song Chunglei earns points. The contacted individual was indeed the one being robbed. The presence of more than one thief was certainly a tactic the production team could conceive. Realizing the flaws in his own proposal, Yuan spent the entire journey reflecting on it, and then he considered that adding another insider could also be a significant move. He merely suggested the addition of one more insider without specifying the number of existing insiders. If the production team had initially intended to assign an insider, adding another one would not be out of the question. Yuan's mind ignited with a sudden insight. Perhaps there could be more than two. He cradled his head in his hands, emitting a muffled groan, muttering to himself, "Please tell me I'm not the only good person here today. Xiao Yu, what's wrong?" Song Chunglei, having walked a bit farther away, noticed Yuan suddenly crouching down and called out with a tone of concern that echoed through the forest. Yuan stood up, a smile adorning his face. "I'm fine, really." While Song Chunglei took a brief respite in the restroom, Yuan sat on the stone steps, counting on his fingers how many points had just been stolen from him. Once, twice, 3 times. 8, or was it 9? With the camera pointed at his face, Yuan turned to the accompanying PD behind the camera and asked, "For that last time, I pretended to wipe, but I actually didn't, so it shouldn't count, right? So that makes it about 8, correct?" The PD remained silent. In truth, he was astonished at how quickly Yuan had deduced Song Chunglei's identity. During scriptwriting, several assistant directors had expressed that the rules were overly complicated. After all, Among the Mountains was not a mystery-themed reality show. The unpredictable rules could spark new interactions with the MCs, yet if they became too unpredictable, it would turn into a one-man show for the production team. In hindsight, such a scenario would be quite tedious. Yuan's presence, however, acted as a beacon, effortlessly unraveling the truth from intricate details, leaving all undercover agents with no place to hide. This even instilled a sense of urgency within the directing team. The accompanying PD could not let go of such exceptional material. Aiming the camera at Yuan's porcelain white, delicate profile, he asked, "Teacher Yu, why do you believe that Teacher Song is also a thief?" Yuan propped his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. It's a long story, he began, laying out his thoughts from the beginning. They didn't expose themselves at any single point. Rather, a series of subtle clues pieced together, and by reverse engineering the logic of their actions, one can derive their operational formula. Moreover, having watched previous episodes, I am aware that the production team excels at dissecting words and analyzing my suggestions thoroughly. I know precisely where they might exploit loopholes. With the formula and values established, arriving at a conclusion becomes elementary. The accompanying PD felt compelled to applaud him. Seizing the moment while Song Chung-lei was still absent, the PD inquired about Yuan's thoughts on the identities of other members. Yuan boldly predicted, with near accuracy, "Brother Shi is an undercover agent, and Teacher Song is a thief. Chu Han is definitely a good person. His demeanor gives away that he wouldn't be able to act like a bad person. Now we can ascertain that there are 2 good people and 2 undercover agents among us. As for Teacher Tong Li and Sister Ling Yun, if there is an undercover agent among them, it must be Teacher Tong, as Sister Ling Yun is too young and easily flustered. If she were an undercover agent, she wouldn't appear so natural today." At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Yuan discreetly glanced at it to find a stranger's profile requesting to add him as a friend. Considering the timing, it must pertain to work, so Yuan accepted without much thought. The first message from the other party sent a chill down his spine. "Teacher Yu, remember not to leak that recording." Good heavens! It was Shisu. The mere thought of him conjured images of that horror movie-like blue-haired figure in the restroom, leaving Yuan somewhat shaken. He quickly turned off his screen and feigned ignorance. However, the other party was relentless, as if a motor had been installed in his phone, buzzing incessantly. The accompanying PD kindly suggested, "If you have something to discuss, we can take a 10-minute break." Yuan forced a smile and walked aside, begrudgingly pulling out his phone. Shisu was fervently using the tap to chat feature to bombard him with messages. Yuan found it puzzling. Were the others not foraging mushrooms? Why was he so free to bombard him with messages? He replied with a polite smiley emoji and added, "I'm here, Teacher Shi."
Once su replied.
"You finally decided to speak." Yuan retorted, "After being mute for years, I can finally talk. Thanks to Teacher Shi for your great kindness." Shisu shot back, "Is this how you always speak?" Yuan replied, "Can't you tell this is sarcasm?" Shisu sent a 6 in response. Yuan was adept at showering praises on his superiors while simultaneously wielding sarcasm with finesse. Occasionally, he could even garner extra opportunities due to his emotional intelligence. Shisu asserted, "Today in the restroom I saw you recording." Yuan firmly denied, "That absolutely did not happen. I saw it. You must have seen it wrong." After a brief silence, Shisu insisted, denying it 1T help. "I saw it." Yuan stared at those words, suddenly unable to contain his amusement, suspecting that Shisu possessed only a kindergarten diploma. Thinking back when he was compiling Shisu's data, it appeared that this blue-haired individual indeed had a low educational background, having been mocked by rivals for it. If he recalled correctly, he had left school after high school to work due to financial difficulties, and after gaining a bit of fame, he likely had no immediate thoughts of self-improvement. Yuan replied, "Fine, go ahead and call the police." "What would I call the police for?"
Once su queried.
"I just wanted to tell you not to leak it. Shouldn't that warning come from me? You possess the recording. If it gets to the media, both Chu Han and Gao Kaiyu will have their reputations tarnished. The technical restoration takes time, and even after restoration, the original version cannot fully clear their names. You dare ask me not to leak evidence?" Shisu bombarded him with question marks. "What would I send to the media for? Why would you edit it like this if not for the purpose of sensationalism? I'm sending it to Feng Chengzhou to extort him for money." Yuan was momentarily speechless. Wait, what nonsensical words were floating before him? He stood rooted in place for a good 5 minutes, while the other side continued to send messages. The recording was purchased from a private investigator. I paid 100,000 for it. I'll edit it to make it seem more severe, and then I'll ask Feng Chengzhou for $1 million. I'm reaching out to you because if you also want to extort Feng Chengzhou, we can collaborate. Otherwise, if I sell it to him and then you produce another copy, it would appear that I lack credibility. Shisu continued, "As for the split, it would be 70 to 30. I take 70 since I covered the principal. What an absurd world. What an absurd entertainment industry. Yuan himself was unsure of the complex emotions that prompted him to type. Aren't you Feng Changzhou's illegitimate child? His brother? Shisu exclaimed. What the hell? How did you know? Yuan felt as though something was flickering before his eyes, perhaps the logic he once possessed. He realized that his judgment of Shisu had been flawed. Cutting through Shisu's incessant questioning, he stated, we need to meet in person. The first supply point was not difficult to reach, and Yuan, along with Song Changlei, arrived at the supply point carrying an abundance of bamboo fungus to settle their scores. Other team members trickled in, reuniting the previously scattered three groups. Yuan caught a glance at Shisu through the crowd, just as Shisu was looking at him, both bearing expressions that were equally difficult to articulate. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Song Changlei, noticing Yuan's apparent fatigue, sought to uplift his spirits. You're not the thief, are you? Feeling down because you couldn't steal any points? Yuan was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. You're accusing me of stealing your points? His expression was too transparent, causing Song Changlei to hesitate momentarily, and then he probed. Do you know who the undercover agent is? Yuan fixed his gaze on him, expressionless, shaking his head. You don't know? Then do you have any suspects? Here it comes, the confusion instigated by the undercover agent. Yuan, still reeling from Shisu's earlier revelation, lacked the energy to engage in this psychological tug-of-war. He casually continued the conversation. So, Teacher Song, do you have any suspects? Song Changlei scrutinized his expression closely. After the brief flash of emotion, Yuan had returned to his typical neutrality, perhaps indicating that he was overthinking things. Feeling slightly reassured, Song Changlei lowered his voice slightly.
I suspect 11 Su.
Yuan fell silent for a second. That makes sense, he replied. The blue-haired one is indeed the undercover agent. Song Changlei stated earnestly. Earlier this morning, he asked me to help you twist your hair. I wonder if you noticed at the time? That action seemed rather suspicious. If physical contact is not exclusively between the thief and the victim, this twisting of hair could very well be his modus operandi. He presented some clues about the rules, diverting the suspicion towards others while simultaneously earning the trust of his companions. Such tactics are commonly employed in deduction-based reality shows to create confusion. Present. No member has broken free from conventional thinking to deduce the complete formula of actions. He merely needs to shift the blame onto the prominent performer, Shisu, or the astute Tongli, ensuring his own concealment until the very end. The advantage lies with him. Chapter 20, Drama. The final round of points for the undercover thief is about to be tallied. The scores of the members are now being announced. Song Changlei 221 points, Tong Li 176 points, Chu Han 197 points, Shisu 154 points, Chao Lingyun 188 points, and Yuan. The director's team paused deliberately for a moment. Teacher Yu 32 points. Yuan theatrically feigned faintness. The others were astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. Tong Li exaggeratedly exclaimed, Teacher Yu was touched 32 times today? Song Changlei interjected, Oh dear, are we not in a serious variety show? Chao Lingyun was dumbfounded, whispering, Teacher Yu not only incurred a debt of millions but also lost his innocence. Yuan gazed skyward, feeling wronged. How can I face the world after this episode airs? As the group engaged in a raucous discussion, Chu Han calculated his own points and realized something was amiss. I'm also down by 4 points, he remarked, puzzled. The director explained, each time a thief steals, it amounts to 2 units of points, doubled for teammates. Tong Li inquired, Who has touched you today? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han remained silent, subtly distancing himself from Shisu. Shisu protested, Bro, I'm innocent. I've kept my distance from you all day. I could never be the undercover. Besides, if I were, would I only steal 4 points? Song Changlei countered. Regardless, the number 4 is too telling. It perfectly aligns with the notion of 2 points doubled. The likelihood of a teammate being involved is quite high. Once the scores were announced, the undercover would soon realize that they were not the only one in their faction. The substantial points that had been pilfered were not their doing, indicating the presence of an accomplice within their ranks. However, Song Changlei was an exception. He had already drained you one of his points, accumulating the bulk of the scores, thus momentarily unable to calculate. He continued to cast suspicion onto Shisu. Yuan calculated his points roughly, concluding that Chu Han was evidently Tong Li's target. His lack of subsequent actions was due to his cautious nature, knowing when to withdraw. Shisu's target was him, likely interrupted by an accidental encounter in the restroom, having only stolen 2 points, and Song Changlei also aimed for him, having pressured him into polishing his shoes no less than 8 times, which, combined with the doubling rule among teammates, totaled 32 points. The director's team asked, Do you wish to switch teams? The team that arrives first has the right to switch teams once. Yuwen's eager hands settled down. They were in third place after all. Chu-han hesitated before raising his hand. Shisu, resigned, said, "Bro, you'll regret this." Chu-han wished to switch to Yuwen, but upon looking over, Yuwen subtly gestured towards Song Chung-lei. "I want teacher Song," Chu-han declared. The remaining Yuwen and Shisu naturally formed a team. Yuwen licked an ice pop he exchanged with the production team before parting, casting sidelong glances at Shisu. After the restroom incident where the gossip audio was interrupted, Shisu felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. What's wrong? Did I not explain clearly on my phone? Shisu discreetly removed his microphone, slinging his arm around a small bamboo basket akin to Yuwen's, while the camera crew lagged far behind. The two pretended to forage for mushrooms, lowering their heads to converse. "That's not the right one. That's a bamboo fungus egg. Pick the one next to it," Yuwen directed him. After being guided to gather 2 or 3 mushrooms, Shisu queried, "You still haven't explained how you discerned my identity." The last 2 words took him some time to articulate, revealing an air of nonchalance in his speech. Yuwen, munching on the ice pop, his lips numbed from the cold, replied indistinctly, "Can't say for certain. I generally watch these scandals unfold live." Shisu analyzed the underlying meaning, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "You were stalking me? Do you think you're capable of that?" Unable to restrain himself, Yuwen let out a derisive laugh. Shisu refrained from pursuing the matter further, casting a penetrating glance at him, convinced that he must possess some undisclosed network of information. Having left school to work right after high school, Shisu's temper was not particularly amiable. His manager described him as foolish and volatile. Yet, under the company's branding, coupled with a modicum of acting ability, he had somehow developed an image of being forthright and naive. He was aware that his true self was vastly different from how he appeared on screen. However, facing Yuwen, he surprisingly managed to suppress his temper, for Yuwen exuded an air of profound cunning, and based on Shisu's experiences, he likely had influential backing. Yuwen remained oblivious to the label of societal silver he had been assigned by Shisu, focused instead on his ice pop. Upon finishing, he disposed of the trash in a small plastic bag, savoring the lingering sweetness on his lips before finally asking, "May I inquire what your original surname is?" "C," came the reply. "Oh, my apologies." Yuwen mentally chastised himself for making assumptions, mistakenly believing Shisu to be akin to the inconsequential villain from a book, a mere illegitimate child of the Feng family. He silently pondered, why are there so many illegitimate children from the Feng family? Is Feng Changzhou's father some sort of deity? He harbored these thoughts, while Shisu, baffled by the apology, responded, "It's no bother. Shall we delete the recording?" Yuwen replied, "I was merely implying." 6. Why did you come up with the ingenious idea of blackmailing Feng Changzhou using the audio of Chu-han's scandal? Shisu looked at him curiously as he dug up 2 mushrooms, responding, "I see this all over trending searches. Are you on a 2G network?" Feng Changzhou publicly came out, and Chu-han's worth skyrocketed overnight. Those digging into his dark history are queuing all the way to France. I happened to be investigating Feng Changzhou, and a private detective mentioned having audio of Chu-han, so I splurged to acquire it. Yuwen considered the sum 100,000 yuan. Indeed, a substantial amount. But as a star, can't you be a bit more generous with your words? And then what? Why not just leverage Chu-han? Shisu straightened up, giving him a look as if he were insane. Aren't you his friend? Do you think he would? It's good enough if he doesn't report me. Yuwen conceded. That's a fair point. Chu-han does have that stubborn temperament. Tilting his head, he continued, but why are you investigating Feng Changzhou? Shisu paused, furrowing his brow. This touched upon familial matters. Are we close enough to discuss such things? Sometimes, friendship can be forged in a moment, Yuwen interjected. The instant I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant connection, as if we were meant to meet, like the meeting of mountains and flowing waters, seeking kindred spirits.
11 Suez Brau Frot Titre.
Unable to comprehend, you're infatuated with me at first sight? Yuwen opened his mouth, then closed it, ultimately stating, Teacher Shi, you possess a mind that is both untainted by mundane influences yet remarkably clever. You may lack knowledge, but you excel at wild speculation. Shisu felt this was a compliment, thinking to himself, I feel the same. In plain terms, you simply wish to hear about my current situation with the Feng family, correct? You wouldn't investigate on your own, would you? You managed to uncover my identity, so investigating these matters shouldn't be difficult for you. Yuwen replied, my parents taught me to view matters comprehensively. I ought to consider the thoughts of those directly involved. He wore a calm smile, appearing quite persuasive. Shisu found himself swayed. We are now in the same boat. I can share this with you, but you must keep it confidential. Although Yuan was unsure of when he had boarded Shisu's ship, he had no desire to deny it. After all, whether he was on board or not, Shisu's word held weight. Upon receiving a nod, Shisu recounted, "It's a rather cliche story. My mother was Feng Mingjie's lover. You know Feng Mingjie, right? He is Feng Chengzhou's father, just so you know. Feng Mingjie regarded my mother as his lover, while my mother cherished him as her beloved. After a fleeting romance, I was born, and for many years, she has longed for Feng Mingjie to return her to the Feng family as Mrs. Feng. However, as time passed, she fell ill and penned a letter to me, urging that if I found life unbearable, I should seek out the CEO of Whiting Group. It was then that I comprehended my status as an illegitimate child. Shisu. At that time, our family was deep in debt, and I had just entered the entertainment industry, a period ripe for earning money. I had no time to acknowledge my father. Consequently, I delayed for 2 years, leading us to this moment. Recently, I finally obtained a blood sample and conducted a paternity test. During that time, Feng Chengzhou was embroiled in controversy due to his coming out. I thought to hire a private investigator to capture some damaging evidence against him to see if I could extort him. Unfortunately, I failed to acquire anything on Feng Chengzhou, but I did manage to get something on Chu Han. Yuan, he hesitated, caught between words. Do you not realize that extortion is a crime? Shisu, taken aback. Is it? I was unaware. You do not seem the slightest bit remorseful. Shisu pondered for a moment, concluding, surely, you know why wealthy families are often easy targets for extortion. They fear the police more than the loss of their reputation. For them, maintaining their image outweighs justice. A problem that can be resolved with $1 million is merely a trivial matter. As the intermission concluded, they followed the PD, and Yuan moved a bit closer, donning a microphone and covering it with his hand. Are you in dire need of money? Shisu shot him a glance. Are you not? Yuan reflected. If one is not in need, why would they work? Shisu, did I not just say? My mother is ill and in debt, and my grandmother is of advanced age. I wish to repay the debts quickly and buy her a house. Yuan felt the development shrouded in mystery. What illegitimate child does not seek inheritance but only aims to extort? He voiced his thoughts, and Shisu looked at him as if to say, what nonsense are you speaking? Shisu, inheritance? Do you believe I possess such capabilities? Yuan, at times you exhibit remarkable clarity. Shisu, I confide in you as a friend. These are my genuine thoughts. Yuan, very well. A simple outing has garnered me yet another friend. Soon, you shall know acquaintances across the globe. Ruling the world will merely be a matter of time. During the recording of the program, the timing was not conducive for conversation. The staff noticed their microphones were silent and approached to pry open their hands covering the mics, forcing them to halt their whispered exchange. Yuan suddenly recalled the most crucial matter yet to be addressed. He had not warned Shisu against dragging Chu Han into a CP scandal again. After gathering 2 baskets full of wild produce, they encountered Tong Li and Xiao Lingyun on their way up the mountain.
Tong Li, panting, casuali pruda, Xiao Yugoslavia.
In the last round, you lost over 30 points. Do you have any leads? Realizing that the undercover agents had begun searching for allies, Yuan feigned deep thought, furrowing his brow like a small bitter melon. No, he shook his head. Exchanging glances with Tong Li, Xiao Lingyun remarked, we just ran into Teacher Song, who mentioned he had virtually no direct contact with you the entire time. After our conversation, it seems that the rules announced by the director this morning may not encompass everything. If Teacher Song is an undercover agent, is it possible he does not need to touch you directly? For instance, he could have had Shisu touch your hair or grasp your wrist. That too would constitute physical contact. Yuan, huh? What? Internally, he remained unfazed. Good heavens, you have only just considered this. Tong Li, so Xiao Yu. Think carefully. Could there be anyone who might serve as this intermediary? Intermediary? I do not know, Yuan replied nonchalantly. But I did touch my shoes quite a few times today. Shisu inhaled sharply. Could it be Yuan directly touching Yuan's foot? Goodness. What a brilliant idea. How had he not thought of it? Internally, Shisu seethed with frustration. Tong Li stared intently at Yuan. Did Song Chunglei prompt you to touch him? As Yuan was about to nod, a sudden insight struck him. He lifted his gaze to meet Tong Li's. In that moment, he grasped the subtext of her words, smiled slightly, and replied ambiguously, I do not quite remember. I was wearing white shoes which easily get muddy. Perhaps I also cleaned them myself. Tong Li scrutinized him deeply before they parted ways. Not far after they separated, Tong Li asserted, Yuan was only with Song Chunglei in the last round. If what he said holds true, Teacher Song remains the most suspicious.
Cao Linguin, Momentia Daret.
Nodded in agreement. I think so too. She had never been much of a contributor in terms of intellect, and since Tong Li was her steadfast ally, she simply accepted whatever Tong Li said. Seeing her untroubled, Tong Li breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, her earlier vague statement had confirmed for her that Yuan was her companion. The task card merely specified the body part of the victim that had been touched. For instance, her card read, directly touching, S shoulder, and Tong Li had earned 2 points. The protagonist within the parentheses was for her to fill in, carefully considering her options. She chose those she was closer to, Shisu and Chuhan, intending for Shisu to touch Chuhan to complete her task. Yuan, on the other hand, was clearly taking an entirely different approach. Yuan, directly touching Yuan's foot, earning 2 points. A bold and cunning strategy, laden with deception. Losing over 30 points in the first round, no one would suspect that he himself was the undercover agent. In reality, his losses and gains were balanced. Should he successfully maintain his cover until the end, his rewards would double, an undeniable profit. In the game of werewolf, this was akin to self-inflicting wounds to deceive the medic. Tong Li could not help but admire Yuan's strategic brilliance while simultaneously clarifying her objective. During the evening's voting segment, she must ensure Yuan's survival until the end. According to the rules, as long as one undercover agent remained hidden, they would be victorious. She declared to Chao Lingyun, "Tonight, in the first round, we must vote out Teacher Song. His suspicion is far too great. I believe she is highly suspicious," Shisu observed as he gazed at Tong Li's retreating figure. Yuan turned to look at him, slightly delayed. Shisu earnestly analyzed. Her words clearly directed suspicion towards Teacher Song, yet he had been with you during the last round. You should know whether Teacher Song is a good person or not, right? Yuan, yes. He certainly knew that Teacher Song was not a good person. However, Shisu mistakenly interpreted this as agreement, bolstering his confidence. Teacher Song is a good person, yet she has continually targeted him. Her identity is becoming increasingly suspect. Perhaps we should vote her out in the first round tonight? Yuan. Shisu's reasoning was lucid. He thought. Yuan lost over 30 points, certainly during the previous round, where only Song Chunglei had the opportunity. Thus Song Chunglei must be his undercover partner. Tong Li had always managed the intellectual output within their team sharp and meticulous. No matter the angle, they must not allow her to speak too much. Ideally, they could vote her out in the first round. Perfect. Yuan found it challenging to say much more and could only respond gravely. Indeed, if you choose to turn against each other, I cannot hinder you. Proceed as you wish. Chapter 21. The production team prepared a barbecue grill, and lunch was served at the third supply point, where they cleaned the gathered produce and brushed it with sauce, slow cooking it over a small flame for a simple yet delectable meal. Yuan sat on the steps, staring blankly at a bowl filled with mushrooms. The mushrooms had been procured by Chu Han and Tong Li, who worried he might go hungry and had fought to retrieve them from the grasp of others, insisting he finish them before returning to the fray. Yuan knew the food had been hard-earned, but he simply lacked an appetite. Exhaustion washed over him. The soreness from yesterday's climb had yet to dissipate, and today's high-intensity activities had only compounded his fatigue. He felt as if he had been run over by a truck. "Are you not eating?" Shisu, perched 2 steps above him, observed his reluctance to pick up his chopsticks and, struggling to swallow the food in his mouth, muttered, "If not, then give it to me." Yuan recognized that his intentions were not so altruistic. The glint in his eyes revealed a genuine desire for food. Yuan turned his head, silently staring at him for 2 seconds, only to realize that although Shisu had the appearance of a refined gentleman, he devoured his food like a dog. This show required considerable physical exertion, and the guests savored their meals with great enthusiasm, leading to many memorable moments. Yet, among all the MCs, only Shisu truly deserved the title of the famished glutton. "Go grab it yourself," Yuan said weakly. By the time they finally reached the summit campsite, it was past 5, nearly 6. They had been delayed by 2 or 3 hours after being asked by local residents to assist with farm work. Something Yuan could surmise was orchestrated by the production team. After spending the entire afternoon gathering grass, he collapsed beside the tent, resembling a corpse. Tong Li was busy directing the others to prepare dinner ingredients. Although everyone bore the marks of fatigue, they gradually began to move, eager to reward their starving stomachs. Responding to the call, Yuan dragged his weary body over to the stove, resembling a caterpillar. Tong Li turned around and handed him a large flatbread, saying, "Play with it, the wounded don't go to battle." Yuan. Song Chunglei also noticed his exhaustion and found an excuse to send him to a nearby grove to rest away from the cameras. Yuan rolled into the grove, munching on the flatbread. The signal on the mountain was poor, deteriorating further the higher they ascended. He took out his phone and belatedly saw a greeting message from the boss in the group chat. Still the same core 4 members of Xinguang Media. The group name had been changed to Fortune 500 Reserve Xinguang. Xie Jiamao. Little you, how is the filming going? Are you tired? Peeking, it was a message from 2 hours ago. Yu1, with the flatbread in his mouth, typed with his free hands. Yuan. After participating in this program, the sins I've accumulated in my first half of life will be wiped clean. Xie Jiamao always replied swiftly, as if his eyes were glued to his phone. Xie Jiamao. What's wrong? Are you very tired? Yuan. Don't worry, boss. I'm not tired, just dead. Xie Jiamao. Who died? Xie Jiamao. That shouldn't be the case. People rarely die on variety shows. Yuan looked up at the sky. Oh no. His thoughts had drifted so far that even his boss couldn't keep up. Xie Jiamao continued to inquire in the group about who had died, while Yuan propped his chin, pondering how to explain. Suddenly, a new message popped up from Xiehayu. Xiehayu. Shall I pick you up tomorrow? It's on my way. Yuan let out a small cheer. He had been worried about how to catch his flight tomorrow, and someone coming to pick him up was perfect. Yuan. Sure. Teacher Xie is also in H City? What a coincidence. Xiehayu. Yes. What time tomorrow? Address. Yuan quickly sent over the notice. Then he realized something was amiss. Yuan. Where are you right now? Xiehayu. At school. Yuan. Confused JPG. Yuan. You're in S City, and I'm in H City. How's that on your way? Xiehayu. After dinner, everyone sat in chairs, chatting in small groups. This was a rare moment of leisure in the program. Usually, after a chat, they could return to rest, but today was different. Everyone understood that there was still the most crucial part of the day's agenda yet to unfold. Having eaten well, it was now time for the final segment, the question that had lingered in everyone's minds all day. Who was the thief? Song Chunglei was the first to raise his hand, honestly pleading that next time they refrain from setting up such intellectually demanding segments. Wow. We've all been exhausted like dogs throughout the day. There's no way we can think. Tong Li shot back. If you can't handle it, don't blame the path for being bumpy. If you lack intelligence, don't blame the setup. Song Chunglei. If you keep this up, I might just take a cab home. The others erupted in laughter. The director team intervened to break up their bickering. Now, let us announce the member scores. The situation was not much different from noon. Most members saw their points increase by dozens throughout the day. Chu Han had lost over 20 points after noon, and even he couldn't comprehend what had occurred. Overall, the score trend was up, except for Yuan, who had plummeted. Teacher Yu, 66. Yuan remained unfazed, viewing life and death with indifference. Let it be a loss. Could they truly ask him for money? After all, it was just one episode. He would become the first man in variety show history to leave in debt. Shisu hadn't had many opportunities to act in the afternoon, and Yuan had gained over 30 points just from the entire day, only to end up with a negative score, all thanks to Song Chunglei. Song Chunglei had seized the chance to exploit him, and Yuan couldn't even remember how many times he depolished shoes throughout the day. He even scrubbed them once at Song Chunglei's behest. With a score like this, credit was due to Song Chunglei. Tong Li discreetly glanced at him through the crowd, thinking to herself that this companion was truly daring. In truth, although he had a negative score of 66 as an undercover, he had also earned 66. Once the undercover mission succeeded, the net profit would be extraordinarily high. Moreover, seeing the pitying gazes from others, Tong Li knew that Yuan had firmly established his role as the good guy. Their success was within reach. Upon hearing this outrageous number, Song Chunglei felt a twinge of guilt. Clearing his throat, he asked, Little Yu, do you have any clues? Yuan leisurely took a sip of his steaming milk tea, shaking his head, utterly clueless. We have 3 voting rounds. We can vote out the undercover in 3 rounds, and if we succeed, everyone else keeps their points. If not, the undercover wins, and all points for non-undercover members reset to 0. I'll go first, Tong Li boldly declared, launching the first offensive against the undercover camp. Song, as an old friend, your performance today has seemed quite suspicious to me. Yuan ate slowly, while a heated debate raged on nearby. He was still picking at the vegetables in his bowl. Chu Han, frowning as he listened, felt that everyone had a point and quietly leaned closer to Yuan to whisper, Who do you suspect? Yuan glanced up. The primary focus of the fierce debate was 3 individuals. Tong Li suspected Song Chunglei, Song Chunglei suspected Shisu, and Shisu, struggling to connect with Song Chunglei, also suspected Tong Li. The 3 undercovers formed a perfect loop. Perhaps they could all be undercover together. Their thought processes clearly align. No need to fret. We can simply choose a trustworthy candidate from these 3 and then vote. Yuan lowered his head, continuing to eat, his expression indifferent. Chu Han's frown deepened. Is that really okay? After airing, will the viewers accuse us of being passive? Initially, he wanted to say killjoy, but reconsidered and opted for a more cautious term. Yuan shrugged. It's fine. All three of them are undercovers. He said it casually, completely unaware of the bombshell he had just dropped on the listeners. Chu Han? Chu Han's expression was as though struck by lightning, and it took him a moment to process, stumbling over his words. Are really? How do you know? Yuan propped his chin up, wearing an expression of confusion about where to begin. Never mind, you'll see when it airs. Yuan was feeling particularly lazy and didn't elaborate further. In his mind, Shisu and Song Chunglei were solidly undercover, while Tongli, who was initially uncertain, had solidified his identity with the afternoon's probing and current defense. Thus, the situation was one where undercovers were at each other's throats. There was no need to intervene. Simply fanning the flames would suffice. With his and Chu Han's 2 votes, regardless of whom they supported, they could lock in the outcome. A sure win. Chu Han, are you hesitating? Do you, perhaps, have some sort of foresight or superpower? Yuan paused for a moment, then turned to look at him. Teacher Chu, you're making jokes now. Yuan encouraged. That's so funny. Haha, I'm not joking. I'm serious.
Chu Han insisted earnestly.
Yuan, indeed. I am the soon-to-be savior of the world with superpowers. Chu Han, as expected. Yuan, you believe that? Chu Han's eyes widened. Why wouldn't I? You always seem to know everything. The enigmatic background of Shisu, so shrouded in secrecy, suggests he possesses extraordinary abilities. The microphone dangled at the collar, and Chu Han refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. Yuan took a moment of silence before conceding. This matter is known to the heavens, the earth, you and me. A third party must not be made aware.
Chu Han responded. Understood.
It would impede your efforts to save the world. Correct? Yuan's fair cheeks darkened slightly, a serious expression settling upon him. Indeed, if the forces of evil were to learn of my existence, my situation would become dire. Chu Han nodded emphatically. After a brief moment, Chu Han covered the microphone and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, remember to ask the production team to edit this part out. It must not be leaked. Yuan patted his hand, signaling that everything was under control. No worries. What needs to be aired will be aired. What should not be aired will naturally remain undisclosed. Chu Han understood this to imply that there was a dedicated department managing the logistics, which reassured him. Teacher Song, despite all you've just said, you still haven't clarified why. When Yuan is with you, the point loss is the greatest. If this is not addressed, your entire argument appears to be mere sophistry. Tong Li interjected. While Yuan and Chu Han deliberated on saving the world, a heated debate unfolded, primarily between Tong Li and Song Chunglei, with Shisu occasionally chiming in. Chao Ling Yun, like a bewildered fawn, absorbed bits of each person's argument, believing a little of each. Song Chunglei stated, I don't need to justify myself. I am innocent. Let your heart be the judge. I suspect Xiaoxi. Shisu, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. I haven't even approached Brother Chu Han today. By your logic, I am also innocent. Isn't that right, Brother Chu Han?
Chu Han replied. Who?
Shisu turned towards them, his gaze softening and voice lowering. Brother, do you suspect me? Yuan was taken aback. At such a critical moment, he still managed to savor the moment. Indeed, he was a resolute individual. Receiving Chu Han's pleading glance, Yuan chewed thoughtfully, swallowing his food before calmly suggesting, continuing this debate is pointless. Let's vote. With that, the focus shifted back to the topic at hand. Out of sight of the cameras, Shisu's attention drifted from Chu Han to Yuan, raising an eyebrow slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. He had yet to meet his KPI for the day. Had Chu Han responded earlier, regardless of belief, the fandom would have had its fill. Now, with Yuan's interruption, it seemed unlikely anything noteworthy would emerge from the entire episode. What was this fellow thinking? They were all in the same boat, yet he still disrupted Shisu's chances of profit. Shisu grimaced. Xiao Yu, whom do you wish to vote for? Tong Li inquired. All eyes turned to Yuan, who tilted his head, appearing momentarily lost in thought. I believe you all have valid points. I will vote for Teacher Song. Chu Han quickly added his vote. I also vote for Teacher Song. Chao Lingyun followed suit, raising her hand. I trust Sister Tong. I too vote for Teacher Song. Song Chunglei fell back in disbelief. In the first round, Song Chunglei was eliminated with 4 votes against him. As he was escorted to the viewing area, he shook his head repeatedly. It's not me. You will regret this. Tong Li remarked, such theatrics. As the second round commenced, Tong Li exchanged glances with Yuan, signaling confidence in victory. Shisu also signaled to Yu-won, reminding him of their afternoon discussion, that Tong Li was quite suspicious. Did he remember? Yu-won reassured them with a glance, indicating understanding. Then he voted against Tong Li eliminating her. Tong Li's expression was one of utter disbelief as she was ousted, and Yu-won felt as if she might confront him, demanding to know how he could have been so astute. Yu-won could only feign a look of regret. In the third round, Shisu turned to survey the room, seeking the next suitable scapegoat. However, upon scanning, he found Yu-won and Chu-han nestled in a corner, like outsiders, stuffing their mouths with grilled meat while chewing and observing him. Chao Ling-yoon had finished her meal, but regarding the last available spot, she appeared to suspect Shisu more than Yu-won and Chu-han. Meeting her doubtful gaze, Shisu. In the final round, without any dispute, Shisu was eliminated. The undercover game concluded, and the results were to be announced. The director deliberately stretched the suspense, tantalizing the audience. The guests had returned to their seats, awaiting the director's declaration. Though Tong Li had been perplexed by Yu-wen's vote against her, she quickly grasped his intent to draw a line, finding some satisfaction in the outcome, a smile barely contained. Yet the next moment, the director's words left her questioning her very existence. All three undercover agents had been identified. The guest team had emerged victorious. Tong Li was momentarily stunned. What? How many? Song Chung-lei exclaimed, gesturing among the trio. Us? The three of us? Song Chung-lei continued. We are all undercover. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and even Chu-han could not conceal his astonishment. Although he had heard Yu-wen's claim, the confirmation of such a reality was still hard to fathom. Undercover infighting? Good heavens, this could certainly go down in the annals of variety show history as a memorable scene. The commotion erupted, and while Yu-wen cleared the table, he half-heartedly echoed. What? No way, how did this happen? Wait a moment, Tong Li suddenly realized, eyeing Yu-won through the crowd. If there are only 3 undercover agents, then you aren't one of them? I was deceived? Yu-won vehemently denied it. Impossible. Xiao Yu never lies. Xiao Yu only rambles. As the conversation turned towards Yu-won, the production team seized the opportunity to create suspense, stating, I believe everyone is curious about what transpired, how it came to this situation. You teacher, please share with us the events leading up to your identification of the undercover agents, along with your thought process. Yu-won had just placed 2 slices of potato on the grill and was about to brush them with oil. Me? He pointed at himself, his eyes wide with innocence and purity. What do I know? I only know how to eat. Song Chung-lei interjected, wait. Are you implying that Xiao Yu knew we were all undercover from the start? When did I slip up? I felt I was camouflaged quite well. The director chuckled. Every time you asked Xiao Yu to polish your shoes. Song Chung-lei, perhaps noticing that Yu-won was still hungry, Chu-han exchanged a plate of pork belly with the production team. Yu-won was deeply engrossed in eating, his cheeks stuffed, and when he met Song Chung-lei's reproachful gaze, he could only join his hands in a gesture of apology, swaying back and forth. Considering your adorableness, I will let you off the hook, Song Chung-lei sighed. But since you knew I was an undercover agent, why did you still remind me that my shoes were dirty and need polishing? Yu-won swallowed his food and replied, the greater the fluctuation in my points, the less you can calculate. If you can't figure it out, you won't suspect the presence of allies, thus allowing you to attack those you wish to without reservation. By the same token, Chu-han's point fluctuations were also significant, as he continuously exchanged various items, leading to the 20 points stolen by Tong Li going unnoticed. Oh my goodness, Tong Li finally comprehended, covering her forehead. She approached Yu-won from behind, gripping his shoulders in exasperation, with such an innocent face. How could you be so devious? You deceived me. I'm going mad. Shisu, still struggling to grasp the full rules, had at least come to understand one thing. Yu-won had identified their trio's vulnerabilities from the outset and employed clever strategies to sow discord, preventing the undercover team from recognizing one another. He ruffled his tousled blue hair, clicking his tongue in realization. I was played. Adhering to the principle of not being the only one to be embarrassed, Song Chung-lei inquired of Tong Li, what did he do to you? Speak up. Let us all embarrass ourselves together. Tong Li laughed in frustration. No need to say anything. You'll see how embarrassing it was when the episode airs. I inquired of him whether it was Song Chung-lei who had tasked him with polishing shoes. He replied that perhaps it was his own desire to do so. At that moment, I thought that someone who had not received a mission card could hardly fabricate such a statement. He was either speaking nonsensically or discreetly revealing his identity. Most certainly the latter, the expression on his face at that time. As it turns out, it was all an act. Director, please ensure that his expression, gaze, and tone are replayed 3 times in a loop. Such a visage would convince anyone. Chao Lingyun could not help but marvel at how astute teacher Yu was. Almost all the guests were expressing their admiration for Yu Wen's formidable reasoning ability and keen insight, yet Chu Han remained unimpressed. He understood that Yu Wen's perceptiveness did not stem from mere intuition, but rather from his extraordinary secret superpower. His friend was indeed a superhuman. This filled Chu Han with a sense of pride. From a divine perspective, Yu Wen's comeuppance eventually arrived. He was subjected to intense questioning, and Song Chunglei and others thoroughly dismantled his analytical reasoning before allowing him to rest. Yu Wen spoke until his mouth was parched. The program team had prepared 3 camping tents for them, perfectly accommodating 2 individuals per tent. After Yu Wen finished washing up and entered the tent, Chu Han was already ensconced in his sleeping bag, intently engrossed in something on his phone. Yu Wen chose not to disturb him, lying down to play with his own phone before drifting off to sleep, as they had an early morning task to witness the sunrise. Upon opening his phone, he was met with a message from Shisu. "What are you doing?" Yu Wen thought to himself. "What am I doing?" He replied, only to realize that the message was an hour old, likely sent while everyone was still gathered at the table discussing who the undercover agent was. "Yu Wen, what's up?" Shisu. "What? Wait a moment. I forgot what I was going to say. Let me think." After approximately 3 minutes, Onse su remembered. "Shisu, I've got it. You're interfering with my work with Chu Han. I've been holding this in for 2 days. Just because I'm not close to you doesn't mean I want to say it. You're making it difficult for us to proceed." Shisu. "If it weren't for you interrupting the interaction today, we could have edited out 7 destinies and 3 BS. Yu Wen could only feel his head spinning. "Aren't you afraid of being targeted by Feng Changzhou? After all, he was the male lead with considerable influence. Silencing someone in the entertainment industry should still be within his capabilities." To Yu Wen, Shisu's actions seemed akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Who would believe there wasn't some underlying personal vendetta? That's why he previously thought Shisu's closeness to Chu Han was fueled by personal emotions. "Shisu, I've already been targeted. Otherwise, how would I have thought of using Chu Han to blackmail Feng Changzhou?" Yu Wen was rendered speechless. 6. Having engaged in too much conversation with Shisu, Yu Wen found his own speech patterns influenced. "Yu Wen, I can't say this enough. Extortion is illegal." "Yu Wen, what did Feng Changzhou say?" Shisu. "He offered me $1 million to stay away from Chu Han." "Yu Wen, and you didn't take it?" Shisu. "I took it." "Yu Wen, you accepted the money, yet did not fulfill your promise."
Eksi sununtai. Muumuassa.
"Yu Wen, the audacity of prioritizing money over life, what a true man." "Yu Wen, when are you retiring? I'll come to see you off." Shisu. "It's not that serious. I can still distinguish between a full meal and a saturated one, so it won't escalate to retirement. I told Feng Changzhou that my variety show CP with Chu Han is in the contract and cannot be casually broken. We can only wait until the show concludes for a natural disbanding." Yu Wen, did Feng Changzhou believe that? Shisu. He wouldn't ask Chu Han for verification, so why wouldn't he believe it? Yu Wen, what a cunning double deception. Shisu. Your turn. Present a reason for disturbing my work. Yu Wen, didn't Chu Han tell you he wasn't pleased? Shisu. No, he didn't. Yu Wen was nearly amused to the point of irritation by Shisu's unwavering demeanor. Yu Wen, why didn't you ask before the interaction? Shisu. Come on. Is that even necessary? The manager said this was all outlined in the contract. I just followed the instructions. Yu Wen, Chu Han has no company, so he can't sign such things. The other party fell into a long contemplation. During a lull in their conversation, Yu Wen pondered that Shisu's signing company seemed to be a relatively lesser-known entertainment firm, with only a few artists under its wing, the most popular being Shisu himself. If Shisu was solely fixated on money, Yu Wen could genuinely believe he hadn't paid attention to the company's marketing strategies. As Yu Wen was deep in thought, Chu Han suddenly spoke up, his voice muffled within the sleeping bag and slightly nasal. He emerged from the sleeping bag, his eyes sparkling, asking, "Does your organization need administrative personnel? I graduated with a degree in literature and can handle an administrative role." Yu Wen was momentarily taken aback. What? Chu Han, still eager, continued, I mean your organization of superhumans. Since there are logistical roles, there must be administrative positions as well. What do you think of me? Yu Wen. Good heavens. He genuinely believes it. Yu Wen glanced at his phone. Shisu had not sent any further messages. He decided to turn off his device and got up to turn on the light. He offered Chu Han a slight smile. Teacher Chu, Close your eyes and sleep. Tomorrow morning, when we watch the sunrise, I will have a surprise for you. Chuhan paused for a moment, perhaps recalling something, and excitedly rolled back into his sleeping bag. Oh, you'll let me know tomorrow if I'm hired, right? Okay. You won. The sunrise at Looming Mountain is magnificent and beautiful. If only it weren't so early. You won, still half asleep. His eyes clouded with sleepiness, could hardly keep them open, mumbling incoherently like a squirrel. Once he was fully awake, the sun had already risen above the mountain, casting a radiant golden and orange glow across the dawn. Ewan squinted up at the sky for a moment before slowly responding, it's truly beautiful. The other guests were busy taking photographs, and he took out his phone to snap a token photo, surprisingly achieving a pleasing result. The colors were rich and saturated, reminiscent of a vibrant medieval oil painting. Suddenly, he felt a desire to share this photo with someone and scrolled through his chat list. Should he send it to the boss? Although the boss was quite approachable, they didn't seem to share a relationship conducive to exchanging trivial matters. What about Director Gao? Never mind, that would lead to scolding. Perhaps in the group chat? That sounded like a good idea, and Ewan decided to proceed. However, just before entering the group chat, his finger slipped, unintentionally opening the conversation with Xiaoyu. He sent the sunrise photo to Xiaoyu. Subsequently, he let his gaze drift, engaging in casual conversation with the other guests while allowing his mind to wander. When Xiaoyu's voice call came through, he was lost in thought, contemplating why the mountain was so pointed and whether it might one day pierce the sun. The sun resembled a molten egg, oozing fragrant, rich lava. He suddenly craved a molten egg. This was the first thing he said upon answering the call. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a low hum, imbued with the husky and magnetic tone of someone just waking up. Shall I bring you lunch? Ewan shook his head, then realized the other party couldn't see him, so he dismissed the thought. Did I wake you? He often had such spontaneous ideas, or perhaps quirky thoughts would be a more fitting description. No, I was getting ready to get up, Xiaoyu replied. Ewan glanced at the sunrise. You're up quite early. Xiaoyu said, so you saw Teacher US molten egg. Ewan paused for a moment, surprised. You knew I was talking about the sun? Xiaoyu, not hard to understand. Pressing the cold phone to his ear, Ewan couldn't help but smile. Teacher Xia, I'll make you a molten egg when I get home. After hanging up on Xiaoyu, Ewan poked Chuhan beside him. It was still early, and Chuhan was still in a daze. A gentle poke caused him to sway like a weeble. For a moment, Ewan forgot their agreement from the previous night, yawning as he asked what is going on. The temperature atop the mountain was frigid, prompting Ewan to snugly wrap himself in the lightweight down jacket provided by the production team, leaving only a fuzzy head peeking out from the collar. The cold wind tinged the tip of his furry nose a rosy hue as he sniffled and declared, I mentioned last night that I would surprise you, so listen closely. Chuhan paused momentarily, his eyes brightening, yet before he could turn his head, a voice beside him interjected. There are no Ultramen in this world, nor do I possess any superpowers. I was merely teasing you last night. It was rare for Chuhan to perceive anyone as cruel. Ewan, a friend he regarded as amiable and kind, spoke with a voice as cold and unyielding as the biting wind, whispering devilishly in his ear. It's all a ruse. Do not be deceived. After delivering this, Ewan nonchalantly patted his backside and sauntered away, leaving Chuhan in a state of disarray amidst the gusts. On the way to the airport, no one came to fetch Ewan, nor did he request it. Teacher Xie was still inexperienced and inept at lying. It took but a few sentences for the ruse to unravel. Ewan had no intention of making him travel across provinces to meet him. While it was indeed a bit taxing, he wasn't so pretentious as to require that. However, just after exiting the recording area, he spotted a taxi by the roadside. The driver rolled down the window, poking his head out, and asked in an odd accent, Are you Teacher Yu? Someone sent me to pick you up. It's already paid for. Let us go to the airport. Ewan paused for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile. He confirmed the reservation details with the driver, and just then, a call came in from Xie Jiamao, inquiring about the recording. How did it go? Quite well. Though I'm exhausted and never want to climb a mountain again. Ewan theatrically sighed, attempting to convey his discontent. The PD just reached out to me, wanting to invite you for the finale recording. However, it seems to conflict with another commitment of yours, so I haven't responded yet, he said. He mentioned that you shouldn't be here but should be over at the adjacent survival show carrying the whole segment. He also said that after this episode airs, there will surely be puzzle-solving variety shows reaching out to you. Hehehe, the PD even mentioned this episode will air next week. The producer was known for his champagne-popping nature. Ewan had long since grown accustomed to it, yet he was surprised that his schedule could clash. Am I now an artist who must adjust their schedule? Of course. Your value has skyrocketed. Xie Jiamao always possessed an inexplicable pride and confidence in him. After finishing recording 4 in the mountains, Yuan cocooned himself at home for 3 days to regain his vitality. During that time, his manager called to share good news. The agricultural live-streaming deal had been secured for a total of 5 episodes. Yuan suspected that Chu Han had relented, although prior to the recording, Chu Han had used the live-streaming as a bargaining chip. Yet, Yuan was not particularly concerned. Teacher Chu, if you don't wish to stream, then don't. The resources for live-streaming aren't that significant. This favor can be repaid later, he had said. He believed his gesture stemmed from goodwill, but Chu Han's response caught him off guard. I don't wish to, Chu Han replied. Before you recognize your mistake, I prefer to have no further entanglements with you. Yuan stared at the dialogue box, lost in contemplation. Had he committed some grievous offense against Chu Han and subsequently lost his memory? The tone felt akin to that of a scorned lover. Where did I go wrong? Confused JPG. Chu Han replied, Teacher you should reflect on it yourself. One must grasp their mistakes to remember them deeply. I will not provide you with hints. After a while, he added, Toying with others is a most shameless act. I hope you understand. Yuan was left speechless. Chu Han had always maintained a serious demeanor, yet this time he seemed excessively stern, leaving Yuan somewhat flustered. He had the WeChat contact of Song Chung Lei and decided to subtly inquire. I don't know, Song Chung Lei replied, but yesterday during our gathering, Teacher Chu drank a bit and suddenly began to cry, interviewing each of us about our beliefs in light. Of course, I don't believe in that childish nonsense. Then he cried through the night, hiccuping while singing Miracles Reappear. Yuan could vividly imagine the scene and burst into laughter, finally understanding the reason behind Chu Han's irritation. He opened the chat and tapped on Chu Han, who feigned ignorance. Yuan then sent a voice message. I'm sorry, Teacher Chu. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to cause you such harm. My sincerest apologies. He genuinely wished to apologize, yet the absurdity of the situation made it hard to maintain seriousness, resulting in no forgiveness from the victim. You are truly insufferable, Chu Han exclaimed, employing an exclamation mark, indicating his intense emotions. A cause for celebration, indeed. The editing of the In the Mountains program was characteristically swift, airing an episode shortly after recording. This time, they even released a teaser a day in advance. The teaser did not focus on the cerebral segments but instead highlighted numerous quotable moments from Yuan, showcasing him prominently. If there were a persona that could swiftly capture the hearts of contemporary netizens, it would undoubtedly be someone who was both aesthetically pleasing and a touch eccentric. Coincidentally, Yuan fit this description perfectly. With bamboo staff and straw sandals, I traverse lightly, undeterred by the burdens of loyalty. With friends like these, I would gladly accept a 10 billion yuan lottery win. Teacher Shi, you needn't worry about us. The crispy skin has its own integrity. Even if I perish on this path today, I shall bear no one's burden. 2 minutes later, how could I possess integrity? That is sheer hyperbole. The teaser concluded with a final frame of Yuan, capturing his last shot on the mountain, epitomizing In the Mountains as a nurturing ground for versatile artists, paired with a smile that blended sincerity and duplicity. The teaser was released at noon, catching the audience off guard. Initially, the comments were sparse, but soon they erupted into a lively discussion. What a ridiculous poem. Haha, such a strange rhyme. Tan Sidong. Does Senior Su Sure have any clues? His mental state is so ahead. Did he come from the same mental hospital as me? With friends like these wishing for a 10 billion yuan win? Goodness, you're greedy. A warning of unexpected delight. Whenever he mentions integrity, I feel a disaster coming. Haha. I must say, where did they dig up this beauty? Quite captivating. With such looks, the company dares to let him serve as a special forces soldier? Haha, so everyone thinks this variety show is cultivating special forces. Yes, a bit too refined for idle dramas. He'd be perfect as my boyfriend. Did I miss something? Does he have a tear mole at the corner of his eye? Oh, my nine-tailed fox grandmother, he truly does. At 0.22 seconds, 0.25 speed, I can capture a high-definition frontal shot. Ladies, go. May good people live in peace. This was perhaps one of the earliest works ever released from Yuan's repertoire. On the night of the program's update, he ambled to the night market in slippers to indulge in some barbecued delicacies. Driven by a guilty conscience stemming from a failed attempt at body management, he only brought cash and left his phone behind, fearing he might receive a call from his manager midway. Upon returning home at 9 o'clock, he picked up his phone to find over 20 missed calls. He called back, and Xie Jiamao's excited voice nearly pierced through the electronic device. Little you, you've made it onto the trending searches. Yuan responded with confusion. Chapter 22. Yuan's first reaction was, do I have another meme now? He promptly poured himself a glass of water, settled onto the sofa, and browsed Weibo. In the Mountains was trending within the top 10, and scrolling down revealed numerous ascending related topics. I apologize for meeting in the mountains in this manner. The iconic scene of undercover betrayal. You're playing a brand new undercover game. Yuan mused about what he could comprehend. He clicked on the highest ranking trending topic, which was flooded with edits. Modern netizens were remarkably quick. Within 2 hours of the update, edits were already circulating wildly. The clip with the highest views featured Song Chung-lei, Tong Li, and Shisu, concluding the undercover loop, and upon clicking it, Yuan's expression was indescribable. His fair and delicate features were slick with sweat. His hair damp and dark, likely reacting to some incredulous revelation. His brow slightly furrowed, and the alluring curve of his eyes now wide open in disbelief. In a fleeting second, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in his gaze, oscillating between the desire to speak and the hesitation to articulate, ultimately coalescing into a definitive Those who have watched this episode are well aware of the implications of that It signifies that Song Chung-lei has indeed guessed correctly. As soon as this was uttered, the barrage of comments erupted, a vibrant tapestry of filling the screen in a colorful array. You're absolutely right, Opens mouth, closes mouth. Thomas spins 360 degrees. With gravitas 3 parts indifference, 3 parts disdain. 4 parts nonchalance so engrossed in washing shoes that I forgot to wash your brain Pulls down pants. Defecates. Not finished. Snaps shut hands paper to the person upstairs Sir. No urinating here The upbeat soundtrack juxtaposed with the earnestness of each participant's words only served to heighten the comedic effect. Yuan scrolled down, noting how swiftly the trending topic had escalated. Likely due to the show's promotion, yet it was undeniable that the audience relished the spectacle, as views and discussion soared, far surpassing other trending topics. He opened the edited video once more, intrigued. It was the first time he beheld his own visage on a mobile screen. It appeared distinct from both the mirror and the monitor. Whether it was a filter added by the production team or the video editor, he looked remarkably radiant. His lips rosy and his complexion so youthful it seemed one could squeeze water from it. This thought reminded Yuan that he had yet to view this episode, prompting him to open the video app. The episode commenced with Shisu and Chuhan waiting beneath a street lamp, the light dim and shadows elongated, as they engaged in casual conversation, embodying a serene tranquility. The program seldom showcased the arrival of guest stars, making this episode a delightful surprise. The comments flowed in sync with the show. As soon as food was served, enthusiastic remarks ensued. Despite the tumultuous recent events surrounding this couple, suggesting a foreboding end, the sentiment remained. Let us indulge in the present. Delicious. So sweet. The vibe of an old married couple, absolutely endearing. Oh, will you be together for a lifetime? Will you marry? Are we to receive a hint of their divorce beforehand? Whatever. Let it all go to ruin. I'm satiated, dying of happiness. This is the first time I've seen an arrival scene. Surely it's just for us to witness this moment. What is so exciting about welcoming a guest? It must be to shower us with sweetness. Certainly. Interspersed were clips of other guests. Approximately 4 minutes in, a vehicle marked with the production company's logo approached slowly from a distance. The solitary street lamp cast a lonely glow, illuminating the ground. As the door swung open and someone leaped out, a slender figure with a small bag slung over one shoulder, the camera capturing his smiling face from below. Yuan's appearance was often described by passers-by as exquisite. In his youth, elders would remark that he resembled a porcelain doll, and as he matured, that doll-like beauty rendered him somewhat lacking in assertiveness, devoid of sharply defined features, perpetually exuding an air of youthful innocence. This made him appear younger. At 18 he was 18 and at 22 still 18. Yet, this bestowed upon him a unique talent, particularly in the entertainment industry, where a sense of purity could effectively soften the aggressiveness associated with a refined visage, thereby amplifying an alternative emotion, approachability, or what one might refer to as audience appeal. Yuan's beauty was of a kind that instantly evoked warmth and familiarity. Xie Jiamio, having mingled in various circles, had encountered countless individuals, yet he firmly believed that one day Yuan would achieve meteoric fame. It was not unfounded confidence but rather the instinct honed by experience. Oi. At 20:03 Beijing time, I have laid eyes upon my heartthrob guest. Isn't the state encouraging marriage? I want this one. I suspected he would look good from the teaser, but upon seeing him now, he is far more than just good. Could they not have shown a proper frontal shot in the teaser? This show really has a plethora of unknowns. Who is this one? Is he a newcomer? I recognize most of the obscured figures in the industry but not him. What is his name? Don't tell me. I fear I might write his name on a marriage certificate tomorrow. So this segment isn't for shipping couples, but rather to assign me a boyfriend. Kudos to the production team. You're the best. He approached with small, hurried steps, his hair somewhat tousled, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the street lamp, resembling a tranquil lake, startlingly bright. As he ran, he bowed, greeting Teacher Chu, Teacher Shi, esteemed teachers. Ah, what a polite darling, so well behaved. Come here and let mommy spoil you for a moment. At this juncture, the viewers commenting had evidently forgotten his demeanor in the teaser. The subsequent 10 minutes vividly demonstrated the adage that one should not judge a book by its cover. I'm younger than you. How can you call me brother? Brother, my dear brother. How could I possess such pride? This is sheer hyperbole. After I pass, please divide my possessions into 3 parts. 1 for repaying Aunt Financial, 1 for settling debts at the corner store, and 1 for the dog's food in the community garden. A mere mountain path at worst. I'll die right here. Dude, you owe quite a bit. Who? The community dog? What, are you competing with a dog for food? May I ask if your verbosity is innate or acquired? If acquired, perhaps you should consider a cure. A mere life at worst, I'll part with it, hhhh. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Those who are good-looking often have some quirks. I like him. Pretty faces are a dime a dozen, but intriguing souls are rare. He possesses both. Throughout, Chu Han remained largely silent, as those who followed the program knew of his reserved nature, making his fondness for this couple all the more notable. However, upon Yu's arrival, he exhibited unmistakable signs of breaking character, especially at the end, unable to endure any longer. He playfully jabbed Yuan in the ribs with a stick, feigning annoyance while still tenderly grasping Yuan's wrist. I believe Chu mentioned they are friends. My Han Bao appears much livelier. How touching. These two together remind me of me and my friend. I also have this playful banter with my friends. My friend does the same with a stick. This guy is pure e-boy, ha ha ha. No worries about him fitting in. The first half hour brimmed with joyous ambience. Laughter abundant. The screen filled with humor. To describe it as hilarious would be an understatement, as it propelled the atmosphere to a crescendo. The segment about drawing lots was particularly filled with laughter. However, soon after, the comments dwindled. The results of the drawing were to be revealed to the camera. After Song Chunglei drew his lot, he provocatively curled his lips, unfurling the paper to reveal a black and white ghostly visage. At this point, the audience maintained their composure. Oh? Is that the revelation? If this were a neighboring survival game, we wouldn't see that paper until the final second. Let me see which lucky soul gets the worst of it tomorrow. Can Song Laoshi handle this? Tong Jie is quite perceptive. Please don't let him be caught too quickly. Spare Song Laoshi some dignity. Tong Li followed closely, glancing down at her paper, her demeanor unchanged, calmly revealing a black and white ghostly visage. Damn. 2 undercover agents? The production team only mentioned there would be undercover agents, but didn't specify the number. Always digging pits in such places, I'm impressed. How will this play out? It's over. The 2 smartest ones are paired together, while the rest are all naive kids. Let me see who else can take charge. You all can fend for yourselves. I estimate that by tomorrow, there won't be a single pair of underpants left. Just as the audience thought this was the limit, Shisu launched into a monochrome grimace. What a peculiar grouping. They say it's drawn by lots, but I don't believe it. Is there truly no behind-the-scenes manipulation? Among those remaining 3, 2 are newcomers to the entertainment industry, and 1 is the naive and sweet Chu Han. Are they deliberately being bullied? At least give them Shisu. This guy works the hardest. These 3 with their slender arms and legs, even without an undercover, wouldn't stand a chance against the other 3. The 3 naive and sweet individuals remained blissfully unaware, flashing peace signs at the camera with cheerful smiles. Yuan and Chu Han were nestled close together. Their figures were quite similar. Yet the handsome boy with a beauty mark at the corner of his eye always seemed like a soft creature, leaning gently towards Chu Han, resembling a pair of adorable conjoined twins. Report. 2 sweethearts are whispering. They have no chemistry as a couple, but it feels so warm. Let's digress for a moment. Given their cuteness, can we cut them a little slack? There are only 3 undercovers, right? No more than that? No, if 1 more comes along, it won't be an undercover battle. It'll be a good people battle. The production team still hasn't mastered editing. Revealing the results at this point ruins the tension for the later segments. I was just thinking, isn't it inappropriate to disclose the results now? With an hour and a half left, I suspect it will lack a punch. We might as well see how it goes. At this moment, the audience was unaware that the true high energy was yet to come. An advertisement interrupted, coincidentally as Xie Jiaomao called. Yuan paused the show and stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. The boss. He guessed the boss must be quite excited at this moment. One of the workers' rules is not to appear more composed than the boss. Thus, he cheerfully exclaimed, I saw the trending topics, and I really made it to the hot searches. Xie Jiaomao laughed heartily. Haha. This is just the beginning. Little you. You'll have plenty of chances to trend in the future. Yuan, really? I can't wait. After exchanging a few compliments, they got back to the main topic. Xie Jiaomao said, I called to ask if you've seen that popular variety show, Survival Game, that's been all the rage these past 2 years? Yuan hadn't seen it, as he had only been in this world for a mere 3 months. You should find some time to watch it. The producer of Survival Game contacted me. They haven't finalized the cast list for the 3rd season yet. The producer suggested inviting you for a few episodes as a guest, but I believe we could aim for a permanent spot. After a brief pause, Xie Jiaomao began to chuckle. Survival Game is a primetime variety show with panoramic filming. Each episode has a different theme and recording location. They assign roles and styles to guests based on the theme, Little You. Even if you can't carry the entire show, that's fine. The most important thing is that the production team will make you look stunning every episode. If you become a regular, you'll have 12 top-notch styling teams creating looks for you. Yuan understood. The boss was treating him like a collectible figurine. However, excellent makeup and styling seem to be powerful tools for gaining fame, as the cost of a variety show role is significantly lower than that of a supporting role in a film or drama, thus leading to shorter idle periods. After hanging up, he opened a search engine to look up information on Survival Game, and he opened a Word document to prepare a file for future analysis. Survival Game is the first infinite flow variety show in the country, with no comparable alternatives to date. Whether in terms of script essence or guest lineup, it is not something other shows can easily replicate. Since the 2nd season, every episode has been filmed on location, requiring the production team to scout various locations across the country and set up recording studios, with the desolate mountains and wilderness often being genuine. Such variety shows have always been favorites among young audiences, featuring brain teasers, rhythm, twists, and heartwarming moments that make viewers feel as if they are experiencing an adrenaline rush through the screen. Thanks to the award-winning styling teams hired by the production crew, each episode typically showcases 1 or 2 stunning visuals. Even without thinking, simply watching is a delight. The invitation from Survival Game was genuinely unexpected for Yuan, as his status might not quite match that of a national variety show, and what the boss mentioned about a permanent spot seemed utterly fantastical and beyond consideration. After speeding through 2 episodes to grasp the general worldview, Yuan saved the half-finished document and glanced at the time. It was already 11 at night. He recalled the trending topics, picked up his phone, and intended to check the current situation. Just as he lit up the screen, a flurry of message notifications greeted him. His boss was indeed celebrating in the group chat, implying that our Little You was no longer the Little You of yesterday. He was now a man who had trended solo. Yuan quickly scanned the messages. It was mostly a one-man show by Xie Jiaomao, while Xie Heyu's messages had ceased since yesterday. Director Gao was currently filming in some remote location, lacking cell service and nearly out of contact for half a month. As he scrolled through the homepage, a message from an unfamiliar nickname caught his eye. Anonymous. You're not lying to me, are you? Anonymous. My agent showed me the contract. It included details about CP-related activities. Initially, he couldn't recall who it was, but upon mentioning the contract, Yuan immediately recognized the sender. He noted this unnamed individual as Blue Hair. Yuan, what kind of contract? The other party had sent the message 2 or 3 hours prior, and Yuan estimated that his reply wouldn't be timely. While waiting, he opened Weibo to continue browsing the trending topics. The iconic scene of undercovers battling each other was still trending at 3rd place. Scrolling down, he found that the boss was not exaggerating. There was indeed a solo trending topic for him. Yuan, just a name without any prefixes or suffixes. He recalled that previously, when he followed entertainment news about celebrities facing scandals, there would often be trending topics with just the name, which sent chills down his spine. He quickly clicked in to check. Bored netizens had compiled a brief overview of his career, thoughtfully including links to promote this brand new newcomer. However, there were only 2 links. One was a replay of the last livestream, and the other was the link to this episode. Quite meager, indeed. The netizens digging for more material were left disheartened. Where's the drama? Where's the new show? Hurry up and put it out. Is there nothing else? Can't the company even shoot a vlog for you? Not to mention, he doesn't even have a selfie on his Weibo. If he doesn't T-post selfies, he's bad. The netizens want to see the new darling, and the netizens are good. Oh, dear heavens. Yuan initially breathed a sigh of relief but soon began to ponder. He wasn't fond of selfies, but perhaps he could consider discussing vlogs with the boss another day. He wondered what content to shoot. While deep in thought, his phone vibrated. Blue hair? Image JPG. Blue hair. Something like this. Yuan opened the original image, which indeed resembled a standard variety show contract. However, a possibility struck him. Yuan, check the back. Did you see if Chuhan signed? Half a minute later.
11 su. No.
Yuan, oh, you fool.
Su?
Why are you cursing at me? I haven't even cursed at you yet. Shisu had only ever been scolded for swearing, never having been met with such blunt cursing, especially in the entertainment industry. He felt somewhat aggrieved. Yuan, rarely cursing, found it hard to hold back this time. Yuan, a contract without the signatures of the parties involved holds no legal validity. You didn't even know that? Shisu, of course I know. I just didn't think of it in the moment, damn. Yuan, read more books, watch more news, curse less, and sleep more. Shisu, why do you sound like my grandmother? Yuan, because I love you as deeply as your grandmother does. Fake smile heart JPG. Shisu, what do we do now? The variety show has only 2 episodes left, and the sudden distance might lead to backlash from the audience. Yuan remarked, you're asking me about this? Are we that close? To which Shisu replied, aren't we friends? You said we hit it off at first sight. Yuan replied tersely, fine. He found himself bearing the consequences of his earlier frivolous remarks and, after some contemplation, suggested that Shisu have a word with Chuhan. Chuhan was not an unreasonable person. If Shisu's actions stemmed solely from personal choice, devoid of any influence from Feng Changzhou, she would likely pardon him even if he intended to undermine her. Teacher Chu was known for her benevolence. Ultimately, they decided to collaborate for the final 2 episodes, parting amicably, as long as there were no subsequent corporate shenanigans. A dignified connection and a dignified separation would render the matter trivial. Shisu, seeking advice, asked, how do we avoid corporate mischief? Yuan internally mused, how would I know? After pondering, he found no viable suggestions and replied nonchalantly, why not switch companies? After dealing with Shisu, Yuan finally reopened the current episode. It was already 11:30, and it seemed a late night was in store. With that thought, he stifled a yawn. The draw determined the undercover participants, and early the next morning, the 3 undercover agents received their task cards. The screen displayed an enlarged version of the task card details, with 2 brackets left empty, awaiting completion. What did this mean? Were they to choose themselves? Song Chunglei grasped his pen and read through the task card. Directly touched the toes of, for 2 points. Was he to select a victim? He turned towards the camera, wearing a sheepish smile. This was quite excessive. Once this episode aired, would I ever be able to interact with the lucky individual I chose again? A similar scene unfolded in Tong Li's room. Her task card read, directly touch the shoulder of, for 2 points. The shoulder was not an overly private area, yet the typical variety show format rarely provided occasions for such casual contact. Excluding males, physical interaction between the opposite sex was generally limited. Given that the second bracket was open for any name, the first bracket likely allowed for a choice among the guests. The director remained silent with a smile. Tong Li deciphered the unspoken rules from his expression and promptly excluded herself from both brackets. To eliminate suspicion, it was best to position herself as an outsider. Without much deliberation, she selected a close female acquaintance, directly touch, Chuhan's shoulder for 2 points. Smart. Tong Jie is quite the seasoned player. After so many rounds, she knows how to navigate the traps set by the production team. It was clear she should never be an undercover agent. Originally, Teacher Song could have kept her in check, but now he's an undercover agent too. This game just got complicated. Following this, Shisu and Song Chunglei also finalized their targets. The moment their task cards were revealed to the camera, the comment section erupted. Shisu, with a serious demeanor, pointed at his task card, stating, I chose Teacher Song and Teacher Yu, thinking Teacher Yu just arrived and is unfamiliar with everyone. Obviously, he would need assistance from the senior members, and Teacher Song has always been considerate towards newcomers, so selecting him seemed prudent. His choice was acceptable, but the next moment, when Song Chinglei's task card was unveiled, truly left the audience in shock. With a knowing smile, Song Chunglei revealed, directly touch, Yuan's toes for 2 points. I am indeed a veteran of variety shows. What? How clever. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I thought of that, but it can't be that simple. Who would randomly touch their own shoes? Song Chunglei explained, I just stepped outside and noticed that among all the members, only Xiao Yu's shoes were white. White shoes show dirt easily, especially in the mountains. If I see them muddy, I'll remind him to clean them. 666. That's the wisdom of a variety show veteran, bold yet meticulous. What concerns me is that 2 undercover agents have chosen this guest named Yuan. It seems this teacher is about to face a whirlwind of troubles. Don't you dare wash. This is my newly recognized spouse. Don't bully him. My heart aches already. Can I remind him loudly through the comments? Why not just shout it out? The recording time differs from our viewing time. Don't be deceived. Thanks for the heads up, or I might have been kept in the dark. Chapter 23. As the scene shifted, Yuan, already branded with the poor thing label by the comments, emerged from his room, his tousled hair a testament to his slumber, with a tuft of hair sticking up in defiance. He stood at the stairway, momentarily dazed. What's wrong? Still not awake? My baby clearly misses me. Someone should bring him back. This new guest looked soft-spoken and quite approachable. The young lad radiated exuberance, clad only in a thin t-shirt, devoid of any makeup, effortlessly drawing countless gazes simply by his presence. He did nothing but stand, yet the comments showered him with compliments. Yuan lingered for a moment, rubbing the back of his head in confusion, causing his already disheveled hair to become even more voluminous. With his hair resembling a bird's nest, he approached the stair railing, cautiously bouncing down a step. Laughing to death. I almost forgot he was exhausted from climbing the mountain last night. Today, his legs must feel as though they've been run over by a truck. Previous guests felt sore too, but it didn't seem this severe. Upstairs, the extended version showed he took a different, steeper path. It was more strenuous. Can you feel the production team's fervent affection? Warm enough to cause third-degree burns, Yuan's tone. With utmost caution, he continued to navigate down the stairs, and upon reaching the kitchen, encountered another set of steps. This time, Yuan wasted no time, executing a flawless leap akin to a soaring bird. Perfect. Elegant, truly elegant. Where did this little zombie come from? So adorably charming. His proficiency is heart-wrenching. Chu Han had his back to the door as he prepared a pancake, while Shisu assisted him. The fierce sizzling of oil masked the sounds of Yuan's playful movements. The unexpected guest, resembling a little zombie, surveyed his surroundings and found a cup to pour himself some hot water. Unfazed by the lack of formal hospitality, he busied himself, even brewing a cup of floral tea upon spotting tea bags nearby. Once accomplished, he cradled his tea and leaned against the doorframe, gazing thoughtfully at the busy Chu Han and Shisu. Stop pondering. Today's target isn't Chu Han. It's you. Run, my wife. Watch out for Shisu. Watch out for Shisu. Watch out for Shisu. Shisu, are you a thief? The 2 cooking were startled, and Shisu promptly denied the accusation, quickly turning the tables. Compared to you, teacher, you're the odd one out. Yuan began counting on his fingers the instances of direct or indirect physical contact between the 2. Shisu, clearly caught off guard by his meticulous observation, blurted out, there was only 1 point of contact. How do you know? Did you receive a task card? Yuan's gaze was direct, his expression calm, exuding an air of penetrating insight. This scene, when edited, painted Shisu in a light of undeniable guilt in the eyes of the audience. His subsequent explanations were incoherent, lacking logic, even causing Chu Han, who usually maintained a good rapport with him, to subtly distance himself. Yet, surprisingly, Yuan seemed to buy into it. That makes sense. Merely physical contact is rather vague. With that, he transformed back into the little zombie, bouncing out of the kitchen. The newcomer is still naive, believing everything others say. Don't be so gullible, darling. I close my eyes, and I cannot foresee a promising future for the virtuous camp. The audience has likely accepted the reality of the virtuous camp being represented by 3 iron-willed, naive individuals. As soon as Shisu began to take action, only a handful of comments served as distant reminders, while the majority remained peacefully resigned. Don't let him touch your hair. Don't let him touch your hair. Sweetheart, your points are about to be stolen. It's over, it's over. The outcome is sealed. I have a feeling that by tonight's reckoning, the 3 naive teachers will be left destitute. Not just destitute, our teacher you will leave in debt. If only they could unmask the mole. But they remain clueless even as they are robbed. At that moment, Yuan displayed a contemplative expression while arranging his hair. The production team magnified this expression, granting it a 3-second close-up, heralding the official call for a counterattack from the virtuous camp and laying the groundwork for subsequent developments. Unfortunately, at this moment, not many in the comment section could decipher the profound meaning behind that expression. Only a couple of viewers with 5G connectivity, having completed a rewatch, began to hint at spoilers. Did you guess from here? It should have been earlier. It seems they locked onto Shisu when he let something slip. Being a debut variety show, Yuan intended to fill the gaps, but his body rebelled against his mind. Halfway through, he succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness and dozed off at his computer desk. The following day, The doorbell jolted him awake from a drowsy slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a splitting headache and a throat as hoarse as an lingrong's. Bao Yuan, Bao Yuan. He amused himself for a while, savoring a sip of cold water to soothe his throat before wrapping himself tightly in a blanket and rising to open the door. At 8 in the morning, he hardly expected any visitors. Yuan assumed it was a delivery he had ordered without recalling, and he opened the door without any caution. As the door swung open, he beheld Xiaoyu. In an instant, his sluggish mind, dulled by a cold, was overtaken by a sense of guilt, causing him to hesitate momentarily before instinctively closing the door. Xiaoyu, quick-witted, used his hands and feet to block the door. Xiaoyu, taken aback, wore a look of surprise, but as his gaze landed on Yuan's face, scrutinizing it for 2 seconds, that expressionless handsome face gradually furrowed into a frown, shifting from unspeakable to dangerously intense. Open the door. Yuan sat upright on the sofa, appearing quite docile. Lacking any medicinal supplies at home, Xiaoyu descended to purchase some, returning with a plastic bag and changing into slippers. Teacher, your throat sounds terrible, Yuan remarked, surprised by his own voice, and immediately sat up straighter under Xiaoyu's chilly gaze. There are new slippers in the shoe cabinet, blue ones. This apartment rarely hosted visitors. Only Xiaoyu would occasionally be summoned by Xie Jimiao to help restock the fridge or prepare a few bento boxes for when he was too busy to eat. As the semester approached its end, Xiaoyu had been coming less frequently. The new slippers Yuan had bought for him remained unopened. Xiaoyu retrieved the slippers from the cabinet, slipped them on, and spoke with an air of aloofness. You don't need to talk. Yuan obediently fell silent. Xiaoyu headed straight for the kitchen while Yuan sat motionless on the sofa, staring blankly at his 5-toed socks. He wiggled a big toe, then set it down again, repeating the action until boredom set in. Xiaoyu remained busy in the kitchen, not uttering a word to him. Normally, Teacher Xie was not very talkative, but today he was unusually silent, a silence laden with the weight of a cold war. Upon entering, Xiaoyu immediately turned on the air conditioning. The warmth gradually enveloped the room, dry yet cozy. Yuan touched his cheek, unsure whether it was the heat or a fever, feeling flushed. The plastic bag lay on the coffee table, and hesitantly, Yuan opened it, retrieving a digital thermometer and pressing it to his forehead. The screen turned a dangerous red. 378? A clear voice suddenly rang from above, startling Yuan, causing the thermometer to slip from his hand and tumble onto the carpet. He looked up. Teacher Xie. Xiaoyu gazed down at him, his dark brows momentarily knitting together. He reached out, brushing the back of his hand against Yuan's cheek, but withdrew almost instantly. So hot, the back of his hand was icy, and Yuan instinctively tilted his face. Before he could lean in for comfort, Xiaoyu had already pulled back, rummaging through the plastic bag for medications. Yuan stared intently at that slender, bony hand. You need to take antipyretics. Your throat may hurt this week. Remember to drink cough syrup. Yuan picked up a capsule from the coffee table, cracking it open and swallowing it. Xiaoyu seized his wrist. What are you doing? Taking medicine. Have you eaten breakfast? Noting Yuan's silence, Xiaoyu nodded knowingly, placing a bowl on the coffee table, containing 2 peeled hard-boiled eggs and a small silver thread roll. You can't take medicine on an empty stomach. Eat these first, you might choke. There's soy milk. Xiaoyu inserted a straw into the soy milk for him and then returned to the kitchen. The stove was on, something simmering away, and Yuan could hear the sounds. He slowly finished the silver thread roll, while Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen holding a prepared drink, with an empty cup in the other hand. Yuan felt that he should have calmed down by now, sniffed, and bravely asked, "What are you cooking in the kitchen?" "Milk." Yuan responded, "There's a microwave. I'm making ginger milk." Yuan instantly realized for whom it was intended and resisted. "I don't eat ginger." Xiaoyu poured the liquid between 2 cups to cool it quickly, replying in a neutral tone, "I was originally going to make ginger soup." Yuan, ginger soup has a stronger flavor, implying that he was already being somewhat lenient. The appropriately cool drink was presented to Yuan, but he did not take it. Xiaoyu glanced down at his expression and said softly, "There are no other ingredients in the fridge. I prepared this for you. If you don't want to eat it, that's fine." Yuan remained silent. "I'll make you something else later." His tone lacked softness, but it was evident that Xiaoyu was at a loss with him. Despite the cold demeanor, Yuan detected an undertone of indulgence. His fingers, hidden within his sleeves, curled slightly. At this point, Yuan felt it inappropriate to be obstinate any longer. He accepted the cold remedy and drank it in one go, washing it down with half a cup of soy milk before taking the antipyretic. Afterward, he nestled into a cozy corner of the sofa, draped in a thick blanket, resembling a little mushroom. The little mushroom grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned on the television. The pungent aroma of ginger wafted through the apartment, and Yuan wrinkled his nose in distaste, convincing himself that it was rubbish, not food, and that teacher Xie would soon discard it, while he resumed watching the variety show, rewinding to the part he had missed the previous night. Xie Hayu finished making the ginger milk but did not bring it out, instead placing it on the countertop. After washing his hands, he prepared to head out to the market for ingredients. The little mushroom on the sofa seemed lost in thought. As soon as he stepped out, those dark eyes were magnetically drawn to him, following him intently. Xie Hayu's hand rested on the doorknob, unable to ignore that overly intense gaze. He turned back. "Do you want something?" Yuan snapped back to reality, blinking as if he had returned to his senses. "Do you have class today?" he asked. "No, why?" "Nothing." Yuan shook his head, his words trailing off ambiguously, unsure of what he intended to convey. "You can go." He bid farewell to the colleague who had cared for him all morning in what he believed to be a polite manner. The door clicked shut softly. Before departing, Xie Hayu urged him to sleep on the bed rather than the sofa, warning that the latter could lead to a chill. Yuan fiddled with the remote control, muttering to himself that even after leaving, Xie still seemed to care about him. He had no intention of sleeping. He preferred to sit on the sofa. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was Saturday, and Xie should have no classes. Perhaps he had other matters to attend to. Yuan, distracted, watched the television. As he did, he felt his ailing mind lagging, the seamless deductions in the program appearing as elusive and insubstantial as mist. Today, he mused, was not a day conducive to deep thought. The television had progressed to the scene where he and Song Chunglei were foraging for mushrooms. "Xiaoyu, your shoes are muddy." "It's nothing. White shoes are difficult to clean. Just wipe them off. My daughter is just like you. Her shoes always get dirty when she comes home, and she particularly loves white shoes, which worries me and her mother to no end." Yuan reluctantly crouched down to clean his shoes, a frown on his face, regretting his choice of white shoes. It was truly a hassle. Prior to this, the production team aired a segment featuring his dialogue with the accompanying PD in the car. His remark about hoping teacher she wouldn't steal. His points revealed a potential opportunity for victory to many viewers, although most dismissed it as mere luck rather than a calculated insight. Unlike the previous night, today's barrage of comments included numerous spoilers, with viewers rewatching the episode. Indeed, it's a rookie protection period. How could he get it right by chance? Haha. The teacher believes in your instincts. Shisu is the villain. Could this charming fellow turn the tide with his luck? I advise everyone to stop guessing and just watch ahead. Don't underestimate our Xiaoyu, you scoundrel. In a spirited anime tone, prepare to be astounded. As Song Chunglei stepped away to use the restroom, Yuan sat on the steps, lost in thought. He spoke up. "How many points did teacher Song just steal from me?" He gazed into the camera, perhaps inquiring of the accompanying PD, but receiving no answer, he began to calculate on his fingers. Once, twice, 3 times, was it 8 or 9? The last time he pretended to clean but hadn't he actually done so. That shouldn't count, so it was nearly 8, right? I really like a saying from the entertainment industry. Huh? Did I miss something? How did he know? Could it be that today is a case of inception? An undercover agent above another undercover? You gave me quite a scare. Can't possibly be a goddess eye view, right? My skin prickled at that moment, haha. The accompanying PD asked, "Why does teacher you think teacher Song is also a thief?" Yuan propped his chin, pondering. Here began the highlight moment. The previously unseen footage of Yuan in the car finally aired, starting from Shisu's remark that mere physical contact could not occur without constraints, recalling the previous night when he proposed the rules. His original statement about stealing points through touching fixed areas, with the points for touching group members doubled, rapidly deconstructed and reassembled in his mind. Analyzing the loopholes, he sought potential traps through the production team's perspective. Subsequently, Onse su acted publicly, and Yuan was quick to notice the anomaly. Summarizing simply, he deduced the formula for Shisu's actions. Armed with the formula for the undercover's movements, he confirmed the constants and variables within it based on his earlier analysis of the traps, ultimately deriving a complete initial action formula. This entire logic was edited into a gray memory lasting about 1 minute and 20 seconds, almost as clear as a mind map. And then the production team maliciously revealed a previous self-muttering from Yuan. "I hope I'm not the only good person today." The 3 undercover agents were laid bare under his seemingly casual reasoning, all exposed. The accompanying text read, "Thieves revealed," with a small note beside it, 33. Thus, all undercover agents were unmasked, none remaining, a complete capture. The barrage of comments during this segment was sparse compared to the previous lively atmosphere, an eerie silence prevailing. Huh? What is he saying? What am I hearing? Are you Conan, bro? I really got goosebumps. Wow, this logical reasoning, this observational skill. Oh my god. Just wait. Let me kneel. I need to listen to this segment on my knees. This wave, he-s in the stratosphere. Aren't I in God's perspective this episode? Confused. Disoriented. Going crazy. Running around. Make way. The true God is coming. The barrage went wild for a while. A cacophony of excitement with expletives flying, gradually calming down. This chaotic atmosphere persisted until Song Chunglei jokingly asked, "You're not the thief, are you? Did you get demoralized because you couldn't steal points?" Yuan shot him a shocked glance, his eyes a kaleidoscope of emotions. Pain, frustration, disbelief. Song Chunglei composed himself, cautiously asking, "Do you know who the undercover agent is?" Yuan, expressionless, shook his head.
Song Henglei replied, "I suspect 11 su.
Yuan
I suspect 11 su haha."
Here it comes. The iconic scene. Shisu, may I ask? I'm done. I can't look at Teacher Song the same way now. Just thinking about how seriously he acted while everyone opposite already knew makes me want to laugh. Earlier, he even asked Teacher Song to take care of the newcomers. Now this newcomer should give Teacher Song a break. After all, he is older. Am I the only one curious about how he'll play this next? Although he guessed one correctly, persuading Chu Chu and Ling Yun will be a bit difficult. Those two don't think much and can be easily swayed. The good faction only has 3 votes total, so they can't decide the outcome by banding together. Fortunately, neither the undercover nor the good faction knows each other's identities. It seems the best strategy now is to remain unchanged in the face of change. I agree with the previous comment. First, earn points. As long as we can vote out all 3 undercover agents tonight, the stolen points will be safe. I remember there's a mysterious grand gift for every episode 1. This episode is tough. I hope the production team is generous. For some reason, I have a subtle premonition that we might be overthinking things. Chapter 24. Yuan did not speed up the playback, drifting off into space for over half an hour, surprisingly becoming a bit more alert. Once awake, hunger spread from his stomach, prompting him to slip into the kitchen in search of something to eat. The kitchen was nearly bare, stocked only with a few bottles of milk and some fruit. He lazily scanned the space, finally pulling out a tomato. The tomato was cold from the fridge, and he pondered whether to blanch it in hot water when he caught sight of the ginger milk pudding beside it. The porcelain bowl held a creamy white solid, its surface smooth and enticing like solid yogurt. An internal battle raged within Yuan. He recalled Xiaoyu mentioning earlier that he would prepare something else to eat when he felt faint. Now that he was clear-headed, that statement lingered in his memory like a dream, yet he felt it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu had left for another engagement. Yuan picked up the bowl of ginger milk pudding, its bottom still warm. He leaned down, sniffing it like a curious kitten, finding the ginger flavor mild enough to accept. He then turned to smell the tomato, which was indeed cold. Ultimately, he chose the ginger milk pudding. Snuggling back onto the sofa, he wrapped himself tightly in a small blanket, savoring the pudding while relishing his splendid performance on the variety show. After the scores were released at noon, Chu Han exercised a team-switching right, and Yuan formed a new team with Shisu. Unbeknownst to him during the recording now, as he gazes at the screen, the harmonious interaction between him and Shisu is evident. Their occasional exchanges are punctuated with fleeting expressions of disdain. Not only does he harbor contempt for Shisu, but Shisu reciprocates this sentiment. In one scene, they crouch on the ground, foraging for mushrooms while Yuan savors an ice pop, gesturing animatedly, only to dig up the wrong item. "This is the egg," he remarks. Shisu replies with a casual, "Oh," before turning to bury the egg back and unearthing the one Yuan had pointed out, casually asking, "Is it this one, my lord?" Yuan scrutinizes the selection, and with a satisfied nod of his little hand, he affirms, "Indeed." The playful banter continues. Little Yu looks at little Shi. Fool. Little Shi looks at little Yu. Meticulous. "My lord? Ha ha ha. What is going on with you two? It's hilarious. If he is the lord, then who am I? Assign me a role, I wish to join you." These two possess a certain aesthetic of mutual disdain. Could we have them share a microphone? I simply relish the dynamic of these two who are vexed with each other yet compelled to coexist amicably. Yuan, watching this unfold on television, abruptly choked on his drink. Clutching his ginger milk, he was incensed to the point of smoke emanating from his ears. After a fit of violent coughing, fueled by indignation, he seized his phone and sent a message to Shisu. "Foolish blue-haired one." The term fool targets intelligence, while blue-haired carries a strong connotation of aesthetic critique. Within these 3 words lies an immense potency. "Shisu, brace yourself for a harsh blow," Yuan thought with satisfaction. He cast aside his phone and, In a brief span, realized his bowl of ginger milk was empty. Scraping the last remnants clean, he found himself staring at the barren bowl, pouting slightly. So little. All gone. Illness dulled his taste buds, leading him to perceive the ginger flavor as subtle, perhaps overshadowed by the milk and sweetness. The initial taste was merely sweet, with a hint of spiciness emerging in the aftertaste. For now, Yuan deemed the ginger milk acceptable for consumption. A single bowl of ginger milk was evidently insufficient to satiate his hunger, prompting him to retrieve tomatoes from the refrigerator and warm them in lukewarm water. The television displayed the confrontation between him and Tong Li on the mountain path. A few short sentences led Tong Li into a misunderstanding. I hardly recall. I was wearing white shoes, perhaps I polished them myself, he stated. Tong Li's request for the director to replay his expression from that moment thrice was not without reason. On the screen, Yuan briefly lowered his eyelids before suddenly lifting them to meet Tong Li's gaze, unflinchingly locking eyes with her. After a mere 2 to 3 seconds, his lips curled into a subtle smile, the tear mole at the corner of his eye adding a layer of sincerity to his expression. The audience interpreted this as a moment of intellectual sparring, where Yuan discerned Tong Li's hidden implications and cleverly played along, shrouding the truth. Yet, in that moment, Tong Li perceived it as her companion momentarily stunned, grasping her subtle test and responding in kind. Thus, she displayed an enigmatic expression as she departed with Chao Lingyun. My heart. For you, I would marry Chu Han, a jest echoed. If I were Tong Li, I would find it hard not to believe that expression. Sometimes, intelligent people only require a glance to communicate. Is this how it developed? Who is deceiving whom in this episode? This teacher shouldn't be here. They should debut in the adjacent survival show, where talents like you are needed. My heart, which had been in suspense all episode, suddenly relaxed. God gazes down upon humanity, and all are but fools. Amen. I am grateful to Teacher Yu for allowing me to experience a perspective of high intelligence. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Is such intellect truly existent in the human realm? It feels as though AI has evolved without me. Alright, next exam I shall not worship Sun Simyao, but you. What was his name again? Speak it aloud, and from henceforth he shall be my faith. You win. You win. What's going on? It's been an entire episode, and you still haven't remembered his name. Ha ha ha, I remember now. I recall it too. Though I am not a superficial admirer, it's hard not to remember such a performance. Since last night, Yuan had refrained from checking trending topics. Thus he was oblivious to the fact that his name had trended on Weibo for a full day and night, securing the 6th position, an undeniable breakout. However, he did not notice the absence of his own name, nor did the astute Xie Jiamiao. God gazes down upon humanity, and all are but fools. Below was a highlighted comment. A rare fresh talent in the entertainment industry with both emotional and intellectual intelligence, neither arrogant nor self-deprecating, neither restrained nor raucous. Beneath the surface of swiftly adapting to environments lies a calmness and compassion towards all. In the parlance of youth, one might call it a salty fish. But to me, it embodies divinity. He will fall in love with every circle he engages with. This is a common affliction of earnest individuals. I eagerly anticipate his performances. Even in the unfamiliar realm of entertainment, may he shine brightly. Overnight, his Weibo followers surged dramatically. Many invested in his burgeoning popularity, and countless netizens sincerely looked forward to his new dramas and variety shows. Simply put, he was pleasing to the eye. The mid-season high-energy analysis shifted the audience's perspective to that of Yuan, and the final voting segment of the evening unfolded with less suspense and more drama. The audience who entered later had already gleaned the results from trending topics, yet they could not resist joining the fray. A classic scene of undercover rivalry. I came from the trending topics. Let me see how absurd this can get. Tong Jie believed in little Yu until the very end. Even after being eliminated, her gaze conveyed, this round is a sure win. Ha ha ha, someone make a meme of Tong Jie. It's hilarious. While they argue, Yuan and Chu Han are feasting in the background. Yuan chewing, I'm not concerned. You, my lad, are adept at playing the fool while hiding your strength. Tell me, chewing, who invented such a clever and adorable boy? Chewing? Named Yuan Chewing? What are you chewing up there? I demand to know. Spit out this charming teacher. In the final scene, all the MCs sat side by side atop the mountain, bathed in the radiant glow of the setting sun. The entire tableau infused with vibrant life, as the dawn ascended like hope itself. A new day dawned, and Yuan and Chu Han remained inseparable. Their ample down jackets enveloped their figures, their pointed chins nestled within their collars, resembling two drowsy little weebles, playfully pushing each other, bleary-eyed, lending support to one another. In the concluding Easter egg, Yuan roused Chu Han from slumber with a nonsensical remark. There are no Ultramen in this world, and I possess no superpowers. It's all a facade, do not believe it. Following this, the program team displayed flamboyant subtitles. For more excitement, please stay tuned for the spin-off program Joy in the Mountains. Ooh. Ha, I'm not particularly eager to watch. Did you think I'd pay for VIP access for this content?
Faza.
Damn it. I'm going to turn the director into an incessantly spinning top of 3 lifetimes. I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the internet does not provide free handsome boys. There are bad apples among the crowd. No one could resist such temptation. The audience grumbled as they subscribed to the spin-off program. Yuan, lacking a video membership, pulled out his phone to sign up. The spin-off was divided into 2 parts. The first featured heartwarming moments not included in the main episodes, while the second, though only 30 minutes long, was a showcase for Yuan and Chuhan. Without watching the spin-off, Yuan was unaware of how much he conversed with Chuhan privately. Teacher Chu. The mushroom walked down the road and bumped into an orange. The mushroom, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You shall perish," and thus the orange met its demise. Why? Because the mushroom demanded the orange's demise, and the orange had no choice but to succumb. Do you know why unparalleled masters perished in the scripture vault? You don't? Because they suffered from a phobia of dense texts. In the afternoon, the groups were reassigned, and Yuan and Chuhan once again found themselves as companions. They were tasked by the farmer to pull weeds. While diligently engaged in this labor, Yuan entertained Chuhan with a series of nonsensical, cold jokes, speaking with utmost seriousness, which compelled Chuhan to listen intently. Chuhan, attempting to comprehend, failure to understand, muttering in frustration. Who will come to rescue our teacher Chu? He looks as if he is about to shatter. A new pairing has emerged. How can we allow it to stagnate? Upstairs, who plays the dominant role and who plays the submissive? They both appear to be suited for being thoroughly adored in bed. Oh well, I shall let them off this time. Let us indulge in this pairing with a benevolent smile. Hooray! The Yu-Chu pairing reigns supreme. That evening, after listening to Yu-Wen's reasoning, Chu-Han inquired if he possessed superpowers. Yu-Wen, initially denying this, ultimately confessed. Chu-Han displayed a mixture of excitement and restrained emotions, exclaiming, "I knew it." He quietly urged Yu-Wen, "Remember to ask the production team to cut this segment. It must not be leaked." Yu-Wen reassured him, "It's fine. What is meant to be broadcasted will be, and what is not will naturally remain undisclosed." Chu-Han then wore a look of profound relief. Upon viewing the show, Chu-Han thought, too soon to feel at ease. What if the production team reveals the secret of the world-saving superpower? What will the evil organization do? Chu-Han, is this secret known only to me, or will it be public knowledge? If it's the latter, I shall not listen. Oh dear, how adorable these 2 little ones are, munching away in the corner. They deserve a mother's affection. Breaking news. The Yu-Chu pairing is trending. Wonderful. Let the entire world revel in our children's friendship. Within 10 minutes, Yuan leaned closer to Chu-Han, whispering, "There are no Ultramen in this world, nor do I possess superpowers. It is all a ruse, do not believe it." So our Yu-Chu pairing has fractured. Damn. Another trending topic, the Yu-Chu pairing has split. The key point is that Chu-Han genuinely believes it. How can this not be delightful? Alright, I'll consider it a meal. I'll take a bite. The final scene depicted Chu-Han during a post-recording interview, where a staff member asked, "Teacher Chu, the topic of superpowers has garnered significant online discussion. What were your thoughts at that moment? Were you disheartened upon learning that Teacher Yu does not possess superpowers?" Chu-Han paused in silence, a polite smile emerging that bore a mixture of sadness, resentment, and embarrassment, rendering the smile particularly stiff. Chu-Han, with a forced smile, "No, I didn't believe it either. It was merely a jest among colleagues. I wouldn't take it seriously, haha. I didn't believe it either. Just a joke among colleagues, I wouldn't take it seriously. Haha. Oh no, it's evident that he truly believed it. How could he be so adorable?" Finally completing the program, Yuan exhaled deeply. He stood to fetch his cherry tomatoes, but just as he did, the door swung open, revealing Xiaoyu, laden with groceries, changing his shoes at the entrance. Yuan. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze, noticing Yuan frozen in place, his indifferent eyes narrowing dangerously. Not wearing shoes? Yuan, belatedly aware, wiggled his toes, looking down to realize he had only stood up to grab a tomato. In his haste to return, he had neglected to put on shoes, now standing in only white socks on the cold tiled floor. Sensing Xiaoyu's gaze upon him, he instinctively curled his toes, feeling inexplicably guilty, and hurriedly sat back down on the sofa, wrapping his feet snugly in a blanket. Unexpectedly, he thought he heard a noise and, mistaking it for a thief, had stood up in a moment of panic. Illness breeds insecurity. Lying, however, seemed to ease his conscience. Xiaoyu said nothing, fixing him with a steady gaze that pinned him to the sofa as he carried the groceries into the kitchen. Yuan noted the action of Xiaoyu placing the keys back in the small basket on the shoe cabinet. When did he take them? Yuan wondered. Having taken the keys, he clearly was not leaving. Yuan realized he had misinterpreted Xiaoyu's intent to go out, lost in thought under the blanket, murmuring, "Being ill indeed makes one dull-witted. Aren't you tired?" Xiaoyu silently reappeared before him, holding a plastic bag containing sleep-inducing ingredients. "If you wish to sleep, go to bed. Do not linger on the sofa, or you may catch a cold." Yuan tilted his head to look at him, blinking slowly in confusion. "I brought wontons. Would you like some?" 2 minutes later, they sat side by side on the sofa. The wontons were neatly divided into small bowls, conveniently allowing Yuan to eat with one hand. He took a few bites, stealing glances at the person beside him. Xiaoyu focused on his computer, the screen's glow illuminating his concentrated profile. Had teacher Xie just uttered 29 words? Did this signify the end of their Cold War? Yuan pondered deeply, analyzing for a full half-minute, longer than his total reflection time during the program. What's wrong? The first to speak was unexpectedly Xiaoyu, whose sharp gaze pierced through Yuan's seemingly concealed observation. As Xiaoyu completed his last character and hit save, he turned to look at him. "Are the wontons not to your liking?" Yuan instinctively nodded, then shook his head. "The wontons are fine. I just lack an appetite." In truth, he found the wontons quite unpalatable, lacking scallions and chili, the broth floating with a thick layer of oil, and the wontons having thick skins with scant filling. However, for quite some time, he had understood that such honest sentiments need not be voiced. Aside from family, others would find such remarks overly sentimental, especially since it was a kind gesture from the other party. Yuan casually set down the bowl, inquiring, "Isn't today the weekend? Why are you still working on your proposal? In such a hurry?" Xiaoyu glanced at him, his deep-set phoenix eyes calm, the light within reflecting a tranquil understanding. He lowered his gaze, momentarily brushing over the bowl of wontons. "The term's end. There are many tasks. I am also preparing for next year's junior year courses. I expect to be busy for another fortnight." "I see. Then you need not accompany me. You may return to school." Yuan replied cheerfully, sitting up straight. "I will take good care of myself." Xiaoyu slowly withdrew his gaze from Yuan's face, closing his notebook. "No." He stood, stating, "Your temperature has not decreased. I am not at ease. Someone must keep watch over you. I will stay until your fever breaks. If you don't want to eat, you need not. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare." Xiaoyu bent down to retrieve the bowl of wontons, turning to enter the kitchen. His polite voice drifting back through the glass door. "I shall impose upon you today. Yuan. It is not an imposition. Rather, how should I put it?" Yuan picked up the thermometer, pointing it at himself and pressing the button. 378. No decrease at all. He had no choice but to abandon the notion of using "I am already better" as a means to persuade Xiaoyu to leave. While he suffered a minor illness, a wave of scandal was brewing online. The signs had been apparent since last night, with numerous marketing accounts surreptitiously retweeting and even inciting further discussion, yet lacking substantial evidence. Coincidentally, the explosive popularity of the episode of In the Mountains suppressed discussions related to Shisu, leading to minimal attention from netizens regarding these rumors. However, early this morning, the related topics resurfaced on trending searches. Illegitimate child of the Huading group. The informant claimed to possess substantial evidence regarding the marital infidelity of Huading group's chairman, Feng Mingjie, revealing chaotic personal affairs. It was disclosed that Feng Mingjie had an affair with a company employee within a year of marrying the daughter of the Su family 22 years ago, resulting in a child who is the same age as Feng Chengzhou. The informant indicated that this illegitimate child is now also a celebrity in the entertainment industry and will reveal their identity at noon, along with the evidence they possess. It would be an enormous scandal if the allegations proved true. The stock price of Huading Group would be adversely affected, experiencing significant fluctuations, and the implicated entertainer would be embroiled in controversy, making it challenging to achieve success on screen again. In an instant, the hearts of half the entertainment industry were thrown into disarray. Netizens collectively scoured the details of a 22-year-old male artist. By midday, comprehensive documents detailing the lives of male entertainers ranging from top-tier celebrities to those of lesser renown were compiled, eagerly awaiting the leaker to divulge further details for identification. If an experienced figure like Xie Jimiao were to witness this, he would immediately surmise that the leaker's intent was not merely to expose, but rather to extort, allowing rumors to flourish in order to inflate their value and secure substantial benefits from the Huading Group. Whether the story would ultimately break depended on the ability of both parties to reach an agreement. If Yuan were to observe, he could deduce from these scant details that the illegitimate child mentioned by the leaker referred to Shisu. Out of a modicum of sympathy, he might offer a friendly warning, allowing Shisu to prepare himself. Unfortunately, Yuan was unwell today and lacked the inclination to surf the internet. Xie Jimiao was also unfamiliar with Shisu. Amidst the online clamor, Lan Mao was at home engrossed in a video game. Upon glancing at the trending topics, he merely scoffed, thinking, the retribution for Feng Mingjie has arrived. After noon, he stared incredulously at the glaring headline regarding Shisu's illegitimate child. Me? Who has divulged our family's trivial matters online? He finally removed his headphones and swiftly perused every piece of information trending, confirming that the person in question was indeed himself. Slowly, he closed his eyes. The retribution for Feng Mingjie had not come. It was his own, Shisu's, that had arrived. At noon, Xie Hayu prepared a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, moving the coffee table aside to set up a folding table for Yuan to eat in front of the television. Yuan was currently engrossed in the variety show The Great Escape, and the more he watched, the more his head ached. I don't want to participate in this show, he lamented, his voice tinged with reluctance. Xie Hayu glanced at the screen and immediately understood. Was it because he was tired? The Great Escape had gained popularity for its intricately woven plot and clever mechanisms, yet viewers often found themselves mentally drained. However, a moment's reflection would reveal that these challenges required not only intellect but also physical stamina. The guests within were nearly exhausted. After a brief contemplation, Xie Hayu remarked, if you truly don't want to go, just inform Xie Jiamiao. He won't force you. Forget it, Yuan casually replied, though he secretly coveted the beautiful outfits featured on the show. Moreover, with his high tolerance for thrills and lack of fear towards the supernatural, he was practically a destined participant for such a program. Even if one were to consider that his boss was striving for this opportunity, to simply decline would seem to undervalue the labor of others. He leaned slightly forward, picked up his chopsticks, and discovered a fried egg atop his rice. With a gentle poke, golden yolk oozed forth. A runny egg, Yuan exclaimed in delight. Xie Hayu prepared a cup of cold medicine, allowing it to cool, urging him to eat while it was still warm, reminding him that today's table held nothing he disliked, and he should refrain from being picky, lest the food grow cold. Yuan recalled, I didn't tea. In the show, Xie Hayu interjected. Yuan fell silent. The meals during the recording of In the Mountains had consisted of barbecued food, which unfortunately was overcooked. The guests had to prepare their own meals, a veritable hell for a discerning eater, resulting in a table laden with food that went untouched and cold, ultimately leaving him unsatisfied. When Chu Han had inquired if he was a picky eater, he had been pushing aside the scallions from his food, replying, no, just lacking an appetite. In the end, Chu Han had offered him a plate of the most delectable pork belly, which he consumed entirely, though he found it rather unappetizing, the meat lacking freshness. He often reminded himself that one should not be too finicky. In that moment, Yuan finally comprehended why his first reaction upon seeing Xie Hayu this morning was one of guilt. It was because Xie, with merely a bag of oranges, had discerned his pickiness, showcasing a sharp perceptiveness akin to his own. Does Teacher Xie also watch my show? He inquired, peeking up from his bowl. Yes. What part have you seen? I finished watching it. Ha ha ha. It just updated last night. Teacher Xie, aren't you rather busy lately? How do you still find time to watch the show? If I can carve out time to prepare a research proposal, why not to watch the show? Yuan found himself speechless. Were these two matters truly of equal importance? Indeed, the compact folding table provided limited space, and as Yuan wished to eat while watching television, Xie Hayu had set it up for him. At that moment, Xie sat beside him, his towering height of nearly 6.5 feet occupying only a small portion of the space, creating a rather cramped appearance. He stated, I am your assistant, albeit not very competent. Xie Hayu was gentle, considerate, and possessed a peculiar sense of moral obligation and responsibility. He believed every task assigned to him must be executed flawlessly. At times, Yuan felt he was overly meticulous. As Yuan sat in a daze, his gaze fell upon the side of Xie's neck, where the pronounced Adam's apple led up to a clearly defined jawline. From the side profile, this 20-year-old young man appeared quite slender. He spoke softly, your studies are more important. There's no need to allow other identities to overshadow your own. I have always taken good care of myself. It's no issue to be without an assistant. You've been so busy lately, yet still find time to watch the show. This may affect your... Just eat. Xie Hayu interrupted him. Yuan had no choice but to suppress his lengthy discourse. After watching him consume half a bowl, Xie Hayu finally remarked, I usually prefer to complete the coursework for the last 2 years in advance, but this term has been exceptionally busy, primarily because I want to free up time for the latter half of the year. Your schedule will be quite full, and you cannot roam about alone as you do now. Xie Jimiao will certainly arrange for a new assistant for you, but you need someone you can trust by your side. Yuan instinctively replied, "Isn't that the manager's job?" Xie Hayu paused for a moment. "Do you find him reliable?" "I suppose," Yuan conceded. "After all, your boss's schedule is even busier than that of his artist." Our Starlight Media is indeed a makeshift ensemble. Yuan reflected on his words, habitually counting, suddenly realizing that Xie Hayu had been particularly loquacious since returning from grocery shopping, even more so than during his usual self. He set down his bowl and leaned forward to gauge Xie Hayu's expression. "Teacher Xie, you're not angry anymore?" Xie Hayu's gaze faltered. "Angry? I am not. Don't deceive me." Yuan confidently shook his finger. "I can tell you are angry. It's obvious." When it came to insight, he was no less perceptive than Xie Hayu. Given their shared acuity, there was no need to lie in front of one another. Yuan's eyes gleamed with honesty. Xie Hayu studied him for a moment, pressed his lips together, and murmured, "I apologize." Yuan couldn't help but be curious. "Why were you angry? Was it because I fell ill? But I didn't intend to be unwell." "No." Xie Hayu turned his face away, and after a moment, he exhaled gently, saying, "When I arrived, your voice was hoarse, and your face was flushed. You were only wearing a single layer of clothing. The computer was still lit. Slippers scattered beside the chair. The blanket on your bed was not spread out. Clearly, you had not gone to bed last night but had instead fallen asleep at your computer desk, which is why you fell ill." Yuan exclaimed, "Are you truly like Conan? The most critical point is your expression. You were so feverish that you appeared dazed, barefoot and without socks." Yuan was left speechless, realizing it was a redundant question. Now feeling guilty again. Chapter 25. After finishing lunch, Yuan downed a cup of medicine, and Xie Hayu fetched a thermometer, confirming there was no fever. 36.9 degrees. Yuan felt relatively well. Although he had woken up with a splitting headache, after taking the medicine, he felt significantly better. Though he felt lethargic, it wasn't overly uncomfortable. "Teacher Xie, please go about your business. I've already broken my fever. No need for anyone to keep an eye on me. Aren't you tired?" "Not tired." Yuan was puzzled by the question. "I said I was feeling fine. I'm not lying to you. When others are sick, they feel drowsy, but I don't at all." Xie Hayu regarded him deeply, his emotions inscrutable. He took his own laptop and said, "I didn't bring my dorm key. I'll wait for my roommate to return before heading out. Can I stay here for a couple of hours?" Yuan pondered for a moment, concluding that as long as it was not for his own benefit, it was acceptable. Experiencing an unsolicited kindness that far exceeds the bounds of normal social interaction can weigh heavily on him, even though Xie Hayu is inherently a good person. "Please, make yourself at home and don't feel constrained," Yuan generously urged. Xie Hayu had already opened his laptop, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." 10 minutes later, a resigned sigh escaped Xie Hayu as he glanced at the figure slumped against his shoulder, deep in slumber. Yuan was not sleeping soundly, his brow furrowed in discomfort, punctuated by soft murmurs. The cold medicine he had taken contained sedative properties, making it unusual for him not to feel drowsy, and Xie Hayu, concerned he might tumble back into restless sleep, had fabricated an excuse to remain. As expected, while he was engrossed in finalizing his presentation, Yuan leaned in for a closer look and promptly dozed off against him. Gently, Xie Hayu shifted his laptop aside and cradled Yuan in his arms. He felt surprisingly light, as if he were holding a fluffy cloud. Yet, he was not without substance. The dance training of his youth had left its mark, evident in his upright posture, elongated neck, rounded hips, and supple waist. Xie Hayu's gaze remained steadfastly forward, but as Yuan rolled over on the bed, burying his face in the pillow, his body inadvertently pressed against a plush toy, accentuating the curve of his waist and hips. The looseness of his trousers clung to the edges of his hips, revealing a glimpse of white undergarments, the fabric smoothly stretched over his form, leaving little to the imagination about its enticing texture. Lower down, the hem of his t-shirt nestled against his ribs, exposing a waist that was both delicate and exquisitely defined. It was a challenge to avert his gaze. Xie Hayu stood quietly by the bedside for a full minute, acutely aware of his differences from his peers. Even during his adolescence, he had recognized that he harbored no interest in the opposite sex, only feeling the faintest stirrings when watching pure love stories. Though he had never expressed this realization, he had come to understand his homosexuality, not merely as an awareness but as a tangible truth. He glanced down at himself, letting out a quiet, frustrated click of his tongue, unable to resist tugging at his hair. Yuan had a habit of playing with his hair while deep in thought, a gesture Xiaoyu had always found endearing until now. The slight tugging on his scalp brought a sharp, awakening sting. It dawned on him that his hair pulling was a manifestation of confusion, a response to the overwhelming feelings he was grappling with. Heat surged from an unknown source, creeping up to his ears, igniting a chaotic fire within him. 2 decades of restraint had left him ill-equipped to handle such intense reactions. He had always excelled at maintaining rationality and self-control, suppressing all unnecessary thoughts, yet it seemed that certain feelings could not be easily quelled. He had to admit it, he liked Yuan from the very first glance. That day, Yuan had donned a white t-shirt paired with a black jacket, and upon arriving, had been caught in a downpour, leaving him drenched, his features softened by the mist, those pure eyes glistening with an endearing tear mole, innocent as a glass of sweetened water. When Yuan had rushed over, Xiaoyu had lifted his gaze, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment, during which he distinctly felt his heart skip a beat. Yet, in an instant, he averted his eyes back to his unfinished PowerPoint presentation. In the face of his top priority, even as a storm raged within him, he remained steadfast, committed to completing his tasks. This had been his guiding principle for 20 years. However, at this moment that principle wavered. He had resolved to employ a slow-brewing strategy with Yuan, vowing to conceal his feelings so well that Yuan would remain oblivious. He had even researched ways to avoid blushing in front of a crush. His foremost task in Yuan's presence was to suppress all signs of affection. Yet, his body was far more treacherous than he had anticipated. Drowning in self-doubt, he was abruptly rescued by a timely phone call. The phone on the bedside table, having been silenced, illuminated with the name Xie Jiamiao. Xiaoyu had never found the name so pleasing to the eye. Hastily, he pulled the blanket over Yuan and stepped out onto the balcony, inhaling several breaths of the cool night air, finally feeling a semblance of calm. "Hello?" He answered the call. Silence loomed on the other end, until a serious voice inquired, "Who are you?" Tilting his head to glance at the contact name, he confirmed, "Indeed, it was Xie Jiamiao." "It's me," he replied succinctly. "I know it's you, but who are you? And where is the owner of this phone? Did you find it, or have you kidnapped him? What are your intentions? Do you want a ransom?" Xiaoyu checked the contact name again, confirming it was accurate, but it seemed this was not his phone. He had taken the wrong one. Both he and Yuan owned the same brand and model, and neither favored extravagant phone cases, making the two devices nearly indistinguishable apart from slight differences on the back. Frustration welled within him, though his voice remained composed, tinged with a hint of shyness that lent an air of aloofness. "I am Xiaoyu." After a brief pause, Xie Jiamiao responded, "That makes sense." Though he didn't quite understand what was logical, the notion of Xiaoyu holding Yuan's phone felt entirely reasonable to him. "Where is Xiaoyu? I need to speak with him. He's asleep." Xie Jiamiao had called to inform Yuan about 2 new scripts that were available, hoping he would review them before making a decision. However, upon learning that Yuan was unwell, he refrained from elaborating, instead offering warm wishes and instructing Xiaoyu to take good care of his valuable charge. Before hanging up, a realization struck him. "What are you doing at Xiaoyu's place?" "I'm his assistant, temporary, for just a week." "You were the one who asked me to send you there." "That is absurd. When did I ever suggest you go to his house? Besides, it's final season. I wouldn't dare disturb you. I'm looking after him." Xiaoyu leaned against the balcony railing, his tone casual. "You're his manager. I senti it a bit irresponsible to leave him unattended?" Xie Jiamiao found himself at a loss for words. "Then take care of him for me. After finals, you might need to accompany him on some work engagements. I want to have time, and I can't trust anyone else." Xiaoyu responded nonchalantly, "I have plenty of time in the second half of the year." After ending the call and returning indoors, he found Yuan had shifted positions, his limbs sprawled out, and having managed to burrow into the blankets, they now peeked out again. He lay on his back, blissfully unaware, a smile gracing his lips as he appeared to be lost in a delightful dream. Xiaoyu had no time to indulge in thoughts of Yuan's exposed abdomen. He simply felt a chill and promptly yanked the blanket over him more securely. Yet, within 2 minutes, a pure white leg emerged from the covers. Xiaoyu instinctively frowned, pulling back the blanket to discover that the slumbering beauty had somehow shed his pants. The white boxer briefs hugged his rounded, firm posterior, the edges creating a delicate outline of flesh, while the t-shirt had ridden up to his chest, leaving it only a step away from being entirely discarded. Xiaoyu tucked his own legs beneath the blanket, ensuring both ends were securely tucked in, sitting at the edge of the bed, feeling an urgent need to massage his temples. It seemed he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Yet that was secondary. The paramount concern was whether he could withstand such a test. Xia Hayu sat in contemplation for a long while before finally pulling out his phone and accessing a search engine. How to control physiological reactions to a crush. Is it normal to react upon seeing a crush? How to navigate accidental reactions. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a forum thread titled Cultivating Your Little Zero Desires, and before he realized it, he clicked on it, intrigued by the high number of participants. 10 minutes later, the corner of his eyebrow raised slightly as he opened the door to a new world. When Yuan awoke that night, the sky had already darkened. The blankets felt warm and cozy, albeit heavy. It took him a moment to realize that the weight was not from the blankets but from a hand resting on his waist. A source of warmth pressed against his back, and the unrestrained male pheromones of a stranger invaded his personal space, mingling with a faint scent of laundry detergent. Yuan's mind momentarily clouded as he turned to glance behind him. His movement was somewhat abrupt, waking Xia Hiyu instantly, and Yuan found himself gazing into a pair of narrowed, bloodshot eyes. Yuan. Xia Hiyu was a light sleeper, quick to awaken, yet his mind seemed sluggish to catch up, as he squinted his eyes tightly shut, seemingly attempting to alleviate the dryness that surged within. He had always addressed himself as Teacher Yu, but this was the first time he uttered his full name. His voice was low and hoarse, inexplicably alluring. The sound, combined with his breath, brushed against Yuan's ear, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. The awkward surprise of waking up in such close proximity to a male companion dissipated into thin air. Yuan. Oh, how lovely. He even entertained the whimsical notion of having Xia Hiyu record a wake-up call for him, but it was evidently not the appropriate moment for such musings. Did I wake you, Teacher Xia? Yuan inquired as he rolled over. Xia Hiyu shook his head, eyes still closed, but suddenly came to a realization and opened them wide. Yuan met his unblinking gaze, and he could discern a flicker of tension in Xia Hiyu's rapidly constricting pupils. Neither spoke, and a prolonged silence ensued before Xia Hiyu explained. You were holding my hand, and I couldn't move, so. Realizing the situation, Yuan wiggled his fingers. His palm was lightly gripping a hand, and he could feel the tautness of the forearm muscles, faintly tracing the prominent veins. It was Xia Hiyu's hand, which he had embraced like a pillow. I apologize, Yuan said, slowly releasing his grip. Though the scene was undeniably peculiar, he firmly believed that as long as he did not perceive it as ambiguous, could not be deemed so. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he stuttered slightly while responding. It's nothing, Xia Hiyu dismissed. You tend to move around a lot in your sleep. I had to stay vigilant by your bedside, and when I pulled the blanket, you accidentally grabbed my wrist, and I couldn't break free. Considering Yuan was still unwell, he felt it would be unkind to extricate himself. Thus, they arrived at this peculiar arrangement. As Xia Hiyu prepared to turn and sit up, Yuan felt a subtle DJVU, an impression that he was being discarded after use. Perhaps you should sleep a little longer? He blurted out. Xia Hiyu turned back, looking at him with curiosity. You seem exhausted. You must not have rested well recently. Why not take a short nap here? Xia Hiyu still wore a perplexed expression. Yuan fidgeted. I feel guilty. Xia Hiyu had cared for him all day, and he felt compelled to reciprocate in some way. Understanding dawned on Xia Hiyu. I'm already awake. If I go back to sleep now, I might not be able to sleep tonight. He sat on the edge of the bed, his voice gravelly yet rich, captivating Yuan's ears. If you feel embarrassed, perhaps you could treat me to a meal another day. Are you listening to me? Yuan. Oh yes, what did you just say? Xia Hiyu. Unable to restrain himself, Xia Hiyu playfully tapped Yuan's forehead with his fingers. I asked if you're hungry and what you would like to eat. Yuan found himself craving a soft-boiled egg. His taste had shifted inexplicably. In the past, he would have dismissed the idea, claiming a lack of appetite. Most times, he had little desire for food. Thus, he had developed the habit of eating while engrossed in other activities, allowing him to overlook negative feedback from his taste buds, resulting in unconsciously consuming a great deal. However, today he genuinely wanted a soft-boiled egg. I think I'll take a shower first, perhaps due to recent stress. Xia Hiyu was nursing a slight headache from his restless sleep. He planned to wash up to clear his mind and borrowed the bathroom. Before entering, he retrieved a bowl of solid yogurt from the refrigerator and handed it to Yuan, saying, Here, have this. Yuan glanced down and noted it was his favorite flavor. He wondered when Xia Hiyu had taken notice of such details. Truly, he was a meticulous creature. Yuan mused silently. Sounds of running water echoed from the bathroom as Yuan took a few spoonfuls of yogurt, pulled back the covers, and swung his legs over the edge of the bed, only to feel a sudden chill on his lower half. Glancing down, he discovered his pants were missing. It certainly wasn't Xia Hiyu who had removed them, he reassured himself. Nothing inappropriate had transpired, After all, they were both straight men. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this incident to his notorious sleeping habits. His family often remarked that he slept as if he were engaged in a struggle, kicking and thrashing about with bizarre acrobatics, from frog poses to the Dunhuang flying celestial dance, even executing splits. Wait a moment. Splits? Xie Hiyu emerged from the shower, and Yuwen had already dressed, seated on the couch. Upon seeing him, he immediately adopted a formal posture. Teacher Xie, I didn't do anything inappropriate while I was asleep, did I? Xie Hiyu, drying his hair, had slightly damp clothes, the contours of his shoulders and back subtly visible. Inappropriate? Yuwen asked seriously. Did I hit you? Xie Hiyu let out a muffled chuckle. You tend to move around, but you didn't hit me. If he had to admit it, he actually found it quite enjoyable. Yuwen felt a slight relief. So, did I do the splits? Xie Hiyu retrieved 2 eggs from the refrigerator. What about the splits? Yuwen explained. If I were to do the splits, I might inadvertently place my leg on your shoulder, which could be somewhat inappropriate. As Xie Hiyu heated the oil in the pan, Yuwen failed to notice his momentary awkwardness. To be honest, you did do the splits. Yuwen's self-assessment was accurate. While it wasn't quite the splits, he had indeed frequently draped one leg over Xie Hiyu's waist, attempting to rest it on his shoulder. Xie Hiyu, concerned for his safety, had firmly secured his leg around his waist. They maintained that delicate position for over an hour. During that time, Xie Hiyu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. However, he would never articulate these details. Teacher Yu was acutely sensitive to social boundaries, instinctively shying away from any genuine emotions that felt burdensome. Once he surpassed a certain threshold, he would likely retreat like a quail. This boundary was not only applicable to Xie Hiyu but extended to others as well, regardless of gender. Whether same-sex or opposite sex, the most crucial factor was ensuring he did not feel a sense of crisis regarding proximity. All of these insights about Teacher Yu were gleaned by Xie Hiyu within a mere half-day. These latent crises, previously sensed but never fully contemplated by Xie Hiyu, had only instinctually driven him to maintain Yu Wen's comfort zone. Yet now, he had become a man of experience. The posts advised that one must explore every weakness and sensitive area of their partner, deducing preferences from reactions and understanding their defenses to precisely hit the mark, achieving explosive results. Xie Hiyu found this notion profoundly resonant. Though these experiences were more applicable to certain situations, repurposing them for Teacher Yu seemed equally fitting, prompting him to conduct a rather detailed analysis of Yuwen. Ultimately, he reached the aforementioned conclusion. No, I was sleeping too soundly. Even if something did happen, I wouldn't recall. Xie Hiyu casually popped a piece of toast into his mouth, maintaining his composure. Yuwen visibly exhaled in relief. Sometimes, whether something occurred was inconsequential. As long as both parties had no recollection, it could be treated as if it had never happened. The eggs sizzled in the pan, and as Yuwen wandered closer, he leaned against the kitchen door. Teacher, your hair is still wet. Xie Hiyu had a towel draped over his shoulder, and Yuwen noticed that the other shoulder was already soaked. Xie Hiyu, chewing on a piece of toast, replied without turning, I'll dry it later. Yuwen lingered at the kitchen door, feeling a bit awkward. After a moment, he suggested, shall I dry it for you? You took care of me all day. I should return the favor. Xie Hiyu responded, it's fine. I don't like having my hair touched. The moment he expressed his dislike, Yuwen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then, shall I find you a fresh shirt? Your shoulder is drenched. Xie Hiyu focused on frying the eggs, appearing indifferent as he replied, it's a hassle. Very polite. Yuwen felt a sense of comfort in the courtesy extended to him. He happily returned to his room to search for unworn clothes, and after a while he managed to find a large-sized shirt. By the time he emerged, Xie Hiyu had already prepared a perfectly poached egg and was inspecting the remaining ingredients in the fridge. His hair had dried. Being short, it dried quickly with just a little towel drying, especially with the air conditioning running indoors. What else would you like to eat? He inquired. Yuwen hesitated to trouble him. Just the 2 eggs will suffice. I won't eat too much in the evening. I'm managing my figure. What nonsense, he thought. He goes out for barbecues every day. Xie Hiyu held the fridge door with one hand, his lashes fluttering briefly before he lifted his gaze. If you treat me to a meal, I won't tell Xie Jiamiao. This was the first time Yuwen had heard such playful banter from Xie Hiyu. His surprise must have been too evident, as Xie Hiyu turned away with an emotionless expression and said softly, if you're unwell, make sure to rest properly. This is a one-time exception. The implication was clear. Such collusion was time-limited and only applicable while he was ill. Yuwen paused for half a second before exclaiming, then I want beef balls. Xie Hiyu replied with a brief pause. No. 2 meals. Yuwen blinked. Xiaoyu retrieved the beef he had purchased from the fridge, slightly raising an eyebrow as he reiterated, once you're well, treat me to 2 meals, and I will make them for you. Oh, Yuan pondered, feeling a sense of dissonance. Xiaolaosher, are you short on money lately? So much so that you can't afford a meal? Not at all. I just wish to dine with someone. What about your roommate? We're not in the same major, and our schedules rarely align. Besides, I spend most of my time off campus. Yuan thought, oh, what did this signify? It meant that Xiaolaosher had squandered a considerable amount of personal time for Xinguang media, resulting in a lack of social interactions at school, leaving him without even a friend to dine with. How could he refuse such an exchange? Please, I'll treat you to many meals. Yuan gazed at him eagerly. Will you make me beef balls then? Xiaoyu's eyes lingered on his face for 2 seconds before he turned away, exuding an air of noble aloofness. Xiaoyu had never made beef balls before, so he pulled up a tablet to check a tutorial. Yuan held the fried egg, standing behind him to watch together. Xiaolaosher was somewhat tall, and the tablet was positioned a bit far, prompting Yuan to inch closer until his chin rested on Xiaoyu's shoulder. This position felt much more comfortable. Yuan nestled his face into the crook of Xiaoyu's shoulder, and Xiaoyu took the fried egg from him, deftly feeding it to him with a fork. Xiaolaosher, you said not to touch your hair, but can I touch your shoulder? He remembered this halfway through, hurriedly asking. Xiaoyu's profile remained calm and unperturbed, his peripheral vision not shifting. Thank goodness. Yuan scrutinized his expression, feeling assured that he likely didn't mind, and relaxed, comfortably leaning against him. The tutorial instructed to add minced ginger and chopped scallions to the beef mixture. Can we skip the ginger? Yuan asked. It will be fishy. Xiaoyu replied. What about the scallions? I'll chop them so finely you won't see or taste them. Oh, thank you, Xiaolaosher. 3 meals, Xiaoyu stated. Yuan took a moment to process this, bursting into laughter. He tilted his head to gauge Xiaoyu's expression, only to see his stone-faced profile. He spoke softly. Xiaolaosher, you're so adorable. Flattery won't earn you any discounts, Xiaoyu replied. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll treat you to plenty of meals. Next time, I'll make you poached eggs. How does that sound? Though it might not be as delicious as yours. Chapter 26. After preparing dinner for him, Xiaoyu suddenly needed to return to school for a meeting. He packed his belongings and, before leaving, reminded Yuan, make sure to go to bed. Yuan saluted him with a playful, yes, Xiaolaosher. After seeing Xiaoyu off, he finally remembered his long-neglected phone. Upon checking, he was startled to discover over 30 missed calls and more than 20 WeChat call requests. He had unknowingly switched his phone to silent the previous night and, feeling unwell today, had completely forgotten about it. The call requests were from Shisu, and seeing the name made Yuan sigh. This indicated he had new issues that required resolution. The missed calls came from an unknown number, which Yuan copied and searched on WeChat, only to find it was also linked to Shisu. Resigned, he opened the chat and scrolled to the top to read through the messages. Shisu, damn Yuan, if I quit the circle, will we still be friends? Shisu, I don't know which idiot copied files from my computer. It's frustrating because I can't find the originals. Shisu, damn, Feng Changzhou is putting pressure on me. I didn't do this. Shisu, I'm not even angry yet. I don't know which idiot spilled my family's business. Shisu, crazy Feng Changzhou seems to genuinely think I did this. Shisu, fine, I've messed up. The last 2 messages were sent at 6 in the evening. Shisu, Feng Changzhou pressured the company to let me go. Brother, farewell. Shisu, if you see me selling barbecues on the roadside, remember to support my business. I'll give you a discount. After reading everything, Yuan was left with a singular thought. Shisu was always this scatterbrained in his messages. After reading for a while, he couldn't find the crux of the matter, only realizing that Shisu had unknowingly offended Feng Changzhou and was now in a state of soft exile. Yuan mused, may I inquire? Wasn't it said that meals were to be plentiful and every meal distinct? Wasn't it stated that it wouldn't reach the point of quitting the circle? This person's mindset was surprisingly optimistic, even planning for a future selling barbecues. While inwardly critiquing, he sent a message. Please fill in this format. Cause, process, development, result, questions you wish to consult. Just as he sent it, his phone vibrated. Shisu had replied. Shisu, what do you mean? Testing me? Yuan, I don't know what you're trying to say. Please clarify using this format. Shisu, go check Weibo for the gossip. Someone has organized the timeline there, and it's much more detailed than I could narrate. Yuan, it's trending? Shisu, what else would it be? Initially, Yuan thought this was merely a personal grudge between Shisu and Feng Changzhou, but with it trending, things were evidently more complicated. He quickly logged on to investigate. After half an hour, Yuan managed to compile a complete timeline. At noon, the informant who had issued the preview released the first part, featuring photos of Shisu's mother and Feng Mingjie, along with a handwritten letter. Around 2 o'clock, seeing that Whiting Group had not taken action, the informant released a redacted paternity test. At 4 o'clock, the informant named Shisu directly, releasing a covertly taken photo from a CAF where Shisu was reading the paternity test, magnifying it to reveal the names of Feng Mingjie and Shisu. This formally confirmed Shisu's identity as the illegitimate child of the Feng family. At 6 o'clock, a recording circulated that entangled Chuhan and Gao Kaiyu in this mess. That recording was precisely the one Yuan had witnessed Shisu editing in the restroom of Looming Mountain. Yuan thought, sometimes I really want to call the police. He had said the world would never lack gossip that concerned him. The subtle time differences between the various pieces of gossip, especially after Shisu's identity was revealed, led to immediate backlash against Chuhan, who had a close relationship with the heir of Whiting Group, making it hard not to focus on the exposed illegitimate child. Leaning into conspiracy theories, it all seemed like a play orchestrated by Shisu, aimed at using public opinion to coerce the Whiting Group into acknowledging his identity. Many media outlets were generating hype around this. Whiting Group had remained silent until Chuhan was implicated, prompting Feng Changzhou to finally take action against Shisu. Yuan had generally unraveled the narrative and messaged Shisu. What a roller coaster of a story. But why are you reaching out to me about this? Shisu, aren't we friends? After the 10th moment of regret for his past indiscretions, Yuan found himself musing over the gravity of the situation. Shisu, I've given it some thought. Considering the magnitude of this matter, you likely cannot be of assistance. I mainly wish to vent, as that recording indeed escaped from my computer. I wonder which scoundrel meddled with my device. The enigmatic man at the helm of the marketing campaign was earnestly contemplating a future in barbecue sales. I plan to return to Z-City to open a barbecue restaurant. Barbecue has recently become immensely popular there, and I possess a modicum of culinary skill in this regard. With a touch of marketing, I could effortlessly establish a trendy eatery. Yuan, let us not dwell on future endeavors just yet. Yuan, no wonder Feng Changzhou suspects you are the mastermind. Was it not a trivial task for the scion of the Huiting family to trace an IP address? Shisu, what? Yuan, never mind. Who in your family is privy to these matters? Judging by your demeanor, you seldom confide in others. Let us compile a list and systematically eliminate suspects. The situation was chaotic, although it did not directly involve him, since Shisu had come seeking assistance. Lending a hand was merely a matter of conversation. Moreover, this predicament involved Gao Kaiyu, a pivotal figure in their Starlight media. It was utterly audacious. While it was permissible to bully Shisu, one must not dare to trample upon his company. Shisu, oh Yuan, is that all? Shisu, indeed, since you had already uncovered the information, I thought it best to simply tell you. It was not as though he had uncovered it. He had overheard it firsthand. Shisu, my private investigator is also aware. Yuan sensed the scent of the perpetrator. Yuan, what does he know? Does he have any evidence? Is he aligned with you? Or is there a possibility he may betray you? Shisu, he knows everything. I sought to investigate the private affairs of Huiting Group, and no other private investigator would take the case. Only he dared to accept it, and his fees are quite reasonable. He is rather principled. Shisu. Thus, I divulged everything to him. He is quite principled. Yuan closed his eyes momentarily. Having Shisu as a friend in this lifetime absolved him of any sins he might carry into the next. Yuan, is he aware of Chuhan's recording? Shisu, of course, the buyout for 100,000 was from him, a friendly discount at 20 off. Yuan, he hasn't tampered with your computer, has he? Shisu, he has. Oh, your question just struck me. Yuan, you've connected the dots? Shisu. He wouldn't have stolen the information from my computer, would he? Yuan, Mr. Shi, your cerebral faculties possess substantial research value. Shisu. Let us refrain from flattery. I'm not in the mood. He must have stolen my recording. It's likely he inadvertently let it slip. That fool. Yuan, what if it's possible he intentionally approached you to acquire the secrets of the Huiting Group, absconding with Chuhan's recording and deleting the original, intending to extort Huiting? When they remained unmoved, he became furious and released everything, shifting the blame onto you. A full 10 minutes later, Shisu sent a 2-second voice message that, though brief, conveyed his astonishment through its intonation. What the hell? Amidst the external tumult, Director Gao remained in a remote corner, filming without signal. The normally chatty boss was strikingly silent today. When Yuan called to gauge his mood, no one answered. This was unusual. The boss was typically a phone aficionado, answering calls in less than 3 seconds. Yuan pondered for 3 seconds, deducing that the boss had likely taken a flight to find Director Gao and was currently airborne. Reasonable. Present. Yuan stood as the sole bastion of the company's integrity. He contemplated pulling Shisu and Chu Han into a group chat to strategize a counteroffensive against the smear campaign. During a brief visit to the restroom, the rare couple that countless fans adored engaged in a quarrel within the chat, as follows. Shisu. I said it wasn't me. It was my private investigator who stole my edited recording and sent it out using my computer, deleting the original. Chu Han. So, you did edit the recording? Shisu. I owe you an apology for this.
Chu Han.
Shisu. Brother Chu Han, from now on, when you come to my place for barbecue, I'll give you a discount. Perpetual 20 off, how does that sound? Chu Han. You're opening a barbecue restaurant? Shisu. Not yet. I've been silenced by the prince. I found a new job selling barbecue. Chu Han. Feng Chengzhou? Why is he targeting you? Shisu. This matter is quite complicated. I can't explain it. Let Yuan clarify it when he returns from the restroom. I truly appreciate him. He has been analyzing things for me all night and is now helping to clear up misunderstandings with you. Chu Han. You're overthinking. He is doing this for me. He is concerned this incident might impact my future. He has always been quite attentive. Shisu? He cares about me too. He only formed the group after our conversation. Chu Han. How long have I known him? He confides many of his thoughts solely to me. Shisu. Thoughts? Like he possesses superpowers? Chu Han. First, he sometimes enjoys joking. Second, I don't believe it at all. Third, I curse your barbecue restaurant to go bankrupt. Shisu. What the hell? That's rather malicious. After all, we're friends, and that restaurant will be my livelihood. You can't take out your frustrations on me just because Yuan tricked you.
Chu Han. I wasn't tricked.
How can you say such ridiculous things? I never realized you could be so annoying. Shisu. What the hell? Wait. You. Chu Han. Are you cursing? Shisu had been warned by his manager never to use foul language in front of the camera. This was the first time Chu Han had ever heard him curse, and he hadn't expected there to be someone who used profanity so casually, as if cursing oneself. Just then, Yuan entered the chat, and before he could send his first message, Chu Han eagerly reported. Yuan, he cursed at me. Yuan. Shisu. I am more wronged than Do-e. Chu Han. Do you believe him? I was truly insulted. Yuan had no time to engage in their squabbles. The speed of crisis management must be swift, for once an impression is etched in the minds of netizens, erasing it later would be arduous. Thus, he merely skimmed the seemingly endless chat history. Yuan, enough of the bickering. If you wish to argue, do so in the dance studio. For a moment, the group fell silent only to become even more animated. Chu Han. I thought you were a fair and just person. I didn't expect you to disregard the injustices faced by others. You have disappointed me greatly. Yuan, bewildered. Did I err? I remember creating a group chat, not a courtroom. Shisu. Teacher Chu, don't take it too seriously. Chu Han erupted. Do not feign sincerity here. This is a matter between Yuan and me. A third party is unnecessary. Shisu. Me. Yuan. A third party. Shisu. 6. Yuan paused, observing Chu Han's impassioned defense. This is a serious matter. Yuan. Is this serious enough for the United Nations to be informed? Chu Han. If necessary, I can report it. Yuan. Onsesu. Yuan, staring at the screen, closed his eyes briefly, pondering whether there existed any mature and composed individuals in this world. The answer was yes. From the black screen, he glimpsed his own composed and mature visage. The exemplary and steady adult, Yuan, smiled slightly, entered the group chat, and swiftly sent a voice message. Teacher Chu, what you need to do right now is not to argue, but to immediately sign with a company that will issue a lawyer's letter and send the slanderers to justice. Moreover, we must swiftly establish contact with Director Gao and the cast of Fenghua, seeking out the crew members or any footage from the recordings at that time. Your predicament, Shisu, is not insurmountable. Being a love child does not reflect one's character. As long as you can reconcile with Feng Changzhou, you may continue to navigate the entertainment industry. Take heed. This is not a drill. Go, go, go. With that, he cast his phone aside, fearful of being drawn into the fray and caught in the role of an adjudicator between the two. Half an hour later, Yuan opened his door, gazing thoughtfully at the nearly simultaneous arrivals of Chu Han and Shisu. Pray tell, what brings you to my abode at such an ungodly hour? Who sent you? On the sofa, Yuan poured each uninvited guest a glass of water, folding his arms as he stood before the coffee table, looking down upon them. Let me hear the troubles that necessitate this meeting. Half an hour prior, after sending a voice message, Yuan had reached out to Xiaoyu, inquiring if the company had any contingency plans regarding the current crisis. Xiahayu's response was negative, to which Yuan replied, "Fine." He returned to the group chat, intending to gather the collective wisdom of the masses, only to find Shisu asking, "Where are you?" Without hesitation, Yuan replied, "At home." Shisu followed up with, "Where is your home?" Yuan provided a general location. Shisu continued, "Reconciliation with Feng Changzhou sounds simple when you say it, but I cannot do that. I am coming to you for guidance." In response, Chu Han, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "I am coming too." Before Yuan could collect his thoughts, these two friends from the same city arrived at his community with remarkable haste, compelling him to provide his apartment number. Just how swift was their arrival? In that half hour, Yuan could not even reach anyone by phone. Shisu sat cross-legged on the sofa, his blue hair tousled like wild grass, exhaustion evident on his face. "I mentioned it in the group. I don't understand, so you need to guide me in person." Yuan remarked, "Shisu, why not employ some of your wit? Perhaps engage in a little mental exercise before selling barbecued food. Your current approach makes me fear for your well-being." Shisu retorted, "Are you suggesting I go back to school? Is there now an educational requirement for selling barbecued food?" Yuan pondered, conceding that studying could indeed be beneficial, as knowledge can transform one's destiny. He subtly added, "Reading more books has its advantages. I hope you can navigate this world with greater ease." Shisu considered this, thinking that if he pursued education, he could become the most attractive and educated barbecue restaurant owner in City Z. The name alone sounded cool. "All right." Yuan nodded in satisfaction, turning to Chu Han. She composed herself and replied, "In a few days we have a live stream to support farmers, featuring watermelons. Then we should meet in the morning a few days from now, rather than you barging into my home at midnight." Chu Han displayed a hint of indignation, pursing her lips in silence for a moment. "I am preparing to sign with your company, Xinguang Media." Yuan exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Han reiterated, "It's not a makeshift troupe. It's you, Xinguang Media." Yuan insisted, "Our Xinguang Media is indeed a makeshift troupe." Chu Han paused, realizing her affection for the company had been too overt. Yuan restrained himself, adding, "Well, actually we, Xinguang Media, are a company with great potential and a bright future. The atmosphere is relaxed, the work intensity is low, and we grant our artists the utmost freedom. For me, it is a beautiful utopia, though it may not suit your temperament." "A relaxed atmosphere? Freedom?" Shisu interjected, filled with longing. "Wow, I like that. Do you need more people? What about me?" Yuan replied, "Have you also lost your mind?" He swore his love for the company. Yet in the cutthroat entertainment industry, Xinguang Media's foundation was as fragile as sand, easily swept away by the wind. It suited him, a mere idle fish, but was absolutely ill-suited for the ambitious Chu Han and the money-driven Shisu. The two pairs of wide eyes looked at him in confusion. Yuan, feeling perplexed, said, "Please, just wait for a moment. Once another key member of the company arrives, I will explain the reason." Shisu inquired whom he was waiting for, and Yuan gravely replied, "The technician." Although the company lacked a contingency plan, from Xiahayu's words, it seemed he could provide a professional assessment of the recording. Just before Xiahayu stepped through the door, Yuan had connected with Xie Jimao via video call. The boss inquired why there were so many people at Yuan's home. Yuan spread his arms wide, eloquently stating, "Today we gather here to combat rumors and restore justice and peace. Mr. Xie." Chu Han peeked around Yuan's arm, locking eyes with Xie Jimao. "I wish to sign with your company." Yuan interjected. Shisu chimed in from the other side, "Boss, I want to sign too." On the other end of the line, Xie Jimao fell silent for a moment before erupting with uncontainable glee. All right, let's sign, let's sign." Xiahayu entered with the spare key Yuan had given him. Having been summoned back just hours after leaving, a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. Upon entering, he overheard this exchange, and the weariness dissipated, replaced by a lively curiosity. He asked, "Are you all unhappy in the entertainment industry?" Xie Jimao opened his mouth to scold, but Yuan swiftly ended the video call, holding the tablet with resignation. "You see, even the key members of the company say so. It's not that we don't welcome you. It's just that our company's scale doesn't suit ambitious individuals. In Yuan's view, the unprofessional setup of Xinguang Media could pose significant challenges for the artist's future development. Naturally, he did not care. After all, it was a company. Happiness was paramount." As Xiahayu switched his shoes at the entrance, he displayed a contemplative expression upon hearing this. "No," he clarified, "it's not that our company's scale doesn't suit ambitious people, but rather, our company could dissolve at any moment." Yuan, taken aback by this grim revelation, spun around in shock. What? Is our company going bankrupt? Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly. Do not worry. Even if we dissolve, it won't affect you. Yuan protested. That's not the point. I truly cherish our company. It cannot close down. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before replying, for now, we are not going bankrupt. Our boss shows no signs of losing his passion. Yuan's mind flickered with insight, recalling Xie Jimao's erratic work ethic, and he exhaled in relief. Oh, the instability lies there. That's simple. Just shower him with praise. From my observations, the boss is very responsive to positive feedback and often gets fired up by it. Xiaoyu took a seat and addressed the matter at hand, stating that the editing assessment was underway and would require some time. The technical restoration of the recording was exceedingly complex and time-consuming. The most effective approach at this juncture would be to identify the mastermind behind the scenes and have the victim's company file a lawsuit. If they could win the case, the rumors would be dispelled. Even if there were no immediate results, such an attitude could halt some of the slander. Regrettably, Shisu was rather naive. Until Yuan pointed it out, he had never doubted his private investigator, let alone secured evidence. He even allowed the other party access to his computer, expecting to leave behind some trace. Without evidence, pursuing a lawsuit would be futile. Not to worry, Xiaoyu suddenly remarked nonchalantly. Xie Jiamao is on the case. Yuan was taken aback by this mention of the boss at such a time. Oh good. But the boss isn't a detective. It will be difficult for him. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Hasn't Xie Jiamao ever mentioned our company's background to you? Though Xie Jiamao was unreliable, he had several dependable siblings. Yuan's expression reflected confusion. Xiaoyu cautiously began. My second aunt. We will discuss your second aunt later. Yuan grasped his hand, believing he was about to share his innermost feelings, but now was not the time for heart-to-heart conversations. Yuan blinked his sincere eyes, insisting they address the pressing matter at hand, as they were in a hurry. Xiaoyu wanted to say that his second aunt ran a law firm and had connections in that field, and could find the necessary information within 3 days. On the other side, Yuan and Shisu, both novices, began to delve into the intricate art of audio restoration. After a brief conversation, Shisu suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Don't you have a recording from the edits I made at that time? He inquired. Yuan paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him. Oh right. Chapter 27. While the recording exists, the question of whether it can be released looms large. Yuan placed his phone on the coffee table, and the three of them sat side by side on the sofa, listening to the recording from start to finish. It was nothing short of extraordinary. This was Chu Han's first time hearing the recording, and she nearly burst into laughter. Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. Yuan's expression turned serious. First, we need to locate the staff member who went to the restroom in the middle of it all and inquire whether we can release the audio of his urination. Next, we require an account, one that cannot be traced. Shisu interjected. Can't we just censor it? Yuan couldn't help but retort. There's no such thing as censorship in audio recordings. Oh, Shisu responded nonchalantly, then we can just cut that part out. But that would mean editing. The tension was palpable as they started to bicker again. Xiaoyu interjected calmly, we can blur the dialogue in the middle, then speed it up. The internet isn't a courtroom. There's no need to be so detailed. Yuan readily accepted this idea, suggesting they apply sophisticated technical processing to the staff member's voice, especially focusing on Yu Laoshir's words, which must be thoroughly censored. But didn't you just say there's no censorship in audio? Shisu pointed out. That's irrelevant, Yuan replied dismissively. The wording doesn't matter. He doesn't want to be identified in such a scandal. Xiaoyu drummed his fingers on the edge of the keyboard, harboring some doubts. He wanted to voice his concern that mere technical blurring might still leave room for restoration, but seeing Yuan's unwavering confidence, he opted for silence. Given the heat of the situation, Xiaoyu suggested having Xie Jiamao reach out to familiar media contacts for exposure. With the boss prepared to take charge, Yuan decided to step back. Inexplicably, the meeting dragged on until 3 in the morning. Yuan escorted them out, primarily Chu Han and Shisu. You expect to sleep on the floor at my place? Dream on. Where would you even lay down in a space the size of a sesame seed? There's a budget hotel if you turn left out of the community. You can make do there for the night. Be careful on the road. Goodbye. It was cramped enough with 4 people in a studio apartment. 3 might be manageable, but unfortunately, these 2 were unwilling to concede ground, refusing to allow the other to claim that privilege. Yuan had no choice but to shoo them out. Feeling overly popular, Yuan momentarily misinterpreted their intentions, wondering if they harbored ulterior motives towards him. This prompted 2 identical expressions of incredulity in return. Synchronize your thoughts, will you? Yuan thought. beginning to find their dynamic amusing. If they weren't vying for his attention, then why insist on staying over at his place? There was no gold to be found in his home. Shisu replied sincerely, I'm just too lazy to move. Chuhan added, after all, our friendship is much closer. I must be more valuable than teacher Shi in your eyes. Yuan exclaimed, good heavens! Is there a competitive spirit even in friendship these days? Shisu leaned against the door frame, weariness evident after a long day of running around. Before Yuan could respond, he grumbled, why should we be the ones to leave when he gets to stay? He cast a disgruntled glance towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, arms crossed, leaned against the entrance, his head resting wearily against the wall, exuding an aura of fatigue. It was 3 in the morning. It was hard not to feel sleepy. Yuan, without needing to turn around, could already envision Xia Laosher's state. After Xiaoyu left, he hadn't intended to call him back, but Xiaoyu insisted that it was a company matter and that he couldn't shoulder it alone. Halfway down the road, he turned the car around and returned. Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this even comparable? How many meals does he owe Xia Laosher? What is wrong with repaying a debt with a bed? Shisu opened his mouth to retort, but Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes, turned back to grab the laptop bag from the couch, and said, I'll go to the hotel. It's just a few steps away. By the time Yuan regained his composure, Xiaoyu was already standing at the door, one hand in his pocket, telling him to sleep and see him tomorrow. Xiaoyu nodded, ushering the dazed Chuhan and Shisu into the elevator. As he turned away, Yuan distinctly noticed him gently pinching the bridge of his nose, his furrowed brow revealing his exhaustion. Yuan mused, Xia Laosher really is too thin-skinned, unable to suppress a sigh. As the elevator doors closed, Yuan caught a glimpse of Shisu's conspicuous blue hair and couldn't help but display a hint of disdain. Turning back, Shisu asked, what? In the following days, Yuan had several magazine shoots lined up. It was his first time and naturally, he was somewhat anxious, reducing his frequency of online browsing significantly. Consequently, he remained unaware of the fiery discussions ignited by the release of that recording. Let me clarify, one user began. The recording circulating now is edited, whereas this recording captures the audio from the editing session. It's like a nesting doll, another chimed in. I don't care who's right or wrong. I just want to know which Melon King managed to catch someone else's editing session. This recording just gets funnier with every listen. I can hear the sound of water being drawn. Adjust glasses. Could it be in the restroom? The absurdity of scandals in the entertainment industry is reaching new heights. What's going on? You're not telling me one person edited in a stall while another recorded in the adjacent stall? Ha ha ha. I can't stop imagining that scene. It's hilarious. I want to know who provided this recording. I'm curious why you were even present. Didn't it say on top? Source. A righteous and enthusiastic citizen. A righteous and enthusiastic citizen? Ha ha ha. I can't. What exactly was said in that sped-up segment? I'm feeling deprived without the full version. Not only is it sped up, but it's also got subtitles. Indecent, not suitable for broadcasting, ha ha ha. Who came up with that subtitle? Save me. I want to see how indecent it is. Bring in the technician. Hey, a bored netizen. Can you restore that section? It's a bit challenging. It might take several days. Who's that bored? I am. Life doesn't have that many viewers. But we do have these restless fools upstairs. Ha ha ha, this is insanity. On the weekend, there was a live broadcast scheduled for the morning. At 6 in the early dawn, Yuan awoke with yawns, standing at the community entrance, hailing a cab to the live broadcast location. This time, the venue was in the same city, so there was no need for flights, but unfortunately, it was in the suburbs, requiring an early 2-hour departure. Upon arrival, he would need to prepare his makeup, with the broadcast set to commence around 8:30. Who watches a live broadcast at 8:30 in the morning? Yuan silently complained. Upon reaching the suburbs, Yuan boarded the business car arranged by the platform, where Chuhan was already waiting for him, her bangs styled with a hairpin, forming little curls. Good morning. She too was yawning. After exchanging simple greetings, they both dozed off for a while in the car. When they arrived outside the orchard, Yuan noticed several conspicuous banners and pop-up displays through the car window. He poked Chuhan, your fans. Today's schedule was public, and the platform had already started generating buzz, so it was no surprise to see fans waiting. Yuan confidently thought, I have some understanding of fan support. Surrounding the orchard were about 10 girls, who rushed toward them as soon as they stepped out of the car. Yuan took off running, quickly establishing a 10-meter distance between himself and Chuhan, finding a shady corner to enjoy the spectacle until a small flag was presented to him. Following the flag upward, he saw a beaming young girl who nervously handed it to him. Teacher Yu, here's your support color. Yuan pointed at himself, his face displaying incredulity. Me? He took the flag, momentarily stunned, and when he looked up again, he found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 people. In a daze, Yuan felt as if he were a criminal encircled by enthusiastic citizens. We are your ardent admirers, and in recent days, our group has engaged in discussions regarding your fan color. Due to your absence, we provisionally settled on a bright yellow. The girl at the forefront timidly gestured towards the small flag in her hand. Bright yellow, cheerful and warm, much like you. Yuan was taken aback by these descriptors, exclaiming, "Ah, cheerful and warm? Are those synonyms for being seriously ill?" His expression was so vivid that the girls stifled their laughter, their earlier tension dissipating instantly. Alas, what could we do? Since Teacher Yu was offline, we had to make a decision ourselves. What color does Teacher Yu prefer? Inquired another lively girl with a high ponytail. Yuan focused on the fan flag he held. The flag displayed 2 images on either side. One was a side profile of him sitting on a mountaintop, gazing at the sunrise. The other showed him stepping out of a business vehicle, the soft glow of streetlights dancing upon his dark hair, clad in a white t-shirt and long pants, a smile gracing his lips, the overall atmosphere exuding an exquisite gentleness. He examined the small flag with curiosity, musing, "I like, blue, I suppose. Okay." The girl with the ponytail snapped her fingers excitedly. "Then let us go for a blue-yellow gradient. What nickname does the teacher prefer?" Yuan looked at her, feeling a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall at that moment. He pressed his lips together and replied, "Anything is fine. How about Xiao Yu?" "Sure, everyone calls me Xiao Yu." "Then how about you, Bao? Or baby? Or wifey? Or daughter?" Yuan nearly responded immediately, but after a moment of reflection, he stammered and ultimately replied, "All of them are fine." Those words were forced out with great reluctance. The girls erupted in laughter. "Teacher, has anyone ever told you that you are truly well-behaved in private? It makes one want to tease you so much." The phrase well-behaved unearthed distant memories for Yuan. After a brief contemplation, he exclaimed, "Ah, I have seen you before." He recalled the day he stumbled upon Shisu discussing matters with a private detective at a CAF, where a young girl had asked him for a photo. The girl was surprised that he remembered such an old incident, exclaiming, "Your memory is impressive." Yuan felt a surge of happiness. "So now you are my fan?" The girl nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, indeed." Yuan inquired, "What do you admire about me?" He asked with utmost sincerity, devoid of any sarcasm. The girl pondered for a moment, then winked at him. "I admire your looks." It seems interest was piqued. Yuan returned her wink, a smile gracing his cheeks. "Thank you." The girl placed her hand over her heart, her laughter calming. "Baby's mama is also a man." "Yuan." The girl. "Why are you silent?" Yuan wore a serious expression. "I am contemplating." Laughter erupted from the others. There was an inexplicable charm about you when that lightened the atmosphere. Recently, Chu Han had been embroiled in scandal, and although Xie Jiamao had signed him on at rocket speed and was managing the situation, the rumors would not dissipate so swiftly. Fans had sent him several handwritten letters of comfort, which he perused throughout the journey, his tranquil expression concealing a profound emotional response. Yuan waved his small flag. "Chu teacher, you can do it. Chu teacher, do not fret." Chu teacher found him bothersome and stuffed the flowers gifted by fans into his arms. Yuan had no choice but to find a place to store the bouquet. He headed to the makeup room, and just as he approached the door, he overheard a faint conversation between 2 makeup artists. The heir of Huiting inquired about our broadcast time last night. It seems he plans to inspect. Inspect what? To see if there are any romantic interests. SNT Chu teacher still clarifying that issue? So he is merely there to show support? To let everyone know that Chu teacher is still his? That could certainly serve as a clarification method. With Huiting's heir backing him, why resort to underhanded tactics? Could it be that we are overthinking this? Oh well, we'll know if the heir shows up later. Yuan lingered for a moment, deciding not to enter, and turned to leave. Outside the makeup room, slices of watermelon were prepared for all staff, the primary product of this agricultural support initiative, cut into small pieces for easy consumption. As Yuan departed, he casually grabbed a piece, and upon seeing Chu Han, he took a bite and stuffed the flowers back into his embrace. "I have a monumental secret. You go place the flowers and I will reveal it to you." Chu Han looked down at the flowers, seemingly dazed. "I didn't ask you to place them." Yuan, munching on the watermelon, insisted, "Are you going to listen or not?" Chu Han replied, "You tell me." Yuan stated, "Feng Changzhou might come later." Chu Han fell silent for a moment. What? It was evident he felt a tinge of displeasure. He had always disliked Feng Changzhou's excessive interference in his work, let alone making an unannounced appearance at the workplace. This displeasure lingered until the broadcast began. Yuan tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to suppress his expression and reveal a smile. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream. I am your old friend, and here we are again. The four of us. Yes, indeed, it is us four again, and today we shall entertain you with watermelon eating. Ha ha ha. The familiar quartet engaged in lively banter, with the host stirring the atmosphere while Chu-han sat beside him, playing the role of a well-behaved vase. Yuan and his colleague Shao-li sat at the back, responsible for devouring the watermelon. Shao-li had a favorable impression of him, holding a slice of watermelon, munching while greeting, "Long time no see." Yuan also held a piece of watermelon, his eyes curving into a smile, "Long time no see." It was much like their last live stream, with the only difference being that Yuan had gained a bit more popularity. He had recently trended online, and the audience recognized his familiar face. Shao-li, concealing his lips with the watermelon, whispered, "I watched your variety show." Yuan asked, "Was it good?" Shao-li's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. "It was great. So exciting. You're so clever." "Oi, no whispering. Let me hear too. What is it that our esteemed audience cannot hear? So secretive. Are you discussing superpowers? Do not bring this up in front of Chu-han. He is about to shatter. Ha ha ha, the internet has a remarkably strong memory. What is the joke? What are you discussing? Am I out of touch with the times? We're talking about that handsome guy behind. He performed remarkably in the variety show. The host did not rush to bring Yuan to the forefront today. He had to follow the schedule, diligently introducing the agricultural products. Everyone need not worry about the watermelons being damaged. We have partnered with a certain dong, and the watermelons will be cold chain transported to various locations nationwide, delivered to your doorstep within 24 hours. They won't be damaged. Since he couldn't see the bullet comments, Yuan stared blankly, slowly nibbling on the edges of the watermelon, resembling a weary hamster. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and his gaze sharpened, fixated on a direction to his right. Feng Chengzhou had arrived. In the June weather, he donned a bespoke shirt, black suit pants, and polished shoes, with cufflinks worth millions reflecting the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. He appeared to have just concluded a work engagement, exuding a somewhat worn-out demeanor. Yuan watched him approach, unable to contain his surging curiosity. What was he here for? To lend support? Or perhaps to see his wife? Or was it to support while also catching a glimpse of his wife? Each time Feng Chengzhou made an appearance, there was always a spectacle to behold. Yuan had come to understand this pattern. This domineering figure was particularly adept at acting foolishly in front of his wife, and this time his unannounced arrival would surely irk Chu-han. When Chu-han got angry, the domineering figure would inevitably face consequences. Yuan was genuinely curious about the extent of embarrassment Feng Chengzhou might endure today. He was not concerned about any negative impact Feng Chengzhou might have on Chu-han. Having navigated the same industry, Feng Chengzhou was far more adept at handling public opinion, barring matters of the heart. Yuan's suddenly animated expression caught the attention of the bullet comments. "What did you see now? To be honest, teacher, your expression is truly infectious. My curiosity is piqued. Tell me what is happening." Chu-han glanced at the comments, turning back in confusion, just in time to lock eyes with Feng Chengzhou, who was striding towards him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Who on earth is it? Such expressions can truly be elicited from you. Heart-wrenching. I want to see. Bring me in front of the camera. Apologies for my tardiness." Feng Chengzhou glanced at Chu-han's expression, his smile slightly fading, as he strode directly to the camera and greeted the host. The host, perplexed, asked, "Hello? When did you say you would come?" Faced with the situation, he could not expose him, so he politely engaged in small talk, acknowledging that it was an honor for them that the ever-busy CEO could attend. "Ladies and gentlemen in the live stream, this is our mysterious guest today, CEO Feng from Whiting Group. Isn't it quite a surprise? Ha ha ha. Do you see me surprised?" Yuan, without his phone, was unaware that within the brief 20 minutes of Feng Chengzhou's presence, the young prince had stormed into the live stream, trending firmly at the top. Although the prince was well known in the circle, he was not an artist and had rarely appeared on screen. This occasion marked his television debut, and he had directly descended into the live stream of his coming-out partner, the implications of which were self-evident. He was there to lend support. With recent rumors swirling, netizens were abuzz in the trending discussions. This world is akin to a grand tale of domineering CEOs. It's hard to assess. I wish him success. He's anxious. This is unexpectedly intriguing. Proud CEO and a cool, stubborn little star. How delightful. I'm willing to be a part of your play. Can I sleep under your bed? But he is surprisingly manly. I thought he was joking. CEO Feng, during those 20 minutes of your sudden appearance, What were you more afraid of? Your wife's cold stare or him being maligned by rumors? What? Cold stare? This teacher named Chu-han seemed rather displeased. Ha ha ha, I just peeked back. What an odd atmosphere. Such a restrained Seo. This is getting more exciting. I want to go to the live stream. Can someone kindly share the link? In the live stream, netizens were engrossed, and some quick-fingered individuals had already begun crafting risque narratives, the trending topic filled with a cacophony of laughter. However, those truly within the circle noticed far more than mere romantic entanglements. Whiting Group was undergoing a transitional phase, with the previous chairman about to step down. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Feng Chengzhou was poised to become the next chairman. However, his recent public coming out had somewhat affected his standing, as coming out implied a lack of heirs. With the emergence of scandalous rumors regarding an illegitimate child, Whiting Group's stock price plummeted, and Feng Mingjie faced public outcry for several days. Feng Chengzhou remained unmoved, hinting at a potential rift between father and son. Thus, whether Feng Chengzhou would indeed ascend to the role of chairman was uncertain. Today, Feng Chengzhou's appearance in the live stream might have been merely to support someone he cared for. Yet to the discerning observer, any minor detail could be magnified, inciting chaos. Consequently, the audience flooding into the live stream included not only the gossip-hungry but also a cadre of silent, powerful figures. In front of the camera, Chu-han and Feng Chengzhou sat side by side, the atmosphere taut with tension. The host intended to position himself between them to maintain control, but upon sitting down, he felt the icy scrutiny of Feng Chengzhou's gaze and opted to remain standing. The barrage of comments asked, "Aren't you going to speak? Isn't today's theme about selling melons?" Sell. Chu-han's little finger twitched on the table. The host sighed deeply. "No, today's theme is not about selling melons. It's about eating melons." With that, he dragged a chair to the back, joining you one in a row. Ha ha ha, what a mess. Host. I'm exhausted. You all sell. Host. This cursed world. Yuan and Xiao Li were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle when the host joined them, momentarily bewildering Yuan. He offered a slice of watermelon, saying, "Teacher, here." The three of them sat neatly in a row, munching on watermelon. This scene was filled with humor, but unfortunately, the comments were primarily focused on Feng Chengzhou's unexpected arrival, and for a while no one paid attention to the backdrop. Still working, still working, still working. Chu-han silently recited to himself thrice before finally picking up the process card beside him. According to the card, he was supposed to collaborate with his partner to create a simple watermelon carving? What? Chu-han couldn't believe it, glancing back and forth several times. This wasn't part of the agenda during his last visit. Host, carve a small cat face. Why make it so difficult? Are you expecting us to do it live? Huh? You up there? Sir, this is a serious live stream. What exactly is this content? Chu-han clenched the process card, and as the host prepared to intervene, Feng Chengzhou extended his hand to see the card's contents. Chu-han instinctively swatted his hand away. Before the live stream, in front of thousands of viewers. Swat. He slapped him. A brief silence enveloped the screen and the audience. The back of Feng Chengzhou's hand reddened, indicating the force of the action. His hands frozen in mid-air, maintaining a bizarre yet amusing posture. The comments fell into a brief quiet before erupting in laughter. CEO extends hand. CEO gets slapped. CEO is shocked. Prince. My father has never even hit me. You'd be better off just doing it. Ha ha ha. The host is petrified, suspended in mid-air. Ha ha ha. What an absurd turn of events. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. At a renowned landmark in S City, the headquarters of Whiting Group, a tall, impeccably dressed young man was watching the live stream. Upon seeing the princess hand being swatted away on screen, the young man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A secretary knocked and entered, inadvertently catching sight of the screen in his hand. Chuckling, even the young vice president is watching the live stream? The person before him was Feng Chengzhou's childhood friend and cousin. If Feng Chengzhou was to be the next head of Whiting Group, then Bian Su would undoubtedly be the next in line. Bian, the young vice president, took the documents from him, casually placing his phone on the desk while signing. Chuckling lightly, who can blame our prince for being such a handful? Last time there was a coming out incident. If he announces an engagement this time, how could I not keep an eye on the live stream? The secretary, noticing the two people sitting at opposite ends of the live stream, couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, CEO Feng really doesn't know how to pursue someone. He was indeed the secretary who had been assigned by Feng Chengzhou to deliver meals to Chu-han on the set of Fenghua a few months ago, earning the nickname Whiting Rider. Due to Chu-han's consistent refusals, CEO Feng was greatly displeased, and with a wave of his hand, he demoted the secretary from the presidential position to that of vice presidential secretary. Thank you, Transitioning from being the princess secretary to the vice presidentess was akin to a fish being removed from a bicycle, a tear-jerking experience, leaving him to handle paperwork daily, losing a prestigious job of delivering meals. Who could understand how moved he felt when he arrived at the vice president's office with a box in hand? The secretary glanced at the screen again and suddenly spotted a familiar figure peeking from behind Feng Changzhou. Oh, isn't that the stagehand? Do stagehands also do live streams now? The young vice president inquired. The secretary pointed to the handsome guy peeking from behind Feng Changzhou and recounted their previous encounter on the set of Fenghua. The young vice president raised his head from the documents, tapping the table thoughtfully. The rapid change in identity was concerning. They should investigate further. The secretary nodded, taking the signed documents and leaving. Within 10 minutes he returned, holding his phone. So soon? You've finished checking? The young vice president marveled at the secretary's efficiency. Giving him a thumbs up, you truly are talented to have lasted so long beside my cousin. The secretary, holding the phone, chuckled awkwardly. Actually, there's no need to investigate. He's trending. On a weekend morning at 10 o'clock, a trending topic surged upward with the speed of a rocket, gaining rapid readership. The trending topic bore a simple yet striking title, The King of Melons. The catalyst for this phenomenon was a diligent individual who compared recently circulated audio recordings, employing technical restoration techniques on both. After applying deceleration and noise reduction to the second recording, some indistinct voices emerged, though the specific content remained unclear. Nonetheless, a few vague phrases could be deciphered. Throughout the entire recording, I only heard 3 words. Teacher you. Find him. Dig 3 feet underground if necessary to unearth this enthusiastic citizen surnamed you. Teacher you. A moment of justice resulting in a lifetime of introversion. Haha, I've been watching a variety show lately, and whenever I hear teacher you, I think of our you and baby. Ha ha ha, ha ha. This feels a bit odd. Upon closer inspection, I also heard 2 words, tear mole. Indeed, teacher you's tear mole is quite alluring. Could it really be him? The fervor surrounding Yuwen had not yet subsided. His surname was distinctive, with few artists in the industry sharing the same surname. As netizens indulged in the trending topic, the mention of teacher Yu naturally led to thoughts of him. Further analysis ensued. Everyone, please hold on. I will inquire in the live broadcast room. Teacher Yu is currently streaming. And what if they respond? Just bring Teacher Yu to my home. My ancestral skills are best suited for tormenting delicate beauties. Count, resonate, listen. Let us take a roundabout approach and ask Chu Han in the live room. Their relationship seems quite cordial. By the way, this recording was probably meant for Chu Han, right? After all, it was to clarify Chu Han's rumors. Sister Yu and Sister Chu are back. Sister Yu descends without walking. Her friendship with Sister Chu transforms into wings that carry her down. Ha ha ha, but the live room is so lively right now. The prince has descended, and everyone is watching for fun. Speaking of which, during the last time the prince came out, Yuwen was also in the live room, haha. He seems to be here every time. A frown appeared, sensing something amiss. Quiet, I am contemplating. Netizens, with instincts akin to bloodhounds, immediately reviewed all traces of Yuwen since he opened his Weibo account, while also revisiting the top trending topics over the past 3 months. They quickly discerned a pattern. Whenever there was a trending topic in the top 10, Yuwen was invariably present. The prince's pursuit of his delicate wife occurred on the set of Fenghua, right? Yuwen was also in that crew seemingly as a background actor. No, he was part of the crew. I was there. Same background actors. I can testify. When the Matewan delivery guy was delivering food, he was squatting by the side, watching. Report. New discovery. Just speak plainly. We are all friends here. In that photo taken of Shisu at the CAF, upon magnifying it, there is a boy wearing sunglasses whose physique resembles Yuwen's by 7 or 8 parts. Not clear enough. Seeking informants. If all this is true, I will witness the birth of the King of Melons. I hereby declare Yuwen as a war correspondent. I am so anxious. I am the anxious king. Can anyone prove whether the CAF and the recording feature him or not? I am so anxious I could dance. Am I the one next to you, scratching my head? Am I one? After half an hour, a prominent fan from Yuwen's support club released a photo with him. Wife's tear mole is fantastic. The date might possibly, perhaps really be our little Yu. Image. JPG. The backdrop of the photo was indeed the CAF where Shisu was secretly photographed. Wife's tear mole is fantastic. He indeed wore sunglasses that day. Stunned. JPG. Netizens instantly felt a jolt of adrenaline coursing through their minds. Invigorated. Simultaneously, the staff member who had repeatedly called out Teacher Yu in the recording stepped forward to clarify. Staff member Xiao Sun. I believe I was the one speaking in the recording. Tearing up. JPG. That day, we were recording at Looming Mountain. During the break, I did not know where teacher you had gone to cool off. When I went to the restroom, I found someone in the stall and asked if they had seen our teacher you. Was that him? Is that him? Tell me it's him. Heart-wrenching. I decree him as the king of melons in the entertainment industry. Staff member Xiao Sun. I don't know. Crying. JPG. At that time, I knocked on the door, but there was no response. I thought he was just shy. It must be him. If not, I'll eat my advisor. What other enthusiastic citizen but Yuan could come up with such a suffix? By the decree of heaven, I hereby forget to bestow the title of the chosen king of melons upon Yuan. Thus it is decreed. Your majesty is wise. Where is the king of melons? Let him come forth to receive the decree. Where is the king of melons? Where is the king of melons? Quickly find him. The king of melons was indulging in his watermelon. Unbeknownst to him, he slightly extended his neck to the right, oblivious to the boundary between Feng Chengzhou and Chu Han, where he was savoring his watermelon with delight. Undoubtedly, the atmosphere was tense. Ever since Chu Han had given that tap earlier, Feng Chengzhou's brow had remained furrowed, his handsome visage radiating an air of coldness, appearing as if he were seething with anger. The host was terrified, and Shaoli dared not move, his gaze nervously flitting between the two. Amidst the entire scene, only Yuan peeked his head out, sipping watermelon juice, glancing left and right, occasionally checking if Chu Han was truly upset, and attempting to decipher the convoluted thoughts behind Feng Chengzhou's stern expression. Feng Chengzhou likely was not angry. He might even be bubbling with joy internally. As long as his wife paid him any attention, he would secretly celebrate with fireworks in his heart, all while maintaining a stoic expression. What truly irked Feng Chengzhou was Chu Han's disregard for him, but it was not yet at that level. The thin volume titled Rise Up did not thoroughly dissect the personalities and emotions between the two, yet from some brief passages, it was evident that their understandings of the Cold War differed. Chu Han believed there were irreconcilable rifts between them, while Feng Chengzhou viewed it merely as a tug-of-war that he must win. The domineering character possessed an inexplicable and perplexing desire to win. At one point, Yuan believed that Chu Han was employing the wrong strategy against him. She should not be angry with him but should say, "If you dare to ignore me for 3 days, I will respect you as a man." The domineering character might reply, "A small wager I am certain to win." Once Yuan imagined this scenario, he found it difficult to meet Feng Chengzhou's gaze. The comments were unusually quiet, the atmosphere palpable. The two hosts were so stiff that the netizens hesitated to indulge in memes, while another group of prominent figures remained silent. Watermelon is a highly nutritious fruit, refreshing and thirst-quenching in summer. Its rind can be used medicinally and for carving. Chu Han awkwardly recited the script, grasping the watermelon rind prepared on the platform with one hand while holding a small knife with the other, hesitating on where to begin. It seems our hosts are about to make a sacrifice. Upon entering, our host's expression suggests they are about to take a life, to slay the watermelon. What a merciful host, even pondering over ending a single watermelon. Feng Chengzhou, unable to endure any longer, seized Chu Han's wrist, declaring, "I will do it." Chu Han, who could not carve, was startled by Feng Chengzhou's sudden action. His delicate face fell. The atmosphere abruptly solidified, taut as a string, and the comments fell silent, quiet as a whisper. Yet in the lower right corner, a figure popped into view, taking a bite of watermelon, absorbed in the moment. So it is that gentleman in the lower right corner. Laughing to death, he is so earnest in eating his watermelon. Truly savoring his watermelon, ha ha ha. By the way, Teacher Yu is always active on the front lines of the watermelon scene. During the last live broadcast, he was also in the background enjoying the spectacle. Aha. When the Whiting Rider was trending before, he was in the same crew as Chu Han. Is that so? Wasn't he a stagehand back then? No. I remember he was an extra. I saw him when I visited Han Bao on set. Our Teacher Yu is so inspiring. That's not the point of inspiration. I can't shake the feeling that his identity seems to shift with the gossip. What gossip? If I don't go online for a while, how am I falling behind? Go check the trending topics. Go check the trending topics. All netizens, look at me. At 10:34 Beijing time, Teacher Yu has earned the title of the first Entertainment Circle Melon King. Let's give him a round of applause. The group of netizens who were busy eating melons and digging for pictures finally arrived at the scene through the internet. Yuan was waiting for the next development when the lead characters suddenly turned to look at him in unison, their expressions complex. Yuan? Although he couldn't clearly see the barrage of comments, from the expressions of Feng Chengzhou and Chu Han, he sensed that things were not looking good. He racked his brain, thinking, I haven't done anything scandalous, right? I shouldn't be trending again, should I? While reminiscing, he feigned nonchalance, slowly shifting his gaze towards the boundless blue sky. You. The sky is so sweet, and this gossip is so blue. That voice in the recording is definitely him, right? If it's not him, I'll eat my foolish boss. If it's not him, I'll eat my foolish colleague. If it's not him, I'll eat myself. Mr. Justice, ask him. He's right in front of you. Just ask him directly. Oi, that righteous and warm-hearted citizen. Call him over. Though his phone wasn't with him, after watching the barrage for a while, Chu-han had a general idea of what was happening. He found it fascinating. Had Yuan really witnessed so much excitement live? Teacher Yu, facing Feng Changzhou, seemed to shake off his discomfort, drawn in by the lively barrage, and eagerly turned back, his eyes sparkling. Beckoning Yuan, netizens want to see you. Yuan pointed at himself. Yes, you. As the atmosphere seemed to relax a bit, the host eagerly nudged Yuan, signaling him to step forward and rein in the runaway live broadcast. Yuan finished the last bit of watermelon in his hand and moved a stool to sit in front of the camera. Just before he got closer, the previously chaotic and lively barrage suddenly quieted down, and tens of thousands of netizens calmly sent out 4 words. Presenting the Melon King. Presenting the Melon King. Presenting the Melon King. Although they appeared calm, the barrage was rolling in rapidly, and Yuan glanced at the upper right corner, over 100,000 viewers. What new play is this? The barrage continued to scroll, neatly organized. Yuan pondered for 2 seconds and waved his hand. At ease. The barrage fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Yuan, I'm only indulging you this once. Are you really going to awkwardly connect this broken meme? Yuan, there is no meme I cannot connect. Ha ha ha, teacher. Is that really you, the righteous and warm-hearted citizen? This is very important to me. Upon reading this, Yuan finally realized something. What righteous, warm-hearted citizen? His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but show a hint of wariness on his face. Who? Me? Certainly not. Haha. What are you all talking about? Have the guts not to be guilty. How dare you play the recording without editing it? Do you think netizens are busy? We have gathered evidence. Every word you say now will serve as evidence in court. Confess already. Yuan's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He had a premonition that his blissful and carefree melon-eating life over the past few months was about to be interrupted. He caught a glimpse of Feng Chengzhou's phone screen glowing beneath the table, the domineering CEO secretly browsing the trending topics. Excuse me, Yuan poked his elbow. Could I take a look? In the brief moment Feng Chengzhou was dazed. The phone was already in someone else's hands, and Yuan swiftly slipped under the table. Tens of thousands of netizens witnessed him sliding out from under the table. Young master. My phone? Confused. Yuan, come out. If you have the guts to eat melons. Come out. Hiding under the table isn't a skill. In the tone of Aunt Snow. Ha ha ha, I'm really laughing to the point of fainting. Could you at least humor us a bit? Teacher you? So many eyes are watching. I'm laughing so hard I could crow like a rooster. Even the Melon King has a day of hiding, ha ha ha. Right when the melon comes crashing down on himself. What a thrilling live broadcast. And the product being sold is precisely the melon. This is fate, ha ha ha. I'll buy a truckload as a congratulatory gift for the Melon King's coronation. I'll sponsor 2 trucks. I'll sponsor 3 trucks. Yuan's mind was racing, and within 5 minutes, he managed to piece together the situation. Crouching under the table, he frowned in contemplation. First, are contemporary netizens too idle? Don't they have their own matters, their own lives? Secondly, who took the photo of the banquet? I need to report that person. Finally, there are spies among the fans. At this point, Yuan couldn't keep crouching. He set the phone on Feng Chengzhou's knee, pouted, and crawled out. While his face displayed calmness and acceptance, a hint of frustration was still discernible. He positioned himself between Chu-han and Feng Chengzhou. When he first arrived, he was a vibrant little cabbage, but now he had turned into a wilted yellow flower. This yellow flower looked so sorrowful that the netizens were deeply concerned, constantly inquiring about his well-being. Baby, what's wrong? Are you missing your mama? Come, tell mama, is the person in the recording you? It is me. Yuan straightened his back, asserting that little Yu was the kind of enthusiastic citizen who would promptly record injustice. Well done. You admitted it. You are indeed difficult to deal with, and the netizens have plenty of energy. Release the original version. Mama wants to hear the original. You are in the top 10 trending topics. May I ask what kind of metaphysics exists within you? Upstairs, regarding the Melon King, do not inquire casually. The barrage of comments buzzed for a while Feng Chengzhou, resting his forehead on his hand, listened nearby. Finally, he picked up a piece of watermelon from a tray, his gaze flickering between Yuan and the barrage. Chu-han had been silent for quite some time, holding a piece of watermelon in a small corner of the frame, increasingly engrossed in the conversation. The barrage inquired about the rumored unspoken rules of the Fenghua crew. Of course, that's false. Director Gao said he doesn't engage in that. How would I know? I'm a stagehand, and I was on site every time Director Gao scolded someone. Ha ha ha. I believe you. The Melon King's word is worth 1,000 pounds. Ha ha ha, why were you also present when Shisu was in the CAF looking at the appraisal report? You won. On a sunny afternoon, I happened to walk into that CAF. It must have been some kind of fate. What else do you know? Tell me quickly. You won. We do not expose melons. We only serve as witnesses to the melons. I understand. That means by following your movements, one can catch wind of the major melons in the entertainment industry. Someone, bring up all his social media accounts. All of you, assist the Melon King to rise. The Melon King is crowned. Idle folks, retreat. Long live our king. Long live our king. Long live our king. Ministers, present yourselves. At ease. Yuan waved his hand again, stating, if there are matters, please report. If not, dismiss. The barrage engaged with him enthusiastically, responding with a chorus of laughter. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the midst, you are not simple. This comment may not have drawn much attention, but the account that posted it was incredibly noteworthy. A small golden diamond hung beside the profile picture, and upon clicking it, one could see the verification. Bien Su, Vice President of the Whiting Group for the East Asia region. After the barrage of comments, silence fell abruptly. At the group headquarters, Bien Su, realizing he had unwittingly misused his influential account, rapped his fingers on the desk in frustration. He couldn't help but feel that Yuwen's ever-changing identity and uncanny knack for stumbling upon significant events suggested either ulterior motives or a mysterious stroke of fortune. In either case, this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yuwen stared silently at the ID for a moment. Indeed, I am the Dance Magic Fairy, here to seek the Dance Magic Artifact. This identity is quite clandestine, so I hope you will keep it confidential. Yuwen understood that the golden diamond signified a remarkable status. Yet sitting before the camera, he couldn't click to verify it. Dismissing the notion that a person of such stature could be so trivial, the diamond must surely be a fabrication. He had gained a new appreciation for the absurdity of netizens. A mere vice president. Let me take you for a ride. Ha ha ha. Read and reply chaotically. You've never seen it, have you? Our little Yu is quite the chatterbox. Yuwen. My words are indeed formidable. Bien Su found his reaction amusing. Such audacity made him wonder if the seemingly bland background masked profound depths. He sent another message. You're not simple. Would you care to join us at Whiting? The president of Whiting, seated nearby, nearly choked on his watermelon at this remark. Before Feng Changzhou could inquire about his friend's intentions, Yuwen, with a wide grin, replied rapidly. I see potential in you? How about switching to our Starlight Media? Generous salary, excellent benefits, and a promising future. Here we go. His habit of rambling has resurfaced. Exactly, just like that, run over to the delivery station and grab a package for me. Yuwen. Responding is as easy as pie. In the future, should the vice president resign and be asked why, he would say, please watch the VCR. Yuwen glanced at the time. The broadcast was nearing its end, and he hoped everyone would enthusiastically support their latest product. The thin-skinned, sweet-fleshed watermelon. An absolute summer essential. If there was a demand, feel free to purchase more. With that, he donned a mock sulky expression, glancing left and right. Feng Changzhou and Chu Han met his gaze. Their expressions a mirror of blankness. I say, Yuwen, can you not hold a watermelon while watching my performance? This is utterly humiliating. I wondered what was amiss. Haha. Yuwen, when have I ever endured such indignity? Prince, do you even remember why you're here? Teacher Chu, do you recall the watermelon carvings by Daming Lake? It seems the host and Shaoli behind are utterly lifeless. Those two haven't moved for ages. Haha. Everyone look at them. They are joyfully devouring their watermelon. How audacious. Are you not part of the audience too? Sweating profusely now, Watermelon King, your day has come. At the group headquarters, Bien Su drummed his fingers on the table, swearing by his years of experience in the entertainment industry that this individual was anything but ordinary. Now that the cat was out of the bag, he instructed his secretary with utmost seriousness. Use my main account to follow him. I want to be the first to know of any developments. The secretary nodded earnestly and rallied the company's colleagues to follow Yuwen's Weibo. This particular live broadcast garnered explosive popularity. Although the process was somewhat chaotic midway, the final sales figures were impressive. As they parted ways, the host, suppressing laughter, sincerely thanked Yuwen. Today's sales have broken records. You truly are the Watermelon King. Yuwen smiled modestly, It is what I ought to do. Turning away, he lamented to Chu-han. I can no longer lead a peaceful life. At that moment, Yu-won was blissfully unaware of the immense impact of this seemingly simple live broadcast. That afternoon, countless magnates within the industry activated their usually dormant social media accounts, flooding Yu-wen's Weibo like a swarm of locusts. Bien-su had used his main account. They too wanted to use theirs. The visibility, to consistently appear at the forefront of the gossip mill. One either had connections or a touch of the mystical. In any case, following him promised to yield first-hand information, an endeavor that seemed hardly a loss. Some were indifferent to the gossip, merely seeking to join the fray, while others followed the crowd, creating a chaotic mix of motivations. Renowned entertainment journalists, paparazzi, entertainment company presidents, film directors, top variety show production teams, elite agents, and even a few active A-list celebrities unilaterally followed Yu-won. Rising early in the morning, Yu-won returned home and indulged in a nap. Upon waking that evening, he received a phone call from Xie Jiamiao. Little Yu, what have you done? You've gone viral. The boss, busy lately, struggled to keep up with the rapid pace of events. By the time he grasped the situation, the trending topic was already declaring Yu-won the certified watermelon king. Yu-won logged on to see, and darkness clouded his vision. Following the afternoon surge of followers, he had indeed made it onto the trending list once again. His fans, ever diligent, poked each prominent figure who followed him, inquiring, PD, would you consider having our little Yu on your show? Director, would you consider our little Yu for your next film? Great one. Several roles in your adapted book suit our little Yu perfectly. Please consider. The problem was, these magnates responded. The producer of the survival show replied sternly, ha ha ha, Teacher Yu has already signed on for the next season. Recording will commence soon, so stay tuned. Director Miao Yifei Yuan, come here, waves hand. Author Feng Huang Yufei. The production company has a chatterbox. If he acts, he will certainly excel. His fans created a special column in their super topic called Daily Inquiry, where many magnates checked in. Teacher Yu, any gossip today? In the time it took him to take a nap, he had been thrust onto the throne of the Watermelon King. This relentless internet could very well hold a coronation ceremony for him. Chapter 29. Yuan had become an inexplicable sensation. For several consecutive days, topics surrounding him graced the trending list, with the Daily Inquiry evolving from a fan super topic into a fixed topic, as industry magnates chimed in with comments, effectively roasting him under the heat of popularity. His drama had yet to air, yet he had already become a familiar face in a significant portion of the entertainment industry. Yuan, who initially feigned ignorance and avoidance, gradually mustered the courage to ascend to Weibo, silently shedding tears at the surge of followers, and diligently followed each prominent figure who had taken notice of him. Teacher Yu, any gossip today? Upon encountering such inquiries again, he was now able to respond with calm composure. None. All right. This bizarre and nonsensical dialogue occurred daily. His fans showed no restraint in enjoying the spectacle. Ha ha ha. Teacher Yu speaks so little. Does he have something on his mind? Please spare our little Yu. He is about to break. Teacher Yu, you truly are famous now. Remember to watch your words and actions. Xie Jiamiao counted on his fingers over the phone. As usual, popping open champagne. You're now a solid second tier. You can definitely be considered second tier. Our little Yu is indeed the greatest. After hanging up, Yuan gazed at the sunset, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He was drifting further away from his dreams of being a third-rate nobody. It had been over half a month since the conclusion of the Xianmen filming, and the wrap-up banquet had finally arrived. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jian Heng approached him, holding a birthday cake crown he had somehow procured, standing before him with a reverent expression. Yuan dramatically adjusted his sleeves, creating a cloak-like effect, and with an air of regal dignity, declared, "This must be the meeting gift prepared for this king. So be it, crown me." Jian Heng, filled with utmost reverence and sanctity, adorned the crown upon his head. Yuan commanded, "Little Jian, let us proceed." Little Jian responded, "Yes." As they passed through the grand hall, Jian Heng snatched a damp towel from a server's tray, unfurling it and draping it over Yuan's shoulders as a makeshift cape. Yuan remarked, "It's somewhat warm." Jian Heng immediately replied, "It is the fervent warmth of little Jian's heartfelt intentions." Yuan, with a tolerant nod, allowed the simple white towel to linger upon his esteemed shoulders. With his head held high, he strode into the private room as if he were an emperor on a royal tour. Just as he thought the performance was nearing its end and was about to remove the towel due to its genuine warmth, the door suddenly swung open. Zhu Xini activated a confetti cannon, exuberantly announcing, "Welcome, Teacher Yu, to our theatrical guidance. Everyone, applaud." Thunderous applause erupted as the cast members of the play gathered. Yuan had no choice but to drape the towel back over his shoulders, subtly lifting the corners of his lips as he raised his chin, gesturing for the gazes upon him to be dismissed with a wave. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. In a corner, the director held a cake, laughing heartily. Jian Hong twisted a piece of paper into a small horn, standing atop a chair, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, we gather here because our dearest friend, Teacher Yuan, has achieved remarkable fame in these past 2 weeks of filming. Thanks to him, our production, Tales of the Immortal Gate, has garnered unbelievable exposure, elevating from a B-grade project to a prestigious A production. Although the filming had concluded, the distinction between B-grade and A recommendations was an entirely different concept." The director set down the cake, clapping his hands until they turned red. Yuan, slightly taken aback, inquired, "Is that so?" Jian Hong affirmed, "Indeed. The director said the streaming platform's offer is 2 to 3 times what it was before." Yuan solemnly stated, "Then distribute my share, thank you." The director replied, "Share. Everyone shares." As the initial excitement began to wane, laughter erupted, and the director began slicing the cake for everyone. Jian Hong mused, "I have meticulously maintained relationships with each of my friends, hoping that one day I would be uplifted by my brothers. And you, teacher, you have truly lived up to my expectations, not only elevating yourself but also bringing me along." Jian Hong thumped his chest enthusiastically. Yuan reciprocated with a light thump to his own heart and winked at him, acknowledging their brotherhood. During the meal, as the conversation flowed, Jian Hong inquired about Yuan's upcoming work schedule. Yuan contemplated, mentioning he would rest for a few days before recording a new variety show next week. The announcement for Survival had already been released. Xie Zhemiao had indeed discussed a permanent position on a national-level variety show, leaving Yuan perplexed, attributing it to the idiocy of those in power often leading to unexpected fortunes. Setting aside his usual fitness regimen for the moment, Jian Hong chewed on cake and mumbled, I heard the director say our drama will likely be scheduled for release next month. If the response is good, who knows? They might even gather us together for a vlog or a small group variety show." "Really?" Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "The director dares to think so?" Jian Hong replied, "Isn't it all thanks to you energizing him every day?" Yuan shrugged innocently. However, Jian Hong added, "I might not be able to join, as I am about to record a dating variety show, fully enclosed with no phones allowed." He lamented, "Little you won't see me again for over a month." Yuan gave a vague acknowledgement of his farewell. Tales of the Immortal Gate was a typical low-budget production, with everyone holding similar status. They often gathered to share laughs, their camaraderie far deeper than that of ordinary colleagues. Having finally wrapped up filming, they were reluctant to part ways. The dinner extended into the late hours of the night, and as the drinks flowed, everyone became a bit rowdy, with Zhu Xini clinging to the actress playing the third sister, wailing, "Old 3, don't leave. How will I survive without you?" Ultimately, the director had to ensure that the sober ones escorted everyone home. Yuan, having drunk little, awoke the next day refreshed, ready to tackle the day as the spirited little Yu. He hopped on his electric scooter, heading to the company as the boss had announced they would be filming a vlog today. With everything settled, Director Gao finally returned from his retreat, coincidentally on a day when all company members were free from work. The boss stated they would create a grand vlog to introduce their Starshine media, laying the groundwork for future growth. Upon arriving, Yuan found Chu Han already there, curiously inspecting the decor of the reception area and complimenting, "Your company's interior design is quite tasteful." The furnishings were simple, with a subtly metallic accent wall that added a touch of technological and futuristic flair to the otherwise conventional reception area. The company's logo adorned the wall, its sleek, flowing font boldly contrasting in color. Yuan glanced around, thinking, how could it not be appealing? After all, it was painted by teacher Xie himself, and his own contributions were part of it. "I painted this wall," he boasted, pointing to the prominent silver-gray one. At that moment, Shisu stepped out of the elevator, headphones clamped on his blue head. In a moment of inattention, he bumped into the transparent glass, wincing in pain. Witnessing this, Yuan thought, can our Starshine media truly flourish? The future seems uncertain. It was unclear how the boss managed to establish connections, but it turned out he unilaterally contacted Feng Changzhou, clarifying the situation. One night, Shisu suddenly messaged him, "Hey man, I'm not going home to sell barbecues anymore. I can still make it in the entertainment industry." Yuan did not respond at the time, and Shisu continued to chat with himself in the dialogue box. "But I've decided to invest in a barbecue restaurant, just in case I can't make it one day so I won't starve." Shisu then added, "I'll still give you a discount. My best friend." Heart emoji. Director Gao arrived late, and upon seeing him, Yuan exclaimed, "Director Gao, have you been living like a monkey in the mountains? In just half a month." Gao Kaiyu's hair had grown considerably, tousled and wild, resembling a bird's nest minus the bird. A stubbly beard had sprouted. His eyes appeared vacant, and thick bags hung beneath, making him look as if all vitality had been drained from him. He yawned, having been sleep-deprived for the past 2 weeks. Xie Jimiao disapproved of his appearance, deeming it detrimental to the company's image, and forbade him from appearing on camera. Gao Kaiyu, however, was delighted to be left undisturbed, retreating to the guest sofa, where he retrieved a blanket and comfortably fell asleep. After sharing a few words with Yuan, Xie Jimiao turned to see the sofa emitting soft snoring sounds. He sighed, "Let us move to another room for the broadcast." The 6 key members of the company were meant to gather at this moment, but unfortunately, one was en route and another was fast asleep next door. Xie Jimiao arranged them in a neat row and explained, "I sent out a preview last night, but netizens expressed a desire for a live broadcast, so we changed it on short notice. Teacher Shi, do you have any issues with that?" Upon hearing it was a live broadcast, Shisu sprang to his feet. He ruffled his messy hair, resembling Gao Kaiyu's, and exclaimed, "I'm not wearing any makeup." Yuan thought to himself, as expected from someone with a background in talent shows. They understand image management. Little Yu raised his face and said, "Neither am I made up." Shisu glanced at him, remarking, "Your skin is as tender as a peeled egg. You don't need makeup." Flattered by the unexpected compliment, Yuan felt shy, muttering a modest thanks. Chuhan poked her head out, saying, "But you were going to appear in the vlog, weren't you? That's different." Shisu lamented for a moment before stating earnestly, "Vlogs can be edited frame by frame." Yuan thought, "This kid is so nonchalant. He clearly has experience." Xie Jimiao chimed in, "Our company doesn't carry such burdens. If we're ugly, we're ugly. I can still find resources for you." Shisu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his gaze toward the boss filled with admiration. Just on time, Xie Jimiao initiated the live broadcast. The lighting and high-definition cameras were set up, and a phone was placed in front of Yuan for viewing the comments. As soon as the broadcast began, comments flooded in synchronously. "We greet the king of melons. We greet the king of melons. We greet the king of melons. Yuan." He has made a concerted effort to accept it, yet upon encountering this meme in person, he cannot help but feel a twinge of adolescent embarrassment. Some memes are burdens that one carries throughout life, and certain awkwardness will linger eternally. A nameless sage once proclaimed that as long as one's heart remains steadfast like a rock, one cannot be easily swayed. However, at that moment, the rock-like composure of his heart crumbled, and Yuan turned to inquire with a questioning gaze at Shisu. "Why are you laughing?" Chuhan, desperately suppressing the upward curve of his lips, struggled to recall sorrowful memories. The barrage of comments drew nearer, their impact intensifying, and he exerted considerable effort to stifle his laughter within his throat. "I merely find the barrage rather amusing." Shisu, oblivious to his feelings of shame, deliberately raised his phone screen to show him. "Look, I told you so." Yuan, feeling utterly disenchanted, closed his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, he had resigned himself to his new identity, addressing the audience, "Your Majesty, please rise." "Thank you, Kingwa. Thank you, Kingwa. Thank you, Kingwa. Where is the crown prince? Is he absent today?" Xie Jimiao had stepped out to take a call, temporarily leaving the live stream to their unbridled creativity. Yuan responded with resignation, "The crown prince will not be attending today. We are having a small team-building event, and only company members will make an appearance." After replying, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Chu Han, who surprisingly appeared indifferent, showing no signs of displeasure at the mention of this person. In truth, Chu Han was merely suppressing his laughter, maintaining an expressionless facade. "It is best when the crown prince is seated beside you. How could the king function without his loyal guardians?" Yuan quickly retrieved his phone to search for information regarding loyal guardians, coming across a meme featuring him from the live stream when he commanded everyone to rise. The netizens had adorned him with a crown, while Feng Chengzhou and Chu Han, coincidentally glancing at the camera with solemn expressions, were dressed in regal attire as royal bodyguards. The caption read, "King Gua is present. The two on either side, may they be honored as left and right guardians." After viewing the meme, Yuan fell silent. He subtly reminded the netizens, "The crown prince is the future chairman of the Huading group. Would it be? How audacious! How dare he refuse? If King Gua has taken a liking to him, that is his fortune. The mere crown prince of Huading, how could he compare to our King Gua? Your Majesty, I do not covet your melon fields. I merely desire your beauty. May I enter the inner palace?" If you are to enter the inner palace, then I shall take the role of the imperial concubine. If you are the imperial concubine, then I shall be the favored concubine. If you are the favored concubine, then I shall be the esteemed consort. Then I shall take on the role of Zhenhuan. Jia, accuse Shifei of misconduct and chaos in the harem. Her crimes are unforgivable. Shisu, taking a moment to catch up, had just finished searching for loyal guardian images and leaned in. Are there any front or rear guardians? I want to be one. This truly left the netizens momentarily speechless. Jia, bestow upon you the title of Commander-in-Chief. Shisu solemnly clasped his hands. Thank you, Empress Jia. By the way, when did Shisu and Xiao Yu join the same company? Now that you mention it, I suddenly realized that Chu Han is also from this company. Who else is in your company for this team-building event? Finally, the conversation returned to the main topic, and Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He took on the role of host, formally introducing, this is Shisu, who debuted through a talent show, handsome and highly attractive, destined to star in idol dramas as a rising star. This is Chu Han, who has numerous works to his name. Everyone should be familiar with him. He recently signed with our company. Although Starlight Media is a fledgling company, someone of Teacher Chu's caliber will shine brightly wherever he goes. After concluding his introduction, he beamed with pride. Let us give a warm welcome. Welcome. One is an idol, the other a powerhouse, and you? Yuan replied without hesitation. I am merely a slacker. My goal is to be supported by these two friends once they achieve stardom. Ha 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 ha. After just a few days, King Gua's ability to ramble has improved significantly. Do not belittle yourself. You are, after all, King Gua. How about this? You can be a paparazzo, capturing the beautiful moments around you at any time, then use that material to blackmail major entertainment companies. Yuan instinctively turned to glance at Shisu, who, upon catching his gaze, straightened up a bit, feeling somewhat guilty. Just as Yuan was about to subtly admonish him to refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Hiyu entering with several plastic bags. Ah look, our teacher Xie has arrived. Shisu attempted to redirect his attention. As Xie Hiyu entered, the wind chimes hung by the door jingled melodiously. Today, the cool guy wore simple attire, a black t-shirt and trousers, with a discreet lip ring accentuating his style. Xie Hiyu scanned the group and silently mouthed, "Have you had breakfast?" Before Yuan could respond, Shisu recognized the gesture and raised his hand high. Teacher Xie, I've not eaten. He had woken up late, leading to an irregular schedule, and had no time for breakfast on his way here. Breakfast was meant for the two middle-aged men, Xie Jiamao and Gao Kaiyu, who had no good breakfast habits. The kind-hearted teacher Xie had brought enough for 5 people. The barrage of comments was piqued by this mention of teacher Xie. Who is that? An assistant? What delicious treats did he bring? Let us see. You haven't had breakfast? Perfect. Neither have I. Let us have an exhilarating eating broadcast. Xie Hiyu signaled to Shisu to come over and collect the food. This time, the blue-haired one failed to comprehend. Teacher Xie, what do you have? Soup dumplings? Soy milk? Egg rolls? Please bring them over, thank you. Xie Hiyu. The barrage was growing hungry. I declare that you must eat these in front of me. There is no way you can go by your own. How tantalizing. Yuan leaned over to whisper to Chu Han. Did you have breakfast? Chu Han shook his head. Thus Yuan waved to Xie Hiyu, smiling, over here. Xie Hiyu left 2 buns and 2 cups of soy milk for the still-dazed Gao Kaiyu and the mysteriously absent Xie Jiamao, packing the remainder in a large bag to take away. A slender hand emerged from off-camera, pale and with subtle veins visible along the forearm, adorned with a silver pinky ring. This hand. I've seen such hands in certain action films, though not quite as attractive. It seems capable of penetrating deeply, not literally. Not only deep but muscular. I fear he possesses quite the strength. Is this the new arrival? May I inquire if this is a legitimate live stream? Ladies, pay attention. The moderator has arrived. Do not get captured. Yuan lowered his head to rummage through the breakfast, oblivious to the momentary chaos in the comments. Xie Hiyu pushed a glass container filled with sliced avocado sandwiches into the frame. He mouthed, eat this. Yuan, not particularly hungry, found the sandwiches visually appealing. He met Xie Hiyu's gaze, confirming that it was indeed meant for him. Taking a bite, the flavors of avocado and egg burst upon his palate, rich and delectable, causing his eyes to light up instantly. Xie Hiyu leaned against the wall, hands in pockets, nodding slightly, the ring on his lip reflecting a cold glimmer. Yuan silently mouthed, did you add cucumber? Xie Hiyu nodded, emphasizing, fresh. Yuan replied, I can taste it. He smiled, pure and enchanting, a tear mole beneath his eye adding to his charm. After a moment, He could no longer resist raising his hand, subtly pointing to the corners of his lips. A notification chimed. Xiaohe, you sent a product link for a lip clip. Yuan was delighted. A lip clip would be splendid. He could wear it too. He began to envision himself adorned with the lip clip, exuding coolness and charm, while the barrage of comments spiraled far off course due to his continuous small gestures. We seem to have transformed into air. What does it mean to point at one's mouth? Is it a kiss? Xiao Yu, you are forbidden from kissing other boys? Do you understand? Whoa. Xiao Yu's smile is so sweet. Damn it. Why isn't my wife in my bed? Who has stolen him away? Damn. I'm starting to ship you two. Ha ha ha. Can anyone decipher his lip movements? Who can interpret this? How can they even converse? Damn. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be food. Take a bite. Shisu, with a small steamed bun in one hand and soy milk in the other, was enjoying his meal when he caught sight of this scene, turning his head and shaking it as he scrutinized the interaction between Xiaohe and Yuan. When Yuan turned around, he saw Shisu moving about like a hyperactive child. Onsesu, Yuan remarked. If you're itchy, just take a shower. While Shisu was munching on his snack. Chapter 30. The recording of the Battle Royale, Part 1. The live stream lasted only an hour. Although netizens clamored for the Melon King to continue chatting, Yuan was aware that these individuals were merely engaging in idle chatter. The rain absorption team indeed. You are all habitually supportive. Despite your professed fondness for me, it is not as profound as you claim. Yuan took pride in his burgeoning understanding of the entertainment industry. After being scrutinized that day, he had diligently researched for several days. If you say that, then I shall not leave. My dear lady weighs 100 pounds but possesses 200 pounds of rebellion. Can you truly predict my actions? This position in the court. I have firmly secured it. Cybernetic wooden fish tap tap tap. Ha, with a charming smile. You little rascal. You have successfully ignited my competitive spirit. Alright, just wait. I shall accompany you until you explode into fame and glory that shatters the universe. After the live stream concluded, Yuan rested at home for a few days. On the eve of Monday, he picked up a small suitcase and embarked on an exhilarating journey. The Battle Royale is about to begin. Having had prior experience with variety shows, Yuan adeptly coordinated with the staff, recording some preliminary footage in the car. The destination for the first episode's recording was in the outskirts of Lin City, and the specific location had not been disclosed in advance. The staff arranged accommodations, and the styling team arrived at their door early the next morning. The mysterious aura of the Battle Royale is always strong. Unlike other variety shows, where guests meet beforehand to familiarize themselves, here, not only did Yuan not meet anyone, but he only learned the names of the other regulars from the official announcement on the PD's Weibo account, with no contact information provided. Upon arriving at the halfway point in the mountain via the production team's vehicle, Yuan encountered an unexpected face. Jian Heng waved enthusiastically at him. Yuan? All the guests present were already styled, leaving only him and Jian Heng in the open area. Jian Heng was dressed in a somewhat disheveled medieval outfit, intentionally aged in detail, appearing rather drab, while he cradled a lute in his arms. As he approached, Yuan asked, "Aren't you recording a dating show?" Jian Heng remained cheerful, explaining, "Although I didn't record a dating show, I managed to snag a spot on the Battle Royale. Who got popular, I won't say, but Xiao Yu, you are indispensable." Jian Heng pounded his chest in gratitude, concluding with bright eyes, "And Xiao Yu, you look incredibly handsome today." Yuan glanced down at his attire. The styling for the Battle Royale usually corresponds to their identities, and the identity cards had been drawn online 2 weeks prior, allowing the styling team ample time to modify and enhance, ensuring the outfits were more in line with the artists. The vest and long boots accentuated his tall frame, with a complex arrangement of belts around his waist, a shiny badge gleaming on his chest, and a sword originally attached to his left hip, which he had just removed due to mobility concerns. He lightly stroked the sword's hilt, feeling the embedded rubies. A cape draped over his shoulders, with tassels cascading down the folds. Yuan surmised that today he was either a prince or a warrior. The classical castle behind him, exuding a medieval aura, undoubtedly validated his conjectured worldview. Truly, a renowned money-burning variety show. Jian Heng scrutinized him and stroked his chin, saying, "It seems you are the visual king of this episode. My little partner is merely excellent, one wielding a sword and the other holding a guitar. What if we can't run today?" Both had done their homework. In the Battle Royale, NPCs would continuously appear, and any encounter with them would significantly deplete their health bar. Once the health bar reached 0, one would perish. Guitar? The topic veered slightly, and Yuan looked curiously at the lute in Jian Heng's arms. A guitar only has 6 strings. Your instrument here has too many to count at a glance. What? I thought it was a variant of the guitar. What is a lute? Yuan stammered momentarily. Jian Heng spoke so confidently that Yuan briefly doubted his own judgment, only to realize that this guy was simply rambling. The lute was a solo instrument popular in Europe during the Renaissance. Yuan pondered for a moment and succinctly summarized. In short, it is a plucked string instrument of considerable difficulty, favored by medieval troubadours. Jian Heng counted the strings carefully. Wow, 11 strings. You know so much. Can you play it? Yuan hesitated, admitting that he knew a little. In college, he had learned a bit from a musically talented classmate, but he had not practiced in years and had nearly forgotten everything. Jian Heng's eyes lit up, about to request a performance, when the car carrying the third guest arrived. It was another familiar face. Tong Li stepped out of the car, adorned in a complex belle dress, and upon seeing them, she smiled. Hello, how are you? Tong Li was also a new regular for this season, having bargained with the production team for numerous resources in Mountainside as the intellectual contributor. She was the only one among the other 4 regulars who had previously collaborated with Yuan, and her appearance made him subconsciously relax a little. Soon, the remaining 3 guests arrived in succession. This season featured 2 regulars from previous seasons, the seasoned national MC Fan Xiangyang and the rising star Daniel Li. The latter, possessing a quarter Scottish ancestry, was adored by viewers for his handsome and deep features, as well as his enthusiastic engagement with each episode's identity card, even going so far as to alter his speaking style to fit the character. The other was the young flower Yi Ming, who had gained fame in recent years and brought her own traffic. The production team did not allow the guests much time for socializing. After a simple nod of greeting, they covered the guests' eyes with black cloth and led them into the ancient castle behind them. This castle, nestled deep within the forest on the mountainside, was surrounded by towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly. Upon landing, Yuan discreetly studied the castle's exterior, which appeared desolate and dilapidated. The clock tower had ceased to function, with the hour hand missing. The walls were mottled, and even the outer fence was covered in cobwebs, rusted and weathered. It resembled a long-abandoned fortress. The staff guided them to their designated positions, settled them in, and quietly departed. Buzzing. A somewhat garbled broadcast echoed in the room. Yuan removed his eye mask and surveyed the surroundings, surprised to discover that, in stark contrast to the cold and decayed exterior, the interior of the castle was unexpectedly bright and splendid. This perhaps was a study, with a well-stocked bookshelf standing in the corner, and he was seated at a desk. To his left was a brass bird ornament, vividly lifelike, with ruby eyes that shimmered with a faint glow. The broadcast emanated from a small speaker hanging in the corner. Buzzing. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Dragon's Castle. The voice was low and hoarse, calm yet mechanical, but upon closer listening, there was an undercurrent of malice. In the 12th year of King William's reign, the brave squadron ventured deep into the forest to search for the princess's whereabouts. Mighty heroes, you are the king's carefully selected champions. The swords of the brave are unmatched in sharpness. The great sorcerer can face thousands alone. The resilient dwarves shall not yield to iron steeds, and the wise elves have mastered the most intricate healing magic. The castle of the malevolent dragon is fraught with peril. Shadows haunting your every step, brave warriors. The path to reclaim the princess is laden with dangers. Yuan suddenly tilted his head, hearing echoes from the corridor outside, indicating that the broadcast was not directed at any individual but rather intended for all guests within the ancient fortress. The road ahead remains uncertain, with every corner potentially hiding an enemy. This final sentence of the broadcast felt more like a cautionary note compared to the preceding background exposition. As the broadcast concluded, Yuan locked eyes with a small bird figurine on the table, drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair while revisiting the rules of the survival game in his memory. Each episode presents a new identity, with only superficial hints provided at the outset, details like attire, the arrangement of the surroundings upon awakening, and the objects on one's person all serve to hint at the character one embodies in the current narrative. However, merely knowing one's identity is far from sufficient. As the recording progresses, more clues emerge, gradually revealing the stories of these characters, culminating in a race to piece together vital information. 2 essential conditions determine the possibility of escape. First, to unlock one's complete storyline, and second, to maintain a health bar above 20%. During the quest to accomplish tasks and unlock storylines, NPCs continuously launch attacks, causing the health bar to plummet. A drop to 20% signifies an inability to escape. A drop to 0 means death. The sole method to restore health involves hunting your prey. Hidden within their storylines lies a chain of predation, and your identity will reveal who among them can provide sustenance when your health wanes to 20%. Typically, the combination of all guests' predation chains forms a closed loop. Under such dire circumstances, the storyline gains paramount significance. Yuan glanced at the back of his hand, where the 3 glowing blue segments on his black fingerless glove flickered. The segment closest to his thumb diminished to nearly half. Why had his health decreased so rapidly this time? He furrowed his brow in confusion. Apart from NPC attacks, mere survival also consumes health, which means that even sitting idle would result in a decline. In this context, time translates directly into life. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the space around him, which generally signifies home, concealing vast amounts of identity information. To avoid being pursued by NPCs upon exiting, he resolved to thoroughly search this room before departing. 7th day countdown. We have traversed mountains and rivers, following the princess's clues to this castle. His words are intimidating. The truth remains uncertain. As a precaution, I have decided to document my findings. 6th day countdown. Ghosts are omnipresent. The great mage has been injured. Time has frozen here, and his wounds refuse to heal. Blood flows profusely, and I must urgently find a means of balance, or he will perish from excessive bleeding. 5th day countdown. We have discovered traces of the princess. She must be within this castle. It cannot be mistaken. 4th day countdown. We rescued the princess. Yet, the great mage has died. 3rd day countdown. A despairing message has cast a powerful spell over the castle, as formidable as a continuous mountain range. Without the great mage, we are powerless to break through. 2nd day countdown. To save the dwarf, the elves sacrificed themselves. I must take them away, to honor our fallen companions. O valiant hero, draw your sword countless times and break through the myriad obstacles before you. 1st day countdown. We cannot escape. This was a journal laid upon the desk before him, its pages few and filled with graceful yet somewhat hasty handwriting. Flipping through, he noted some analyses of the castle. The earlier broadcast mentioned that the entire fortress belonged to the malevolent dragon. Hence, Yuan could not possibly be the owner of this study, though it remained unclear why he lingered here, leaving behind a plethora of traces. A feather quill and inkpot lay in disarray on his right, while a dozen opened books cluttered the table, and the bookshelf stood ajar, its tomes haphazardly arranged. He remained in this study, perusing the collection, searching for a way to break the enchantment. Yuan hesitated for a moment before quickly rummaging through every drawer in the room that could hold items, gaining a rough idea of their contents before approaching the bookshelf. Before flipping through the books, he instinctively glanced at the first segment of his health bar, which was nearly empty. This was abnormal. The decline was too swift. Theoretically, their health bars should sustain 24 hours of life activities. Yuan turned back again, scanning the room once more. Everything appeared unchanged from his initial observation. Low cabinets, a desk, a cluttered tabletop, brass ornaments. His gaze suddenly fixed upon a brass bird. Just moments ago, as he sat at the desk, the bird had been directly in front of his eyes. How was it still watching him now that he stood before the bookshelf? Ghosts watch over you. Is the ghost a bird? Suppressing his thoughts for the moment, Yuan removed the dust cover from the high cabinet and draped it over the bird. The crimson gaze vanished, leaving only a slight bulge on the table to signify its presence. The bookshelf contained approximately 60 books, alongside the open tomes on the desk, totaling over 70. Yuan decided to conduct a swift scan. Skimming through books has its own techniques. First the title, then the table of contents, followed by the preface, and finally, a quick browse through potentially significant sections from the contents. This method would essentially allow him to catalog all clues in his mind, facilitating future retrieval while simultaneously enriching his scant knowledge of the Western fantasy realm. 20 minutes later, he glanced at his health bar. The first segment still contained a sliver of health. The rate of decline had slowed significantly compared to before, leading him to conclude that the bird was indeed the cause. With this thought, Yuan gathered the books and turned back. The dust cover had fallen to the floor. The brass ornament on the desk had vanished. Balancing the books in one arm, he awkwardly hoisted the cross-shaped sword onto his shoulder, scanning his surroundings for any sign of the bird. Where had it gone? A slight chill brushed against the nape of his neck, and Yuan instinctively turned around. With a thud, the sword's blade collided with the brass bird, producing a low, resonant sound as the mechanical creature crashed against the wall, its brass wings flapping stiffly before ultimately succumbing to its fate. It fell to the ground, motionless. Yuan pondered, will I have to compensate for damaged props? He furtively glanced at the camera nestled in the corner of the room, where the production director and numerous staff members were undoubtedly present. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yuan shifted the sword from his shoulder, holding it obediently in his hands. He observed the half-lifeless brass bird on the floor, hesitating momentarily before attempting to salvage it. The sword's tip cautiously prodded the small bird. In the next moment, with a click, the bird and the sword's tip were drawn together magnetically. Yuan mused, this bird can fly on its own. It's not surprising it's an electronic device. It's also not strange that electronic devices contain magnetic components, but what does that have to do with the tip of a leather scabbard? Could it be that the production team had installed some special device in the cross-shaped sword's tip? He nudged the small bird aside, squeezing the tip of the sword, which felt oddly firm. Extending the sword's tip out again, he found that the bird was once more drawn to it from a distance of about 10 centimeters. After several trials, Yuan finally confirmed that the sword's tip indeed contained a special mechanism capable of creating a magnetic attraction with the small bird. Suddenly, he realized this was a loophole. If the brass bird was indeed today's NPC, as mentioned in the broadcast, then he had no reason to fear being pursued by the ghost. As long as he ensured he was not in an open space, the ghost would need to approach him to scan, and he could apprehend the ghost using this sword. Realizing this, Yuan slowly lifted his gaze toward the camera in the corner. He raised an awkward yet courteous smile. Behind the camera, the director and crew shared the same realization. A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 31. The Recording of the Great Escape, Part 2. Jian Heng removed his blindfold. It was evident that he was situated in the banquet hall on the first floor of a castle, seated at the long table that dominated the center of the hall, with candelabras casting a soft glow that illuminated the surroundings. The windows appeared to be obscured by something, rendering the hall dim and reminiscent of nighttime. Staircases flanked either side, their brass handrails winding upward, each adorned with a bird poised to take flight, its jewel-like crimson eyes appearing dark and profound in the flickering candlelight. Looking up, he noticed that instead of a chandelier, a ring of glass-carved dragons was embedded in the dome above, their eyes half-closed, their grotesque forms emanating an ominous aura. Jian Heng recalled the announcement that had echoed through the air. This was the castle of the dragon, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him as he dared not look again, instead lowering his gaze to organize the scattered belongings around him. A lute, a messenger bag, several ink brushes, and a poetry collection. The messenger bag contained a haphazard assortment of items, the purpose of which he could not discern at present. He flipped through the poetry collection, which bore witness to his own creations. The handwriting on the initial pages was faded and indistinct, while the latter pages were only half-filled, indicating that this tome had been in use for quite some time. Most of the verses chronicled his travels across various lands, recounting historical sites and legendary figures, while the last few pages diverged into something resembling a diary. I believe he is on the brink of death. In truth, he has long since passed. The departure of his companions has inflicted unbearable pain upon him. The last of his comrades sacrificed their chance for survival in his favor, yet he finds himself at a loss for escape. He carries the weight of everyone's blessings upon him. This is a promise hard to fulfill. The cross-shaped sword is imposing, yet he can only clutch it tightly, awaiting the moment of his soul's demise. In the fading moments, he wishes for me to play a tune of Greensleeves for him. He says it is a song from his homeland. Cannot escape. The final page read. Additionally, he discovered a crucial clue provided by the production team inscribed on the hard cover of the poetry collection. You are the recorder. You are the participant. Recorder? Participant? Jian Heng shook his head in confusion, gathering the scattered items into his messenger bag. It was then he remembered his health bar, glancing back only to be horrified by what he saw. His health bar had dwindled to a mere third. How could this be? Was the air here toxic? Jian Heng nearly blacked out from shock, and upon regaining his senses, he hastily grabbed his messenger bag and lute, sprinting towards the restroom with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. Wet towels! Wet towels! Wet towels! Save my life! He dashed away, oblivious to the faint hum emitted by the brass bird perched on the handrail, which fluttered its stiff wings once he had departed. Upon entering the restroom, he found no towels, resorting to removing the vest from his coat, soaking it and covering his mouth and nose. 3 minutes passed, and his health bar plummeted to 0, with no sign of the bleeding slowing down. Jian Heng repeatedly chanted calm down, calm down, calm down in his mind. The production team could not be so sadistic as to initiate a killing spree right at the start. Surely there must be a solution. He stood before the mirror, using his damp fingers to rake through his hair, attempting to clear his vision to sharpen his thoughts. Yet, in the reflection, the anxiety was palpable across the boy's features. A flicker of red light caught his peripheral vision, and as he focused, he met the gaze of a pair of deep ruby eyes. A brass bird stood above the stall, wings outstretched, its eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the mirror. Jian Heng met its gaze through the reflection, a chill running down his spine. The restroom was eerily quiet, save for the sound of dripping water. As expletives raced through his mind, The bird tilted its head curiously, displaying a rather human-like inquisitiveness. Oh my god! There's a ghost bird. Despite the likelihood that it was merely an NPC set by the production team, Jianheng could not escape the dual punishments of atmosphere and psychological pressure. A curse barely lodged in his throat urged him to flee. The door swung open, and he collided with Yuan, who was entering to use the restroom. Jianheng's mind went blank. After a moment of shock, he blurted out, "Help me, you!" He darted behind Yuan as if teleporting. Yuan, bewildered, was thrust forward, and upon lifting his head, he spotted the brass bird perched on the stall door. He locked eyes with the crimson orbs, paused for a moment, and sincerely apologized. "My apologies." With that, he extended his sword and ensnared the ghost. The bird, taken aback by his swift action, flapped its wings in a futile struggle, but Yuan had already captured at least 5 birds during his journey, now exceedingly adept, earning him the title of Ghost Slayer. He skillfully produced an ink bottle from his belongings, pressed the bird's head into it, and when he withdrew, the once vibrant ruby eyes were now completely shrouded in ink, temporarily losing their sight. He even blew upon it twice to hasten the drying of the ink. Finally, Yuan carried the bird outside the restroom to release it, enthusiastically declaring, "Fly away." The remote staff behind the scenes. Yuan had acted with good intentions, but when he turned back, he noticed Jianheng's astonished expression. "Jianheng, I have quite a few questions, Mr. Yu. Could you answer them one by one?" Yuan asked away Jian. With phantoms lurking outside, it was not prudent to wander freely, and given Jianheng's ambiguous identity, Yuan did not intend to take him to his private study. Thus, they found themselves conversing within the restroom. Yuan leaned against the sink, holding his sword. Jianheng hesitated, casting furtive glances at the weapon. His words caught in his throat. "First, do you have some sort of cheat? Is that what you call first?" As the situation unfolded, Jianheng rephrased his inquiry. "What was that bird just now?" It was quite terrifying. A ghost, as the broadcast indicated. Ghosts are ubiquitous. How do you know it was a ghost? That's a long story. Suffice it to say, I've paid a heavy price in blood. His health bar had dropped by a full third. Jianheng instinctively concealed his bloodied left hand behind him. Could it be that today's NPCs are not human? He murmured. Those who had done their homework knew that in The Great Escape, NPCs lurked everywhere, appearing at any moment during the guests' tasks. Some possessed considerable aggression, often either chasing after people or en route to do so. The guests' clothing had a reactive coating. Once touched, their health bars would plummet. Before this season's recording commenced, the producers had teased on social media about a complete upgrade for the 3rd season, boasting investments of over 100 million, promising viewers a fresh visual experience and urging contestants to prepare themselves. So this was the upgrade? However, while those ghostly birds lacked the grandiosity of human-portrayed NPCs, they were silent, exuding an eerie, sinister aura, and they were more numerous and harder to detect. In terms of sheer terror, it was difficult to ascertain which was more frightening. "Yuan, have you figured it out?" Jianheng cast him a peculiar glance. The new setting of ghostly birds as NPCs was strategically designed for well-prepared contestants or veterans from the previous seasons. With their experience, they would instinctively assume they needed to be wary of human-shaped NPCs that might appear at any moment. By the time they noticed their health bars depleting at an unusual rate, it would likely be too late. "Yuan's quick reaction is rather unusual," Jianheng remarked. "What about your sword? Why can it capture ghosts?" Yuan replied without hesitation, "Because today, I am a ghost slayer. Speak plainly if you would." Yuan sighed. The production team had installed a special mechanism at the base of the sword sheath. Though its purpose was unclear now, it was undoubtedly related to some mechanism within this castle. This device likely contained magnetic components capable of attracting the ghostly birds like a magnet. The Spectre serves as the most significant NPC of this episode. It is implausible that the production team would grant him such an advantage. The peculiar device affixed to the base of the sword sheath is undoubtedly the key to some concealed mechanism, which should only be unearthed once ample clues are provided in the later stages. However, through a fortunate mishap, Yuan not only stumbled upon this unique device but also triggered a bug. Had he not feared the irretrievability of the restoration, he would have eagerly dismantled the apparatus to explore it further. Discovering the corresponding mechanism could unveil the critical clues that the production team intended to keep hidden until the end, potentially allowing for a seamless completion and the establishment of the shortest escape record in history. Yuan caressed the sword sheath, a sense of eagerness stirring within him. Yet, considering the entertainment value, he reluctantly suppressed the thought. Jianheng nodded contemplatively, his fingers gliding over the edge of his satchel, pondering Yuan's identity. Yuan met his gaze with a smile, offering no response. Jianheng, exasperated, remarked that collaboration is essential for mutual success. Although they might be direct adversaries, there exists a possibility that they are not. Without exchanging information, they remain oblivious to the narrative arc. How do you propose we exchange? Jianheng inquired. I possess a collection of poetry. What do you have? A journal, Yuan replied. Let us exchange. Jianheng's tone brightened, his eyes sparkling with mirth, as if he had never once doubted or contemplated, extending his trust wholeheartedly to the individual before him. Jianheng had witnessed the variety show that had sparked Yuan's interest and was acutely aware of how adept his seemingly innocent colleague was at deception. Yet, at that moment, Jianheng realized the truth in the sentiments expressed by netizens. Rationality is one matter, but the information conveyed by visual stimuli is an entirely different realm. Indeed, it is remarkably challenging to remain unbewitched. In the second year of King William I's reign, the sky was overcast. A young boy approached me, inviting me to form a party with him to rescue the princess from the clutches of a wicked dragon. I declined. It was mundane. In the second year of King William I's reign, the sun shone bright. The boy returned. Although he praised me as an unparalleled sorcerer in human history, I remained disinterested in the task of saving the princess. It was still dull. I ought to dedicate this time to the study of magic. In the second year of King William I's reign, the sun continued to shine. 7 days had passed, and I was compelled to admit that the boy had stirred something within me, worthy of wielding my wand once. It was not because his buttered bread was particularly delectable. In the third year of King William I's reign, the sun shone brightly. Our party, composed of myself, the hero, an elf, and a dwarf, successfully rescued the princess, and the king held a grand ceremony in our honor. The hero had vanquished the dragon, and they appeared to have forged an extraordinary friendship. Remarkably, this boy had befriended a dragon. Fascinating. In the third year of King William I's reign, the sun shone once more. The princess invited us to the royal palace for a banquet. I surmised that her true invitation was directed towards the hero, and the other 3 members of our heroic team were merely incidental. This was hardly surprising, considering their deep-rooted bond from childhood. The great sorcerer could forgive them this time. Love can be forgiving. In the third year of King William I's reign, the clouds gathered. Strangely, the princess invited me to dance the first waltz. Had she quarreled with the hero? In the third year of King William I's reign, the sun shone bright. Today, the princess shared some intriguing thoughts with me. She believes that one can befriend a dragon and also a little ant and even the flowers in the flowerbed. She claimed that she is good friends with the clouds above. Is this perspective a result of her being merely 15? How delightful! In the fourth year of King William I's reign, the sky was overcast. The princess is a charming little girl, lively and fond of competing with the hero for buttered bread. Their relationship is remarkable. Seeing them, one feels as if fresh green shoots are sprouting from within. Meanwhile, I am a half-elf sorcerer, perhaps older than the princess's father. In the 6th year of King William I's reign, the sun shone bright. The princess has matured. She is no longer a charming little girl but has blossomed into a beautiful young woman. The king is selecting suitors for her, yet she finds fault with each one. In the 9th year of King William I's reign, the sun shone bright. The princess gifted me an iris's ring, exquisite in its beauty. But why not give it to the hero? In the 13th year of King William I's reign, the princess was abducted by the demon king. The hero once again assembled the heroic team, and this time he need not plead. I willingly joined. After all, the princess stated that I am also her friend. The great sorcerer possesses a habit of journaling, perhaps due to the lengthy and monotonous nature of his existence. He fears forgetting significant events and thus diligently records all that he remembers. Li Daniel and Yiming gathered at the table, having finally perused the voluminous diary. Yiming exhaled deeply, massaging her sore shoulders as she straightened her posture. So, we 4 were acquainted with the princess prior to this incident. Li Daniel, the great sorcerer and the author of the diary, was known for his passionate nature and rapid immersion into character. Upon concluding the diary, he appeared to have fully embodied the great sorcerer, his handsome brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, he affirmed, flipping through a few pages, his anxiety unabated. We have known each other for at least 9 years. Our bond is quite profound. Upon observing his expression, Yiming immediately became alert. You must not let your emotions cloud your judgment. We cannot have you running off to the princess in a fit of sentiment. Li Daniel shook his head, bemused. I am not so easily swayed. You cannot be too certain, Yiming murmured. She recalled instances in previous episodes where Li Daniel had abruptly betrayed their characters due to the narrative. Moreover, having collaborated with him before, she knew him to be exceedingly sentimental. I assure you it will not happen. I have already made a promise to you. This voluminous diary was acquired through their collaborative efforts to unlock a secret chambers mechanism, with Yi Ming's assistance contingent upon mutual information sharing and an unwavering alliance. Li Daniel had acquiesced. Look here, Yi Ming pointed to the final page of the diary, where 2 words were inscribed. The princess was abducted by the Demon King. Yet this is clearly the dragon's castle. Could this be a transcription error? Li Daniel pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The production team would not commit such a blunder. This implies there is something deeper at play. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the diary indicated that the hero and the dragon had become friends, suggesting that the dragon may not be malevolent. Li Daniel suddenly inquired, "Who is this episode's hero? He may be the key that connects us all."
Yi Ming contemplated briefly.
Yuan entered the banquet hall, surveying his surroundings. Having just departed from the study, he intended to explore the grand hall. The phrase "you are the center of the event," when interpreted from a macro perspective, held no extraneous information. However, when viewed spatially, it might suggest that his storyline could uncover clues from the central banquet hall of the entire castle. In an elegantly medieval style, the stained glass windows were obscured, blocking the light from entering, casting shadows upon the wall where the portraits loomed, profound and sculptural, silently observing all that transpired within. He leaned into the angle formed by the staircase, compressing the surrounding space, and inevitably, in the next moment, a phantom bird failed to detect him, fluttering into his view. Behind the phantom bird was the remote control operated by the staff. Thus, before making a move, Yuan gazed earnestly into the bird's eyes and sincerely uttered, "I beg your pardon." With a swift extension of his sword, he drew the bird down. The staff member, bewildered, noted that during the recording, everyone had their designated roles. The incident of Yuan exploiting a bug had yet to circulate, and the staff member behind the phantom bird removed his headphones and set down the remote, staring blankly at his team leader. "Team leader, he just absorbed me, and he smeared ink over my eyes." This high-tech brass bird had been treated to be waterproof. Thus, there was no concern about water damage. However, the scanning mechanism was located within its eyes. Once obscured by ink, it signified a drastic reduction in scanning sensitivity, and if the ink was thick enough, the entire scene would effectively be rendered blind. As the staff member lamented, an air of grievance crept into his tone. Each individual was assigned only one small yellow bird, and he had not yet had his fill of play. Now, it seemed, he would merely watch from behind the screen. Wait, is he off work already? Meanwhile, the director sat before the monitor, troubled. The premiere of each season heralded a fresh beginning, and he was determined to deliver a striking impact to the audience. The script for this episode was nothing short of a tearjerker. He was confident it would resonate with viewers. As it stood, everything appeared to be progressing according to plan, except for Yuan. If this continued, all the NPCs would have to clock out. Crucially, the director sensed that, for the sake of the show's presentation, Yuan was intentionally holding back. Otherwise, he would have dismantled the device at the base of his sword for analysis. He had noticed that the lad had just slipped a screwdriver into his pocket. All of this could be attributed to a certain mystical quality surrounding Yuan. In a bid to expedite the progress of the game, the director pondered deeply and made a momentous decision, to summon a humanoid NPC. He pointed at Yuan, declaring he is the primary focus. The expression on the director's face was as if he were almost saying, "Prepare for severe punishment." Additionally, he instructed the bard's storyline to be expedited. Yuan adeptly captured 2 small yellow birds that fluttered before him, smeared them with ink, and released them. The banquet hall was sparsely adorned, with a long dining table set in the center, flanked by candelabras, giving it an almost vacant appearance. Above, there were no chandeliers, only a ring of glass sculptures. Yuan's gaze fixated on this circle of glass artistry. A dragon coiled, with wings folded, its visage exquisitely rendered. Even in slumber, it could not conceal its ferocity. From such a distance, one could almost feel its oppressive aura, making it easy to imagine how terrifying the beast would be upon awakening. Yet, intricately entwined around the formidable horns of the dragon were delicate, floral-like embellishments, resembling a garland or perhaps a crown. The candlelight flickered dimly, obscuring clarity. He felt an odd sense of familiarity. After a moment's reflection, he lowered his gaze to the badge upon his chest. Surrounding the badge were similar floral motifs, wisteria, symbolizing loyalty and friendship. Raising his eyes once more into the shadows, he beheld the dragoness closed eyes, intricately crafted in colorful glass, with a brief glimmer of candlelight refracting upon it, resembling a solitary tear. Although the dragon was carved with a fierce and terrifying countenance, a closer inspection revealed an inexplicable sorrow. What was its purpose in lurking here? To claim dominion? Perhaps not. The youthful figure of the hero stood silently, gazing up at the fearsome dragon, his demeanor composed and tranquil, imbued with a hint of compassion. The dragon's head extended toward him, its eyes firmly shut yet seemingly poised to open at any moment. A reunion with an old friend. The camera in the corner silently captured this poignant moment. Behind the screen, the director inhaled sharply, realizing that the viewership for this episode was assured. Although Yuan currently knew nothing of the unfolding narrative, perhaps simply having glanced at the scene, that glance would become a fateful turning point in his storyline. Mystical forces indeed. This lad was imbued with a sense of the arcane. The director exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. His presence is our blessing in an instant." He forgave Yuan for the bug incident. The child was merely enthusiastic about exploiting the game mechanics. He instructed the execution team later, "Make sure to tone down the intensity in that secret chamber. We don't want to frighten our young Yu." Beside him, the assistant director, fixated on the monitor, suddenly interjected, "Old Yen, he hasn't gone to the secret chamber in the hall." The director responded, "What? Couldn't he find it?" "No. He hadn't even looked for it." The assistant director hesitated. "It seems he has discovered another clue and has returned to the study." Yuan withdrew a book from the bookshelf, flipping to the page he had hastily glimpsed. Jian Heng's poetry collection revealed several crucial pieces of information. First, he had heard of the hero squad's tale and was aware of their tragic fate. None returned. Second, the hero led the squad into battle at least twice. The broadcast mentioned 4 members of the hero squad. The hero, the grand sorcerer, a dwarf, and an elf. Yet, there were 6 guests this season. Who was the extra one? Clearly, it was Jian Heng, the wandering bard with a lute, a mere observer and chronicler. Moreover, he likely existed in a different temporal dimension from the others. Time here was suspended, as recorded in the hero's journal. In this stasis, a wandering bard had intruded, ultimately ensnared by the magic cast upon the castle. This encapsulated the bard's storyline. As it stands, the hero's journal explicitly stated that the grand sorcerer and the elf had perished, while Li Daniel and Yiming portrayed them. This indicated that at least 2 of the roles assigned to the guests were not of the living but rather of souls lost. The status of the others remained uncertain. The bard was the last to arrive at this castle. After all, his poetry collection still contained second-hand accounts of the hero's tale. Yuan rapidly flipped through the pages. Within this bookcase was a chronicle of major events he had previously skimmed, noting that it only documented events up to the time broadcasted, specifically the 12th year of King William I's reign. Upon learning from Jian Heng that the hero squad had fought twice, he immediately recognized that the chronicle would at least record the details of the first expedition, the past of the hero squad. He had found it. In the 2nd year of King William I's reign, October 13th, the hero squad assembles. In the 3rd year, January 21st, they successfully rescue the princess and return. January 22nd, the king honors the hero squad with titles. May 14th, a malevolent dragon suddenly appears. May 15th, the hero proclaims the conquest of the dragon, binding loyalty and friendship with Wisteria upon the dragon's horns. In the 12th year of King William I's reign, March 28th, the demon lord emerges, and the princess goes missing. April 13th, the hero squad embarks on battle once more. September 11th, none return. December 1st, the guardian dragon of the palace disappears. The chronicle concluded at this juncture. Yuan closed the record and leaned against the fireplace, contemplating. What was now known was that the information broadcasted was somewhat obfuscated. The director's team had attempted to mislead them into believing that the hero squad was a hastily assembled group, when in truth, they had at least 9 years of acquaintance. Furthermore, while the broadcast claimed this was the dragon's castle, the chronicle documented a demon lord, a clear indication that this was no mere oversight. The transition of the castle's master bore significant implications. The most crucial task at hand is to uncover their fates, or more aptly, their causes of demise. For each individual laments, "I cannot escape." What manner of magic looms over the castle, cascading like an unending mountain range? What sorcery could ensnare an entire party of heroes within these walls? As Yuan returned the chronicle to its rightful place, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He paused, pondering with hesitation. What if these apparitions are but lingering echoes of the past? And what of the dragon, the guardian of the royal palace? It has traversed to the distant forest, transforming into a glass-like dome that perpetually surveys every inch of this place, standing vigil eternally. Is it alive or dead? Chapter 32. The Recording of the Great Escape, Part 3. Setting aside the complexities for the moment, Yuan glanced at the blood gauge on the back of his hand, still relatively ample, capable of sustaining him for another 10 hours or so. Since their entry into the ancient castle, Nearly an hour had elapsed. It was time to regroup with his companions, he mused. Some information simply could not be gleaned through his solitary exploration and required the collaboration of his allies. They resembled a puzzle torn into 6 disparate pieces. Only when assembled could the greater picture emerge, yet none could ascertain whether any piece was irrevocably damaged, necessitating the conquest of others to obtain the sustenance for repair. Cooperation is undoubtedly virtuous, yet in the throes of survival, even the slightest concealment could plunge one into the abyss. Selfishness can easily seize the upper hand, often in the blink of an eye. He grasped his sword, preparing to depart, when a hand seized his ankle. Yuan looked down to see a ghastly pale hand emerging from the fireplace, clenching his ankle with an iron grip. His blood gauge plummeted sharply. He tentatively attempted to move, but the pale hand, veins protruding and muscles taut, held fast. What is the meaning of this, old chap? A mere grasp suffices. Why not release me? Yuan set down his sword and crouched, intending to reason with the entity, but unexpectedly, the hand relinquished its hold on his ankle, only to seize his shoulder with unanticipated force, dragging him towards the fireplace. Yuan, quick-witted, grasped the mantle. Goodness! Is this an attempt to confine him in a sealed space, draining his life essence to the last drop? He would not allow it. The fireplace was cluttered with ashes and remnants of unburned wood, its solid wall marred by a gap, replaced by a black elastic band, from which the ghastly hand emerged. Yuan found his footing against the wall and forcefully kicked off. Before the screen, the director exhaled in relief as he witnessed Yuan being grappled by the NPC. They had managed to catch up, and fortunately, their secret room was well prepared. They would provide him with ample information, hoping to prolong his entrapment until the other guests caught up. The assistant director, however, was less optimistic. Why hasn't he been pulled in yet? The 2 directors craned their necks towards the monitor. In the study, the pale hand and Yuan maintained a stalemate for a moment before relinquishing its hold on his shoulder and attempting to dislodge his foot from the wall. Yuan peered out from the fireplace, one foot still being tugged, his rear suspended in midair, nearly performing a split. No, it was far beyond a mere 180 degrees. At last, he could exert some force using both hands and feet to wriggle free. The strength exerted on his ankle was formidable, eliciting a tinge of envy from Yuan. Having been somewhat frail in his youth due to his birth month, he had long aspired to become a muscular and handsome figure. This dream had been thwarted by a silver-haired old physician, who advised him, "Wellness requires moderation. Your vitality is deficient, rendering you unsuitable for intense physical exertion." The old physician remarked that unless he curbed his picky eating habits, he would not replenish his vitality. Yuan retorted, "I'm not picky. The food is simply unpalatable." It was evident that replenishment was futile, fitness was unattainable, and muscle was non-existent. But he possessed extraordinary flexibility and an indomitable will. "You may possess strength, yet I am not without merit." With this in mind, he rolled with fervor, leveraging inertia to successfully break free from the pale hand's grasp. The director and assistant director watched in awe as, within the frame, Yuan dusted off his cloak, proudly lifted his chin, reclaimed his sword, and strode forth like a triumphant hero returning from battle. 2 minutes later, a solitary announcement summoned Yuan back to the study. Hero, have you noticed the peculiarities of the castle? The remnants of the demon lord linger ominously, lurking in the shadows, enticing naive travelers to become instruments of his will. Perhaps engaging in conversation with him may yield unexpected results. Yuan pondered, if this is the clue, why must the NPC drain my blood gauge? Do I appear particularly robust? He glanced down to see that it had dwindled to less than a third. Clutching his sword, he stood before the fireplace, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a good 3 minutes, weighing whether the clues regarding the demon lord warranted the risk. After a moment, he sighed quietly and crouched to enter. The demon lord proclaimed, "Great hero, your resilience stirs my soul. Your courage is sharper than any blade. Though I have perished, my spirit has transformed into an unending curse, forever imprisoning this place. Only through the sacrifice of a companion's soul may a sliver of hope emerge. Great hero, how shall you choose?" Yuan stood in silent contemplation, wordless. This was a dimly lit chamber, or rather a passageway. The entrance had sealed shut, and before him lay an abyss of darkness. On either side stood light-absorbing glass, and the NPC portraying the demon lord oscillated, illuminating a pale, chilling visage with a flashlight that cast a grotesque smile filled with malice. Yuan mused that it was fortunate they were not trying to seize him now. Had they indicated earlier that he would not be captured upon entry, he would have ventured in long ago. He pondered for a moment and attempted to engage the demon lord in dialogue. "Dear demon lord," he began politely, May I inquire about the manner of your demise? The demon lord replied, Hero, you are quite rude. Yuan retorted, Oh, that's a bit harsh. The demon lord, locked in a gaze with Yuan through the glass, had emerald eyes ablaze with fury, yet his smile remained, twisted and strange, imbued with a sense of schadenfreude. Yuan could not help but appreciate the NPC's acting prowess. The demon lord possesses weaknesses. All things in this world have vulnerabilities, including you. Yuan inquired, and what might those vulnerabilities be? The demon lord raised his chin, a hint of arrogance in his smile. Your weakness lies within yourselves. Yuan fell silent. The NPC, uncertain if he had comprehended the message, was about to elaborate when the hero, deep in thought, interjected. Who is the one who will discover your weakness and bring about your downfall? The demon lord, seemingly gritting his teeth for a moment, finally spat out two words. The princess. Year 3 of William I's reign, clear skies. To be honest, I truly dislike writing in a diary. There are so many interesting occurrences each day. How can one possibly decide what to include? Yet the great mage enjoys keeping a journal and sometimes even presses beautiful flowers between the pages. I yearn for more conversations with him, so starting today, the princess shall also keep a diary. This format should be correct. Yes, I recall the great mage's diary is written this way, haha, quietly writing here. In truth, I have seen the great mage's diary. I chanced upon it once. His diary fell to the ground and I picked it up. He wrote that I am quite amusing. Oh gods, I am grateful to you. In truth, I have feelings for the great mage. I hope he knows, yet I also hope he remains unaware. What a conundrum. Year 3 of William I's reign, clear skies. The great mage says that diaries should not be shared or discussed in casual conversation. Alas, if only I were as mature as the great mage, then I could understand why he often gazes, why he shuns the lively gatherings. By the way, although the great mage is older, he is by no means unattractive. He is a strikingly handsome and tall half-elf, adorned with pointed ears and cascading snow-white hair, which can be beautifully braided into long strands. Alas, why does the grand sorcerer continually praise me as a charming little girl? Is it because I lack beauty? Or perhaps I am not courageous enough? In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day. Oh gods! I can scarcely believe what the hero has done. He has returned with that dreadful dragon. Oh gods! What could he possibly be thinking? That ferocious beast captured me and refused to feed me. Its transgressions against me are utterly unforgivable. There is no creature more vile than it. And the hero, my dearest friend, how could he? I am furious. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day. I have not spoken to the hero for 3 days. I can endure. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day. I have not spoken to the hero for 7 days. On the 6th day, he came to borrow the grand bathing pool, and when I inquired as to his intentions, he shockingly declared he wished to bathe the dragon. Is this normal? Why would he choose to befriend a dragon? His friendship with the dragon implies a rejection of our bond. I shall no longer acknowledge him. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the dragon was scorned by the townsfolk today. They hurled vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at it. That dragon, fierce and menacing, glared and frightened the people away, yet it was filthy all over. Well, admittedly, it was never clean to begin with, but, considering its pitiful state, I might allow it to use the grand bathing pool for a wash. In truth, the dragon is not as malevolent as people claim. It merely withholds food from me, but it has not committed any heinous acts. It has not scorched the farmers' fields nor stolen jewels from merchant caravans. All right, I concede that if it were to apologize for denying me food, I might reluctantly forgive it and consider it a friend. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the dragon, bad. It damaged my grand bathing pool, and it offered no apology. I despise it. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the hero summoned the dwarves to repair my pool. The newly restored bathing pool is grand and radiant, and I adore it. The grand sorcerer and the elf also arrived. It has been so long since I last saw them, and I yearn for their company. Does everyone come when the pool is broken? Hee. Then the dragon can bathe several more times. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the dwarf brought wine. He is the finest craftsman in the kingdom. His hands more dexterous than the swiftest loom I have ever seen, capable of creating anything. They sipped wine and conversed in the garden. The dwarf declared his intention to forge a mighty holy sword for the hero. The hero exclaimed how splendid that would be. The dwarf continued, asserting that once forged, this sword could sever even the most potent of magic with a single strike. The grand sorcerer smiled and offered to imbue the sword with indomitable magic. The hero joyously proclaimed that once the sword is completed, We shall travel the lands together to vanquish all evil. The elf nodded with a smile, as is her nature, shy and reticent, rarely speaking. The dragon lay lazily nearby, exhaling puffs of air. Upon hearing this, it raised its head and opened its eyes, speaking human words. It said, "Embed the scales from my neck into the hilt of the sword, so that when you call upon me, magic will be unnecessary. Simply point the sword's tip to the sky, and I shall come as promised." The hero laughed and extended a hand to gently tap claws with it. I could not comprehend their conversation, for I am unskilled in magic and cannot wield a sword. I am but a delicate princess. That night, I buried my head beneath the covers and wept for a long time. Why must I be a princess? Why not a hero, an elf, or a dwarf, or a grand sorcerer? My friends are leaving me. I am so disheartened. In the 3rd year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, I secretly inquired of the Grand Sorcerer how one might retain friends. The Grand Sorcerer looked at me in astonishment and after a long pause, asked, "Why would you wish to retain friends? Would you not accompany them?" Indeed, I could journey with them across the lands. Could I? In the 4th year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the princess shall begin reading countless books. Though I am a delicate princess, I shall earn my place among the hero's party through wisdom. Huzzah! Today I read for 20 minutes. I am truly remarkable. I shall reward myself with 30 minutes of play. In the 8th year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, my father wishes to choose a suitor for me, and the first he selects is the hero. I declined. When my father questioned me as to why, given our close relationship, I was perplexed. I stated, I could spend my life alongside the hero until I am 80, competing for buttered bread, or even sparring with him. But why must we marry? He does not love me, nor do I love him. At that moment, the hero was by my side, nodding in agreement. My father then selected many other fine young men, but none captured my heart. I have long had someone I admire. In the 13th year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, I have been kidnapped once more. Oh gods! Am I truly so beautiful that I am taken every few years? Alas, I am but a delicate princess, powerless to resist. Along the way, I quietly left many markers, believing that soon, our friends would come to rescue me. I remain as fragile as before. Yet fortunately, I have read countless books and have become wiser. In the 13th year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, the Dark Lord has imprisoned me in a basement, filled with mice and cockroaches, dirty and chaotic. By chance, I overheard his minions conversing. They spoke of how the Dark Lord has discovered the hero's whereabouts and plans to use this opportunity to set a trap, capturing this formidable band of heroes, rendering them unable to thwart his dominion over the lands. A sense of dread enveloped me. What shall I do? What can I do? I am acutely aware that this enemy is far more powerful than any I have faced before. The Dark Lord's magic flows endlessly, like mountains, and he commands many minions. The place is teeming with dark creatures. Perhaps I should not have left those markers. No, I must alert them. But how can I warn them? Cannot escape. What to do? In the 13th year of King William I's reign, on a sunny day, after pondering for a day and night, I finally discerned the solution. I must slay the Dark Lord. I remember his weakness. I have read of it in books. I must eliminate him, I think. In the quiet basement, Tong Li read her diary by the faint glow of the luminous pearl overhead. Upon reaching the end, she was shocked and incredulous, pointing at herself. Did I kill him? Perhaps not. Fan Xiangyang found her terrified expression both amusing and perplexing. You may wish to kill him, but you did not succeed. After all, this is merely your diary. Tong Li felt somewhat reassured. She had nearly been frightened to death by this diary. It was the Dark Lord, after all. He had conjured the entire ancient castle. How could she possibly have the means to slay him? They had agreed to form an alliance. She had shared her diary, and Teacher Fan must not betray her. She sighed in relief, leaning against the wall to chat with Fan Xiangyang. This place is a basement, and she had been unable to find a way out until just now when Fan Xiangyang broke in, having found the key from upstairs based on clues. Goodness, the key was upstairs. If no one had come in, she would have been trapped there indefinitely. Fan Xiangyang smiled wryly, showing her the blood gauge on the back of his hand, still nearly half full. Even if you are my hunting target, I have no need to kill you. Moreover, I have shared all my information with you, haven't I? The basement has its advantages. There are no brass songbirds here, and Tong Li's blood gauge is likely the least depleted among all members. When Fan Xiangyang entered, she had only lost a small amount of blood. The two conversed briefly, swiftly reaching a consensus to form an alliance and exchange information. Their health bars were both substantial, posing no immediate risk of betrayal. Tong Li flipped through her diary, muttering, "Is that Demon King truly dead?" "She killed me," the Demon King declared. As he spoke, a grotesque tapestry of loathing, hatred, and regret twisted across his face, rendering him particularly fearsome. Yuan, sword in hand, leaned against the wall. "Please commence your discourse," he instructed. The Demon King responded with a glare. "Pardon me, do share your tale?" Yuan pressed, barely suppressing a chuckle at the staff's dedication. She feigned compliance, inviting me to dinner, but in truth, she dripped her own blood into my wine. "What use is her blood?" Yuan inquired. The Demon King replied with haughty disdain. "My sole vulnerability lies in the blood of the pure-hearted." "Is she pure-hearted?" Yuan asked. "Before consuming her blood, I was unaware. Afterward, I can affirm she is an exceptionally rare embodiment of purity. Her soul and blood are the most pristine and delectable I have ever savored." "How delightful! What do they call it? To die after being sated, to be a flamboyant ghost?" The Demon King seethed. "She is the most foolish princess I have ever encountered. She possesses not an ounce of magic, is so frail that she cannot endure a single meal's absence, and would weep through the night if her skin were gnawed by rats in the basement. I believed her to be utterly harmless. Yet, how dare she, if she were not pure-hearted? But she is," Yuan interjected. "Purity restrains evil. This is the truth of the world." The Demon King proclaimed, "Indeed, my demise is certain, yet my spirit shall endure." That foolish and fragile princess, overwhelmed by the magical force dissipating from my corporeal form, fainted. The creatures cast her into the basement, and I resolved to let her starve, indulging my own delight. But just then the hero squad arrived. They dared to attempt her rescue, to save this foolish princess? I would not allow it. I could not accept it. I have lost. Someone must endure 1,000-fold more pain. Thus I cursed this place. I cursed that the Demon King's castle would transform into the most formidable prison, countless creatures morphing into spectral birds, devouring their flesh and blood. I cursed that time would freeze upon them, their wounds eternally etched, never to heal, like mountains of magic. I wish for you to become the most wicked curse, a malevolent spell limited to 7 days. Should none among them be willing to sacrifice a companion's soul to nourish the Demon King, let them never escape. Sacrifice? A companion's soul? Yuan blinked slightly. It seemed he suddenly understood why everyone said, "I cannot escape." The formidable Demon King had left a desperate counterattack, ensnaring the entire hero squad. "Your weakness lies within yourselves." Yes, their weakness was their comrades. "Thank you for your narrative," Yuan finally spoke, straightening his posture and bowing courteously to the Demon King. "I am pleased to hear of your misfortunes. I must proceed to the next challenge. Until we meet again, esteemed monarch." He stepped away, unhurriedly making his way toward the end of the corridor. Chapter 33. The recording of the Battle Royale, Part 4. Show your health bars. Let's reveal them and discuss cooperation. In the dimly lit hall, Tong Li, Fan Xiangyang, Li Daniel, and Yiming occupied separate corners, facing off across a long dining table. The atmosphere was tense. Nearly all guests were aware that the most threatening NPC of this session was the group of brass birds. Some were fortunate, awakening in a basement devoid of NPCs, while others, having only a third of their health remaining, discovered the presence of the brass birds. Yiming and Li Daniel were among the latter. They clasped their hands behind their backs, hesitantly exchanging glances. Tong Li hesitated before revealing her health bar. "I have been in the basement since awakening. There were no brass birds, so I still have considerable health. If needed, I can be the first to confront the NPC later. After all, having a full health bar is not much different from having 21%. We can certainly cooperate, provided we agree not to hunt each other. Perhaps we can all escape." Yiming frowned, pondering for a moment before finally relenting and extending her hand across the dining table toward Tong Li. "A gentleman's agreement. We shall not harm one another." Tong Li met her with a firm handshake. "From our observations, the damage dealt by the brass birds can accumulate. The gaze of 2 birds inflicts damage quite distinct from that of a single bird. When we act, we must designate 2 individuals to remain vigilant of our surroundings at all times. These birds are stealthy, melding into the environment, often difficult to detect with the naked eye, even more so than humanoid NPCs." Fan Xiangyang nodded, pondering who had obscured a batch of brass birds' eyes with ink. Those particular birds were now effectively rendered harmless, yet many others remained. Speaking of which, Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder which genius was responsible for that. Just moments ago in that secret chamber, the ones watching us were the ink-covered brass birds. It was only thanks to this that Li Daniel and I managed to survive. As she spoke, she extended her hand, revealing her health bar to be a mere 27%. Lee Daniel grimaced. I have even less, he admitted, his health at 25%. This meant that, barring any NPC attacks or unforeseen circumstances, he could only sustain a minimum of 20% health for approximately 4 hours. Tong Li chuckled softly, sensing that this bug was likely related to Yuan. To be prudent, let us first analyze our respective targets for hunting and then disclose them. This way, we will know whom to keep an eye on, which would be beneficial for everyone. The others had no objections. Tong Li suggested they venture to the basement where no brass birds roamed. Just as the four were about to leave, Jian Heng rushed around the corner with a small bag in tow. Oh, everyone is here? He exclaimed, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead as he caught his breath. His arms were laden with various items. Could you all assist me with a task? I need to take a photo, ideally with everyone in it. Completing this will unlock the next portion of my information. Jian Heng, you are rather sudden, Fan Xiangyang replied, exasperated. We are currently in a battle royale. Every one of us is a potential threat. How can we be sure you are not planning to harm us by asking for a photograph? Jian Heng approached the dining chair, carefully placing his items down. A lute, a compact instant camera which bore a small tag reading, Image Magic Item. He rummaged through his bag and produced a task card. See? It's a task, he said, nonchalantly offering the task card. Fan Xiangyang hesitated before accepting it, reading the inscription. O wandering bard who trespasses into forbidden lands, if you can bring the phantoms of the castle before me, I shall reveal all that you wish to know. Lee Daniel scrutinized the card and confirmed. Indeed, the task card we obtained in the secret chamber was identical. The group's wariness lessened slightly, given Jian Heng's straightforward demeanor. Being a newcomer, he might not grasp the complexities and could genuinely just be seeking their help. Fan Xiangyang re-examined the task card, finding no apparent traps in the wording. We can participate, but who among us is a phantom? Who has perished? Tong Li remarked from previous episodes, the hunting sequence is related to weaknesses. If they are phantoms, the hunting sequence should correspond to their manner of death. It seems too early to reveal that. Lee Daniel shrugged apologetically at Jian Heng, expressing his inability to assist. Is this really that significant? Jian Heng scratched the back of his head. I can just take your pictures and then verify, right? Fan Xiangyang paused before giving him a thumbs up. Well done, young man, you're quite clever. Jian Heng blushed and muttered, oh, it's nothing. Just a simple method. Tong Li inquired, how do we pose? Are there specific stances we should take? Jian Heng, no need, everyone just gather closer. He instructed the group to line up and position the instant camera. Suddenly, he peeked out from behind the camera and asked, where's Teacher Yu? The others exchanged glances, and Tong Li replied, I don't know, we haven't crossed paths. Wasn't he with you? Jian Heng responded, we encountered each other once, but we parted ways quickly. Fan Xiangyang remarked he might be trapped in some hidden chamber. Missing one person is not a problem. Jian Heng lowered his head, murmuring inaudibly, and soon lifted his face, beaming brightly 1, 2, 3, cheese. After taking the photo, he bowed politely and jogged back to the room on the far right of the first floor. Once the door closed, Jian Heng leaned against it, slowly crouching down, covering his rapidly beating heart. I truly am not cut out to be a villain. That was terrifying. After a moment of recovery, he approached the large floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. On the mirror's surface were several crimson letters, still fresh. If any other guests were present, they would undoubtedly keep their distance. O wandering bard who has trespassed into forbidden grounds, you have pledged your loyalty to me. The great Dark Lord bestows upon you a gift. As long as you eliminate the soul he despises most, you shall receive the key to your escape. If you can bring forth the apparitions of the souls within this castle, I shall identify whether that soul lies among them. Today's scenario surprisingly cast him as the antagonist. Jian Heng chuckled wryly, tucking the task card back into his pocket. Thankfully, the production team had written it in an ambiguous manner, he thought. A tad more detail, and it would have been a giveaway. Jian Heng took out the instant photo and placed it against the mirror. Dark Lord, who is the soul you despise? Slowly, a few words emerged on the mirror. Not here. Not here. Jian Heng glanced down, bemused. You truly only respond with whether or not someone is present. The only one missing from this photo is Xiao Yu, yet you loathe the hero? The mirror remained silent. Jian Heng pondered for a moment. If it's the hero, that simplifies matters. The rules of the survival game permitted guests to slay one another, but a failed hunt would result in immediate elimination. If the Dark Lord despised dwarves or sorcerers, he would first need to ascertain the identity of the previous hunter and then ally with them. Conveniently, he happened to be that very individual preceding the hero. he wrote in his poetry collection. That cross-shaped long sword, majestic and imposing, yet he could only cling to the sword, awaiting the end of the soul. Among all present, only the hero wielded the cross-shaped long sword. Undoubtedly, after the bard intruded, the only person he had interacted with was the hero. The hero, lulled into slumber by the melodies of his lute, could only be vanquished through the song titled Greensleeves. Unfortunately, he did not possess the skill to play it. Fortunately, Yuan could. Jian Heng removed the scarf tied around his wrist, revealing a blood meter that was not easily shown. Over 20% glowed blue, while below 20% glowed red. His blood meter had now dipped to a perilous red. 12%. Whether for recovery or for ultimate victory, I must take action against you, Xiao Yu, he addressed the camera. At the end of the corridor lay a smelting chamber. The flames in the furnace blazed fiercely, the air stiflingly hot. Just standing there, Yuan was already sweating profusely. He rummaged around and found a notebook from a cluttered basket. The Dark Lord has left a curse. 7 days are the limit. Only a warrior who sacrifices the soul of a companion can obtain the key to escape. The great sorcerer said the Dark Lord's curse is as heavy as the mountains. He cannot break it. I believe it is my time to make an entrance. I am the finest craftsman of the dwarven race across centuries. Here, I shall forge a cross-shaped holy sword that is invincible for the hero. Only the bravest among us has the hope to shatter the cage. And what I must do is craft the sharpest of blades. This was a hardcover notebook, filled with extensive records of smelting the cross-shaped holy sword, including materials added, altered, and attempted. Yuan skimmed through it briefly, somewhat astonished. It was indeed possible to acquire another's notes. Was this smelting chamber not originally prepared for him? If the director could hear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly announce through a loudspeaker. Your clue, in the hall. Yuan, not adhering to the norm, forced them to alter their plans on the fly, disregarding who deserved it. After all, most of the information would be shared later. Continuing to read, he discovered intriguing details within what appeared to be mundane smelting records. Dwarves did not keep track of dates. This notebook was more of a draft, chaotic and haphazard. However, from a certain date onwards, he began recording the time. May 22nd. I do not know how long I have been here. I do not know how much longer I will remain. My companions are dying one after another, leaving me to wander like a ghost in this vast castle. The holy sword has been forged, yet the only one capable of wielding it is no longer here. 2 pieces of information remained. First, the dwarf was the last survivor of the hero's party. Second, the 7-day limit was nearing its end, and he had not perished. Yuan raised an eyebrow and flipped ahead. It was a disarray truly chaotic. He would need considerable time to delineate the segments. But the information contained within was indeed useful. The materials required for the holy sword are exceedingly rare. I have not been able to gather much. I hope to succeed before the materials run out. First attempt, failure. A day is indeed insufficient. I was too eager. Second attempt, failure. Perhaps I should be more meticulous. But time is running out. The great sorcerer has been clawed by the phantom bird and is injured. Time here is frozen and he cannot heal. If I do not forge the holy sword soon, he will bleed out and die. There is no time left, no time left. Dwarf, you are the finest craftsman. You must become the sword in the hero's hand. Third attempt, failure. I am a failed craftsman. The great sorcerer has died. During our search for the princess, we were attacked relentlessly by the phantom birds. The great sorcerer eliminated all of them, but without residual magic to heal his wounds, he died alone in the bedroom. I cannot bear it. Holy sword, take form quickly. I cannot endure losing another person. Fourth attempt, failure. I was injured. The elf exhausted her healing magic to combat the frozen time and saved me. She told me the holy sword is the only hope, and only I can forge it. She also said her soul would linger here, blessing me, the hero, and the princess to escape. Between 1 person and 3, she chose for 3 to live. Fifth attempt. I no longer dare to place materials into the furnace. I fear failure. Only 2 days remain until the 7-day limit announced by the Dark Lord. I plead with the hero like a despondent elder. Sacrifice me. Sacrifice me. That way, at least one of you can survive. The princess, immersed in grief over the loss of the great sorcerer, took a long time before saying, sacrifice me. But, oh hero, how can you still smile at such a moment? Hey, you cheerfully patted my shoulder and said, don't be discouraged. It's just a matter of time. I shall strive for it. You assembled the hero's team with ease, your eyes sparkling like jewels. Hero, you effortlessly instilled courage in others. Armed with a chipped sword, you ventured to challenge the unending curse. You instructed me not to forget to adorn the hilt of your sword with dragon scales. You declared, I have conquered the skies. Now I shall challenge the mountains. Fifth attempt. Success. The hero did not return. I do not know whether he is alive or dead. The princess said she too would try once. Try what? I do not comprehend. I have no time to understand. I must forge the holy sword, the only hope for our escape. I was engrossed in the crafting of the sacred sword, oblivious to the passage of time. Immersed in my endeavor, I nearly lost myself in the process, and at long last I succeeded. Yet the princess had perished. The Dark Lord's essence had dissipated. May 23rd. I forged the sacred sword. What significance does it hold? One by one, my companions succumbed to fate, leaving me as the sole survivor. I no longer wish to depart. Let me remain here, forever in their company. June 30th. A wandering minstrel burst into my sanctuary. I had not spoken in ages. Akin to a traveler in a parched desert, I eagerly recounted to him our tale, imploring him to share our story with future generations. He carried a lute, and I requested him to play Greensleeves for me before my demise, a song from my homeland. Clutching the cruciform sword, I wearily savored this fleeting moment of joy. July 6th. The remnants of the Dark Lord returned. He had beguiled the minstrel, seeking to seize the sacred sword. Why? In the hands of the brave, the sword can sever the chains of cursed magic. Does the Dark Lord not perish as long as the curse endures? Brave one, where do you dwell? With the last vestiges of my strength, I pointed the sword's hilt toward the heavens. This is the sword of the hero. Can you sense it, O dragon? Thus ends the notes. Upon reading them, even Yuan was left in a stupor for 2 or 3 minutes, overwhelmed by the weight of information he needed to process. It was clear that the dwarf had perished at the hands of the minstrel. Otherwise, this seemingly innocuous castle would not have witnessed further death. What roles did the hero and the princess play in resolving the 7-day limit and the Dark Lord's spirit? Through the notes, he discerned a portion of the food chain. The elf perished saving the dwarf while the dwarf could hunt elves. The dwarf fell to the minstrel, who could in turn hunt dwarves. Upon learning of the curse in this realm, the minstrel was ensnared by the Dark Lord's influence, obediently following his command in exchange for the key to escape. He was both a chronicler and a participant. Among the hero's party, the last to survive was the dwarf. Consequently, in Jian Heng's poetry collection, the figure holding the long sword, awaiting the end of his soul, is the dwarf, for the sword had not yet been completed before the hero confronted the cursed magic. Gathering his thoughts, Yuan casually glanced around for further useful information but found none, and thus approached the door. The chamber door bore intricate carvings of several sets of 99 Sudoku puzzles. He glanced briefly at them. They appeared manageable. Soon, he completed the Sudoku, and the door slid open to reveal a passage leading to the grand hall. Yuan looked up at the ominous dragon overhead and proceeded toward the dining table, intent on discovering any hidden mechanisms. Yuan, teacher Jianheng. Jianheng popped his head around the corner, exuberantly calling out to him. I finally found you. There is a secret chamber related to you here, but I can't solve the puzzle. Would you like to share? Yuan replied, First, show me your health bar. Jianheng honestly extended his hand, revealing 11%. Yuan chuckled. Jianheng said, I was considering lying down. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The important thing is that I've come this far, and I must know what has transpired. His smile was sincere, devoid of pretense. Yuan pondered briefly before asking, Where is it? Jianheng pointed upstairs. Let us go. As they ascended, Jianheng engaged him in casual conversation. Teacher, you mentioned you could play that. What was it? The lute, right? Yuan replied, I know a little. Jianheng exclaimed, That's impressive. Could you play a piece for me later? Yuan, seemingly indifferent, responded, What would you like to hear? Greensleeves. Yuan's footsteps faltered imperceptibly. Jianheng, oblivious, continued, I don't even know what a lute is. How would I know any songs? It's written in my poetry collection. He may have forgotten that Yuan had perused his collection. The notion of holding a longsword while awaiting the end of one's soul indeed sounded heroic. Yuan's demeanor remained unchanged. He smiled and said, Very well. Yuan observed the combination lock before him, falling into silence. He inquired, Can't you solve a 3-digit code? Jianheng replied, I can't test each one individually. Yuan thought to himself, Come on, at least put in some effort. For a code with no hints, public information is always spot on. If you're trying to fool me, at least pretend. He deftly dialed in 012, the year mentioned in the broadcast. With a click, the door opened. Seeing that he was not questioned, Jianheng quietly exhaled in relief. Then, he recalled that this friend was particularly astute. Even the slightest flaw would be detected by him. Thus, he decided to hold off on any actions until Jian Heng completely relaxed his guard. This was a small hidden alcove within a wine cellar, with wine racks lining the exterior. Jian Heng inadvertently discovered a small door behind the wine cabinet, which bore a note, the Hero-S collection. Just moments ago, he had stood perplexed before this very door. Yuan fumbled to switch on the light, casting dim illumination over the storage space of less than 30 square meters. Inside, an old horizontal wine rack stood, its iron edges rusted yet cleaned and repurposed as a common storage cabinet. At that moment, it bore an array of miscellaneous items. Yuan picked up a dragon scale, which was affixed with a small note detailing its collection's origin. A dragon scale. Ha ha ha, it must have dropped it accidentally. The pattern is all dirty. So ugly. I'll keep it and pull it out to mock it when I'm old. A fragment of a gemstone caught his eye. When I rescued the princess, I fought the dragon and broke a crown in its lair. Goodness, I've never seen such a poor dragon. This crown was its most treasured possession in the cave. Well, considering this, it's understandable why it was angry. We fought and of course I won. I conquered a vile dragon. How exhilarating. This gemstone is my trophy. A cloth bag lay nearby. This is Wind. The dragon is a temperamental creature. The first time I met it, its sharp teeth tore into my back, leaving a long scar. The scar remains grotesque to this day, perhaps to accompany me for a lifetime. Our battle left us both disheveled and exhausted. The archmage remarked that he couldn't intervene, claiming he saw me biting the dragon's horns with my teeth. Goodness, how embarrassing. I admit I was on the verge of exhaustion, yet I would not yield. It was not out of pride or self-respect. I simply felt I could grit my teeth and endure a little longer. The archmage said I overestimated myself. I shrugged it off. What if I did overestimate myself? I have always overestimated my capabilities, enabling me to accomplish what others deem impossible. The battle ended in a stalemate. We were both too tired. Eventually, we lay on the grass, gazing up at the clear blue sky, hardly able to move our fingers. The dragon said, "You are indeed a stubborn hero." I replied, "You are a thick-headed dragon." We exchanged glances, and I burst into laughter. The dragon confessed that it was moved by my tenacity. It lowered its head, allowing me to stroke its crown. "I am willing to submit to you," it declared. Wow, what an exhilarating moment. I conquered a dragon. Subsequently, it invited me to perch upon its back and soar through the skies. The fierce winds whipped past my ears, yet I felt only a refreshing coolness. I thought to myself, I have conquered the wind. I traversed the lofty clouds without fear, believing I had conquered the sky. This bag of wind is my trophy. A small flower lay there. The princess's friend, now wilted. I preserved it as a specimen. Peculiar stone caught his attention. A strange stone at the archmage's door. Its odd shape surely serves a purpose. I must collect it. The shelf held a plethora of items, each marked with a small note by the hero, detailing the stories behind these fragments. Yuan discovered a note on the ground, which must have originally been placed on a shelf but fell due to being inadequately secured. The final day. I have resolved to confront the curse of magic. If it comes to the worst, I shall sacrifice myself so that either the princess or the dwarf may escape. Of course, that is the direst of circumstances. These are the treasures I have carried with me on countless journeys. But this time, I must leave them here. Should I fail to return for them, you who find this note, if you deem these to be worthless items, kindly close the door and let them rest here forever. However, if you find my collection intriguing, feel free to take it and share their stories with the world. But please, treat them with kindness. A plea from a brave soul. Lastly, a sword sheath. The incomplete sheath of the hero's sword. The Holy Cross sword has yet to be forged, and all I possess is a chipped long sword. But it matters not. Even with a damaged blade, I shall forge ahead. I have once conquered the skies, and now I shall challenge the mountains. Alas, my friend, the dragon. It is indeed a great regret that we shall not meet again in this lifetime. Thank you for guiding me to conquer the heavens. This journey, I must embark upon alone. Chapter 34. The Great Escape Recording, Part 5. After perusing these vignettes, Yuan fell into a momentary silence. His understanding of the hero's character had always been somewhat fragmented, focusing primarily on event details until he encountered these words, which gradually sculpted the hero's silhouette in his mind. A hero. Even without a sword, one must confront the curse of magic. An unyielding spirit that cannot be thwarted by the mountains. This is an extraordinarily charismatic figure. Amidst the emotionally charged interstices of these words, the carefree youth shines with a clear smile. Yuan mused that he was beginning to fall in love with these fragile words and the virtual tales they contained. Among all those surrounding him, Chu Han was the most immersed in acting. He had once asked if it was merely a job. Why expend such fervent passion akin to moths drawn to a flame? Shuhan replied, acting is a profession, but performing is not. Experiencing the lives of others and living as they do is a matter that demands respect and is extraordinarily captivating. Yuan had not understood this before. Now, he grasped it somewhat. Some characters possess a soul. Let us go. As Jian Heng finished reading the final notes, Yuan rose, grasping the doorknob, eager to see the hall. He had an inkling that the ultimate conclusion awaited him there. Oh! Jian Heng quickly scanned the last few lines, deeply captivated by the hero's charisma, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to act against him. He truly was a beast. He hoped the audience would not condemn him. If they were to blame anyone, let it be the bard. He had no part in it. He carefully returned the note and small items to their original place, only to turn around and find the space empty. Where had Yuan gone? What had become of the large figure of Teacher Yu? Had the proverbial duck slipped from his grasp? Teacher Yu found himself in a soundproof chamber, speechless before the wall. Just moments ago, he had been poised to open the door when two walls suddenly emerged from his left and directly in front, sealing him within. The floor beneath him shifted silently, swiftly separating him from Jian Heng and transporting him to another realm. He understood that the program's hardcore elements had once again come into play. This time he remained calm, offering no resistance. Once the ground steadied beneath him, he tentatively took 2 steps forward, ensuring his safety before cautiously proceeding. It was dark, seemingly yet another hidden passage. At the end stood a narrow door, and as Yuan felt along the wall, he discovered a small indentation. Huh? He hesitated, noticing that it resembled the shape of the Holy Cross sword. In the darkness, he pressed the sword into the recess. The narrow door before him shifted, opening up. Yuan stood in astonishment at the scene that unfolded before him. Now, the most abundant information came from the self-narrative of the elf. Yi Ming voluntarily produced her letter and placed it on the cold, low table in the basement. According to my narrative, the great mage shielded me from the ghost bird's attack in a moment of peril, believing I possessed precious healing magic, the hope for our survival. However, he perished after exhausting his magic, unable to control his wounds. In other words, the indirect cause of his death was me. I should be able to hunt the great mage. Li Daniel immediately distanced himself by a meter. Astonished, why didn't you mention this during the alliance? Yi Ming replied, at that time I was unaware. Fan Xiangyang chuckled at their banter and interjected, well, it's not too late to know now. Tong Li pondered over the small copper box before her. What does it mean that the undead do not disperse? This small box was something they had just snatched from a room under siege by ghost birds, a room devoid of guests. Yet the ghost birds attacked fervently, as though they had encountered a foe. The group had devised a plan to divert the flock and peek inside, retrieving this box. Didn't Tishao Jian mention that we have souls among us? Could the undead refer to us? Yi Ming suggested. Is it asking us why the spirits do not disperse? Fan Xiangyang joked. Tong Li contemplated the meaning of the phrase. If we are all undead, could it be questioning why we are gathered here? Yi Ming speculated. It's possible. Li Daniel noted. The code above consists of letters. Could it be our names? Tong Li adjusted the box, agreeing, it's possible. Let us try them one by one. On the first attempt, the name with the fewest letters, dwarf. Incorrect. Yi Ming pondered. Could it not be pinyin? Fan Xiangyang proposed. English? Who is proficient in English? How do you say elf? How do you say hero? On the second attempt, elf in English. Incorrect. On the 5th attempt, hero. Correct. Tong Li sighed in relief, while Li Daniel questioned. Hero? Is the hero the reason the undead do not disperse? In other words, are we here because of him? Uncertain. Yi Ming suggested, let us take a look first. Inside the box lay something called the Whisper of the Undead. The first whisper read, I can barely remember who I am. I do not know why I remain here. This is a magnificent castle, exuding an aura I dislike. I do not understand why I linger here. Whenever I attempt to leave, a voice echoes in my mind. Wait, just wait, until he emerges from the mountains. Who is he? What are the mountains? This castle is the strongest prison in the world. Yet it does not confine the undead. Then why am I trapped here? Who am I? It seems someone once referred to me as the greatest mage in human history. Cannot recall. The second whisper read, I saved my companion with healing magic. It is the proudest moment of my cowardly life. I hid behind them, and this time, I stood forth. Yet, I do not remember who my companion is or why I needed to rescue them. I am an undead. I should leave here and journey to the underworld, achieving eternal life in the sunlit reeds. But I remain here. Why? I remember. I have a companion who seems to be alive. He is lost in the mountains. I wish to wait for him to awaken. The third whisper read, "A wicked dragon? A wicked dragon? Why is there a wicked dragon here? How infuriating. I cannot articulate it, but I despise it. Upon seeing it, I feel as though I am starved and imprisoned in a dark and dismal place. The moment I see it, I even want to give it a bath. How can this be? I am a princess. Am I truly a princess? So esteemed. Ha ha ha. Why does a noble princess linger here? Why not return to the palace or transform into a winged bird? I seem to have a friend. He combats a formidable magic. I remain uncertain of his fate, whether he lives or has succumbed to death. The vile dragon lurks here, a testament to the notion that he must still be alive. The dragon's sense of smell is far more acute than that of any of us. Therefore, I shall await his awakening." Whispers of the departed echo. The wicked dragon has arrived. The wicked dragon has finally come. Clutches the holy sword, and the despicable bard has met his demise beneath its blade. It has claimed the castle as its own. The curse of the Dark Lord has lost its potency. Yet it does not depart. Why? For whom does it wait? And who am I? I, along with it, gaze upon this place eternally, awaiting the return of one. The castle has indeed been seized. Yi Ming grasped the crux of the matter, pointing to the line about the castle's occupation and the Dark Lord's curse losing its effect. This indicates that the preceding information provided by the production team was merely a smokescreen. This is indeed the Dark Lord's castle, the one who abducted the princess, and the vile dragon has taken residence here, with the curse now ineffective. But what is the nature of this curse? Tong Li counted, for souls departed, which precisely matches the number of us. The first is the great sorcerer, the second an elf, the third a princess, and the fourth. Fan Xiangyang hesitated at the last, pondering whether it is the dwarf or the hero. The dwarf, Tong Li declared with certainty. Do not forget the password inscribed upon the box. The reason the departed linger is the hero. If anyone among us still breathes, it must be the hero. Each individual began to weave their own narrative threads, and after a span of 10 minutes, Tong Li delineated a division at their arrival at the castle, illustrating two timelines, the past and this present moment. She unfurled the timeline of their current location, indicating the vacant section in the middle. The only missing piece is the Dark Lord's segment, the curse of the Dark Lord and the reason for his demise. Once we fill in the Dark Lord's role, the entire narrative will coalesce. Yuan stood transfixed before the massive dragon before him, glimmering with a cold, harsh light. This dragon is identical to the one depicted in the dome above. If the dome's stained glass symbolizes the soul imprisoned at the heart of the castle, then this is the dragon's corporeal form. Roughly estimating, its size is 6 to 7 times that of the dome's glass, emanating an unspoken sense of oppression. The production team has indeed spared no expense. Yuan approached the dragon, its body cold and solid as iron, reflecting a chilling sheen under the incandescent lights. Each scale was distinct. Even the dragon's whiskers appeared vividly alive. Were it not for its tightly shut eyes, one might easily mistake it for a living creature. The coiled body of the dragon spanned at least 2 meters. As he drew near, Yuan found himself craning his neck to gaze upward. The dragon's head hung low, this silent giant slumbering in place. Surrounding the dragon were myriad flickering lights. Upon closer inspection, these lights resembled palm-sized holographic projections, each frozen in countless scenes. At that moment, the broadcast crackled to life. The hero's collection room has been designated a forbidden zone by the castle's master. Reckless outsider, you ought not to place that holy sword, which does not belong to you, here. The dragon may yet forgive your folly. Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the slumbering, frigid giant, and, as if compelled by an unseen force, he reached out to touch a scale on the dragon's neck. He recalled reading in the dwarf's notes that the wicked dragon had once removed a soft scale from its neck and entrusted it to the dwarf for safekeeping, requesting that it be inlaid upon the hilt of the sword once completed. Beep, beep, beep. The health bar suddenly emitted a warning, the mere act of touching sending his already meager health plummeting perilously close to the safety line, leaving only 21% remaining. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed the holographic projections begin to move, as if he had pressed play on a video. He heard the dragon's sorrowful wail and witnessed it spiraling above the castle, its silhouette merging with the rain-soaked night, akin to a haunting lament. These fleeting images vanished as swiftly as they appeared, freezing once more as he withdrew his hand. Yuan gazed at his precarious health bar, enveloped in silence. He understood that he must touch the dragon to unveil its memories. However, he also recognized that doing so would inevitably drop his health below the safety line, rendering escape impossible. The production team certainly knows how to pose a challenge. Yuan exhaled deeply. Rationally, he understood that he should abandon this lead and collaborate with other contestants who possessed higher health. thereby minimizing losses while maximizing benefits. Yet emotionally, he felt that it was the hero who should unravel the dragon's memories. Not Yuan, but the hero. The hero would unhesitatingly reach out to touch an old friend, regardless of health, indifferent to gain or loss. "This sword is mine," he declared calmly to the voice emanating from the broadcast. "Please, tell me what has transpired. Please, tell me why you linger here." Yuan extended his hand, intending to caress the dragon's closed eyes, but hesitated. Suddenly, he stepped forward, pressing against the dragon's lowered brow. The contact with the cold iron sent a shiver through him. "My friend," he murmured softly, the final note trailing off like a sigh. On the screen, a young man pressed his forehead against that of the dragon, pale light illuminating them, casting an unusually harmonious interplay of light and shadow. Yuan's eyes fluttered closed, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, an expression that was difficult to discern as either serene or tranquil. However, as the camera zoomed in, the tear mole at the edge of his eye became strikingly apparent, accompanied by the shadow cast by his lashes, as if it were weeping. Who has traversed countless miles for a reunion that ultimately bore no fruit. The reunion of old friends, a moment filled with both joy and sorrow. The director and assistant director fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the latter finally uttered two words, thick with emotion. "Damn it." The memories of the dragon predominantly revolved around itself, and it was evident that this dragon had been synthesized through the production team's advanced technology. The identity card had been unclear at the time, as one could not predict the future and preemptively synthesize a hero resembling Yuan. Yet these images featured a plethora of voiceovers from heroes, presumably provided by professional voice actors hired by the production team. "My friend, the citizens of your kingdom are rather unfriendly," the dragon remarked, adorned with a crown of wilted vegetables and encrusted with grime, as it approached the hero with an air of feigned calm. The hero gazed at it, remaining silent for 3 seconds. "Are you laughing, my friend?" the dragon inquired. The hero burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" On the 7th day in the capital, the dragon received a raucous welcome from the townsfolk. The hero meticulously plucked the vegetable leaves from its head, affirming, "It must be because you are too unkempt. The citizens of our capital take pride in cleanliness." The hero borrowed a large bathtub from his friend, the princess, capable of accommodating the dragon. Immersed in the warm embrace of the water, the dragon emitted a contented hum, its tail splashing water in all directions. The hero wielded a large brush, scrubbing the dragon's scales. "My friend, I do not like the capital," the dragon said flatly. "The scenery is unremarkable, lacking the beauty of my abode." In truth, it was feeling quite disheartened by the townsfolk's treatment, but it would never voice such sentiments. A proud dragon would never utter such words. The hero labored diligently, scrubbing the dragon's scales, drenched in sweat. "Then I shall notify the great sorcerer and the others," he panted, laughing cheerfully. "We shall embark on a journey together." "Together, to travel the lands," the dragon echoed. "Very well, I shall endure a little longer." In a moment of overexcitement, it inadvertently swiped its tail, shattering the tub, resulting in a furious reprimand from the princess. "She truly has a terrible temper," the dragon mused languidly. The holy sword has yet to be forged. The dragon lounged on the grass, basking in the sun, conversing with itself. "Together we shall travel." It had promised the hero this, to journey together. The Dark Lord has abducted the princess. The hero's party must once again assemble and set forth to battle. The citizens line up to bid farewell. The hero gently caressed the dragon's brow, whispering, "Hey, my friend, please guard the capital for us." The dragon nodded, albeit listlessly. Above the palace, a wicked dragon circled daily to protect the kingdom. What a sight it was! The dragon fulfilled its promise, safeguarding the kingdom it had once despised. The wisteria flower symbolizes loyalty and friendship, a sentiment it cherished. Yet it remained preoccupied with another promise, perhaps to be fulfilled upon the hero's return. Together to travel. The memories of the dragon were largely intertwined with the hero, suffused with hues of joy, yet when reflecting upon their eventual fate, that joy transformed into a tragic gray. In the Curse of the Demon King, there exists a line declaring that the Demon King's castle transforms into the world's most formidable prison. Ultimately, the dragon claimed dominion over this stronghold, rendering the Demon King's castle non-existent, thereby nullifying the curse. However, the curse itself remains intact. The hero remains ensnared within this curse, unaware of his own fate. Meanwhile, the fallen companions have transformed into specters, wandering within the castle, awaiting the awakening of a certain individual. Thus concludes the complete narrative arc. Yet, what profoundly moved Yuan was an additional scene. Loyalty, friendship. "My dear friend, the wisteria blossoms are etched into my soul, and I hold our promise close to my heart." When you return, we shall wander together. I know not whether you still draw breath. If you have perished, I must remain here for eternity. Thus I shall divide my body and soul. Should you be gone, my spirit will accompany you to the serene marshes. Regardless of your state, we shall traverse together, even in the guise of souls. Chapter 35. The Great Escape Recording, End. Beep, beep, beep. The health bar issued a warning, plummeting to a perilous 2%. Yuan released the dragon, taking a step back to draw a slow, deep breath. His eyelashes fluttered gently, and his gaze, like the ebbing tide, was filled with emotion and sorrow. The dragon's memories were predominantly conveyed through words. The holographic projections served merely as an adjunct. Even with his eyes closed, merely listening allowed him to perceive the intense emotional impact within. To experience another's life is akin to living through their existence. Some souls harbor resplendent gems. Portraying these characters is akin to unearthing those jewels. Even if this were but a simple variety show script, even if the hero's role comprised merely a scant few pages, foreknowledge of the ending, an inverse memoir commencing with tragedy, imbued Yuan with a greater shock than that of a distant sorrow. If a television series were to be viewed from its conclusion, all joy and delight would become inexorably linked to the outcome, and each shared moment of elation would culminate in a deeper sense of regret once the curtain falls. The greater the regret, the stronger the desire to alter the course. Yuan turned to cast a glance back. The light screen flickered in the vast space, resembling scattered stars, enveloping fleeting warmth in eternal union with the galaxy. He surveyed it all, akin to a lost traveler searching for traces of the past. Ultimately, his gaze settled quietly upon the dragon. I will prevail, he murmured softly. Yuan grasped his sword and, without looking back, embarked on his journey. This time he must triumph. The lingering remnants of the Demon King roamed the castle, omnipresent. Tong Li and the others took a moment to locate the secret chamber Yuan had previously entered. On either side stood dark acrylic panels, and the NPC portraying the Demon King floated about, occasionally launching surprise attacks that frightened the guests considerably. After much pushing and shoving, they finally managed to send Tong Li forward to converse with the Demon King. The NPC, adorned with a frightful visage, concealed behind the panels, was elusive, causing Tong Li to tremble nervously as he stuttered, Demon King." The NPC was deeply moved, yearning to laugh uproariously, as the sense of accomplishment lost on Yuan was rediscovered in the presence of the guests, which only intensified their fright. Amidst the cacophony of startled screams, the more timidly Daniel and Yiming sat paralyzed on the ground, clutching their heads and weeping. The director was quite pleased, pointing at the screen and declaring, "We've captured the emotional highs and comedic moments. Our first episode is a success." As the timing approached, the director used a walkie-talkie to remind the NPC to relay information. The Demon King reiterated the words spoken to Yuan. The guests fled the corridor in a panic, and Tong Li, lying on the ground, shakily produced the previous whispers of the deceased. Nearly fainting, yet still mentally alert, she swallowed hard and said, "The curse contains a line stating that the Demon King's castle transforms into the world's strongest prison. The dragon has occupied this castle. Thus the Demon King's stronghold is non-existent, rendering the curse ineffective. Correct? Wait." Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Just before discovering this secret chamber, the broadcast had provided a hint. The lingering remnants of the Demon King deceive naive travelers, turning them into weapons in his grasp. Were the naive travelers referring to the bards? The persistence of the Demon King's remnants suggests that if one wishes to confront someone, the most likely target would be the dragon that occupied the castle, leading to the curse's nullification. This apparently had little to do with the other guests. However, is Xiao Jian the antagonist?
Yiming inwirted in astonishment.
That's not the main point. The crux lies in the fact that playing a villain often grants certain advantages within the narrative framework. He may not need to gather clues as we do before progressing. If he plays well, he could easily dominate the entire scene. Fan Xiangyang, well-versed in the show's dynamics, interjected immediately. No wonder Xiao Jian hasn't been seeking clues since the beginning. Li Daniel pondered. So what is his advantage? His advantage is that by eliminating the soul the Demon King despises most, he can escape directly. From the onset, Jian Heng awakened in the hall, with his health bar depleting the fastest, all predetermined by the character's design. Although he bore the greatest risks and the most unfavorable starting position, as long as he gathered the clues, his advantages far outweighed those of the other guests. Alas, Xiao Jian had gone astray, never to return. He lifted the tablecloth, peering beneath the table in search of his lost teacher. Nothing was found beneath the table, and he opened a cupboard, yet still found nothing. Jian Heng was on the brink of despair. "Where is our Xiao Yu?" Who has hidden our Xiaoyu? The director observed him, akin to a mother hen frantically searching for her lost chick, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. The assistant director suggested, perhaps we should give him another hint. He's straying too far. The director was distraught. He refuses to look. All guests' initial information is intentionally vague, even misleading, to heighten the difficulty. The process of seeking clues requires constant reevaluation and reconstruction of assumptions. Yet Jianheng, having completed his deductions, has fixed his belief that Yuan is the person he seeks, while the information the director has provided feels like flirting with a blind man. Jianheng pulled aside a painting hanging on the wall, checking to see if the production team had concealed his Xiaoyu behind it. Out of the corner of his eye, a dark shadow flashed, and the figure he had been desperately searching for emerged from the corner on the second floor. Jianheng was overwhelmed with joy. Not lost. Not lost. Those damned producers. I think our Xiaoyu has been so worried he can't even eat. Yuan had long since grown accustomed to Jianheng's antics. He was simply born to be a comedian. Wait. Yuan raised a hand to fend off Jianheng's eager approach, moving to the long dining table and crouching down to search. Jianheng, curious, asked, Xiaoyu, what are you looking for? A mechanism. Thus, Jianheng followed him, becoming a ground-hugging seeker. After a while, Jianheng realized, what does a mechanism look like? Yuan's muffled voice came from across the table. I don't know. Jianheng replied, is it hard to find? Whether it's the clue regarding the event center or the dragon statue above, both suggest that mechanisms might be present in this area. Yuan had bypassed several levels, and some information was not thoroughly grasped, leaving him with no choice but to resort to rudimentary methods. After searching for about 20 minutes, Yuan discovered a switch beneath the carpet. They both stepped back as the floor beneath the dining table began to shift slowly, the ground splitting open to reveal a 10-meter square void, wisps of black mist rising gradually. A melodious broadcast echoed, Hero, have you completed all explorations? Yuan nodded. Wow, Xiaoyu, you figured it out so quickly. Jianheng clapped enthusiastically, praising, impressive. Yuan's fingertips grazed the back of his right hand, where a handkerchief was tied. At that moment, if he were to untie it, a dangerous red light would flash, indicating 1%. He had no time left. Converted into minutes. That 1% equated to roughly 14 minutes, and this 1% was no longer full. He needed to verify his narrative arc. If his storyline was accurate, then the target he speculated would also be correct. Hero, before you lies a mountain range. Please prove to me that you have awakened. Yuan pondered for a moment before drawing his sword. The Holy Cross sword has been unsheathed for the first time. This gleaming blade, sharp and radiant, refracts a chilling light. Yuan gently caresses it with his fingers, feeling the icy touch against his skin. Jianheng, uncertain of the significance of this action, instinctively holds his breath as he watches from the side. It is akin to a coronation. Yuan seldom wears such a solemn expression. He is usually composed. Yet in this moment, Jianheng perceives an unwavering determination emanating from his old friend. It seems that, at this instant, he embodies the very essence of a hero. With a casual flourish, Yuan twirls the sword. Thanks to the training provided by the Xianmen production team, he possesses a certain finesse with such weaponry. Having learned numerous sword techniques and flourishes, particularly those used by Chu Zhiyao, he finds an odd yet delightful harmony in this seemingly effortless display, despite the differences between fantasy and Western fantasy. After flexing his wrist, Yuan suddenly drops to one knee, plunging the sword firmly into the black mist before him. The first act of an awakened hero should be to draw the sword and shatter the malevolent curse. Impressive. Jianheng gasps, his voice inadvertently rising in excitement. Realizing he might disrupt Yuan's focus, he quickly adds in a quieter tone, super impressive. Yuan's appearance has never been one typically associated with gallantry. He is pure and beautiful, endearing to the audience. However, his physique does not quite match his face. Standing at 179 centimeters, he is neither particularly tall nor short for the entertainment industry. Yet, with his elongated neck and straight shoulders, clad in the heroic garb, his demeanor, though calm, radiates an extraordinary elegance. Especially now, as he appears serene yet imbued with the force of thunder, he firmly plants the sword into the ground. The fluidity of his movements is breathtaking. Jianheng, merely a spectator, cannot help but marvel at the spectacle. Even before the enhancements of visual effects and music take effect, the broadcast announces, Hero, exploration complete. This signifies the successful validation of the storyline. Yuan exhales, just setting the sword down when Jianheng rushes forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Xiaoyu, you look fantastic. So good to see you. He is like a key to expedited success and a healing potion. Yuan pauses momentarily, returning the embrace with heartfelt affection. It's so good to see you too. I think the same. How fortuitous that, in my eyes, you are also a healing potion. The malevolent dragon's memory had hinted at the vile bard being slain by the dragon wielding the holy sword. The dragon does not belong to their closed circle of guests. If the hero is destined to slay anyone, it is most likely the bard who falls beneath the holy sword. Yuan had merely speculated before, but now he is nearly certain. Lute, hand it over. I shall play for you. The logic is quite simple. Should Jian Heng attempt to strike and fail, he would be eliminated, indirectly implicating Yuan as the cause, an epitome of the hero's slaying. This scenario equates to the target, initially requiring Yuan to invest time to earn their trust, presenting themselves willingly at his doorstep, even going so far as to end their own life out of pity with only 14 minutes remaining. Yuan can only express gratitude. Without Jian Heng, after unlocking the dragon's memories and with his health bar dwindling to 2%, he would not have had such confidence in his ability to escape. However, it is unclear if the hero's hunt necessitates a ritual, so it would be wise to utilize the holy sword shortly. Unexpectedly proactive. Jian Heng feels both touched and slightly guilty. Are we starting now? You just completed the certification. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? If I wait any longer, my health bar will be depleted, Yuan sighs. It's fine. He smiles, after all, I have no other matters at hand. Jian Heng interjects, no other matters? Is your health bar sufficient? Yuan replies calmly, not really, but since I have not located my target, I have decided to take a lackadaisical approach. Jian Heng's gaze shifts to one of pity upon Yuan. He believes in him, just as Yuan once claimed to possess a mystical affinity. Wherever he goes, fortune follows. His eyes brim with emotion, silently vowing, good brother, when I acquire gold, half shall be yours. Members who successfully escape are rewarded with gold. Each season boasting a different design and intricate craftsmanship. Jian Heng has long coveted such treasures. He hands the lute to Yuan. Yuan tests the strings, his fingers slightly clumsy from disuse, yet the notes that emerge remain deep and fluid. Greensleeves, a widely known English folk song, resonates with classical elegance, and paired with the lute's rich resonance, creates an enchanting atmosphere. Yuan sits upon the steps, cradling the instrument. The central steps face the banquet hall's long table. With a mere glance upward, Yuan can see the dragon's visage against the ceiling. What's on your mind? Jian Heng inquires. Yuan shakes his head, for he is lost in thought, contemplating the dragon, now reduced to but a soul, unable to suppress his sorrow. The hero's party is fragmented, life and death separated. Their once shared journey now inscribed upon a gravestone. A grand tragedy. Yet, Yuan yearns to leave a glimmer of hope amidst this sorrowful feast. At the very least, the hero and the dragon should be reunited. He plucks the strings. His pale fingers dance upon the lute, and with a lowered gaze, Yuan immerses himself in the music, the melodious notes reverberating throughout the hall. The lute harmonizes beautifully with the medieval ambience. In a moment of reverie, Jian Heng envisions a quaint tavern, dimly lit, where the hero's party revels in laughter, raising their glasses together to savor malt ale, while a bard in the corner recites tales of their adventures, the tavern keeper raising a toast to celebrate their safe return. As these thoughts pass, a wave of guilt washes over him. I am about to slay the hero. I am truly despicable. Tong Li and the others scramble to piece together the remaining information. Time is running short, and the storyline they possess remains incomplete. For example, Tong Li wonders how the princess met her demise. What was the nature of her final attempts? Yiming ponders the true nature of the elf. What drove them to exhaust all healing magic to save the dwarves? Li Daniel questions the circumstances surrounding the great magician's death. The list is extensive. Since the recording began, only about 5 hours have elapsed. Compared to previous seasons, the pace is not particularly slow, yet the spectral bird that greeted them at the start of the 3rd season caught them completely off guard. Their health bars plummeted far more swiftly than before, leaving even the seasoned veteran, Fan Xiangyang, feeling anxious. The broadcast echoes from outside, faint yet indistinct, seemingly emanating from the hall. The group does not lift their heads, but moments later, a melody unexpectedly drifts in from outside. Engrossed in assembling clues, Yiming is momentarily taken aback. Who has the leisure for this? Oh no! Fan Xiangyang slaps his forehead, realizing that the opportunity for escape is singular. If someone gathers all the clues and departs early, the remaining members will be eliminated. Yiming curses ungraciously, bolting towards the exit. Tong Li, struggling in her voluminous princess gown, hurries after her. In the brief moment that Li Daniel turns to grab his wand, the room is left empty. Wait for me, he calls out. The somber yet beautiful music continues, and Jian Heng, unbeknownst to him, has circled around to sit one step higher than Yuan, gently sighing as he places a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Yu. Yuan seems oblivious, continuing to play. Jianheng can discern that the piece is nearing its conclusion. He gestures towards the camera in the corner, signaling the hunting gesture. As the final note descends, Jianheng leans in slightly, whispering with a tone tinged with guilt and sorrow. I'm sorry, my friend. Yuan remains seated, holding the lute with a tranquil demeanor. The broadcast resonates throughout the castle. Bard, hunt unsuccessful. The time for the undead has expired, returning to oblivion. Jianheng can only express his disbelief. Yuan, staring into the void, smiles faintly upon hearing this anticipated outcome. I'm sorry, my friend. He turned around, performed a gentlemanly gesture, and repeated the exact same words to Jianheng. Then, rising, he prepared to signal towards the camera. As long as his health bar restored to over 20%, he would meet all the conditions for escape. Wait a moment, brave warrior. Yiming gasped as she rushed out, clinging to the railing of the second floor, straining to wave at Yuan. Yuan, puzzled, turned back, and upon seeing Tongli right behind her, immediately understood that there was only one chance to escape. He pondered briefly. Yiming was panting upstairs, rapidly organizing her thoughts. But before she could speak, Yuan said, I'll wait for you, but we must be quick. I have approximately. As he spoke, he removed the handkerchief from his wrist, signaling that the final 3 minutes had begun. With a red light flashing before everyone's eyes, Yuan fell silent, looking up earnestly. Can you all find it in 3 minutes? Yiming felt a lump in her throat. Never mind, Tong Li suddenly interjected. She flashed Yuan a relaxed smile, raising her hands. Our storyline still has many gaps. If you abandon the escape and give us enough time, we might all escape together. But don't forget, the spirits linger here, waiting for you to awaken. If the rest of us escape but you remain trapped here, I believe that is not the ending the story deserves. If it were her, she would certainly wish for you to leave. The identity of her remained unspoken. Yet in that fleeting moment, everyone understood whom she was referring to. If it were the princess, she would certainly wish for your departure. Yuan murmured those words. This particular piece of information was unknown to him, but once Tongli mentioned it, he instantly grasped it, along with the realization of why his clue indicated he was the center of the event. It was because of these spirits, the dragon of the dome, that they lingered. He was the core of this castle. Yiming fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, her wig sticking to her sweaty forehead as she waved at Yuan. Next round, I'll follow you. I will definitely win back the gold. Let us call this round a wash. May the spirits bless you on your journey. Teacher Yu, let us go. Daniel Lee stood at the staircase, holding his wand, a slight smile on his face. The composed and calm great magician seemed to materialize at that moment. He said, Brave one, there is no need to linger, move forward. Let us go, little Yu, the 3 minutes are almost up. A voice came from behind. Yuan turned to see Fan Xiangyang seated on the steps, the seasoned MC's voice infused with a smile and a reassuring strength. Move ahead, do not look back. Yuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. For a fleeting moment, he thought of a screenshot his boss had shared in their group chat. A selection of comments from one of his trending topics. Even in the unfamiliar entertainment circle, he was urged to shine. This comment had startled him at the time. Although he hadn't fully immersed himself, he had prided himself on his diligence towards work, only to realize someone had seen his detachment and unfamiliarity at a glance. He thought his attitude towards this job was sufficiently earnest. Yet perhaps the true allure of the entertainment industry was only now unfolding before his eyes. After a long silence, Yuan said nothing, merely raised his sword, and smiled brightly. It was as if a hero was promising to forge ahead, bidding farewell. The guests waved back at him. Jianheng looked on, bewildered, entirely at a loss regarding their interaction, yet found it quite touching. He stepped forward, preparing to embrace Yuan for a farewell. Teacher Yu. Yuan made a hunting gesture, swiftly drawing the long sword embedded in the ground, slicing cleanly across Jianheng's waist. The special fabric met the blade, releasing a liquid that resembled blood. Jianheng exclaimed, What? Brave one, hunt successful, health bar restored. Jianheng, despite his previous distractions, had now caught on. He felt regretful, believing his last words would be censored by the production team, for he had said, Damn. The broadcast continued, Awakened hero of the mountains. Please carry forth the will of your companions and continue your journey. The grand, closed castle doors slowly opened. Yuan approached the entrance, light spilling through the gaps. First a beam, then vast rays of sunlight enveloping him entirely. Yuan sheathed his sword, regaining his focus as he pointed towards the glass ornamentation reaching up to the dome. Guests, please vacate the hall. The broadcast reminded. 3 minutes later, the glass shattered into countless pieces, delicate fragments falling from the air as the dragoness soul sealed within the glass began to awaken, ethereal like morning mist. The holographic projection of a massive black dragon appeared before Yuan, its head lowering affectionately, seemingly awaiting a touch. Yuan gently caressed its horn and smiled. My friend. The novice dungeon concluded with one victor. Yuan, registration number Xiam 667, has had a novice gift pack bound to him. Please select your clearance reward. We apologize. The registration number cannot be cancelled, and the game cannot be exited. Please select your clearance reward. The undead mode has been selected. Explanation. Undead mode. A veteran player mode with the ultimate goal of resurrecting the undead. Form a team with 4 other players. The higher the survival rate in each task, the higher the player S-score, which aids in achieving the ultimate goal. The second dungeon is about to commence. This season's final task. Resurrect the undead and reassemble the hero squad. Welcome to the Great Escape. Chapter 36. The first recording concluded. Yuan returned to the hotel and slept for a full day and night. It wasn't fatigue, but rather the profound impact of the first season's Great Escape story that left him in a daze. The projection of the dragon entwined around the sword lingering in his mind, along with the sight of the 4 guests bidding him farewell from above. He felt he had done all he could within his abilities, yet still found it insufficient. Perhaps the bittersweet ending was the true nature of life. Yuan thought with regret. The first recording had ended, but the announcements did not cease. The production team had coordinated with each artist's company, and aside from the recording, post-production voiceovers and performances also required the artist's cooperation. Each announcement lasted nearly half a month. Such is the power of a national-level variety show. That evening, Yuan received a WeChat message from the staff that startled him. The content read, Novice Dungeon concluded. Victor, 1. Yuan, registration number Xiam 667, has had a novice gift pack bound to him. Please select your clearance reward. At first glance, it appeared to be from an unfamiliar contact, but upon clicking, he realized it was from the production staff he had previously communicated with, who had changed their WeChat nickname to assistant number 001. Her previous nickname was Great Escape Shaolin. Yuan found it straightforward and clear, thus he had neglected to save it, and now with the change, he nearly failed to recognize her. Fortunately, he had saved Shaolin's phone number, preventing him from being completely lost. Yuan replied, Shaolin? A buzzing notification came, and Shaolin sent a message outside the WeChat dialog box. Teacher Yu, this is the production team's process. Just think of me as your personal assistant for the Great Escape game. Don't see me as Shaolin. Yuan understood, realizing that even the meticulous production team indulged in a bit of cosplay. Shaolin continued, your reaction should be a little more alarmed, because you are an ordinary person inexplicably bound to the Great Escape game. This WeChat conversation will be produced into post-production and become the beginning of this season. Yuan replied affirmatively, then quickly retracted his previous message, pondering for a moment before responding. Assistant number 001. Assistant number 001. Sorry. The registration number cannot be cancelled, and the game cannot be exited. Please select your clearance reward. Assistant number 001. Reward 1. Sword-wielding journey. Lonely hero. Though reunited with the evil dragon, the undead ultimately reside in the marshes, and companionship with souls is but a fleeting dream. The farewell quietly approaches. Please carry all your friends' blessings and become a solitary yet courageous hero. In this reward, the valiant hero shall prevail, free from illness and disaster, and live a life of blissful tranquility until old age. Yet, even in reunion, there shall be partings. Such is the affliction of humanity. Assistant No. 001. Reward 2, Undead Mode. The hero, ever obstinate, refuses to accept such an ending and resolves to challenge fate once more, wagering his life and all he holds dear, joining forces with his soon-to-be-departed undead companions to conquer the remaining 11 levels. This reward carries immense risk. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. After meticulously reviewing the rules, Yuan would undoubtedly choose option 2. But being that this is a seasonal show, he harbors concerns about any potential impact on the other contestant schedules. Thus, he returns to the messaging app and inquires of Shaolin, will my choice affect the subsequent levels and the schedules of the other contestants? Shaolin responds, no. In fact, Teacher Yu, you can only choose option 2. Crying JPG. U1. He returns to WeChat, typing, Undead Mode. I refuse to accept the conclusion of the hero squad. Assistant number 001. Undead Mode has been selected. Explanation. Undead mode is an advanced player mode with the ultimate goal of resurrecting the undead. You will form a team with 4 other players. The higher the survival rate in each task, the greater the player points, which will aid in achieving the ultimate objective. The second level is about to commence, with this season's final task, resurrecting the undead and reconstituting the hero squad. Assistant number 001. Welcome to the Battle Royale. The production team has allotted them a day of rest. On the third morning, Ewan takes a taxi to the recording studio, where all text information in the program requires the contestants to lend their voices. Arriving early, he finds the studio bustling only with staff members, busying themselves. As he is to collaborate with these artists for the better part of the next 6 months, Ewan is quite amiable, and everyone treats him warmly, exchanging smiles and greetings amidst their tasks. Sitting on a resting sofa, an assistant casually hands him a cup of juice. It is still warm and orange-flavored, a tad tart. He obediently drinks until the cup is empty. His assigned staff member enters, a recently graduated young woman, competent and vivacious, who meshes well with Yuan. Xiaolin wanders around a couple of times, finally locating Yuan on the sofa. Upon standing before him, she strikes a military pose and declares, "Report, Teacher Yu. Assistant number 001 is at your service." Yuan, biting on a plastic straw, looks up and mumbles, "Is this also material?" "No, Xiaolin laughs cheerfully. "I just wanted you to get accustomed to my identity in advance. It seemed like you were startled yesterday." "Startled is an exaggeration," Yuan replies. "I was merely a bit dazed." They exchange a few more words before Tongli and Fan Xiangyang arrive at the studio in succession. Battle Royale exercises great caution in selecting its contestants each season. As a flagship variety show of a prestigious entertainment company, it is never short of investment. The production team merely contemplates how to make the show more engaging. Besides costumes, the content of the levels has always been a significant draw for Battle Royale. Therefore, as a reasoning-based variety show, the production team favors actors adept in improvisation over those reliant solely on intellect. After all, the highlights of the show are well understood by the team. It initially gained popularity due to the storyline of the levels, an advantage they cannot afford to relinquish. Other shortcomings can be gradually addressed, but losing the initial strength would inevitably drive away longtime viewers. That is the beginning of a decline in appeal. In the third season, aside from Fan Xiangyang, the other MCs are all actors. Yi Ming is a promising new talent. Tong Li is a hidden gem among seasoned actors, and Li Daniel is renowned for his sentimental nature, immersing himself earnestly in his roles each episode. Even the guest from the first episode, Jian Hong, is in a transitional phase from acting. Although his deduction skills may be lacking, Jian Hong brings rich comedic elements that occasionally alleviate the tense atmosphere of the show. This illustrates the production team's earnestness in selecting contestants. Upon seeing his senior, he rises to greet Tong Li, who, upon entering, beams, "Hey, King of Melons, you won." Having not been online much recently, hearing that title again feels almost surreal. Yet, he still feels a twinge of embarrassment, his toes curling. Tong Li, who has avidly followed his rise to the title of King of Melons, feels a burning curiosity, regretting not asking for his contact information during their brief encounter at the last recording, and has held back from asking for gossip throughout the first episode. Tong Li rushes over without a hint of seniority, gripping him as if to exchange intelligence with a secret agent. So? Have you had any juicy news in the past few days? Share some with me." Yuan meets her expectant gaze. For more exciting gossip, stay tuned to Xiao Yu's Weibo. Yuan skillfully employs a fan's tactics to solicit follows. "Follow me for juicy news." "I followed you," Tong Li exclaims, "Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I even created a secondary account to join your fan support club. During the recording the other day, I was either searching for clues or looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found the entire time." Transitioning the conversation to the recording of the show, Yuan remarks, "I wanted to join you midway, but was trapped in the production team's escape room." Tong Li ponders for a moment, then asks, "Speaking of which, when the sister told you to leave first the other day, were you moved to tears?" Yuan enthusiastically plays along, "Not just moved. Xiao Yu cried under the covers all night." Tong Li can see from his expression that he is joking, but rather than feeling dismissed, she finds his earnestness amusing. She is quite pleased with her own improvisation during the recording. At the time, it was a spontaneous inspiration to embody the princess role pieced together from the existing clues, but afterwards she felt somewhat anxious, as her status among the guests is not particularly high. Unable to contain herself, she subtly probed the director team last night and finally received reassurance that allowed her to sleep soundly. The director was very satisfied. Not only the PD but the entire director team was pleased. The final scene showcased an extraordinary display of improvisation from all the guests, perfectly aligning with each character they embodied. At that moment, they seemed to embody the hero squad. This footage excited the editing team all night, almost prompting a champagne celebration, making it clear that the final presentation would not disappoint. In fact, she is quite grateful to Yuwon. He stood there, resolute, akin to the hero himself, which sparked her impulse to perform, leading to the subsequent developments. Yuwon meets Fan Xiangyang for the first time outside of the show, greeting him with a nod before settling onto the sofa for a chat. The seasoned host excels at managing the atmosphere and possesses an innate charm. Yuwon, not overly reserved, quickly becomes familiar after exchanging a few words. Discussing the battle royale information from the previous night, Fan Xiangyang bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you receive it too? Don't worry about the production team's usual antics. In the first season, the messages we received genuinely terrified us. The first season followed a similar procedure. The production team was even harsher with the guests, not only failing to arrange a pre-show dinner for everyone to get acquainted but also introducing inexplicable segments during filming without prior notice. Several guests genuinely believed they had fallen into an infinite loop. As a veteran of the first season, Fan Xiangyang witnessed each new contestant being thoroughly frightened by the production team, sharing with Yuwon, "This season is a bit better. Xiao Lin will tell you the truth. In the past, no matter how we asked the staff, they would remain tight-lipped, like a gourd with a sawed-off mouth." Tong Li pulls out her phone. "I also received it last night, but my assistant had given me a heads up, so it was fine. Here's the message I received." Tong Li shows them the conversation. As this is post-production material intended for the nationwide audience, Yuwon feels little psychological pressure and leans over for a glance. Tong Li's message differs slightly from his, suggesting that the production team crafts messages according to each individual's role and ultimate fate. The novice dungeon has concluded. Challenger. Tong Li, registration number Xiam 668. Novice dungeon failed. Annihilation program will soon be initiated. Annihilation program terminates. Player Xiam 667 selects undead mode. Player Xiam 668 is automatically bound, forming a team with player Xiam 667 to undertake the challenge together. Description: Undead mode. A seasoned player mode with the ultimate goal of resurrecting the undead. Form a team with 4 other players. The higher the survival rate in each task, the greater the player S points, which significantly assist in achieving the ultimate goal. The second dungeon is about to commence. This season's final task: resurrect the undead and reorganize the hero squad. The final sentence eerily echoes Yuwon. Welcome to the Battle Royale. Just the thought of it sends shivers down the spine. Without prior warning, one could truly be frightened out of their wits. As they converse, the remaining guests arrive one after another. Lee Daniel, hearing their chatter, smiles and interjects. Every season brings this. The production team not only torments the audience but the guests as well. Yi Ming wholeheartedly agrees, recalling that she nearly had a nightmare upon receiving the news yesterday. Thankfully, Lee Daniel had subtly warned her beforehand. Although the contract prohibits communication among participants, it primarily restricts interactions prior to recording, allowing for a bit of discretion afterward, which the production team does not overly scrutinize. Yuwon, after finishing his orange juice, lets out a small burp, placing the glass on the table. As he hears Tong Li inquire, "I was pondering earlier, why can't we collect this material before the first episode? I've observed that the worldview of each season's battle royale is only introduced at the end of the first episode." Fan Xiangyang explains. It's a clever little twist by the production team. In the narrative, we are ordinary individuals inadvertently bound to the battle royale game. The first dungeon of each season serves as our novice dungeon, and prior to this we receive no hints, with players unfamiliar with one another, perfectly mirroring the state of new guests. Lee Daniel adds. Moreover, the first dungeon is a constant thread throughout. Guests require a profound sense of immersion to make the decisions the production team desires. For instance, if Xiao Yu chooses undead mode but never perceives himself as a hero throughout, even if he selects undead mode, the audience will not believe it. To enhance immersion, it is necessary to moderately diminish the game's presence. Yuwon is taken aback upon hearing this. So, I've been living within the production team's conspiracy all along. Fan Xiangyang chuckles at his choice of words. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a staff member arrives to announce that all departments are ready, and they can commence. Jian Hong, having other obligations today, had requested leave from the director, and only arrives after everyone else has entered the recording studio. Upon seeing Yuwon, he nervously exclaims, "Xiao Yu, I think I've truly fallen into the battle royale." Yuwon responds, "The production team is quite the menace. The voice acting work is, in essence, a review. Clues the guests failed to uncover and emotions they couldn't deduce will be thoroughly provided to them prior to recording, aiding their understanding of the characters and the lines." Yuan finally manages to clarify to Jianheng that it is merely the production team recording material, not a real battle royale. Jianheng closes his eyes, earnestly clasping his hands together, lamenting, "As a devout man, why must I endure such suffering after a lifetime of good deeds?" Yuan estimates he didn't sleep well last night, as dark circles are evident under his eyes. Fortunately, there's no on-camera requirement today, so he reassuringly pats Jianheng's shoulder. The two quietly enter, noticing everyone engrossed in their scripts, particularly focused, with no one looking up. After a moment of observation, Tongli attempts to find the tone for the princess. The moment she begins to speak, Yuan is astonished. Tongli's natural timbre leans towards a mature quality, her enunciation fluid, imbued with a unique charm. Yet, as she speaks, it remains her voice, albeit with a slightly elevated pitch, and the crispness of her tone emerges, her expression radiating that distinct princess essence. Is this what it means to be a thespian? Excluding her cameo in Fenghua, Yuan has only one work to his name, Xianmen, which is a small production, with the director's expectations not particularly high. As long as the performance is adequate on camera, voice acting can be done if possible, and if not, they simply make do, as there's no budget for voice actors, and the outcome is left to fate. Yuan used his original voice for that role, but at that time, the crew paid little attention to the voice acting aspect. He performed in his usual speaking manner. Chu Jiao is a spirited, reckless youth, and using his normal conversational tone was not discordant. However, upon hearing Tong Li's voice acting now, Yuan feels as though a new door in the entertainment industry has opened before him. Each aspect of voice, stage presence, and performance seems ripe for exploration. He resolves to seek Tong Li as his mentor later. Tong Li tries a few lines, and the results are unexpectedly impressive, prompting spontaneous applause from the others. Jianheng leans into Yuan and whispers, "Amazing! When will I have such a command of dialogue?" Yiming, ignited by a competitive spirit, lifts her script, poised to begin. The elf character is not cliché, yet regrettably, they have failed to piece together the complete puzzle of the elf's persona throughout, leaving her identity rather nebulous. She ought to be a character who appears shy and timid on the outside but surges with inner strength, aspiring to one day become a dependable companion, a transformative role. Lacking comprehensive information means that even if the elf's character is recorded, it can only be included as supplementary material, which is truly unfortunate. Am I hope? What kind of hope am I? Am I the hope that brings ruin to the great mage? No, it should not be this way. While healing magic is indeed precious, I have lingered too long behind my companions. I must fight in my own way. Let us freeze time and witness the resolve of a healing elf. The elf's voice is inherently delicate, as can be discerned from the text. She is a girl unaccustomed to speaking loudly, her voice often drowned out by her companion's clamor. Yiming successfully embodies this fragility, subtly infusing it with a hint of determination. Yuan gazes at Yiming with newfound respect. He decides to seek her as a second mentor. Next is Fan Xiangyang. Although not an actor, his seasoned hosting background is undeniable. His voice is deep yet articulate, perfectly embodying a scruffy yet resolute dwarf. Finally, there is Li Daniel. Despite lacking formal training, he possesses a natural asset, his gentle voice. In terms of skill, he may not match the other seasoned performers, yet his voice carries an inherent charm, harmonizing beautifully with the composed and mature Grand Mage. After everyone has completed their vocal trials, Fan Xiangyang is the first to enter the recording studio. Yuan stares blankly, prompting Jianheng to lean over and ask, "Xiao Yu, what is wrong?" Lost in thought, Xiao Yu retorts, "Can one person have 4 mentors simultaneously?" Jianheng pauses, scanning the other guests and suddenly realizes, "Oh, you wish to seek mentorship? Who do you want to learn from?" It seems the seniors are all quite impressive. Yuan, feeling shy, admits, "I want them all. Only a child would make choices." Jianheng responds, Yuan is the last to enter the recording studio. With the esteemed predecessors setting the standard, he finds himself becoming more cautious, reflecting deeply on what the voice of a hero should embody. The hero possesses an outgoing personality, romantic and imbued with childlike wonder. Using his original tone for the recording seems feasible. Had this been in the past, Yuan would have dived right in. But today, he aspires to make a slight alteration for the character he adores. The hero is a 26-year-old adult male. Even if he is exuberant, he differs significantly from the youthful essence of Chu Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, he speaks, "O valiant hero, drawing your sword countless times." The moment he speaks, Jianheng outside the recording studio can't help but give him a thumbs up. Tong Li, too, displays a look of surprise, instinctively applauding. The delivery of this line is rhythmically crafted, aligning perfectly with the emotionally charged persona of the hero, and Yuan, beyond his normal intonation, adds a touch of mirth. Subtle yet impactful, the entire line transforms from mere shouting into an uplifting proclamation, as if the one voicing it genuinely believes. A true hero should possess such a voice, one that seems to be perpetually imbued with laughter, exuding optimism so profound that even the sun pales in comparison. Chapter 37. As the voiceover concluded, the guests needed to film a few additional scenes for supplementary material. For instance, a scene of the hero team and the princess sipping wine in the courtyard, close-ups of each character before their demise, and unspoken regrets, visions imagined. The final image captures them strolling through a forest, dappled morning light filtering through the leaves, their smiles radiant as if they are on the brink of a great journey, with a black dragon lurking in the clouds, appearing and disappearing. After reviewing the entire narrative, Tong Li was utterly disheartened. The princess, in a desperate bid to vanquish the demon king's soul, inflicted a wound upon herself with the staff of great magic, a wound that could not heal as time stood still, ultimately leading to her demise. Good heavens, the scriptwriters have no heart. Fan Xiangyang took a more philosophical view, remarking that this is the style of our survival game, a bit of torment designed to elicit tears from the audience. Once the recording ended, the group discussed dining together, choosing a highly confidential private restaurant. As the dishes arrived, Yuan immersed himself in the feast, relishing the rare occasion where every dish suited his palate exquisitely. He mentally jotted down the name of the restaurant, resolving to return on his next visit to the city. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, they engaged in light conversation. Yiming frequently cast glances at Yuan, her demeanor somewhat evasive, as if she had something to say but hesitated. In a moment of unexpected connection, Yuan caught her gaze and tilted his head in curiosity. Yiming, unsure of how to interpret this gesture, suddenly felt emboldened and mustered the courage to say, "Xiaoyu, I saw something trending earlier. Could you share some of the gossip from the entertainment industry?" Yuan paused for a second, then Tong Li erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I knew it. It's human nature to be a gossip monger." Yiming had secretly followed Yuan's Weibo account, and upon discovering his frequent updates, felt exhilarated, vowing to cultivate a good relationship with the Gossip King to gain exclusive insights into the entertainment world. However, in the first episode, she and Yuan didn't get a chance to meet alone. How frustrating. Fan Xiangyang cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Yiming, we exist within this circle. How can we indulge in the spectacle of our peers? As artists, we should unite. Perhaps we should create a group chat? Not because I wish to listen, but to prevent potential issues. When the situation escalates, we must be prepared." As soon as this topic was broached, Jianheng perked up, recalling his prior agreement with Yuan to share gossip at the first opportunity. Although Yuan seldom initiated conversations with him, he would always respond when asked. Over time, Jianheng accumulated numerous little secrets that he could not share, which felt like a form of torture. Yiming swiftly created a group chat, and Jianheng eagerly raised his hand, declaring, me, I know how to pry open teacher US lips.
Yiming replied, El Jalant.
I appoint you as the guardian of the gossip group. Jianheng responded, I promise to fulfill the task. Even Li Daniel, who typically exuded an air of detachment, was caught up in the lively atmosphere and pulled out his phone. Meanwhile, Yuan, the subject of their chatter, stood aside, hesitating to engage, feeling like an outsider. Was no one concerned for his well-being? After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective hotels, only to discover they were all staying at the same establishment, albeit on different floors. Yiming gazed at the opulent hotel signage, exclaiming, the production team has sinister intentions. Upon returning to his room, the newly created gossip group chat buzzed with messages. Despite Yuan's declaration of disinterest in gossip, the others were engaged in fervent discussions. Yiming, is it true? No way. The drama crew is embroiled in a scandal. This is so thrilling. Jianheng. Absolutely. I painstakingly extracted this from Xiaoyu. He was on the set of Fenghua. And the male leads were at each other's throats in front of the director. Tongli, elaborate, please. I want to hear more. Fan Xiangyang. ISNT director Gao known for his intolerance of such antics? How could they remain in the production? Jianheng. What can be done? The fourth male lead was a financier's choice. Yiming. Delicious. More, please. Yuan observed the lively exchange for a while, choosing not to interject. He retrieved clothing from his suitcase to freshen up. By the time he emerged, the group chat had undergone 180 iterations, now discussing, Xiaoyu, why aren't you famous yet? Yuan? Yiming. You must become famous. Achieve top-tier status. That way, you can attend all the grand productions, award ceremonies, press conferences, and red carpets where the juiciest gossip arises. Hiding as a minor artist is simply a waste of your talents. Yuan pondered for a moment, sincerely replying, I feel I am already quite well known. Yiming insisted, not enough. You must ascend to superstardom. Who will help our Xiaoyu secure a role that guarantees stardom? Tong Li chimed in with an ill-conceived suggestion, Xiaoyu, go to my fu. Yuan. After contemplating for a while, he renamed the group to Xiaoyu's Spicy Teachers. Tong Li, what? Am I so old that I can't keep up with the young one's thought processes? What does this mean? Fan Xiangyang. If you're old, then what am I? Smiling JPG Li Daniel. Spicy? I don't like that. I prefer clear broth. Jian Heng. Teacher Li, cumin flavor is quite delightful too. Thumbs up JPG Yuan. Because I wish to learn dialogue techniques from all of you esteemed teachers. Your voiceovers today were superb. I want to learn. Yuan. The first step to Xiaoyu's rise to fame begins with enhancing my skills. Yuan. Little cat charging forward. Cat emoji. The chat fell silent for a moment, and after a while, Jian Heng remarked, Xiaoyu, if you want to kick me out of the group, just say so. Worried JPG. His proficiency in dialogue was on par with Yuan's, and in fact, his enunciation was less precise. He felt unworthy to be in the group of Xiaoyu's Spicy Teachers. Fan Xiangyang. It's a simple matter. If you have any questions, just ask in the group, and I'll recommend some teachers' courses. If the company has resources in that area, I'll arrange for you to learn plus a few books. Tong Li. I may not be able to teach the basics well, as they have become second nature to me, and I've forgotten the principles. If you need me to ask a teacher from my alma mater for an auditing spot, I can do that. Attend classes regularly, and if you encounter any bottlenecks, just post in the group. With so many seniors here, they won't let you down. Yuan was overjoyed. I pay my respects to my masters. Tong Li, no need for formalities. Yuan sent a series of emojis, bowing to each person, who received the gesture with warmth, feeling honored by the homage from the Gossip King. Jian Heng, sensing the moment was right, chimed in, Masters, please accept your second disciple's bow. What an excellent opportunity for learning. One must seize such chances. Tong Li proclaimed, I appoint you as the second disciple of the Spicy Teachers group. Jian Heng, thank you, Master. Yiming had remained silent for quite some time, even during the bowing ceremony, leading Yuan to believe she had fallen asleep. However, at 10 o'clock that evening, he received a message from Yiming. Xiaoyu, I have an audition opportunity for my next drama. A script from Oscar-nominated director Miao Yifei. It's a big investment, a major IP. Based on my judgment of the script, it will surely succeed. The antagonist has yet to be cast for the male third role. Would you like to audition? Yuan read the message multiple times. Astonished. Sister, my current status doesn't seem to qualify me for director Miao's production. Yiming countered. How can that be? I just spoke with director Miao, and he immediately agreed for you to audition, indicating he has a positive impression of you. He even follows your Weibo. He has replied to your fans. By all accounts, he likes you. By all accounts, you'll definitely nail the audition. Yuan exclaimed, Sister, you truly are a genius at rounding things off. Yuan quickly realized that this senior, who had been silent for so long, was seeking opportunities for him. Having been immersed in this circle for quite some time, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, yet fortune favored him as he had never crossed paths with malevolent souls. However, it was his first encounter with someone like Yiming, who, after indulging in idle chatter, promptly put her words into action. A recommendation from a rising star in the limelight is something that others would vie for, exchanging resources in return. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within him, prompting him to press the voice message button to express his gratitude. Sister, you. Before he could finish, a message from Yiming popped up. Viral. Explosive. Walking the red carpet. Ascending the star-studded avenue. Every year, the red carpet is rife with gossip. I've always heard about it from others, but this year, I shall be the one spilling the beans. I am the ambassador of gossip. Yuan replied, all right, while others repay me with tales of romance, I shall reciprocate with juicy tidbits. Stick with me, and there will be gossip to savor. Yuan added, my sister is the entertainment industry's greatest benefactor. Little Yu shall not disappoint you, striving to achieve fame and success before the year's end, to soar into the cosmos. Yiming responded, ha ha ha, little Yu, I am no benefactor. With your looks, personality, and professional prowess, your rise to fame is merely a matter of time. I am merely doing you a favor before you explode onto the scene. Additionally, little Yu, I'm not sure if your company has informed you, but your eyes possess a remarkable clarity. which is one of the reasons for your appeal to the audience. It is both your advantage and disadvantage. The audience adores you like this, but directors prefer artists with a flair for performance. After a 2-minute pause, Ming continued, however, during the first episode of the survival show, I discerned your ambition for performance within your gaze. In any case, you need not worry now. Any role could potentially become your comfort zone. Choose freely, for the world of acting has just begun to open its doors to you. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Yuan contemplated these words in silence before taking a screenshot and forwarding it to Xie Jiamao. The boss replied with 6 characters. I have smoked deeply. The first episode's recording had been delayed in Lin City for about 10 days, yet it concluded earlier than anticipated. The director had originally estimated it would take half a month. He did not hold back on praise, stating that the reactions from all the teachers were exceptional. Truly, on behalf of all the teams involved in the survival show, he expressed gratitude for their participation this season. As he spoke, he even performed a slight bow. Yuan and Jianheng found themselves at the bottom of the guest hierarchy this season, unaccustomed to such grand gestures. The former made a sudden lunge, while the latter executed a slide. Jianheng knelt on the ground, embracing the director, who was about to bend down. Yuan stood to the left, firmly pressing the director's chest and spine to straighten him up. Jianheng exclaimed, Your Majesty, this is too much. Yuan retorted, Your Majesty, the dragon's body is paramount. Ming nearly laughed herself into a stupor. The director found himself caught between the two, unable to move, and could only laugh and cry, saying, You both should let me go. Yuan replied, Yes, I shall withdraw. Jianheng added, This withdrawal will last a lifetime. The director's vision went dark. Please, for the love of all that is holy, refrain from visiting the internet CAF too often. Upon returning from Lin City by plane, it was already late at night. The airport terminal at 3 in the morning was not overly crowded, and as Yuan dragged his suitcase out of the security checkpoint, he spotted Xie Yu waiting in the passenger area. Teacher Xie stood beside a seat with one hand casually in his pocket, strikingly noticeable. Perhaps he had caught up on some sleep during the flight, as Yuan felt remarkably energetic and sprinted toward him. Teacher Xie, in his haste, he failed to stop in time, but Xie Yu effortlessly took the suitcase from him, hooking his index finger around the hood of his sweatshirt. The suitcase spun next to them before coming to a steady halt at Yuan's right. Xie Yu advised, Slow down, don't bump into anyone. Yuan retrieved his hood and waved his hand with a smile. I can see the path clearly now. I won't bump into anyone. The business car was parked just outside the terminal. Once inside, Yuan immediately began scrolling through his phone, with the conversation bouncing between Xie Jiamao and Ming. Ming messaged, Clashing schedules? That won't happen. Director Miao's film is still in the casting phase, with formal shooting starting 6 months from now. By then, the survival show will be wrapped up. However, this role is quite complex. A young master from a prestigious family in Shanghai, quiet and reserved at home, yet a pure-hearted yet wild maniac in private. Such duality is challenging to portray. Director Miao has yet to select the role, which speaks volumes about his strict standards. Hurry and have the company coordinate to obtain the script for you to study. Xie Jiamao replied, Chu Han and Shisu are now also company artists. Your residential area is close to the company, but the security is inadequate. I have arranged a villa for the 3 of you. I will send you the address. Move there tomorrow. Yuan searched for the address sent by the boss and gasped. Xie Yu inquired, What's wrong? Yuan showed him the information from the search engine, his face contorted with concern. The boss has rented us a villa in the top affluent area of S City. Is our company going bankrupt? Enjoying life before the collapse? Xie Yu fell silent for a moment before correcting him. It's not rented, the Xie Jiamao's own. Yet, online it was reported that this affluent area housed billionaires and entrepreneurs. Yuan pondered for a second, an expression of solemnity crossing his face. Could it be that the boss has been playing possum, secretly running a business that has reached the Fortune 500? You overestimate Xie Jiamao, Xie Yu said, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the steering wheel. You could ask him when you return. He may have simply forgotten to mention it to you. Yuan thought to himself, how could I ask? The boss is incognito for a reason. Perhaps he offended someone in the past and has spent these years hiding from vengeful pursuers, having to start anew as a diligent employee. If the boss chooses not to disclose something, I shall not pry. Yes. High emotional intelligence, little you. After discussing his thoughts on the experience of recording the variety show and his minuscule plans for the future, the boss was astonished by his growth, praising him as a genius. Xie Jiamao declared, I told you, you are a piece of uncut jade. Thank the heavens, thank God. Thank the Buddha for bringing you to me. Rest assured, the boss will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Even if it means selling my talents or my very self, I will secure excellent scripts for you. Yuan felt slightly bashful from the praise, yet the final line sent a shiver down his spine. That's rather morbid. The next day at noon, Xie Jiamao informed him that he had arranged for someone to assist with his move. When Yuan descended, he found that it was indeed teacher Xie again, this time accompanied by 2 additional individuals. Xiao Zhou was a young woman with a round face, handpicked by Xie Jiamao from the talent market to be a diligent life assistant. She was meticulous and methodical in her work, though somewhat reserved. Xiao Zhong was another of his assistants who also doubled as a driver. Yes, the generous boss provided him with 2 luxurious business cars, one of which was an RV. The next time he visited the set, he would have his own restroom. Yuan felt a surge of gratitude, but alas, the boss was absent, leaving him with no outlet for his appreciation. After they introduced themselves, Yuan turned to Xie Hiyu with a smile. I am quite pleased with these 2 new colleagues, but I believe I might have misheard. Could you repeat what you just said about your role? I am your manager, Xie Hiyu replied, unfazed, steadfast as a rock. Yuan exclaimed. You are the manager, and what is Xie Jiamao then? Xie Hiyu replied, he is the manager for Chuhan and Shisu. Yuan inhaled sharply. Is this what you meant when you said you would free up time in the second half of the year? I thought you were merely here to help, but it seems you are now practically part of the company. Xie Hiyu paused for a moment before saying no. Xie Jiamao pressured me into this. Yuan's expression conveyed his certainty. That makes perfect sense. He stifled his laughter, enduring the urge to speak out, ultimately daring to murmur in the absence of the boss. That's a bit excessive. Chapter 38. With the assistance of Xiao Zhou and Xiao Zhong, Yuan swiftly organized his belongings and set off for his grand villa, which was rumored to have a private pool and gym. Chuhan and Shisu had already moved in a couple of days earlier. Today, Chuhan had a commitment and was not home, leaving the villa eerily quiet. As Yuan entered the living room, the smile on his face evaporated instantly. The living room resembled a colossal landfill. Scattered haphazardly across the couch were discarded clothes and soiled socks, while the coffee table lay in disarray, littered with the remnants of several empty chip bags. The floor bore the marks of dried stains from footfalls, and nearby, an unfinished takeout box rested on the dining table. Upon glancing into the kitchen, one would swear it had been subjected to a bombardment, its chaos beyond comprehension. Yuan dragged his suitcase towards the exit, only to encounter Xie Hiyu, who had just parked the car and was walking in. Where are you off to? Xie inquired. With a serious expression, Yuan replied, no gilded cage compares to my humble abode. I prefer a single apartment devoid of pools and gyms. Xie cast a glance inside, startled by the sight of such disorder. This shouldn't be the case. Xie Jiama mentioned an aunt would come to clean every other day, he remarked, bewildered. Could it really descend into such disarray in just one day? That place has already been vacated, Xie said, tugging on Yuan's cap, his gaze sweeping over the refuse-strewn room, his brow furrowing slightly. Let me help you tidy this up. Resigned, Yuan set down his suitcase and picked up a feather duster, glancing around aimlessly, unsure where to begin. Ultimately, he slinked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. A single glance was enough to assault his senses. With a frigid demeanor, he slammed the fridge shut, halting Xie, who was in the midst of collecting the rubbish. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. Let us wait for the other 2 residents to gather. I shall enlighten them on the standards of public area hygiene. Xie sorted through the food waste, placing it into plastic bags. I'll handle these quickly. Put that down. Xie promptly ceased his task, standing at attention as if he had never been so upright before. He turned slowly to Yuan, his expression one of shock and confusion. Yuan spoke earnestly. Can you tidy this once and maintain it for a lifetime? Your diligence only fosters the rampant disregard for social norms. In a civilized society, we all share the responsibility of public hygiene. He pointed at the feathers strewn across the floor with the duster, asserting, today, I shall impart this lesson to Chuhan and Shisu. Shisu had recently been receiving fewer engagements. The scandal surrounding his illegitimacy had yet to fade. While not a moral blemish, it inevitably sparked a wave of online discourse. Xie Jiama suggested he minimize exposure temporarily, focusing on projects with longer durations until the audience had largely forgotten such trivialities. After all, the quality of work is paramount. Shisu found his boss's words compelling, for this was a man esteemed enough to possess a residence in a billion-dollar neighborhood. If he deemed it appropriate, it surely was, as the boss possessed foresight beyond their comprehension. With fewer engagements, self-management had become lax. He had played video games until the early hours of the morning, only waking in the afternoon to scavenge for food. As he descended the stairs in his slippers, he discovered the living room curtains drawn, with only a sliver of light filtering through the entrance, the entire hall engulfed in a murky gloom. Did I close the curtains last night? He muttered, puzzled, as he moved toward the window. Suddenly, a voice echoed ominously from above, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Do you know your sins? Ah, what the hell? Who dares to disturb me? A head emerged slowly from the sofa, the flashlight casting a ghastly pallor on a familiar, exquisite face. Had it not been for the unmistakable visage, Shisu might have thought a malevolent spirit had come to claim him. Yuan shone the flashlight on himself, extracting a foul sock from the sofa's corner with an expression of indifference. Tell me, is this yours? Shisu gasped, gradually succumbing to panic. Yuan, did you die while recording a survival game? What the hell? If you're dead, why come to me? Seek compensation from the game. No, wait, I mean for funeral expenses. With a snap, another flashlight flickered to life. Xiahayu's pupils glinted in the beam, dark and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. You're the one who is dead, he declared. Yuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Xia, it's not your time to shine yet. With a snap, Xia extinguished the flashlight again. Shisu stood frozen for a good 2 minutes, during which Yuan's inquiries went unheard. Finally, he erupted in anger. You two are insane. Who is insane? Yuan poked the stinking sock towards him with the feather duster, reiterating, who is insane? As the curtains swung wide open, Shisu knelt on the soft cushion, looking disheveled and forlorn. Instinctively, he wanted to retort, but upon raising his gaze, he found Xiaoyu standing behind Yuan, arms crossed like a chilling statue, casting a frosty glance that rendered him mute. Xiaoyu was Xie Jima's nephew, the owner of the villa and their direct superior. Angering Xie would lead to expulsion from the villa, dismissal from the company, and ultimately a descent into obscurity, perhaps even scavenging for scraps. In a mere 30 seconds, Shisu envisioned a dismal future of rummaging through rubbish. Thus, he shook his head, obediently confessing, I have a problem. Yuan inquired, what problem? Shisu replied, a slovenly one. Yuan pressed on, how do we cure it? Shisu stated, through diligence, movement, and a commitment to hygiene and organization. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Yet, Shisu, unable to contain his resentment, questioned why he alone bore the brunt of the reprimand, when Chu Han was equally culpable. With a sinister smile, Yuan replied, do you think he can escape? At 9 o'clock, after completing his engagement, Chu Han was escorted back to the villa by a newly assigned assistant. Teacher Chu, there are no other activities scheduled for now. You can rest at home. Please call if you need anything. Experiencing the care of an assistant for the first time, Chu Han had transformed from a state of confusion to one of ease over the week, smiling as he said, you've worked hard. Make sure to rest well yourself. After the assistant parked in the garage and departed, Chu Han entered the door using his code, only to find the hall cloaked in darkness, all the lights extinguished. Frowning, he fumbled to turn on the entrance light, but as he walked in, a voice suddenly emanated from directly above him. Chu, do you know your mistakes? Thinking it was Shisu's prank, he dismissed it. Are you that bored? Before he could finish, a face turned toward him from the dimly lit sofa, the blue hair standing out starkly against the darkness. Shisu slowly inquired, are you talking to me? Chu Han halted, growing cautious. If you're here, then who is speaking from upstairs? Upstairs? Shisu's gaze shifted to the upper level, where no one was present. Chu Han glanced upward, finding the stair railing empty, devoid of any light. Hesitantly, he asked, did you just hear someone talking? Shisu stared at him intently, a slow smile spreading across his face, grotesque and exaggerated, reminiscent of a clown from a horror film. I didn't hear anyone speaking. Chu Han gasped. What the hell? This villa is haunted. He bolted for the exit. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu had appeared at the entrance to the living room, leaning against the wall, and abruptly turned on the main lights. The prank concluded. Ha ha ha. Teacher Chu, you're scared too. Shisu collapsed onto the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. You're usually so composed. I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts. With the lights ablaze, the villa illuminated like midday, and the blue-haired culprit showed no remorse, openly mocking Chu Han's earlier fright. Standing there, Chu Han took a moment to collect himself, his fists gradually clenching tighter. He seized a cushion and charged at Shisu, seething, are you out of your mind? So bored. In the face of such a thunderous assault, Shisu raised his hands in surrender. It wasn't me. It was Yuan. Chu Han. The subject of their discussion bellowed from the second floor, as Yuan, clad in slippers, thundered down the stairs, his irritation palpable. Are the clothes in the bathroom upstairs yours? Chu Han vehemently denied it. No, Yuan retorted. They are yours. I've seen you wear them. They've been soaking long enough to stink. He was still concerned about wronging Chuhan after all. She appeared to be more reliable than Shisu. He specifically went upstairs to check the cleanliness of the second floor. To his dismay, the two were not much better. Chuhan paused for a moment and, puzzled, remarked, "Since Auntie will be here tomorrow, wouldn't it be better to let it soak for easier cleaning?" Yuan, resembling a weathered elder, was taken aback by the audacity of such words and staggered back 3 steps, clutching his chest in disbelief. After a long moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. Teacher Yu stood on the second floor, wielding a feather duster, surveying the two with a cold, unyielding gaze from his elevated position. "Forget about Auntie. I just spoke with Xie Jiamiao, and the boss informed me that Auntie has resigned due to the overwhelming workload." Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. To have driven away the cleaning lady, these two are truly extraordinary. The boss was currently scouting for new talent in the job market, which would conservatively take a week. During this week, we would have to maintain the basic cleanliness of the villa ourselves, as there would be no housekeeper. "What?" Shisu was the first to wail. "Me clean? Do I look capable of that?" Chuhan stood in stunned silence, reflecting, "I did clean before. Why is it suddenly such a daunting task?" Throughout this week, the future torchbearer of socialism, Teacher Yu, would enlighten them on what it means to build a harmonious society and co-create a clean home. Yuan spread his arms wide, a peculiar expression of both sanctity and ferocity crossing his face. After imparting his motivational speech, he smiled down at the two culprits below. "If by the end of this week you have not learned to mend your ways and become reformed individuals, then you shall be relegated to the streets as volunteers picking up trash." Shisu slowly turned his head, and at the moment their eyes met, he felt a jolt of terror. "Oh gosh, what to do? My colleague has suddenly become quite frightening." Chuhan too felt a shiver run down her spine, whispering, "Has he been possessed by the god of hygiene? Such a fuss. The house is quite clean. Teacher Yu, do we really have to throw away this bowl of spicy noodles? It looks perfectly fine. Haven't you noticed it has mold? Why can't clothes soak for a whole day? If my sleeves are oily, wouldn't soaking them longer just make them cleaner? The recommended soaking time for laundry detergent is 30 minutes. Who gave you the liberty to extend it to 48? Yuan could no longer tolerate this makeshift garbage dump. Though it was not an ideal time for a thorough cleanup, the household refuse had to be dealt with. He directed Shisu and Chuhan to sort the kitchen waste, carting it out in multiple trips, using up a whole roll of plastic bags. He then instructed them to claim their own clothing, categorizing and stuffing it into the washing machine. After completing the laundry and hanging it to dry, it was already midnight. Chuhan and Shisu collapsed onto the sofa like two exhausted fish, utterly spent. Yet clearly this was far from over, as Yuan brought a small chair and positioned himself in front of them. Xie Yu stood behind him, holding a wooden drying pole, and tapped it lightly against the ground, the sound echoing like a gavel in court. With a stern expression and an air of authority, Yuan declared, "Sit up straight." The lingering fear of being dominated jolted Chuhan and Shisu upright in reflex. Yuan pointed at Chuhan. "First, clothes must not soak for more than 30 minutes. Second, discarded clothing must not be tossed about haphazardly. Those that need washing go into the laundry basket, and those that do not should be hung up. Third, do not enter the kitchen or attempt to enhance your culinary skills." The kitchen had become a disaster zone due to Chuhan's impulsive decision to fry an egg to accompany her snail noodles. Chuhan struggled to comprehend. "But didn't you say that labor is the highest honor? How can I labor if I do not enter the kitchen?" Yuan paused, contemplating. "Teacher Chu, are you aware of your unique constitution? Huh? You are a natural disaster in the kitchen. Any proximity to an open flame could result in an explosion. Though you possess remarkable culinary talent, for your own safety, I strongly advise against entering the kitchen again." Disu. Xie Yu, Chuhan, bewildered, furrowed her brow and pondered for a while before asking, "How do you know this? What do you mean by natural disaster?" Yuan, with an enigmatic air, replied, "I have always had an acute perception, able to discern hidden prodigies among the populace. I have verified your status as a natural disaster 2 or 3 times and can confirm it today without a doubt." "All right," Chuhan said after some internal conflict, accepting this explanation with a hint of regret. "I actually enjoy cooking. I feel like I'm improving each time. I should be able to fry that egg today." Shisu stared at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Not a friend, and you believe this?" "Silence," Yuan interjected sharply. He was far less courteous with Shisu, admonishing him for carelessly discarding takeout containers and allowing spoiled food to linger. "There is no room for moldy items. Rotten fruit must not be returned to the fridge, as it will not revive. Returned items must be placed back in their proper spots. Uneaten chips must not remain on the coffee table but should either be sealed or thrown away. Chip crumbs must not touch the floor. When eating, use a trash bin to catch the crumbs. Shisu felt dazed by the barrage of instructions, akin to a monkey being lectured. With a headache, he sought external assistance. Teacher Xie, is this even human language? We all work for the same company. Please save me. Yuan, turning sharply, asked, do you dare to protest? Teacher Xie, you tell me. Who is right here? With a decisive tap of the drying pole, Xie responded, you. Disu. Yuan continued, if you cannot manage basic personal hygiene, how do you expect to become an artist? How can you be the dream of countless girls? How can you be a model for humanity? Before Shisu could respond, Yuan pressed on, Teacher Xie, am I not making sense? Xie replied, a discerning eye captures the subtle details. Teacher Chu, am I not right? Chu Han, inexplicably called upon, thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. After all, as a natural disaster, one must be exceedingly cautious. A chaotic environment could potentially trigger an explosion. Shisu watched her nod in agreement, and darkness loomed over him. 3 authoritative figures. How did this company become a faction? The following morning, Yuan awoke refreshed. Though he wanted to rouse the other 2 from their slumber for a grand cleanup, he decided, out of kindness for Chu Han, who had been working hard lately, to postpone the cleaning plan by a day. The villa boasted 6 floors, with 2 underground and 4 above ground. Shisu claimed the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Ask no questions. He won it in a game of rock paper scissors before Yuan moved in. Both Yuan and Chu Han resided on the 2nd floor. After changing into his workout clothes, he energetically jogged downstairs, passing by Chu Han's room, where he could hear her snoring clearly through the door, evidencing her exhaustion. This was the primary reason Yuan had decided to let her off the hook. The gym was located on the basement level, and neither Chu Han nor Shisu had ventured down to maintain the cleanliness that the cleaning lady left behind. Yuan approached the treadmill, confidently setting the incline and pressing start. After 15 minutes, he felt slightly fatigued and hit pause. A foundational skill for performing arts is lung capacity, and an effective way to enhance it is through aerobic exercises, such as walking, climbing, or swimming. After contemplating the treadmill for half a minute, he optimistically thought, forget it. I'll go swimming instead. If one path is blocked, he would simply take another. Standing at the edge of the swimming pool, Yuan fell into contemplation. He couldn't swim. Should he hire a swimming instructor? It would be difficult to secure one on short notice. What about today's workout? Yuan was momentarily torn, but he cheerfully decided that 15 minutes was quite commendable. There is no difficulty in the world, provided one is willing to relinquish. He returned to the living room with a dry towel devoid of any sweat, only to be astonished to find Shisu had already risen and was engrossed in his phone. Upon Yuan's entrance, Shisu, with a guilty conscience, hastily extinguished the screen. You went out? He awkwardly greeted. Yuan replied, yes, have you had breakfast? I'm heading out to eat. Would you like me to bring you something? No need, Shisu replied, still harboring resentment from the previous night as slight, and after a brief moment of guilt, he restored his frosty demeanor and said coldly, I'm not accustomed to having breakfast. TCH, if you don't want to eat, then don't, Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes as he ascended the stairs without a care. Once he was upstairs, Shisu finally reopened his phone. The screen displayed the trailer for Yuan's new drama, The Chronicles of the Immortal Gate, which was set to be released in 3 days. This morning at 9 o'clock, the promotional teaser was released, and last night, the production team had begun generating buzz, leading to a few lower-tier trending topics. Shisu, accustomed to staying up late, had unwittingly taken note of it. Having just been chastised by Yuan, he glared at the trending topic with malicious intent, deciding to play the role of Yuan's temporary critic, determined to scrutinize every aspect of his performance, from acting to emotion, from dialogue to demeanor, leaving no stone unturned in his critique. Ha ha ha, Yuan, brace yourself for my tempestuous revenge. After ensuring that no one was around, he wore a smug smile and clicked on the under 3-minute video. The first version of the trailer was a cheerful one. The narrative commenced with the male lead, Pu Yangshi, infiltrating Yunshao Mountain, where the character, portrayed by Jian Heng, pretends to be a farmer pursued by bullies, stumbling into the dense outskirts of the mountain and colliding with Yuan's character, Chu Jiao. The young man stood amidst the high branches, bathed in dappled sunlight, his high ponytail swaying gently, a smile gracing his lips. He inquired, who are you? The male lead momentarily lost his composure, quickly rattling off the identity he had fabricated. Suddenly, with a snap of his fingers, a long sword swept out from behind the youth, who nonchalantly executed a gesture, slicing through the bully's sleeves with ease. Get lost. The voice was calm yet resonant, echoing through the woods. This marked Yu Wen's first appearance in the trailer. Subsequently, the male lead, relying on his tragic backstory, successfully earned the trust of those around him, only to face repeated setbacks in his quest for information, ultimately losing his martial prowess. Yu Wen's second scene featured a wink. In this vast Yunshao mountain, there is one place you cannot go, he said enigmatically, the backdrop being a dining hall, naturally capturing the male lead's attention. Under Pu Yongxi's persistent inquiries, he burst into laughter, mischievously winking. It's the senior sister South Peach Grove. The youth exuded youthful exuberance, as beautiful as white jade, and spiritedly free. In the trailer, Yu Wen's presence, despite being limited to just these two scenes, was palpably strong. After watching it once, Shisu fell silent. After the second viewing, he struggled to conjure some critical remarks, only to swallow them back, realizing his own shortcomings after the third and then the fourth viewing. After watching it n times, Shisu despondently thought, "Damn it, why does it seem quite good? Isn't this Yu Wen's first acting role? First-time actors are usually awkward and stilted, yet here he is. How could Yu Wen portray such charm?" Curious, Shisu scoured the internet, and indeed, the discussions surrounding the show were eclipsed by the plethora of topics concerning Yu Wen. "Ah, I adore this goofy style. Hurry up and air it. Is my internet comedy star about to be discovered? Jianheng, hurry out for some love. Can't live without you, Xine. What's the name of that handsome guy standing in the tree during the first scene? I laughed so hard. I thought I was the only one who noticed. That high ponytail just whipped straight into my heart. So youthful, I'll forever be partial to spirited youngsters. And that sword technique, such a relaxed demeanor. I truly believe he can cultivate immortality." Confidently. Yu Wen's fans arrived swiftly, after all. He was a long-time fixture in the gossip circles. Yet regarding the new drama, they expressed even more confusion than the netizens in the discussions. "What? A new drama? Let me take a look. Oh my sisters. How exciting. Yu Bao looks just like that spirited junior from those fantasy dramas. Nonsense. What? The gossip king secretly took a role without us knowing. You lot, can you stop acting crazy in here? Yu Bao filmed this months ago, and besides, this is a fantasy drama. He's supposed to be the junior. Oh my gosh. He winked at me. He has a crush on me. He wants my attention. Alright, I'm willing to marry him, happily. If only I had a peanut." Passers-by were amused by their reactions. Don't you fans pay attention to the main character's material? Ahem, Yu Laosher has been too engrossed in work lately. Not much gossip to share. I've let my focus slip. Who knew our Yu Laosher had this side? Shocking. I thought he only munches and gossips everywhere. What nonsense. Our Yu Bao is an actor after all. I'll expose you lot. Alright my darlings, time to analyze the data. Yu Bao is working so hard. We can't let him down. Report. Speak. How do we analyze the data? I'm not sure either. Let me sneak into another fan group to learn a few tricks and come back to teach everyone. Safe travels. Teacher, don't forget the expectations of the party and the people. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the fans' banter, and some kind-hearted girls from the fan community even reached out to share their experiences in detail. After half an hour of scrolling through his phone, Shisu was convinced that the internet was filled with praise, devoid of any criticism. He was utterly despondent, unwilling to accept it, insisting that the trailer merely showcased Yu Wen's best 2 snippets, and the remaining parts must be riddled with flaws. In 3 days, when the full episode aired, he would ensure Yu Wen had nowhere to hide. Just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. The trailer's release was brought to Yu Wen's attention by Xie Hayu. As an agent, Xie Hayu was far more reliable than Xie Jiamao. He not only kept a vigilant watch over every new piece of material released for Yu Wen, but also monitored online public sentiment in real time, succinctly summarizing and relaying it back to Yu Wen. Among the feedback was a line, "The public sentiment is excellent. You have garnered a plethora of praise." Yu Wen found himself inexplicably amused by this statement, unsure of what struck him as funny. After chatting with Xie Hayu, Yu Wen found himself in a new quandary. The Chronicles of the Immortal Gate premiered in 3 days, and the first teaser for Survival Game was also set to be released that same day. Logically, all artists involved in ongoing or promotional works were required to cooperate in publicity efforts, yet he had 2 projects premiering simultaneously and only 1 Weibo account. He was not alone in this predicament. Jianheng faced the same dilemma. As the male lead of the Chronicles of the Immortal Gate and a participant in the first episode of Survival Game, he too felt conflicted, wishing he could split one account in 2. Ultimately, both decided to balance the water. On the day the Chronicles of the Immortal Gate premiered, viewers witnessed an unprecedented spectacle in the entertainment industry. The male lead and the male third both divided their profile pictures in half, one side showcasing a classical-styled portrait, the other a dark fantasy theme. Yuan's was particularly amusing, with both images cropped to exclude a hand, and he cleverly placed a bowl filled with water at the dividing line, effectively illustrating the concept of balancing the water. Jian Heng praised him, "You're a genius." Yiming and others in the group erupted in laughter. The two works are set to release in close proximity. The Legend of Xianmen will premiere at 9 p.m. with 4 episodes on the internet platform, totaling 24 episodes, and is expected to conclude within a month. Meanwhile, the trailer for Battle Royale will debut half an hour later, in the prime time slot of 9:30 p.m., with a tentative schedule set for the week after next, adopting a format of simultaneous filming and broadcasting. Yuan calculated that these two productions would inevitably overlap for at least half a month, leaving him in a state of despair. He was also concerned about whether the directors from both sides would harbor any grievances. After cautiously probing, he was relieved to find that both directors were exceptionally amiable, having no objections and reassuring him to remain calm. However, the thought of having to tread carefully for another half-month left Yuan feeling uneasy. After sharing posts from both productions on Weibo, he hesitated between the two but ultimately chose to watch the trailer for Battle Royale first, as it was shorter than the 4 episodes. The trailer, lasting a full 7 minutes, was the longest he had ever encountered, and the progress bar was intriguingly designed as a countdown. The numbers displayed were not the usual minutes and seconds but rather, countdown. The mention of a countdown immediately reminded you one of the 7-day deadline and the last day in the Braves journal, making him appreciate the cleverness of the production team. Yet, without having seen the main feature, the viewers in the bullet comments evidently did not grasp its significance. What does the countdown mean? Is this a foreshadowing? Such a strange progress bar. What will happen when the countdown ends? Why is the countdown number 7? Never mind, based on my knowledge of Battle Royale. This trailer must be understood only after watching the main feature. Watching it now reveals nothing. Let's just enjoy the visuals. The comments lingered on the progress bar for a while without reaching a conclusion before quickly shifting their focus to the unfolding storyline. The opening featured an eerie piano piece, which Yuan recognized. The original melody was light and gentle, but the program had altered it into a slow, ethereal rendition, evoking a sense of uncanny foreboding.
De Desolate.
Tranquil corridor, the paintings of figures on either side of the hall with ambiguous smiles, the rhythmic dripping from the sink, and the reflection of the creaking door and handrails in the mirror, alongside the crimson-eyed brass ornaments, all contributed to an unsettling atmosphere. With the sound of birds flapping their wings, the screen went black before illuminating again, revealing that the brass bird on the handrail had vanished. The piano music abruptly ceased. The guests awakened in sequence, their wary gazes scanning their surroundings. A disjointed, hoarse broadcast crackled to life. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the castle of the evil dragon." The guests' reactions varied under the peculiar announcement. The production team provided several close-up shots, followed by a sudden acceleration of pace. "The specter is everywhere, brave ones. Draw forth your swords. He desires me to play a tune of Greensleeves, a song from his homeland. I think I must slay it. I am a timid elf, yet this time I stand before them. You are hope. I must forge it. This time I shall succeed." Fragments of dialogue coalesced, quickly transitioning through the guests, ultimately culminating in a unified declaration. "I cannot escape." The focus of the first episode's trailer lay in its narrative, with few extended individual shots of the guests. Yet Yuan still garnered a couple of striking close-ups. One featured him stepping out of a room, leisurely traversing the ominous corridor, sword in hand, casually performing a flourish with his weapon. He realized that he had been thoroughly immersed in the Xianmen crew's atmosphere, instinctively engaging with any long rod-like object, unaware of his own eagerness until he saw the close-up in the trailer. Another showcased his sword piercing through the curse's magic before he knelt, elegantly twirling the sword once more. The unsheathed Holy Cross sword felt light and spun nimbly between his pale fingers. Yuan scrutinized the progress bar closely, sensing that this action did not evoke any discomfort, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, if it had been incongruous, the director would not have included it, especially as a featured highlight in the trailer. The simultaneous airing of both productions sparked a greater wave of excitement than anticipated. Battle Royale is a nationally acclaimed variety show, commanding significant attention and boasting a loyal fanbase. On the day of the third season's announcement, a new supertopic was established, eagerly awaiting the pivotal plot of the first episode to begin matchmaking. Yuan's performance in the trailer, while not extraordinary, was captivating enough to transform a segment of variety show fans into casual admirers. Coincidentally, The Legend of Xianmen was also airing, prompting many to quietly gravitate towards it. The Legend of Xianmen is a quintessential light comedy aimed at a youthful audience, featuring a fluid narrative with a hint of absurdity, perfect for casual viewing. The two productions share overlapping audiences yet possess distinct styles, creating an unexpected buzz through their mutual influence. From teacher Lu Ji's Weibo, Battle Royale fans, please support the teacher's new drama. Xiano? Alright, let me appreciate this. It's not Xiano, it's Xianxia, as stated in the tags. What does that mean? Unified explanation. Xiano refers to romance set against a Xianxia backdrop, while the core essence of Xianxia is chivalry. Those who embody chivalry serve their country and people. What kind of chivalry can such a silly drama possess? The director must have miscategorized it. Ha ha ha. Xianxia dramas are supposed to feature deaths. I don't believe this show will have any. Count me as a non-believer. The 4 episodes of the premiere are neither excessively long nor short. Yet the overall tone of the drama is apparent. The viewers who ventured over with the mindset of casually passing the time found themselves unable to escape after watching the first episode. My goodness. I can't believe the plot isn't even exaggerated. Yet it's so funny. It's not a goofy light comedy. It's more like, how should I put it? The contrast. Each character is so serious, and the more serious they are, the funnier it gets. Ha ha ha, yes, the contrast. I'm amazed. When the second senior brother appeared, looking so aloof and serious, I thought he was a composed individual, only to find him sleeping with a chicken at night. I'm losing it. You can't blame the second senior brother. If he doesn't hug a chicken, he might be stolen by Jiang Chuyue at night. Why would she steal a chicken? The senior sister emerges at night, foraging for food, cooking whatever she finds. Such a topsy-turvy drama? I'm completely upside down. Yuan had a significant amount of screen time in the first 4 episodes, as he played the third male lead. At the beginning, the male protagonist enters Yunshao Mountain, his identity unclear, leading others to distrust and disregard him, except for Chu Jiao, who firmly believes he is a good person. When the male protagonist's cultivation is detected by the second senior brother, he is compelled to fabricate a story about internal injuries, concocting a tragic backstory, and only Chu Jiao believes his every word. When asked why, he simply raises an eyebrow with a smile, saying, I'm lucky. I must have encountered good people. Subsequently, in an effort to heal the male protagonist's internal injuries, Chu Jiao embarks on a series of galloping escapades. I'm dying of laughter. This half-baked guy is concocting medicine for Pu Yangxi, just a mere pounding. 1 dose, and the male protagonist's life is forfeit. Old 6, let him be. He seems genuinely on the brink of death. He even drank it himself, proving it's not poisoned. You know your own constitution, right? Through Old 6's relentless efforts, he successfully rendered the Demon King's cultivation null. No need to elaborate on that. Cyber prayer. A lucky charm utterly unreasonable. Ha ha ha. I was puzzled as to why the third senior brother called him Little Lucky. The cheerful and enthusiastic malevolent lucky charm successfully drove Pu Yangxi to the brink of collapse, leading to the classic line delivered to the left and right protectors. The information is incorrect. This place is strange. I have lost all my cultivation. Come quickly to save me. The urgency is palpable. In the initial 4 episodes, the female lead has minimal screen time, existing primarily through dialogue. However, the vivid descriptions of her character reveal her intriguing essence. She resembles a formidable final boss in a video game, rarely seen yet capable of overwhelming force when she finally appears, igniting an insatiable curiosity within the audience, who eagerly await her entrance. Recently, the Spicy Teachers have curated a compilation showcasing her exceptional acting prowess in the entertainment industry, which Yuan has obsessively watched 3 times. Previously, he could only grasp the basics of positioning and camera presence in training classes, but after absorbing these videos, his perspective has broadened significantly, leaving him feeling that his performance in his debut was somewhat lacking in finesse. Nonetheless, bolstered by his unique and unfounded confidence, what netizens refer to as a sense of relaxation, he displayed no signs of trepidation and even contributed several captivating moments, such as that memorable wink. The trailer for Survival Game soared to the top of trending searches, followed closely by the buzz surrounding Tales of the Immortal Sect, with its plot making waves at 4th place. Upon clicking, one is greeted with a barrage of comments centered around that wink. During the filming of that scene, the director merely instructed Yuan to convey a sly demeanor with a hint of a wink. However, Yuan, in a moment of laziness, only moved one eye. His long lashes, fair skin, and the lingering smile on his face transformed the wink into a playful gesture reminiscent of a mischievous cat harboring wicked thoughts. He was undeniably handsome, yet the contrasting qualities of beauty and charm clashed in an intriguing manner. The trending topics were filled with various exclamations, with fans calling out husband and wife indiscriminately. Oh my, Chu Jiao, my newly minted husband. I have a keen eye for people. I can tell at a glance that this is my boyfriend. Let us congratulate the Watermelon King on achieving a new skin. Retweet this Watermelon King, and you shall receive a month's worth of koi protection. Woo-woo, wife, my mole wife. Let me take notes, let me take notes. No, hands off Chu Xiao's backside. Yuan watched as his follower count surged by over 100,000, and this was merely the beginning. Combined with his previous numbers, he was on the verge of reaching 4 million. He gazed at that number with a sense of wonder. So many people. After scrolling through Weibo for a while, he went downstairs for a drink. Shisu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, laughing sporadically as if possessed. Yuan, with keen eyes, noticed him picking up a banana peel from the floor and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, Shisu, do not eat things off the floor. Onse suyamt. His phone sailing through the air in a graceful arc before landing on the stairs. Yuan quickly dashed downstairs, passing by the phone and kindly picking it up, surprised that the screen remained intact despite the fall. Standing before Shisu, he wore a serious expression, reciting the 10th rule of their roommate code. Shisu glanced at the unlit screen of his phone in Yuan's hand, his embarrassment causing him to curl up. Do not drop food remnants on the floor. If they do fall, they must be cleaned up promptly. Yuan, do you understand your mistake? Shisu, feeling unjust yet emboldened, replied, I cleaned it up. Yuan, I didn't say you should eat the trash off the floor. Shisu, my grandmother said if you pick it up within 3 seconds, it's still good to eat. Yuan, when I saw it, it had been on the floor for at least half a minute. Shisu, does anyone really time that? Let this be the last time, Yuan warned sternly, handing the phone back to him. As he flipped it over, he fell silent upon seeing the paused 4th episode of Tales of the Immortal Sect. Shisu had begun typing a message but hadn't he sent it yet. Brothers, did you notice that little move by Chu Xiao? It was executed flawlessly. Yuan, Onsesu. Silence engulfed them for what felt like half a century before Shisu mustered the courage to speak. We're all colleagues from the company. I'm cheering for you. Believing him, Yuan suddenly conceived a clever strategy to deal with Shisu. He said, could you please clean the living room floor right now? Shisu, huh? Why? Yuan, if you don't, something terrible will happen. Shisu remained unresponsive, clearly unimpressed by the threat. Yuan flashed a bright smile. Do you like Chu Xiao? He dies in the end. Shisu froze like a small robot that had just rebooted, standing still for 4 to 5 minutes as Yuan's words cycled through his mind. A piercing shriek erupted from the villa. Ah! Chapter 40. The door swung open, revealing a groggy Chu Han. He ruffled his disheveled hair and stood at the 2nd floor railing, pausing for a moment. Did we invite a groundhog into our home? He inquired. I think I just heard one calling. Just then, Shisu unleashed a second incredulous shout. Chu Han fell silent for a moment, realization dawning upon him. Shisu had transformed into a groundhog. Concluding this, he turned back to his room to sleep again. Impossible. Impossible. Shisu was taken aback by this outcome, and upon regaining his composure, he vehemently denied it. Chu Xiao is a koi fish. He has always had good fortune. Even if everyone else dies, he won't. It must be that you are trying to trick me into cleaning the floor. Yuan, how do you know that everyone is dead? Shisu's gaze turned vacant as he feigned calmness, taking a deep breath. So, you want me to clean the floor? Yuan, I'll go. Seeing that Shisu was genuinely shaken, Yuan decided to let him off the hook a bit, clarifying, actually, not everyone is dead. That one person is still alive. Before he could finish, Shisu dashed out of the bathroom with a mop, frantically cleaning, crying out, don't say anything else. I won't believe a word. His voice choked, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yuan stood still, watching Shisu's unprecedented diligence in tidying up, feeling a surge of satisfaction. I told you, he shrugged, speaking kindly, if you don't clean, something terrible will happen. This child is stubborn. He simply refuses to believe. Chu Han slept until the afternoon, took a shower, and when he came downstairs, he noticed the staircase floor gleaming as if even a fly would slip on it. He paused in astonishment. Did the snail girl come by? He asked in confusion. Yuan, in the kitchen, was blending a mixed fruit juice, adjusting the sweetness with watermelon and the acidity with oranges until he finally concocted a flavor that pleased his palate. He emerged with the fruit concoction, mumbling, Shisu cleaned it. In a bid to silence Yuan, Shisu had diligently mopped every conceivable area across the 6 levels of the villa, losing himself in the task, even wearing down the surface of the tiles.
Shuhan glanced over.
The blue-haired culprit lay sprawled on the sofa, hands folded over his abdomen, resembling a corpse that had met a peaceful end. Teacher Yu Chuhan hesitated. He seems to have died. Yuan reassured him it's nothing serious. He's just half dead. In the days that followed, Shisu exhibited an unprecedented level of diligence and cleanliness, springing into action to clean at the slightest glance from Yuan. During this time, Xia Hayu and Xia Jiamao came to visit, and the latter found great comfort in Shisu's transformation, believing that their little she indeed possessed the potential for well-rounded development in virtue, intellect, physical ability, aesthetics, and labor. Xia Jiamao had come with a new script for Yuan. You gained some popularity from that variety show, and I've received numerous offers for dramas and endorsements, but I find the quality lacking. Although we lack exposure, I'd rather not have low-quality exposure. We must cherish our reputation. Xia Jiamao had always possessed a keen eye, dabbling in various industries, thus having a broad knowledge base. He could discern quality in scripts and endorsements at a glance. The first project he secured for Yuan was Tales of the Immortal Sect. Initially, Yuan felt that merely having a production was a rare blessing, but now, observing the online reactions, he realized that this script was exceptionally remarkable. What do you think, Xiao Xia? Xia Hayu held a porcelain plate, leaning against the kitchen doorway, contemplating. Look at Teacher Yu, he only needs to choose the roles he fancies. Xia Jiamao, with a furrowed brow, replied, Xiao Xia, a manager cannot conduct themselves in such a manner. Yuan, ever observant, noticed that the fruit in the plate consisted of the oranges he had purchased the previous night, and remarked, Teacher Xia, those aren't palatable. I just tasted one. They're passable. Xia Hayu showcased a freshly peeled orange, declaring it to be perfectly tangy and sweet. Is that so? Xia Hayu approached, and Yuan took a segment from his hand, muttering, surprisingly, not all of them are unpalatable, Teacher Xia. Do try that blueberry and let me know if it's sweet. So, bring me two. Xia Hayu nodded slightly, preparing to rise, but Xia Jiamao, perplexed, glanced between the two, feeling excluded. Hello? Are you two even listening to me? Yuan responded, I am listening. You mentioned a manager shouldn't act this way, yet I believe Teacher Xia has a point. I am not a naive child. I won't arbitrarily select scripts. Only the roles I cherish allow me to perform with greater devotion and engagement. Xia Jiamao remarked, when did our Xiao Yu seem to mature so suddenly? Yuan chuckled, puffing his chest with pride. Today is different. Xiao Yu is progressing every day. On the premiere day of Xianmen Iwan Lu, the show garnered considerable attention, maintaining high standards for subsequent updates, with tightly woven plots and vividly drawn characters. By the 10th episode, viewership ratings surged past 1, prompting the production team to contact the lead cast overnight to seize the momentum for a live promotional event. Recently, Yuan sensed a subtle shift. It seemed that Xinguang Media was increasingly distancing itself from its humble beginnings. This wasn't necessarily a negative development. The company's newfound grandeur left him feeling somewhat out of place, particularly when the makeup and styling team made their entrance. What? Yuan's expression was blank as he pointed to himself. Me? My makeup and styling team? Goodness, what is the need for this? The makeup artist stifled a laugh and spoke in a soothing tone. It will only take a moment. Come, let's apply some lovely products. An extravagantly dressed stylist named Tony sat in the back seat, hurriedly styling his hair. You are quite popular now. The online community adores you. Thus, you must be mindful of your image when out and about. If Xia Jiamao were to summarize Yuan's meteoric rise, it would be characterized by sudden bursts of internet fame that endeared him to the public. Yuan had experienced inexplicable surges of popularity throughout his journey, and it was these seemingly random moments that solidified his steady public favor, leading to his current explosive success. Explosive, indeed. In Xia Jiamao's view, Xiao Yu was on the verge of transcending the earth and entering the cosmos. The makeup artist applied a light layer of moisturizer, opting not to use powder, as Yuan's skin was particularly flawless, appearing more translucent without it. When not on duty, Yuan preferred to go out barefaced, adhering to his comfort. Even when he had engagements, the shared makeup artist rarely scrutinized the individual features of each artist. The makeup artist gently grasped his chin, her gaze scanning his face as if with X-ray vision, finally applying a thin layer of lip gloss, curling his eyelashes, and finishing with mascara to create a naturally radiant look. Yuan pouted, spreading the lip gloss, and gazed at his reflection, his eyes gleaming with novelty. Suddenly, he noticed a hint of redness at the corner of his eye and quickly raised his hand. Teacher, it seems the lipstick has smudged here. The makeup artist smiled silently, and even Tony chuckled softly. Yuan looked around, meeting Xia Hayu's gaze in the rearview mirror, noticing the momentary pause in Teacher Xia's expression before he subtly pursed his lips and quickly averted his eyes. Yuan thought to himself, so that's it. Teacher Xia couldn't bear to look. He scrutinized his reflection again, feeling that the area wasn't too extensive and should be easily removable. Hey Xiaoyu, what are you doing? The makeup artist swiftly halted him. It's not just a smudge. Well, it is, but it's part of the look. It gives you a vibrant and pure allure. Pure allure? Yuan frowned. I only feel as though I've been punched. I am a professional. Trust me, the makeup artist insisted confidently, you're not accustomed to makeup, but your fans will surely adore it. Fans? Yuan hesitated, recalling his approximately 4 million followers, and felt a slight thrill. Alright then, let us go with this. Just as Tony finished styling his hair, Yuan adjusted the bangs above his brows. Although it appeared similar to before, he seemed to exude a newfound vitality. After the hairstyling, Tony assessed his outfit. Yuan's fashion sense was commendable. While his casual wear leaned towards simplicity and comfort, it possessed a distinct style. Today, he wore a white hoodie with a watermelon graphic on the front, paired with loose-fitting jeans and sneakers. Tony nodded approvingly. Very nice, indeed. However, it seems to lack something. This ensemble radiated youthful energy, but for an artist, merely having youthful vigor felt somewhat monotonous. It would benefit from contrasting accessories. Tony snapped his fingers, rummaging through his accessory box, and retrieved 2 silver ear cuffs. Try wearing these. Upon seeing the ear cuffs, Yuan immediately exclaimed, Can I wear the one teacher Xia has? It looks stunning. Xiaoyu, in the front seat, opened the car door and stepped out to the back seat. Which side? He leaned in, already removing the accessory from his right ear. It was a chain that clasped both the earlobe and the upper ear, cascading down along the ear's contour, partially concealed by his hair, revealing only a hint of silvery gray. Yuan glanced at his ear. I'll wear it on the right side too. Xiaoyu leaned closer, brushing aside Yuan's hair to fasten it. Once adorned, Xiaoyu helped tuck the chain behind his ear. With his hair styled, Yuan's locks appeared considerably shorter. While Xiaoyu's accessory was partially hidden in his hair, Yuan's was fully visible. Tony leaned in to observe, understanding why Yuan opted against his ear cuffs. This chain was exquisitely crafted, the cool silver hue exuding a sense of sophistication. Glancing at the logo on the chain, it seemed to belong to an expensive, niche designer brand, distinctly different from the common accessories in his box. He nodded in approval, praising the pairing. This is exactly right. It's essential to create a sense of contrast. Merely youthful charm or singular coolness lacks appeal. By the way, the elements on you and teacher Xia truly complement each other for a mixed look. Yuan felt quite satisfied. He had borrowed numerous accessories from Xiaoyu but rarely wore them, believing they didn't quite match his style. Today, however, was an eye-opener. He decided he would adopt this approach moving forward. The makeup and styling took about half an hour, and soon assistants Xiao Zhou and Xiao Zhong arrived, and the group finally set off. On the way, Yuan reviewed the scenes from the drama that had recently trended online, anticipating that the event organizers would certainly arrange for a reenactment. The popularity of Xianmen could be succinctly summarized as a 3-legged cauldron. The lighthearted tone of the script was a crucial factor in achieving ratings above 1. Another significant aspect was the unique development of the Shiyu CP, which garnered widespread affection from viewers. Lastly, a pivotal source of the show's popularity stemmed from the charming portrayal of Chu Zhiyao in this whimsical xianxia drama. While performing, Yuan never anticipated such a positive reception, even though his boss consistently claimed he was the most handsome among the lead cast. The character Chu Zhiyao appeared somewhat naive, innocent and oblivious, yet occasionally subtle details would deliver a profound impact to the audience, revealing that he was not foolish, but rather, possessed a heart as pure as a child's. Much like his understated remark to Puyang Shi, I am fortunate. I always encounter good people. Thus, his deeper allure was unveiled. The netizens have bestowed upon him the endearing title of my innocent fool of a husband. Recently, Yuan has graced the trending searches with his solo appearances, which include, but are not limited to, intricate hand gestures, playful winks, sword dancing, and raising eyebrows. His unconscious little actions seem to inadvertently imbue this character with a touch of flamboyant charm. Upon reaching their destination, the entrance to the parking lot was rather convoluted, prompting Xiao Zhong to simply park the car by the roadside, and the group then disembarked to walk towards the building. Noticing that Xiao Zhou had barely eaten lunch and had purchased a few cups of milk tea en route, Yuan exhibited no concern for body management, eagerly sipping the tea as they chatted and laughed while entering the building. As soon as they stepped inside, a cacophony of shrill screams and shouts enveloped them, accompanied by a sea of banners and light signs. "Ah, Xiaoyu! Mommy loves you! Teacher you! You are truly on fire now! I love you so much! Baby! Gualaosher! Gualaosher! Look over here! We are your loyal fans!" Yuan was taken aback by the overwhelming spectacle. momentarily frozen in place as he watched the throngs of fans surge toward him. He was utterly unprepared for the fervent enthusiasm of his devoted followers. Since the ascendance of Kingwa, he had amassed a considerable number of active fans, and after a prolonged period of not publicly revealing his schedule, these fans had been pent up with anticipation for over half a month. With the release of his new drama, their eagerness to meet him had reached a fever pitch, akin to the release of a horde of zombies. Not only Yuan, but even his two assistants and Xiaoyu were momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had closed in around him. Young girls were crying out passionately, "Xiaoyu, eat well. You're too skinny. Your light sign. Your new light sign. In a blue-yellow gradient. If you don't like it, we can change it." Some were even so overwhelmed with emotion that they burst into tears mid-sentence. "Teacher Yu, please take a look at the fan group. If you don't, your fan name will really end up being Chai. Ah, you look so good today. Whoa, how can you be so handsome? I really like you so much." Xiao Zhong and Xiao Zhou were quickly dispersed by the crowd. Yuan found himself alone, confronted by an overwhelming wave of fervor that left him both physically and mentally paralyzed. In the background, someone shouted, "I can't see. Xiaoyu, can you jump?" Yuan glanced at the throng surrounding him, realizing that it was not an opportune moment for such a display. "Make way." Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, as someone hoisted him up by his thighs. Yuan instinctively kicked out twice, and upon looking down, he realized it was Xia Laosher. Yuan felt as though he had soared to great heights, sitting atop Xia Hayu's shoulders, towering over his fans. The crowd fell silent for a fleeting moment, followed by a distant voice filled with emotion. "Xiaoyu, you jumped so high." Xia Hayu steadied him with one hand while calling for the crowd to part, slowly making a path. After the initial awkwardness faded, Yuan quickly acclimated to his elevated position, waving to fans from all directions with a smile. He was genuinely delighted. No one could remain indifferent to such affection. While laughing, he even made heart gestures, a new trend he had learned online. From his lofty perch, his fans could see and photograph him, which naturally prevented them from pressing forward, causing the once crowded throng to disperse. Yuan entered the building, waving goodbye to everyone in front of the elevator. Chapter 41. After a considerable wait, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Zhou finally managed to squeeze through and entered the elevator. Yuan, still in a daze from the earlier chaos, took a sip of his milk tea, realizing with astonishment that it hadn't tea spilled during the tumult. He quickly gulped down a couple of sips, feeling faintly delirious as he remarked to Xia Laosher, "I just saw the tops of everyone's heads." Xia Hayu replied, As Yuan reminisced about the earlier scene, he felt a lingering desire to experience it all over again. Just as he was about to ask if they could do it again on their way back, Xiao Zhou interjected, "Teacher Yu, today was truly perilous. Next time, we should have the boss assign 2 bodyguards. In a situation like this, a mishandled crowd could lead to a stampede." Xiao Zhong nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Xiaogu reacted quickly. "One more moment and it could have turned disastrous. Next time, we should use the VIP entrance. After all, our teacher Yu is truly in the limelight." Yuan felt strangely unfamiliar with himself. The notion of needing bodyguards was quite unsettling. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, the other cast members were mostly already present. As soon as Jian Heng spotted him, he exclaimed, "Teacher Yu, you look absolutely stunning today." Yuan released his grip on the milk tea straw, retorting playfully, "Jian Laosher, speak with your tongue straight." "All right, stunning indeed." After Jian Heng finished speaking, he smirked. Passing by the reflective coating near the elevator, Yuan suddenly halted, a bold idea forming in his mind. He turned to ask Xia Hayu for a mirror. Xia Hayu, with a bag slung over one shoulder containing various items, had taken it upon himself to carry it for Xiao Zhou, understanding that she was a girl. Yuan held the mirror, inspecting himself from various angles, and declared, "I want to wipe this off." Xia Hayu tilted his head in confusion. "Do you think it looks bad?" "Not at all. I am vying for the antagonist role in Director Miao's new drama, which is quite a character filled with sexual tension. Just now, I caught a glimpse and realized that a slight upward flick at the corners of my eyes paired with a hint of rosy tint could add just the right amount of allure. This is a style I've never showcased on camera before, and if it trends, it could be beneficial for my upcoming audition. However, I feel that the broad application of color makes me appear too youthful. To achieve the effect I desire, I need to tone it down a bit." Yuan shared his thoughts with Xia Hayu, gently rubbing the tissue at the lower eyelid. Xia Hayu contemplated and then raised his hand to deftly push aside the tissue that Yuan had hesitated to press firmly, quickly blending the faint hue at the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. Removing color from an unmade-up face is quite simple. The makeup artist had excellent taste, yet in pursuit of an atmospheric effect, they had somewhat obscured Yuan's inherent traits. For instance, the beauty mark on his cheek had become rather muted under the color. Xiaoyu wiped away all the color from his cheeks, and with a gentle touch, he sharply flicked the last hint of rosy tint at the upper corner of Yu Wen's eyes. Yu Wen lifted his gaze and blinked, asking, "How does it look?" His eyelashes were curled, and the corners of his eyes playfully lifted. After a moment of thought, Xiaoyu replied, "The expression could be a bit more aloof. The more vibrant the color, the more the coolness of the expression should contrast and create tension." Yu Wen softened his expression, lightly raising the corners of his eyes in tandem with his brows, and ultimately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Oh no, I can't hold back. Let us keep it this way. Xia Laosher, it's not too bad, right?" Xia Laosher affirmed, "Beautiful. Stunning indeed." Yu Wen let out a small cheer, turning to snap a selfie to send to Yiming, captioning it, "This should definitely catch Director Miao's attention." Yiming replied, "Gorgeous, gorgeous. Song Mingzhu." Indeed, the process of touring the building was not complicated. It merely involved handing out small gifts to the staff and interacting with them, signing a few autographs. At one point, an excited staff member leaned in close and whispered, Xiaoyu, I'm your fan." Yu Wen looked at her, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Thank you for your support." After signing, the staff member inquired, "I just saw in the group that you were blocked in the lobby on the first floor. Are you all right?" Yu Wen shook his head, offering a few comforting words. However, she hesitated for a moment, her curiosity clearly outweighing her other emotions, and after a brief pause, she asked with burning curiosity, "Who was the person that lifted you up?" "Lifted up? I mean, that was just carrying," Yu Wen chuckled. "That was my assistant, not my bodyguard." Only halfway through his explanation did he realize that Xiaoyu had recently been promoted, and he quickly corrected himself. The staff member, however, did not catch his slip, instead laughing with her hand over her mouth. "We thought it was a bodyguard, so handsome and manly, carrying you on his shoulders. Truly a unique sight in the entertainment industry. I bet it will trend again shortly." Yu Wen found himself at a loss for words. From the moment the netizens rallied behind the ascension of the Melon King, he discerned their fascination with the peculiarities of life. As soon as Yu Wen departed, the staff immediately activated their phones, typing furiously in the fan group, "Ladies, I've confirmed. It's the manager. With that physique, that strength. He is not a bodyguard but a manager. Ah, my mother worries every day that little Yu will be deceived by the blonde. Little Yu wouldn't be kissing his manager, right? Boo-hoo. There's a saying that I'm unsure whether to voice or not. I know what the person above wants to say. It's actually quite enjoyable. Little Yu has been with Xinguang Media since his debut, a company that, though not well known, has cared for him well, and his manager must have been a supportive presence along the way. This is far more enjoyable than the stories of domineering CEOs. As per tradition, we ship whatever we come across. Little Yu has always taken the unconventional path. Fans need not be so restrained. If you want to ship, just do it. Back when Little Yu wasn't as popular, everyone was pairing him up. Why the sudden restraint now? Let us make a splash in the entertainment industry. Let's shake things up. Don't be too normal. It's making me uncomfortable. Cha-chas. Keep the music playing and the dancing going. Let us revolutionize the domestic entertainment scene. Are we sure it's cha? Are we really not changing it? Tears. Unbeknownst to Yu Wen, his fan group had undergone yet another evolution, liberating themselves once more. He was currently on the 6th floor, participating in an interview with the other main actors. The live stream was active. The actors were seated in a row while the host stood to the side, smiling as they posed the question. Our show, Tales of the Immortal Sect, has reached its 10th episode and garnered unanimous affection from netizens. However, there has been a recent buzz online. Some seasoned drama fans have unearthed clues within the show, suggesting a potential tragic ending. What do the main actors think? Yu Wen chuckled in surprise. He managed to maintain his composure, while beside him, Jian Heng donned a forced smile, as this question was indeed difficult to navigate. To affirm would be to imply certainty, yet to deny would be equally revealing. Zhu Sini hesitated before replying, "It depends on how one interprets it. I believe it's not a tragedy. At least they all fulfilled their missions." The host pressed, "Does fulfilling one's mission imply death?" A number of staff members present were also fans of Tales of the Immortal Sect. In just over a week since its premiere, they had genuinely grown fond of the spirited and loyal youths depicted. These disparate young individuals converged, akin to myriad streams of beauty merging into a tranquil flow, continuously refreshing the heart with their warm and serene daily lives. They had even established their own dedicated forums, with an abundance of edits on Bilibili and an explosive growth of fanfiction, as everyone genuinely cared about their fates and futures. This could be interpreted as having no conclusion. In a moment of urgency, Jian Heng nudged Yuwen's waist, steering the conversation toward him. Yuwen shot him a bemused glance, contemplating his response. Rather than an ending, it might be more accurate to describe it as the beginning of a fateful new chapter. In the end, Yunshao Mountain fell into the hands of Pu Yangshi, and the sacred artifact remained within the realms of legend. The disciples of Yunshao Mountain perished, and this duplicitous false disciple inadvertently inherited the will of his fellow disciples. Jian Heng discreetly gave him a thumbs up beneath the table. Now, that was the art of conversation. The interview proceeded with a few inconsequential questions. The male and female leads were reenacting iconic moments from their couple pairing, while Yuwen sat to the side, clapping along, his gaze wandering in boredom. Oh, Feng Chengzhou? He watched as the prince strode confidently over, followed by a new secretary who was conversing with the livestream crew. Xie Heyu stood nearby, lazily leaning against the wall, but upon seeing Feng Chengzhou, his brows furrowed, and he stood up straight in confusion. From Xie's expression, Yuwen understood that this segment was not part of the original plan. Although Tales of the Immortal Sect was not produced by the Huading Group, the broadcasting platform belonged to them, hence the choice to visit the Huading headquarters. Generally speaking, the CEO would not personally attend such promotional activities, so this was unexpected. Yuwen slightly pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. He had a hunch that some amusement was about to unfold. Feng Chengzhou appeared invigorated by recent joyful events. His Cold War with Chu Han had persisted for about 6 months. She had blocked his contacts and deleted him from WeChat. However, a month ago, Feng Chengzhou's weekly friend requests had finally received a response. Although it was merely one word, get lost. Yet in the past 2 weeks that had escalated impressively. Chu Han's response had transformed from get lost to 6 dots. That was significant. Translated into characters, that amounted to 2 characters, doubling the previous message. What did this signify? It indicated that the Cold War was nearing its conclusion. Chu Han had restored 6% of her goodwill towards him. In 6 days, she would likely remove him from her block list. In 6 months, they would be married. In 6 months, they would honeymoon abroad. Last night, upon receiving those 6 dots, he had been unable to sleep, rising in the middle of the night to ponder auspicious dates and potential names for their future children. In his excitement, he wanted to share the joy with others. After much contemplation, nothing brought more joy than money, so he decided to randomly select a few lucky individuals to disperse his fortune. Coincidentally, there were artists conducting a promotional event downstairs, so he descended, intending to use the live stream as a guise to give away a substantial sum of 50,000. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that the Tales of the Immortal Sect crew was the one conducting the event, and among the actors was a familiar face. Feng Chengzhou recognized the young man with a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, recalling that he seemed to have a good rapport with Chu Han. He remembered that this individual was regarded as the melon king of the entertainment industry, always at the forefront of gossip. He recalled that, during that particular live stream, Yuwen had been present nearby. However, they had not interacted much afterward, and his impression faded. What was his name? Yuwen, yes. Feng Chengzhou suddenly recalled that Chu Han was now with Yuwen's company. Mentioning this matter irked him. It was understandable that Chu Han would avoid Huading during their Cold War, but surely she needn't resort to such a small, obscure agency? What if it went bankrupt one day? The prince displayed a hint of irritation as he gazed at Yuwen, and an excellent idea suddenly formed in his mind. Feng Chengzhou seated himself between Yuwen and Jian Heng. The male and female leads, intending to shift positions, exchanged glances and, in tacit understanding, settled back down, feigning nonchalance. The host, upon seeing the amount on the cue card, exclaimed in surprise, his smile stretching wide. To express gratitude to the audience, President Feng had specifically brought welfare red envelopes, totaling 500,000, with 50 spots available. It was time for a speed contest. Were they ready? The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and the live stream chat exploded, with even the staff hurriedly pulling out their phones. The leads gathered at the screen to watch the chat, while Yuwen nestled in a corner, largely unnoticed. Ahem. The prince spoke up. How is your company faring these days? Yuwen blinked his dark, glistening eyes. Feng Chengzhou had just plopped down beside him, and he suspected this was an indirect inquiry about Chu Han's current situation. His intuition proved correct. He wasn't inquiring about the company but rather about its artist. Yuwen pressed his lips tightly, feigning seriousness. Quite well. Does President Feng have an interest in collaborating with us? Feng Chengzhou cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly disapproving of his lack of charm. Are you interested in Huading? If you're contemplating terminating your contract with Xinguang Media, Huading can cover the breach of contract fees and guarantee you a satisfactory offer. Indeed, This was his brilliant idea. Chu Han was an emotional person. She likely chose Xinguang Media because of Yuan. If he could lure her friend away, it wouldn't be long before she would come running after him. Yuan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Suddenly, he asked President Feng, "It seems you are in a particularly good mood today." Feng Changzhou's lips curled slightly, though he restrained himself from revealing too much. "I'm about to get married." "Yuan?" Feng Changzhou was not particularly close to him, thus he naturally would not delve into his psychological musings with him. However, Yuan, having read the original work, could easily surmise what he had been concocting in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his imagination had led to a generous gift of 500,000 in red envelopes. "Has anyone in your company mentioned me recently?" The young master began to probe. Yuan glanced at him, mischief bubbling beneath the surface, and after a moment replied, "No, you are a forbidden topic in our company." Feng Changzhou was momentarily taken aback. Forbidden topic. How solemnly stated. What did it imply? It suggested that Chu Han needed such constraints to momentarily forget himself. Congratulations to the following 50 users for receiving today's surprise red envelopes. The host joyfully announced the list, and the live stream erupted in applause. Feng Changzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, regaining his composure, and with a grand gesture added another 500,000. The host was momentarily stunned, then jubilantly shouted, "Another 500,000. Let's express our gratitude to President Feng." Feng Changzhou turned back and inquired, "Will he think of me?" Yuan feigned a touch of melancholy, his gaze lost in thought as he stared out the window. "Add another 500,000. The live stream was in an uproar. "I'm dying of laughter. What on earth is the Melon King saying to him? One sentence and he gives away 50,000. What a generous child. Thank you, President Feng. I shall honor you as the foremost tycoon of the entertainment industry." Clearly, watching the Melon King is bound to be entertaining. Not only is it entertaining, but there are also red envelopes to collect. Let us all say thank you to the Melon King. Thank you, Melon King. Thank you, Melon King. Am I the only one curious about what the two of them are discussing? I want to take the red envelopes. I just want to eat the melon. Count me in. What is it that my esteemed audience cannot hear? In Chapter 42, while Feng Changzhou was distributing wealth on one side, Bian Su was suppressing trending topics on the other. The Feng family situation was intricate. Having received elite education, Feng Changzhou grew up with a certain arrogance. Yet due to his upbringing, his thought process was far more rigid than average. Therefore, Bian Su believed that occasionally dispersing wealth could be beneficial, considering the young master had money, having worked since before reaching adulthood. However, while he was encouraged to be generous, he was not to lose his head. He wasn't an artist, and excessive exposure would not bode well. With the momentum building towards trending number 1, Bian Su coordinated with his secretary to contact Weibo, while simultaneously trying to reach Feng Changzhou by phone. Upon connecting, he immediately scolded Feng Changzhou. The young master merely huffed and hung up. "Feng Changzhou, I want to kill my brother," Yuan observed as the young master answered a call, only to hang up after listening for a second, then muted his phone and calmly placed it face down on the table. "Is there more?" he continued to inquire. Yuan's phone began to ring, though he remained oblivious. "Onsesu, teacher Yu. I just snagged a 4,000 red envelope. Wow, you must talk to him. Quickly, let us drain him dry." The message had been sent mere minutes ago, and Xiaoyu gaped at the glowing screen. A while later, his phone vibrated again. "Chuhan, Yuan, Shisu said he can snag 100,000 today if he cleans for a week. You should talk more." Xiaoyu. The young master had gradually dispersed over 3 million in surprise red envelopes, and by the end of the live stream, he gifted each actor a bottle of vintage red wine. They arrived empty-handed but left with their arms full, smiles that could rival the brightest stars. Feng Changzhou's gaze towards him had transformed. It now held warmth, gratitude, and trust, akin to the gaze of one who truly understands a confidant. He proposed exchanging contact information, stating that if he ever wished to change jobs, he could reach out anytime, and Whiting would offer the most favorable treatment. Yuan, unable to decline the cordial invitation, turned to seek out Xiaoyu, who had been holding his phone. Without needing to be prompted, Xiaoyu approached. After handing over the phone, Xiaoyu lightly nodded towards Feng Changzhou as a greeting. Feng Changzhou also nodded slightly in acknowledgement, intrigued, as there were few individuals at Xinguang Media, yet this one beside Yuan exuded a calm confidence, as if he had seen the world. Once contact information was exchanged, Yuan followed Xiaoyu out, but halfway through, Feng Changzhou suddenly recalled something and glanced back at the young man beside Yuan. Had he seen him somewhere before? The young master had no clear recollection and thought to have Bian Su investigate upon returning. Having been cornered once, it was clear he could not exit through the main door. Yet when Yuan descended the stairs, he noticed several fans still lingering near the entrance, causing him to hesitate. Xiao Zhou suggested, "Why don't you go ahead? Teacher Yu, I'll grab some milk tea for the fans." It was a scorching day, and holding up light sticks was tiring. After receiving Yuan's consent, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Zhong went downstairs. Xia Yu asked, "Shall we head to the car first?" Yuan peered down through the one-way floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor, shaking his head. "I'll wait for you all. Teacher Xia, you should help too. The three of you hurry." After a moment's thought, Xia Yu agreed, ensuring his phone remained accessible. Yuan examined his new light stick. A beautiful gradient of blue and yellow. The colors were striking, and he mused that if he were to compete with other artists, this vibrant hue would surely overshadow them. Amused by his own thoughts, he suddenly recalled the fans downstairs calling for him to check the fan group for something, though he hadn't caught the specifics. Yuan took out his phone, navigated to the super topic, and after some searching, finally found his fan group. He had several fan groups and others were full, so he created a secondary account to apply for the third group. With an event happening today, the fans were particularly active, and his application was quickly approved. As soon as he entered the group, the rapid-fire messages dazzled him. The chat was lively, with discussions on various topics, and he began scrolling up. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of people were engaged in 4 or 5 distinctly different conversations. Some were discussing the drama. "Hey, has everyone watched episode 10 of Xianmen? A big shot analyzed that Lu Jinzi might already be dead. Is that true? Get lost. Lu Jinzi can't die. If he does, I'll shove an umbrella up the writer's backside." The analysis from the big shot is reasonable. I've always thought there were some suspicious points, like how everyone is wary of Lu Jinzi, yet he has never appeared, and how Jiang Chuiyue goes to that cave every week to deliver food, but the grass at the cave's entrance is a meter high. Every time I wonder if there's anyone inside. And then there's the third one. She practices hard, yet in episode 5 the second one clearly said she hated practicing. It might just be that the director lacks skill. I don't think it's a matter of skill. From the 10 episodes aired so far, each has a small theme and a main character, which proves the director's narrative ability. Yet the overarching theme of the entire drama has yet to surface. I believe this is a foreshadowing. Others were discussing the recent live stream. Did everyone win? I won over 20,000. Let us share the luck. Yes. So funny. I'm really curious about what Xiao Yu said to the young master. The young master looked as if he had been possessed. And there were those reminiscing about the moment Yuan was hoisted up in the lobby. Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG. It really looks like it's gonna trend. This picture gets funnier the more I see it. The main character sitting on someone's shoulders. We have truly created a unique spectacle in the entertainment industry. Reborn as I follow the Melon King to see the world. Wow. What a topsy-turvy world. I can never guess what will happen next with Xiao Yu. But that said, Xiao Yu looks so sweet when he smiles. Look at this picture. His cheeks are heart-shaped. Oh my, what a trendy baby. Did no one notice that Xiao Yu's makeup and outfit today were meticulously designed? He used to leave the house in flip-flops. Yes. He looks absolutely stunning today. A beautiful gem. Yuan scrolled down and finally reached the topic he had been eager to explore. Someone had noticed the makeup he wore during his live stream. Did the makeup artist touch up your look after you went upstairs? It seems a bit different from when you entered. Let me clarify, Yuan is a man, but he looks so delicate, pulling off femininity for an hour. Just a casual glance seems like he's trying to seduce me. Ah, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. This is my wife trying to please me. Spinning, leaping, joyfully taking flight. The discussion was lively, and although Yuan glanced at it a couple of times, he found it challenging to decipher their chaotic exchanges and ultimately exited the group chat. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased. The attention from so many indicated that his makeup skills were commendable. Downstairs, Xia Yu and the others had already procured milk tea and were distributing it. Fans are notoriously easy to please. As long as they feel a mutual connection with their idol, they can burst with joy. A small cup of milk tea could make them forget the sweltering heat and their tears. When Xia Yu handed a cup of cold milk tea to a girl, she suddenly heard sobbing, froze momentarily, and cautiously looked towards the source of the sound. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Is the milk tea that bad?" The girl remained silent, fervently sipping her drink while clutching a banner and a bouquet, her backpack slung over her shoulder, leaving no hands free. She had to balance the milk tea against her chest, gulping it down, and once finished, she sniffled, coming back to life. Although it was scorching hot, this was the first time in her years of idol worship that she had managed to capture a clear shot of her idol's face. Despite Yuan's always peculiar style and fans referring to themselves as crazy ladies, It was undeniable that following Yuan was a delightful and novel experience. When there was nothing to do, they would gossip. When there were shows, they would watch. And whenever they wished to meet, they would chase after offline events. In the realm of domestic entertainment, no other star would sit on their manager's shoulder to pose for photos with fans. Our little Yu even makes heart gestures. Our little Yu buys them milk tea. Our little Yu even tricks the big boss into giving out welfare red envelopes. She won over 30,000 today. After a moment to compose herself, the girl thrust the bouquet, banner, and an assortment of support items, along with several handwritten letters, into Xiahayu's hands, saying, "Thank you, manager, for taking care of little Yu. These are some samples made by the fan club. Let little Yu see if he likes them. If he doesn't, it's fine. I'm too lazy to change anything. These letters are from some of the major fans in the club who couldn't make it today." Xiahayu accepted the jumbled items with a nod, replying, "We should be the ones thanking you." After distributing the milk tea, Xiahayu falsely claimed that Yuan had already left in the production team's vehicle. Yuan observed from above, and in just 10 minutes the crowd had dwindled significantly. That evening, upon returning home, it was no surprise to see 4 or 5 trending topics, with Yuan making heart gestures from shoulders ranking in the top 10, followed by a series of promotions for the show. Interestingly, Feng Chengzhou, a well-known figure in public discourse, failed to create much of a stir this time, likely due to someone deliberately suppressing the trending topics. Yuan's gesture of giving out milk tea had sparked some discussions. My little Yu is no longer just a living figure in the entertainment industry. Please refer to him as the little son of the entertainment world. Indeed, every time he appears on screen, he radiates vitality, bringing joy to all who see him. He may appear dazed, but has never shown a sulky face. When he wasn't popular, he would still personally reply to fans' messages with thanks. Such a sweetheart. Oh? How did this come to light? No need to dig. Just compare the screenshots. They weren't received instantly, clearly not an automated reply. Moreover, the responses were clustered within the same time frame. You old fans are so well-fed? Even Empress Dowager Cixi may not have been as well-fed as we are. After removing his makeup, Yuan showered and headed downstairs, where Chu Han and Shisu were watching television, engrossed in tales of the immortal sect. Yuan was surprised, not expecting Lan Mao to be so deeply enamored with his show. He had already been spoiled with the ending yet continued to indulge in self-inflicted torment. He hadn't eaten dinner and felt little appetite, rummaging through the fridge until he found 2 bento boxes left by Xiahayu. He heated one in the microwave and began to eat it with a fork. Just as the television reached the 4th episode, Yuan settled into a single armchair, chewing on some vegetables. Puzzled, "Haven't you seen this before?" Chu Han, focused intently on the screen, chided him, "Don't talk." Beside them, Shisu wore a scheming smile that suggested he had a plan. Yuan questioned, "What's wrong?" "I've seen it already, but Teacher Chu hasn't. It's fine. I can watch it again," Shisu generously offered. Yuan sensed something was amiss. Was Shisu really such a kind-hearted person? After finishing his bento, Yuan went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. When he returned, they were already on the 5th episode, with Shisu excitedly previewing the iconic scene of the male and female lead's first encounter for Chu Han. Get ready, next is the CP feast." This was also Jiang Chuyue's first official appearance. The second senior brother sent the 4th brother to invite Jiang Chuyue for a discussion. The 4th brother, fearing a beating, encountered Pu Yangshi along the way and conveniently passed the responsibility to him. The male lead was eager for more opportunities to explore Yunshao Mountain, desperately seeking this beautiful task. He first visited several places frequented by Jiang Chuyue, but upon finding nothing, he boldly ventured into several forbidden areas of Yunshao Mountain, with the first stop being the Back Mountain Peach Orchard, a place Chu Jiao had warned him countless times not to go. Weighing 150 pounds, he carried 149 pounds of rebellion. This season was indeed the perfect time for peach blossoms. Although the Back Mountain Peach Orchard had long lost its former glory, it still boasted branches adorned with pale pink buds as spring approached. Jiang Chuyue lay asleep against one of the trees. Pu Yangshi advanced cautiously, passing beneath the tree where Jiang Chuyue slumbered, completely unaware. The girl atop the tree kept her eyes tightly shut, absent-mindedly snapping off a 2-inch-long peach branch. Pu Yangshi seemed to sense something and halted in his tracks. When her eyes opened, they sparkled like mountain springs formed from melted snow. In the next moment, the peach branch, propelled by a fierce wind, was already poised near Pu Yangshi's neck. He swiftly dodged, and the peach branch, like a sudden storm, launched an aggressive assault. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 10 moves. A few clusters of delicate peach buds jostled against one another, and upon the peach blossoms, Pu Yangshi beheld a pair of beautifully shaped peach blossom eyes. Good agility, Jiang Chuiyue remarked, twirling the peach branch, lightly tapping it towards Pu Yangshi with a mix of interest and the natural pride of a strong individual. No one on Yunshao Mountain can withstand my moves. You are the first. I permit you to draw your sword. In her hand was a supple, easily breakable peach branch. Without even utilizing her internal energy, she effortlessly stated, I permit you to draw your sword. This marked Jiang Chuiyue's first appearance. See, doesn't the feeling of love and rivalry emerge? Shisu grabbed a large handful of potato chips to calm his excitement. No matter how many times he watched the scene, it stirred his heart. He resolved that even if he were to die, he would have this segment turned into a DVD to commemorate it. Chu Han tore open a packet of banana strips. Nodding continuously, so good, so good. Shisu proclaimed, my CP is divine. I agree. Chu Han appeared to be somewhat entranced, his face reflecting a sense of longing. Pu Yangshi, such a vigilant person, had just been startled by the snapping of a branch. Yet every time Chu Xiao approached from behind, he took a moment to react. What does this imply? It implies that he was doing it on purpose, pretending not to notice Chu Xiao. Wait a moment, what are you shipping? Chu Han blinked in confusion. I ship Xiao. Yuan emerged from washing the fruit just in time to catch this line. Who is Xiao? Chu Han replied. Pu Yangshi, Chu Xiao. Yuan exclaimed. Huh. Shisu added. You're turning the heavenly cycle upside down. Chu Han was an iron-willed Xiao supporter, remaining steadfast despite Yuan and Shisu's incessant chatter for half an hour. No worries. The taste of shipping CP is subjective. Everyone has their own aesthetic. On this long journey of life, you will inevitably encounter both like-minded individuals and those with differing tastes. I wish you both the best in the future. Even if your tastes are questionable, Chu Han said peacefully. Two fans of a dismantled couple gritted their teeth, with Yuan wishing he could turn a bowl upside down over the head of his adversary. For the very first time in his life, he united with Shisu. Let us go, he declared. Shisu, furious, was at a loss for how to handle him. Yuan, we're leaving. We want to watch with him. Yuan stomped up the stairs in his slippers, deliberately making a loud clatter that echoed throughout the entire villa. That evening, after watching 20 breathtaking videos of his beloved couple, he finally calmed down, nurturing a heart filled with the beauty of their bond, and opened WeChat in a tranquil mood. He clicked on the group for the spicy teachers, which he had hardly paid attention to recently due to his busy schedule. The group was buzzing with discussions about couples. A few teachers had changed their group nicknames, and at first glance, Yuan thought he had stumbled into a hot pot restaurant. Spicy teacher Yi Ming. I cordially invite everyone to appreciate the exquisite fanfiction of Shi Yu. Duck pot teacher Tong Li. Where SR Shi Yao's fanfiction? Clear soup teacher Li Daniel. Jiang Chuiyue and the third senior sister are quite adorable together. Tomato soup teacher Fan Xiangyang. Old 4 and Pu Yangshi are also a bit cute. Cumin spice teacher Jian Heng. Doesn't anyone think Jiang Chuiyue and Chu Xiao are the best pairing? Old 6 is under the thumb of the senior sister. He fears her the most but loves her dearly. Whether it's Yao Yu or Yu Yao, they both taste divine. In less than 5 minutes, Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Baka, this is utterly absurd. Chapter 43. Yuan lacked the courage to reprimand his spicy teachers and closed his eyes, pretending that these dismantlers of couples did not exist. He then went online, opened the drama's official account and thought to himself, surely they would be promoting the official pairing, but instead, they were discussing the theme of friendship. Our Shi Yu is a delightfully easy couple to ship. Why are you all neglecting such a delectable pairing? That night, Yuan went to bed filled with resentment, vowing that once he achieved success, he would imprison all those who did not ship the official couple. This was a crime, a heinous offense. The premiere of Tales of the Immortal Sect had aired 4 episodes, with 7 consecutive days of updates, reaching the 10th episode just in time. The updates would pause for the weekend, with the 11th episode set to air tonight. While viewers had voiced their dissatisfaction with the pacing, Tales of the Immortal Sect only had 24 episodes in total. To maintain exposure, the updates had to be gradual. However, each episode lasted an hour, packed with solid content, allowing viewers to savor the details when there was nothing new to watch. Today's plot focused on Chu Xiao, beginning to delve deeper into the characters' backstories. The charm of an ensemble drama lay precisely in this. The weather was splendid today. Chu Xiao, as usual, patrolled the dense forest, beautifully jotting down in his logbook. Upon returning to the mountain gate, he encountered his second senior brother, who was busy constructing a new fence for the chicken coop, sleeves rolled up and expression stern. The second senior brother was the most reliable person in Yunshao Mountain, skilled in raising chickens, ducks, and fish, and even crafting tables and benches during his leisure time, capable of warding off demonic threats while maintaining peace at the mountain gate, as steady as a mother. Today, Chu Xiao felt particularly close to him and couldn't help but lean in. Second brother. Get lost. Chu Xiao dared not speak further, handing his logbook to the meticulous second senior brother, who kept almost all the documents of Yunshao Mountain. Upon receiving the logbook, the second senior brother didn't even spare him a glance. Chu Xiao, with eager eyes, asked, Senior brother, aren't you going to check it? If he were to check, he would find that today's entry noted the splendid weather, and if he asked why, Chu Xiao would reveal that it was his birthday. With nothing to do, he went to practice. The second senior brother was not one for idle chatter. Returning to the courtyard, the fourth senior brother was cooking in the kitchen. Chu Xiao swiftly entered, his steps light. Fourth brother, what's for dinner? He leaned against the stove's edge, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The fourth brother, a handsome figure standing at 8 feet tall, was dashing yet, unfortunately, everyone in Yunshao Mountain lacked culinary talent, forcing him to wield a spatula with the hand that usually held a fan, a skill he had been practicing for many years while often voicing his discontent. He cast a casual glance at Little Six, picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, blew on it, and offered it to Chu Xiao's mouth. Come eat. Chu Xiao, bewildered, opened his mouth. Once he finished, the fourth brother waved him away, telling him to go play elsewhere. Brother. Chu Xiao hesitated. I don't want rice today, I want... What? Noodles. He longed for longevity noodles. The fourth brother served the dishes from the pot, dismissively stating, the rice is already steamed. Next time, bring a bowl, and we'll save one for Jiang Chuyue to prevent her from stealing old 2S chickens tonight. Chu Xiao complied, stepping out of the kitchen, feeling deflated. As he left, the third senior sister passed by the kitchen door, and his eyes lit up as he raised his head to greet her. What a broken sword. You've ruined my freshly dyed hair. I'm not practicing anymore. Whoever loves to practice can do so, the third senior sister scolded as she walked past him, her face still twisted in anger. What's the matter? Did old Tu assign me another task? Chu Xiao quickly shook his head, not daring to say more. Today was the birthday of the little koi, but it was also a tumultuous day. About 20 miles from the mountain gate, a village was struck by a natural disaster, and the second senior brother took Old 4 and Old 5 down the mountain to help. Shortly after noon, the defensive array to the north of the mountain gate was triggered, and the third senior sister, vexed about having no outlet for her anger, coldly snatched Chu Xiao's sword to go fight. Pu Yangshi was trying to get in touch with his left and right protectors and had vanished under some pretext. The little koi sat on the edge of the rocky cliff in the back mountain, gazing at the distant scenery with a melancholic sigh. Today, he was the only one left to guard the mountain gate. The audience watched the earlier part with bated breath, fearing that everyone would truly forget the little koi's birthday. However, as night descended, Jiang Chuyue appeared behind him, her demeanor cool as she offered him a plump peach. Longevity peach, Jiang Chuyue introduced. Chu Xiao. After handing over the longevity peach, Jiang Chuyue lightly raised her hand, signaling him to follow. Arriving at the chicken coop, Jiang Chuyue gazed at the plump hens, instructing him to pick one. Chu Xiao, anxious, recalled that the second senior brother had said the chickens were all consumed this month and could not be slaughtered anymore. But we can't eat them. Jiang Chuyue replied, it's not for us. Chu Xiao. Then it is. Jiang Chuyue. It's for the ghosts. With Old 2 absent from the mountain, Old 1 and Old 6 had been up to mischief, having not only stewed an old hen but also roasted a goose. The starry sky in the mountains was always beautiful, and tonight it was even more splendid. Chu Xiao sipped the warm, rich chicken soup while admiring the dazzling night sky. Jiang Chuyue asked him how he used to celebrate his birthday. These disciples were largely orphans brought back by the true master in earlier years. Many had never even seen their parents. While Chu Xiao did remember his birthday, he was too young back then to recall many details. I don't remember. Jiang Chuyue chose not to press further. After eating and drinking, they returned to the peach grove. Chu Xiao sat on the cliff, gazing at the night view while sipping his chicken soup. The third senior sister arrived, seeing the soup in his hands with shock. Did you steal old 2's chicken? Chu Xiao quickly shifted the blame to Jiang Chuyue. No, it's from the senior sister, just a bowl left for me. She was done. The third senior sister shook her head, casually slipping a jade pendant into his embrace, saying, Happy birthday. I collected this from those fools who barged in. Little koi, it suits you. Keep it safe. After saying this, she hurriedly left, clearly indicating that the confrontation was not yet resolved. Chu Xiao patted his chest, relieved at his quick reflexes. After a while, Pu Yangshi emerged from the bushes, looking disheveled. Cough, sixth senior brother. I almost forgot to wish you a happy birthday. May you have many more such days ahead. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Xiao felt touched but had the impression he had just been chased down, still dressed in night clothes. Sister San's clear and melodious voice echoed from the north. Damn! Where did that little thief in the night clothes run off to?
Chu Yiao. Puyangxi.
After a prolonged silence, Chu Xiao cautiously inquired, Are you wearing night clothes to steal something? That is quite improper. With tears welling up, Puyangxi had no choice but to confess and vowed never to indulge in such petty thefts again. Soon after, second senior brother returned with the fourth and fifth brothers. He immediately noticed the half bowl of chicken soup that had gone untouched. His eyes glinting with a cold light. Where did this come from? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao replied, Eldest sister said it was stolen by a ghost. Second senior brother hastily stuffed several packets of candied fruits, which he had brought from the foot of the mountain, into his arms, quickly wishing him a happy birthday before turning away. His face contorted in rage, shouting, Jiang Choyue, you are doomed. Fourth senior brother, stretching lazily, declared that it was still early and offered to make him a bowl of longevity noodles from the kitchen, asking if he wanted an egg added. Chu Xiao replied in the affirmative. From the mountains came the sounds of battle. Chu Xiao, with his keen hearing, discerned at least 3 distinct clanging noises of weapons clashing. He bit into a sweet and crunchy peach, stuffing another piece of candied fruit into his mouth, and mused, Today at Mount Yunshao is yet another day of chaos. The night sky twinkled with stars, and a shooting star streaked across the heavens. Chu Xiao gazed for a long while, forgetting to make a wish. When he regained his senses, another memory surfaced. He recalled how his birthdays were celebrated in the past. It was a time long ago when the village was plagued by hunger. His father and mother worshipped a statue of Buddha at home, and every morning they would kneel before it. On his birthday, they would pull him to his knees before the statue, beseeching the Bodhisattva to bless him with food, clothing, and a life free from troubles. He would kneel for a long time, with his parents accompanying him in prayer. He couldn't recall what the statue looked like, only that the Bodhisattva had never manifested any signs. The food they consumed was brought home by his father, the salt was earned through his mother's labor, and his grandmother took him to the mountains to gather salty tree bark as snacks. None of these were gifts from the divine. Deities never revealed themselves. The world only knew of close kin. Upon the completion of this episode, the internet erupted in lamentations. Oh? What is happening? SNT, this just a silly comedy? I'm done. It's both hilarious and heartbreaking. How am I supposed to look at Chu Laolu's luck from now on? Please don't use familial ties as a weapon against me. I never expected that even luck could come full circle in this lifetime. Blame the suddenly intelligent empress for her enlightenment. My mother asked why I was crying, and I told her I was moved by a silly drama. Smile. Perhaps due to the intense audience reactions, the official account released a 4-minute behind-the-scenes clip, showcasing various amusing moments featuring Yuan. Did you all have such a great time on set? Why is such a treasure only being released now? I knew it. The atmosphere in a comedy troupe must be delightful behind the scenes. Keep shaking that official account. Is there more? Is there more? More. Less than half an hour after the 11th episode aired, related topics surged to trending status. Yuan was uncertain if it was part of the crew's publicity, but many lively discussions were unfolding beneath the trending tags. Initially caught off guard, most viewers responded positively to today's plot, even praising it profusely. I thought it was just an ordinary silly drama, but that final line truly struck a chord with me. Deities never reveal themselves. Only kin remain in this world. Oh my, what a powerful statement. I declare it has transformed from an entertaining series to my top annual favorite. I digress, the beginning of this episode was genuinely hilarious. Old Lou really didn't get a beating for nothing. Haha, my silly husband. I thought he was merely naive, but I didn't expect him to be so reckless. Eldest sister is selling him out. Does she want to die? Halfway through, I genuinely worried that little Koi would be forgotten, but later I saw everyone bustling around while feeding him, and my heart softened completely. He is truly adorable, my silly husband, and so is Mount Yunshao. As Yuan scrolled through the trending topics, he suddenly came across a new Weibo post from the female lead, Zhu Xini. Jiang Chue. How did the second brother know it was me who stole the chicken? Arms crossed. Pondering JPG. Accompanying the post was a cute hand-drawn Q version emoji of the character, which fans had created. The main actors were mutually following each other, and everyone was keenly observing the feedback on the new plot. Within 10 minutes of the post, the comments from the leads had already occupied the top spots. Puyangxi. Not me, I'm busy stealing things. Upright JPG Sister San. Not me, I'm busy catching thieves. Sprinting JPG, fourth senior brother. Not me, I'm busy making longevity noodles for little Lou. Egg lying down JPG 5th senior brother. Not me, I'm just being invisible. Honest and simple JPG 2nd senior brother. Fury JPG. You should reflect on what you've done. Yuan joyfully joined in on the fun. Chu Xiao. Not me, I'm drinking chicken soup. Chin resting JPG. At first, the comment section didn't catch what was amiss in his words, and netizens were laughing heartily. After a while, some realized and rushed to comment beneath his remark. SNT this letting eldest sister see it. What if she remembers you are the only one who knows? That would be terrible. Calling koi. Calling koi. Revoke. Revoke. Quick. Revoke. Bala bala energy. Netizens amnesia technique. Stop drinking, stop drinking. Eldest sister is coming for you, and you're still drinking. Truly my silly husband. It's fine. Let me protect you. If eldest sister wants to kill someone, let it be me. Don't harm my koi baby. Yuan was momentarily stunned but soon understood their urgency. Collapsing back onto his bed in laughter, he sent another message. Chu Xiao. Koi has possessed me. Praying JPG. After interacting with the netizens, Yuan changed his attire and headed downstairs for a night run. Although the doctor advised against anaerobic exercise, he believed that moderate aerobic activity was beneficial for health. He was convinced that his previous 15-minute stint on the treadmill was not his fault. Either the treadmill was unsuitable for him, or the indoor feng shui was off. Certainly, the problem could not lie with him. Thus, this time he deliberately chose a different location and time, determined to conquer jogging. He energetically descended the stairs, noticing that Chuhan and Shisu were absent from the living room, presumably occupied in their own rooms. The new maids hired by the boss were in place. 2 of them, and the villa had recently become spotless and tidy, not a speck of dust to be found. Every time Yuan saw it, he felt a sense of comfort. Stepping out of the house, he blended into the vast night as he ventured forth. The community boasted excellent greenery, and just 100 meters from the entrance was a small park, complete with an artificial lake. Jogging around the lake in the evening, he felt the fresh, cool breeze on his cheeks, a truly delightful experience. With his headphones on, Yuan enjoyed the scenery while jogging. A figure approached from the opposite direction, similarly attired for a night run. From a distance, he could not discern clearly, but was struck by the bright sheen atop the person's head. Upon closer inspection, he realized the individual had a freshly shaved head, its shine reflecting under the streetlights. Though bald, this gentleman had a well-proportioned face, suggesting he must have been a strikingly handsome young man in his youth. The bald uncle smiled warmly as he passed by, nodding in acknowledgement. Yuan reciprocated with a smile and a nod. He mused that everyone residing in this community seemed to be influential figures, yet they were surprisingly approachable. After completing 3 laps and breaking a good sweat, Yuan returned to the villa, feeling quite accomplished, only to find Chuhan sitting in the living room, utterly motionless, like a statue. What is he doing? Yuan asked the somewhat reserved Shisu beside him. Despite being family, Yuan considered himself kind-hearted and did not intend to shun Chuhan just because he was indulging in some tasteless pairings. He had always been magnanimous, unlike some individuals lacking in taste. Shisu turned his head, casting a fleeting glance, his expression betraying a sense of guilt, and dared not utter a word. Based on Yuan's understanding of the blue-haired boy, it was highly likely he had stirred up trouble. Yuan hastily approached the two, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Chuhan resembled a lifeless doll, sitting vacantly on the sofa, his eyes slightly reddened, as though he had just wept. Yuan silently mouthed to Shisu, "What have you done?" After a prolonged hesitation, Shisu, under the weight of Yuan's warning gaze, finally confessed, I revealed the fate of Chu Xiao to him. Yuan. Shisu had pondered this yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately urged Chuhan to binge-watch the series. He had only one objective in dragging others into watching, to share in his own anguish. He was indeed a wicked blue-haired fellow. However, his plans were abruptly interrupted yesterday by Chuhan's random shipping of couples. Today, with new grievances mingled with old, he waited for Teacher Chu to finish the latest episode, basking in the joy of shipping couples, before delivering this dreadful news. Chuhan said nothing at that moment, silently retreated to his room, and emerged 10 minutes later, tears streaming down his face. Shisu. Huh? Is he genuinely this emotional? No matter, I'm fine. In the brief exchange of glances between Yuan and Shisu, Chuhan suddenly spoke, his voice flat, his demeanor calm. Yuan and Shisu turned in unison to look at him. Chuhan retrieved a pillow from the sofa and handed it to Yuan, instructing him to prop it up securely. Yuan, bewildered, complied. In the next instant, Chuhan forcefully collided his head against the pillow. His body then slumped, peacefully collapsing onto the sofa. Shisu, perplexed by his actions, poked his arm after a while and asked, "Teacher Chu, are you alright?" "It's nothing." The figure on the sofa, with eyes tightly shut, replied serenely, "I am accompanying my ship to the grave." That night, Chu Han stubbornly refused to return to his room to sleep, declaring he could not close his eyes in death. Yuan and Shisu practically dragged him back to his room, with Yuan covering him with a blanket, murmuring a heartfelt eulogy, urging him to rest in peace. The following day, while Yuan was out for a jog, he encountered a bald uncle again. After completing 2 laps during their third encounter, the uncle took the initiative to greet him, inquiring if he was new to the neighborhood, as he had never seen him before. Yuan paused to converse, and after a brief chat, the uncle remarked, "You look remarkably familiar. Are you a celebrity?" Yuan's appearance and demeanor naturally endeared him to the elders. A simple smile filled the uncle's eyes with affection. "I'm just a small actor, currently on break due to a lack of engagements." The uncle admitted he seldom watched television, hence did not inquire about his works. They completed their runs while engaging in light conversation. The bald uncle proposed, "Where are your family members? You should come over for dinner sometime. My cooking is exquisite. I was fortunate to have a chef who once trained in the imperial kitchen. My son learned from him, acquiring just a fraction of his skill, yet he can easily open his own restaurant. I live with friends." Yuan felt a pang of hunger at the uncle's words, hesitating to decline, as experiencing the culinary prowess of a former imperial chef seemed too enticing to pass up. The bald uncle insisted, "It's no trouble at all. I'm retired and have plenty of free time. Our home could greatly benefit from the artistic ambience you bring." For the first time, Yuan was referred to as a great artist, and the compliment left him somewhat flattered, a bit lost for words. "Oh uncle, you're exaggerating." Yuan, usually a maestro of flattery, found himself facing a worthy opponent. He surmised that this esteemed figure likely did not require excessive praise. Thus, he simply engaged in conversation. And indeed, high-level social interactions often thrive on straightforwardness. A smile from him brought joy to the uncle, whose gaze resembled that of a fisherman admiring his prized rod. Before parting, they exchanged contact information, with the uncle earnestly urging him to visit with friends whenever he had free time. The uncle's home was not far, merely a couple of turns and under 300 meters away. After bidding farewell to his newly acquainted elder friend, Xiaojialan hummed a tune as he made his way home. The day was still young, the sky a deep shade of blue, with a sunset glowing like a gentle twilight in the distance. As he pondered what to have for dinner, he noticed the lights flickering on in the second-floor window, spotting a tall figure leaning against the wall, casually waving at him. Oh, his quiet companion had returned. Xiaojialan's interest piqued. He sprinted homeward. This quiet companion was quite amusing. Although he rarely spoke a word in 10 questions, his temperament was exceptionally good. Occasionally, Xiaojialan would concoct mischievous ideas to tease him, reveling in his awkward yet speechless expressions. "Oh, my darling son, come down so your father can have a look." Xiaoyu sauntered down the stairs, but upon reaching the bottom, he was momentarily stunned by the brilliance of Xiaojialan's shiny head, his expression frozen. "Are you planning to become a monk?" Xiaojialan had not intended that, but observing Xiaoyu's reaction, he seized the opportunity to respond. "Indeed, a master has said I possess a karmic connection. Soon I shall hold the ritual to take vows, thereby nullifying our worldly father-son relationship." Xiaoyu cast him a sidelong glance, diverting his gaze. "Xiaojialan, did you just roll your eyes?" Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, "No." Xiaojialan approached, draping an arm around his shoulder, as though they were brothers. "Roll your eyes if you must. You're still quite young. Don't be so morose. Otherwise, you'll struggle to find a wife in the future. Speaking of which, I met a boy today, around your age, bursting with energy. When he smiles, it's like springtime blooming, bringing joy to the heart." Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Xiaojialan exclaimed, "Little Xie, you rolled your eyes again." Xiaoyu usually resided at school and had not been home much lately, as summer vacation had him running around with Xie Jiamao. The dynamic between Xie and his father differed from typical families. Xiaoyu was raised with freedom, not only capable of caring for himself but also adept at looking after others. Xiaojialan never needed to fuss over him, though a lack of concern did not equate to indifference. What has Xie Jiamao been busy with lately? At the dining table, Xiaojialan cracked open 2 freshly air-freighted steamed crabs, the snow-white, tender crab meat piled in a bowl, which he pushed towards Xiaoyu, asserting that he could handle the workload alone, suggesting he could hire a few management professionals if needed. Xiaoyu sampled the crab meat, finding it smooth and sweet, and unconsciously nodded. What more could there be to juggle? The company was expanding after signing 2 new artists, and they were short-staffed. Xie couldn't help but smile. I never expected him to persist for this long. It seems he has truly found a passion for his work. Xie remained non-committal. Xie Jiamao was notoriously fickle. Everyone indulged his whims, as no one expected him to achieve much. Xie always felt he had yet to discover his true calling, while Xie held a different view. Xie Jiamao simply lived too freely, following his heart. In truth, every industry he bravely ventured into was one he cherished. The longevity of Starlight Media was not due to Xie Jiamao suddenly acquiring perseverance, but rather because of Yuan's presence. Xie Jiamao often insisted he had to take responsibility for Yuan, and he was serious about it. Now, with 2 more signed, Xie estimated that it would be quite some time before Starlight Media, this makeshift troupe, could disband. The aunt had taken leave for personal matters. After dinner, Xie began to clear the table, but Xie insisted he sit down, arguing that it was rare for him to be home. How could he work? Old Xie attempted to help, but as he reached the kitchen door, he fumbled, causing the dishes to scatter across the floor. Xie surveyed the disarray calmly and said, "Please step outside." Old Xie obediently replied, "All right." He leaned against the kitchen door, watching Xie busy himself while munching on post-meal fruit, casually chatting. "Little Xie, you're not so young anymore. Why not tell your old man what kind of partner you prefer?" Xie shattered the porcelain fragments, dismissing it with a perfunctory remark. "Vivacious." "Vivacious? Which kind of vivacious?" Xie recalled the youthful acquaintance he had met that day. "Let me tell you, I met a particularly sunny child today. I'll invite him over for dinner next time. You two will surely hit it off. His personality complements your reserved nature." "No need," Xie replied nonchalantly. He was already observing a little sunbeam. Without lingering too long, Xie finished dinner and prepared to head out. "Still working at this late hour?" Xie asked in surprise. "Just visiting a friend. Not far?" Xie replied, and Xie did not press further and headed upstairs. As Xie reached the door, something came to mind, and he returned to the kitchen. He grabbed a plastic bag and stuffed it with several leftover hairy crabs from the kitchen, taking them with him. When Xie came down again, intending to steam another crab for a taste, he was met with an empty fridge. "Where are the crabs?" At 9 o'clock, Yuan and Shisu were fully armed, ready to engage in the culinary arts of transforming food into a meal. In simpler terms, cooking. "Spatula," Yuan commanded, and Shisu promptly retrieved the spatula from the wall and respectfully handed it to him. "Now, for the first step of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pour in the oil." As Yuan picked up the oil bottle, Chu Han, who had been standing at the door, suddenly retreated 10 meters away. Shisu, puzzled, asked, "Why are you running?" "You're outside. It won't splash on you." Chu Han stood in the center of the living room, casting a glance at him. "I am the embodiment of explosions. What if it splatters?" Yuan, poised to pour the oil, paused, and after a moment of silence, Shisu said, "That makes sense." He was too lazy to correct him. After all, Teacher Chu believed everything, and this clarification would likely hold for future instances. It was better to let him think so. All 3 of them had subpar cooking skills, yet today they were eager for a home-cooked meal. After an hour of poring over the recipe and another half-hour of frame-by-frame video study, they settled on the somewhat challenging dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "I must clarify," Yuan stated, "scrambled eggs with tomatoes is not difficult. Not being able to make it is purely our fault." Shisu urged, "You should start cooking. If you don't, the tomatoes will ripen themselves in frustration." Yuan replied solemnly, "Don't rush me. I'm finding the right feel." At that critical moment, the doorbell rang. Perhaps there was a form of telepathic connection, for Yuan swiftly turned off the heat, grabbing the spatula and rushing to the door. Upon seeing Xie, his entire face lit up. "Look," he proudly introduced to his companions, "I found my rhythm." Xie not only saved the 3 famished souls from despair, but also brought with him 6 fresh hairy crabs. "My goodness!" Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he watched Xie place the crabs in the steamer, practically drooling. "Teacher Xie, where did you get these?" The blue-haired one leaned over the countertop, nearly burying his face in the steam. Chu Han stood at the kitchen door, swallowing hard. "They taste good, so I brought a few for you," Xie said, glancing down at the timer. "About 10 minutes, it'll be ready soon." Whenever Xie cooked, Yuan loved to stand behind him, tugging at his shirt, unable to help but simply enjoying the view. Xie felt a weight on his shoulder. Yuan's face rested against him, intently watching the steam rising from the pot. Life indeed is filled with tests. Xie caught a glimpse of Shisu stretching his neck to inhale the aroma of the steaming crabs and reminded him, "Teacher Shi, stand back. You might get burned." Yuan swiftly swung the spatula, striking Shisu on the right shoulder. Blue-haired one, get out. What if you get burned? Shisu was genuinely exasperated. When they first met, he was called Teacher Shi, then Shisu, and now simply blue-haired. Could you show me some respect? Yuan swung the spatula again. Get out. Shisu, in a huff, retreated. Starving, he grabbed the freshly cut tomatoes, intending to snack on them. But before he could exit the kitchen, Yuan called out, Shisu, return the tomatoes. You'll starve me to death. Xiaoyu rummaged through their fridge for usable ingredients, quickly preparing 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, complemented by the hairy crabs and fragrant rice. An extravagant dinner indeed. Having already eaten, he left the dining table for them and settled on the sofa to open his computer. Yuan, having not tasted Xiaoyu's cooking in ages, was moved to tears. Oh, Teacher Xia, I love you so much. The person on the sofa subtly stiffened, his long fingers hovering over the keyboard, curling up in an indescribable manner. He did not turn around but simply replied lightly, Shisu exclaimed, our Teacher Xia has such culinary skills? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I could eat Teacher Xia's cooking every day, I'd be willing to be a top celebrity. Yuan interjected, don't make absurd wishes.
Han mumbled.
Teacher Xia isn't housekeeper. Yuan recalled that when he was the only artist in the company, Xiaoyu had indeed been sent by Xie Jimiao to check on him regularly. Back then, Teacher Xia would frequently cook for him and even bring him carefully selected strawberries. Those days were not merely living. They were akin to a celestial existence. After dinner, the one who lost at rock paper scissors, Shisu, was sent to wash the dishes while Yuan and Chuhan lounged on the sofa, digesting their meal. Suddenly, Xiaoyu gently nudged Yuan's elbow. Check the trending topics. Following his suggestion, Yuan opened his phone, and indeed, the trending topic was about the Chronicles of the Immortal Gate. However, the focus was not on the episode released tonight, but rather on the official trailer for the new version. The trailer featured a segment where Pu Yongxi's identity was revealed, and as he attempted to leave Yunshao Mountain, his fellow disciples stood on the mountain path, drawing their swords against him. The first trailer was lighthearted, followed by various CP versions and even a deeply emotional one, but this version bore the heaviest weight. Regardless of how lighthearted the plot might be, could not deny the fact that Pu Yongxi was at odds with everyone. No amount of joy at Yunshao Mountain could mask the underlying turmoil. Some stories are destined for tragedy from the very beginning. Yuan remembered the scene of Pu Yongxi descending the mountain, where everyone confronted him. Some were fierce, some held back, each performance was unique. Yuan's role was the last obstacle Pu Yongxi faced on his way down. The director had instructed him to give it his all, saying that Chu Xiao had spent the longest time with Pu Yongxi. Thus his reaction to the betrayal should be the most intense, even leading to some visceral confrontations. Ultimately, Chu Xiao, with red eyes, let the severely injured Pu Yongxi go. Yet, Yuan felt something was amiss with that scene and discussed it with the director for adjustments. Chu Xiao would indeed be angry, but his inherent nature dictated that he would not strike against his own. Even if the opponent was the monarch of the demonic clan, a friend chosen by the little lucky fish, they remained friends. Thus, in that scene, Chu Xiao simply stood at the mountain gate, gazing deeply and sadly at Pu Yongxi for a long time. I am very fortunate to have encountered such wonderful people. He fell silent for a long while, then smiled softly, sheathing his sword. Pu Yongxi held his breath, his lips turning pale as he awaited the ensuing mockery, ridicule, or harsh words. Even now, I still believe so. Chu Xiao stepped aside. Go ahead. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Pu Yongxi's eyes suddenly glistened with tears.